Alright, let's jump in. Our story starts with an absolute beast of a handyman, slapping together a whole house like it's nothing, like it's just Legos. He's got his hammer out, boxed in by a swarm of rabbit people, and he's thinking, yep, just another day at the office, same routine as back in Japan. And here's the only small but huge twist: he's doing all of this in a totally different world. So, how the heck did he end up here? Let's rewind in his old life. This guy was the MVP at a rural home center. We catch him staring like a ghost, dead inside, mumbling that his whole job is just to stock everything. A loud truck pulls up to the store, and the brand new hires are practically vibrating with excitement. Alright, listen, this isn't your run-of-the-mill hardware store. It's the countryside's full-blown do-it-all depot. That boss, straight-up suave anime protagonist energy, somehow trapped in retail, slams the rules down like it's law. If some customer out in the sticks needs it handled, they handle it, period. And by anything, he means anything. If it's got gears and dirt, he'll fix it. From heavy machinery on tractors to landscape gardening, you name it. These guys don't just show up. They go all in, running full construction surveys and managing the entire operation. The whole local community can't get enough of them because they're the ultimate jacks of all trades. Then our hopeless hero sits there, staring at everything he's been through. And you know what? Somehow he decides life isn't all that terrible. Then boom, an ominous black screen drops in, and here we are right up to today. Oh yeah, this is about to get wild. Our guy's trudging home, whining that his middle-aged body is turning soft, and muttering that pulling all-nighters is wrecking him for real. The moment he hesitated, the ground snapped to life, glowing beneath him with an insanely intricate magic circle. As he keeps moving, his vision starts bending, his body finally buckles, and he realizes a collapse is seconds away, like the universe is basically slamming the trial over button on his normal life. A colossal pillar of light explodes upward from the earth like the world just got ripped open. His muddy work boots stomp straight into the epicenter. And boom, this dude gets launched into the sky like a slingshot, blasted upward and straight up, no holds barred isekai energy. When he finally snaps back to reality, he's staring into a cold, empty void, utterly lost, totally bewildered. The first thing hits him isn't existential dread, it's the horror of realizing his pants have gotten absurdly loose. The universe didn't just teleport him, it dropped him straight onto some kind of express survival plan. And as he's scrambling to keep his pants up, feathers start materializing out of thin air and swirling around him like magic. Because yeah, of course they do. A glowing celestial figure drops out of the heavens like it's been waiting for this moment. The unsuspecting lead just stares, jaw dropped, as a woman steps in and declares herself Victinius, the goddess. Then she locks eyes with him and says, "This time you're excellent." And just like that, she snatches away the biggest promotion of his life, then blows his mind by picking him to get reincarnated in Alastasia, a fantasy world of swords, magic, and non-stop monster-slaying chaos. Our story slams to life when our unsuspecting hero jolts awake not in his bed, but deep in a forest, and the first thing he sees is a pair of bunny ears staring back at him. Of course, his brain is still booting up, trying to figure out if he's dreaming, or if he's just wildly, painfully confused. Instinct hits, and without thinking, he just does the obvious. He reaches out and gently taps those fluffy ears. Ojo-chan's words hit like something warm, soft, real, and close, so yeah, she's understandably freaked out. She cuts in fast and says, "Don't think of me like some cute fashion piece, I'm from the rabbit race." And right then, reality smacks our boy like a freight train. He's out cold, and he's been straight up Isekai'D. He's dropped into a brand new world called Alatastia, and it hits like a punch to the soul. Then it hits him finally, the truth lands. What? Our main man hits the panic button, instantly short-circuiting, spiraling into a full-blown panic attack. Then he bolts out to find food and shelter, only to realize the place has no modern plumbing at all, and going from zero here is straight up brutal for him. The tiny bunny girl just stands there, utterly stunned as his meltdown explodes in front of her. He shakily steels himself and asks her, "Can I come with you?" She's hesitating, then blurts out the truth. People in her village aren't exactly cheering for humans. Our hero, the eternal optimist, immediately spirals into the bleakest fears about how species might clash in this world. Then panic hits hard, and he pleads with her to at least let him go, say hello first. Right in the middle of their tiny argument, an uninvited guest crashes in an enraged, ripped hoblin, snarling like it's lost its mind. Forget some pathetic slime, this thing is a certified killing machine, and it's staring like it's about to devour you. The bunny girl snaps at him to run. This is way out of their league. She's shaking with fear, screaming at him to run like the danger is breathing down their neck. She tries to shove him off, insisting she'll be nothing but a distraction while he makes his escape brave in spirit. But honestly, a terrible plan. Then she shoves him onward because bringing this monster back to her village is way too dangerous. But seeing her try to throw herself into sacrifice, it snaps something in our boy's head like a light bulb exploding. After seeing that look of pure terror on her face, he refuses to leave her behind, no way. This absolute unit hones his inner Leroy Jenkins and erupts into a full throttle scream just to snatch the goblin's attention. That beast snaps the bait, winds up, and smashes him with a massive club meant to flatten him like a pancake. Our hero darts aside at the last second, and the goblin's hit annihilates the ground where he was standing. He barely dodged getting squished into paste. Panicked for a plan, he frantically rips through his memories, praying he's got some useful skill, then realizes there's nothing. In the pure panic of the moment, he grabs the only lifeline he can. He screams, "Eat this!" He hurls a plastic water bottle straight into the goblin's face. Yeah. That goblin just cackles, totally unimpressed, shrugging off the pathetic projectile like it's nothing. Then our hero's soul basically blasts out the second he realizes he's completely, truly doomed. Then the impossible slams into reality. The hobgoblin takes one step and wipes out, slipping on a water bottle. It face plants into a rock, straight up knocking itself cold like the most iconic win in Isekai history. Our guy freezes for a beat, then cracks a cheeky question should he call the fantasy police to preserve the accident scene. Just as he's about to celebrate his totally ridiculous win, bam, someone smashes into him from behind. It's a goddess, and she's furious, tearing into him for recklessness like he's asking to die, because he barely made it out alive. This is Victinia-sama, the divine presence who hauled him here in the first place. She basically tells him, "How are you even still breathing?" and reminds him he was supposed to put the skills she gave him to use. Then wham, a quick flashback hits the day before he died. Victorinus laid out the entire reincarnation deal. The Earthborn goddess made a bet and lost big, and the punishment was sending our 36-year-old hardware store guy straight into the world she runs. Our guy is losing his mind. He's convinced this is all a dream until she grabs him by the heart and slams him back into real life. To help him survive, she slips a powerful blessing into his hands. The blessing drops like a spotlight on the 3-count M form. And it's what kickstarts the re-skill grant tickets. Our hero lives for games right now. He's totally hyped, because with these he can level up and snag new skills. But right when he's about to cash them in, a way more stacked goddess swoops in its Hera. She blasts Victinius for messing up, because Victinius wasn't supposed to hand over 3 Aita tickets at all. He was supposed to give him Aita tickets. Hera snatches the shady goddess and lays out the whole situation, straight to her face. She fires off an apology for her husband Zeus because he's the one who made that bet with Victinius's god. That's when Victinia tried to cut our boy a shortcut just to hide her own divine blunder. Once they're in that new world, even gods can't reach them, so this was his only shot, and he knew it. Harry rips into Victini, calling her a useless goddess after she tries to swindle him out of 5 tickets. To fix everything, they call in a literal skill gotcha machine straight up. So yeah, this is how the gods pull it off. As her husband's official apology, Hera hands our guy 1 extra ticket, and because of all the chaos those Victinias caused, she tosses him yet another 2. That's a whopping 10 tickets total. Our boy's about to kick things into overdrive, ready to roll. The results are wild. He's just earned Appraisal 3, Masonry 4th, then they tore down the 2nd, Mining 3, Leatherworking 3, a star-ranked item box, Blacksmithing level 2, Crafting level 3. He's stacking skills like weapons, 1 upgrade at a time. Healing Magic 1. A desperate lifeline of power that stitches broken souls back together right when it matters most. And he logged in number 1. It's the ultimate DIY starter pack, and the goddesses are breaking into a cold sweat because they can't believe how pathetic his skills are at rock bottom level. And then he even snatches a star rank map skill, thank the goddesses, because they're just relieved it's finally done. Victor and Victinius are still mad, snapping at him for ignoring her. Then she hammers the truth. Those tickets are insanely rare, and you need pure divine power just to make them. She tells him he just hit a once-in-a-lifetime jackpot and warns him not to waste it. She drives the truth into your head. This new world doesn't care if you're kind. It's pure kill or be killed. Hesitate for a second and you're gone. Back in the present, Victinius tears through the last part of her lecture and calls it done. Our boy takes her advice, then rushes to check his status open. And after that total goblin chaos brawl, would you believe it? He leveled up on the spot. Now his stats are already bulking up. Then he tells the goddess, "I'm waiting for the bunny girl I met. She'll be back any moment." Victinia freezes, totally baffled. Wait, a human just chilling with a bunny girl? Nobody has ever seen that before. She tries to boss him around, but our hero snaps back. He shuts down the meddling goddess and declares, this is his life now, he'll live it his way, so yeah, you got this, my dude. Right then, a whole squad of bunny folk burst onto the scene, shouting for Oho-chan like they'd been searching everywhere. The little girl he told them about came sprinting in, safe, sound, and breathing easy, so they grabbed our man and thanked him for guarding her from that nasty, stray hobgoblin. They're stunned he hauled it all down by himself, but this guy stays totally calm and just shrugs that it tripped and bonked its head on a rock technically. He's not lying. Then he blurts out, "So what do I do now?" And, with a sheepish grin, starts wondering if he's even allowed to live in their village. To his shock, they cheerfully rolled out the red carpet, and he was overflowing with pure joy, completely ecstatic. They're just overwhelmed that a human would gamble his life for one of them. He and the little girl he saved are still out there like, "We haven't even properly introduced ourselves yet." She reaches out her hand and her name is May. Now it's his time, his moment to strike. With a real warm grin, this absolute unit strides up and tells everyone his name. Narumi Masaru. They go through with it, lock eyes and shake on it, and boom right there. a brand new friendship ignites. His road ahead is a complete mystery, and every step is packed with brutal challenges. But for the first time, our hero finally grabs his freedom, and his brand new adventure kicks off right now. Right back into the chaos. So quick recap, our main man, Narumi Masaru, snapped into action with those deadly, sharp eyes. The goddess handling his transfer? Yeah, she screamed, shady, from the second she showed up. She fed him skills through this straight-up slot machine, and this absolute beast spun, then got a total dud, zero offensive skills. Straight away, he ran face first into a goblin that looked ready to kill, but our guy got saved on the spot by a ferocious rabbit girl. Now she's hauling him back to her home base. Welcome to the rabbit village, everybody. It's quaint, meaning it's basically a bunch of tents that look like they'd fold. The second a strong breeze swings by. Right here is where his brand new life kicks off, folks, in what looks like a campsite that's been through hell and back. This village is packed with around 100 people, and every single one of them is just clawing for survival day after day. His savior, May, beams at him and basically goes, "Congrats, you're officially adopted by the whole village." Our hero stands there, soaking it all in, staring at those flimsy rope fences like they're one bad gust away from snapping, and he's thinking, yeah, these guys are getting wrecked for real. No kidding, buddy. It's time to meet the boss, so they march into the main tent to greet the village chief. And boom, the chief is just another human. And honestly, that twist hits like a punch to the gut. First, the chief had only heard rumors that a human saved May. But now his face is in pure disbelief because he's looking right at the truth. Masaru, still the most polite guy around, drops into a bow and immediately thanks him for the help. But the chief just waves it off. Nah, don't stress, you're good. You threw your life on the line for one of us, so yeah, we owe you everything. For a welcome gift, the chief locks in the plan our boy is staying at May's place, right there with May and her mom. This is about to get real awkward real fast, but May's beaming and chirping like crazy. If it's just Chan, then honestly, I'm totally fine. Our hero flashes her a wholesome head pat, and the chief tells him to chill out and jump in however he can. No pressure. But for this guy, relaxing isn't even an option. Peace is off the table. His mind instantly goes into overdrive, and flashbacks slam in him back in his old life. Clocking in at that giant home improvement center, suddenly every strange non-combat talent he had, agriculture, blacksmithing, construction, snapped into place like they'd been waiting for this exact moment. A light bulb practically explodes above his head. And in that instant, it hits finally, there's something he can do. Without a second to waste, he whips around to May and the chief. With the wild confidence of a mad genius, he declares, I can upgrade this wall village. Their jaws drop to the floor. The chief lunges in to calm him down. Whoa there, buddy, I love the fire in your belly, but you can't just march in and start making promises that'll set everyone off. And our boy slams into him with that. Look, I'm not exactly a pro at reading the room, but then he bursts into this full-on epic rant about how he refuses to sit there and do nothing. In his old life, the moment he tried something new, they'd rip into him and chew him out like it was a crime. But right here, right now, he can finally go all out. He's practically buzzing with hope, and the chief catches it instantly. This guy isn't kidding for 1 second. Sold? The chief throws his hands up like, I'm done for, and leans in. All right, kid, so what's your move first? And just like that, Project Upgrade Village just got officially approved green light, no hesitation. But before anything else, he's got to test the goods first. All right, now it's time to find out what these skills can really do. He yanks up his status menu boom. It pops like a sleek tablet. Still, he keeps it simple. He whips out the appraisal on a knife he just borrowed. Boom, he instantly spits out a full stat block, and yeah, that's insanely useful. Next, we've got skill cutting. And the description straight up claims it can slice through trees with no tools at all. Then he spots a massive one, lunges in, and slams his palm onto the trunk. And focuses? Nothing. No movement, no sound, nothing at all. For one heartbeat, his soul yanked clean out of his body, drowning in pure terror. Then bam, the top half of the tree just vanished, cleanly chopped off like it never existed, with that brutal skill delay dragging for a beat. But the real hit? It scorched 6 whole stitches out of his entire mana pool. Ouch. All right, I can't spam it. He just mutters under his breath. Then we move on to how he builds those skills. He puts his level 4 masonry to the test by snatching some random rock and getting to work. With a tiny pop, the stone snaps into a perfect cube in his palm. No tools at all, just straight up Minecraft magic. Then he sprints back to the log he just chopped. Now it's time to put woodworking to the test, this time with a skill that can dry wood instantly. This is a wild cheat code. Normally this would take months, even years to pull off. He can't help but wonder, can something this huge really happen in a single instant? He clenches his nerves, all right, here we go. And May yanks the moment away by shouting, "Dinner's ready!" She stumbles upon our hopeless hero totally wiped out, sprawled cold, and you can tell that mana cost was brutal. He snaps awake feeling dizzy, realizing he totally pushed himself too far. He shoots a glance over and the log is bone dry. It worked. It actually worked. As soon as they're back at the house, May's mom Ruru throws open the door and welcomes him in. May is already gushing to her mom, singing his praises, insisting he rescued her and smashed those goblins. Ruru just couldn't help it. She smiled at him and said, "Our home may be plain, but it's all we've got." and her kindness hit hard. He should make it his own. As they pile around the table and dig into the meal, it finally slams into him. Now he finally has a home in this world. He may not have every answer, but he's going to go all in and do whatever it takes to help these people. Tomorrow, the village's big improvement plan finally goes live and everything starts changing for real. All right, let's jump right back into the chaos. Our guy and his brand new rabbit folk buddy are standing in front of their village ready to pull off the biggest home makeover of their lives. All right, it's go time for real. Our DIY dad legend steps up and blasts out the first mission like, okay, listen up. All right, Operation Fortify this place's go, and step one is beefing up their wildly flimsy fence because the bunnies are pumped and ready to tear into the work. The whole village is buzzing words out about the chief's huge plans to upgrade everything, and people can barely stand still from sheer excitement. One of the locals is totally thrown off. Wait, why are we starting with the fence? We can take down a few goblins. Easy. But our clueless hero isn't playing small, no way. He declares a massive plan, not just a better fence, but a full-on stone guard. Before anyone even gets the chance to ask where he's getting the materials, this absolute madman blurts out that he already went on a quick rock-collecting mission with May this very morning. But one of the bunnies snaps out a killer point. There's no way they've got the manpower to haul an entire cliffside back to the village. Our boy just smirks. Manpower, he quips. Where we're going, we don't need manpower. Then he flexes his item box skill and yeets a literal mountain of stones onto the ground. The rabbit folk are utterly stunned, jaws hanging open as they mumble. We really thought the item box was a normal, everyday skill. As soon as he realized he just blurted out one of his cheat codes, this dude tried to play it cool like it was nothing. Yeah, right. Now, come on, let's build. Oh, come on, let's... When the bunny gets building, it lunges into action and starts stacking rocks like it's building a Jenga tower, so our hero has to slam on an immediate timeout. Hey, no way. You don't build a wall like that if you want it to survive even a stiff breeze. Then he snaps into action and, real quick, teaches them how to lock every piece together so the section fits perfectly and won't budge. He kicks off a full-on construction seminar because the real trick isn't just stacking rocks. You've got to scatter them just right. Click every piece into place like a puzzle that only works if you stagger them perfectly. You pack the tiny gaps with smaller stones and suddenly the whole structure locks in tight so it won't crumble or fall apart. But hold up, because the real monsters save their worst for the biggest attacks. He unveils his masterstroke, then they start shoving pebbles into the heart of the wall. This doesn't just make the wall unbelievably strong, it lets rainwater slip straight through, stopping erosion in its tracks, and suddenly it's not some barrier anymore, it's a masterpiece. Don't sweat it, he says with the swagger of a seasoned TV host. Trust me, I'll show you every right way to build a solid wall. Still, his teaching skills clearly needed work, because the bunny girl's face said she had no clue what was going on. Everyone's practically begging to find out how he's got construction knowledge for days, like a walking encyclopedia. Our boy slickly dodges the whole moment and tells them, straight up, that he just wants to help fix their food problem. He's determined to build them a real stone furnace so cooking gets easier and way safer. This suggestion detonates an instant storm of rage from the village women people who, somehow, are infamous as the demons of the kitchen. Our hero's soul nearly rips out of his body when he realizes he stepped on sacred ground. He immediately backpedals like, nope, my bad, you guys run the show. And that little moment totally sends them into fits of laughter. The new plan is locked in. He's going to take the heavy load and feed that furnace himself. But he still has to get their help to haul in a few extra materials. The shopping list sat there, clay, grass, and sand, waiting to turn into something wild. He tells you straight up, clay alone is way too weak to stand on its own. But once you mix it with sand and grass, boom, you get a ridiculously tough reinforced composite material. The girls are completely hooked, and May wastes no time. She immediately throws together a wild gathering party. They're riding that success wave, so they start barking out even more requests. Tables, chairs, forks, and spoons packed for the whole village from start to finish. Our guy, now the village's official handyman, just rolls with it all like he's their personal IKEA assemble anything legend. He even pitches the idea of a roofed gathering spot so everyone can finally sit down and eat together. Then they finally fire the one question everyone's been screaming in their heads. What job did he have in his old world? And the massive epic reveal? He wasn't some legendary warrior at all, just a regular dude who clocked in at a countryside home center. This god-tier crafting wisdom I'm talking about, stocking shelves and getting dragged into every weekend DIY crowd, and now this news hits everyone's even more hyped. Home Depot's hero is stepping in to save the day. Day after day, the grind kicks off, and just like that, the ultimate construction montage bursts into motion. In that village, everyone locks arms and works together as one unstoppable crew, building frames, mixing materials, and even teaching himself the ancient art of chopsticks. It's a total madhouse in the best way. Everyone jumps in, and the whole place bursts with joyful momentum. The entire community is banding together right now. They threw up a brand new home with their own hands, brick by brick. After days of grinding, it's finally finished, done for real. The Great Wall of Rabbittville towers over everything. standing tall like their greatest victory built by teamwork and pure determination. The moment they open the new gathering space, it explodes with energy and buzz. Everybody's digging into mouth-watering food, freshly cooked in the new furnace, and the whole place is buzzing with pure joy. And the upgrades absolutely explode in popularity, going from nice idea to total success. The village chief strides up, his voice shaking with raw emotion as he blurts out a heartfelt thank you. May scoops up our boy in a victory hug, yelling that his plan worked bigger than anyone could have hoped. After all the chaos, our hero finally gets something he's been craving. One truly wholesome moment where he finds his people and feels like he belongs. Back in Goto Vision, the goddesses are on watch. One of them is totally losing it, ranting that our boy is way too stubborn and wasting his time on all this useless work. But the other goddess, Quiet, Collected, hits us with the real lore. Most people in this world only get 1 or 2 skills, and our hero having 11. That's a total anomaly. Finally, this world has been stuck and lifeless for over 400 years. Nothing ever moves. They need someone to rattle the whole system, someone who can fire up the detonator. And our unsuspecting hero is the perfect pawn in their game of chaos. Then boom, back on the ground, the celebration keeps rolling. This dude never shuts off. He's already mapping his next projects, flipping houses, and the real mission. He's building himself a toilet. This tiny village is about to level up into a full-blown city. And then, right in the middle of the meal, he drops the classic isekai question like it's the most important thing in the world. So are there any slimes lurking around here? Up on top, the bunnies finally admit it. Yeah, they're there, but they're trapped at the base of that cliff and they can't climb back up. Our boy looks like a weight just lifted off his shoulders because his next big move hinges on it. But he's set on crafting a truly special hardened soil floor. Then he fires off another question like, it came out of nowhere, so I'm stuck wondering, is there an ocean nearby? And just like that, the party flatlines, every single person at the table freezes, and the room drops into eerie silence. The atmosphere drops to rock bottom as one of the girls leans in and spills the truth in a voice so faint it barely counts as sound. The ocean is the one place everyone here fled to, straight from their problems. The story suddenly lunged into a darker, way more serious turn, so tell me, what on earth happened out by the sea? All right. Buckle up, our boy sits down with the bunny folk for a serious talk, and the whole room goes ice cold, because May tells them they used to be close to the ocean. About a wild 10-day trek from where they're standing right now. The chief's voice cracked as he stepped up, then he dropped the gut-punching truth humans forced them out of their own home. The air in that room crashes to absolute zero. Our main man and May are left completely frozen, stunned by what they just heard. But right when our unsuspecting lead least expects it, everything starts snapping into place, he mutters to himself, and yeah, just like I figured. Realizing he'd just cracked open a nightmare of memories, he's crushed for even bringing it up until a fire sparks in his eyes. He's in their debt, and he'll set out to make their lives better, even if it means digging up the cursed past for the supplies they need. Next thing he realizes, they've got traumatic memories nailed to that place, so he cuts right to the point and tells them he's not going to ask for their help. With zero hesitation, this absolute unit slams both hands on the table and roars that he's going there solo. With a grin that screams reckless and brilliant at the same time, he declares his destination, the ocean. Then, the very next morning, he's packing to bolt until May steps in and corners him, demanding to know why he's so dead set on this solo trip. As they head out, she insists she's coming too. But our hero shuts it down on the spot. He tells her she can't fight and that she has to stay with her mother. May ain't backing down. She snaps back that he only smashed the latch because the goblins tripped over their own feet. Ouch, and his face tells the whole truth. Right then, the chief strolls in like he owns the room, drops the rules and tells May to listen to Masaru because she's not the fighting type. Then he whips his gaze to our boy, dead serious, and thrusts a gift into his hands. It's a whole set of freaking armor because the chief will grant one last favor if he ever meets any humans. He's got to tell them the rabbit tribe is still alive and thriving. Our hero snatches this quest without a second thought, swearing he'll dig up the truth behind what really went down in their old town. After that last teary-eyed goodbye to me, he throws his fist up in the air, all geared up and ready to charge into the adventure. And just like that, he's gone, like the world just blinked. This guy rips across the wilderness for days, and with his razor-sharp map skills, he threads through every twist like it's nothing until his target finally appears on the horizon. The ocean. Yeah, he finally made it through, and even while he was at it, he snagged this tiny little side quest along the way. All right. Flashback one day, our hopeless hero got jumped by a pack of scummy bandits. They crowd him like they've just spotted an easy target. One of them even plays it friendly and close, and that was a huge mistake. Our boy snaps the guy down instantly with a brutal right hook. The other bandits snap their weapons up because they absolutely didn't expect someone to come at them with this kind of disrespect. A few moments later, the whole squad is wiped out and face first in the dirt. Our guy can't even believe it because these so-called bandits were somehow even weaker than goblins, and honestly, that's straight up humiliating. He remembers some shady talk about bad people having no rights, then decides right then and there that it's not who he is. After knocking him out, this madman doesn't finish the job. He slams healing magic on the guy he just KO'd. Yeah, our hero is way too kind to ever be a cold-blooded killer. So he just grabs every weapon and herb they've got as payback, then tosses them back out. Boom, trouble over. They get to walk away breathing, and he walks off stacked. Win-win, easy. Right in the middle of the present, his map suddenly dings. He's picked up a signal, and it's real. There it is, the seaside town where May and her people once called home. He slips in as an adventurer to check it out, then stops cold because something's terribly wrong. The watchtower's empty, and the entrance is wrecked like beasts tore through it. He steps inside with bated breath, and the town hits him like a punch. Every last street owned by goblins, who are busy partying around a bonfire right in the middle of the road. Wait! Our hero just stands there, totally stunned as the chaotic goblin raven unfolds before his eyes. All right. So our boy trips right into what looks like a goblin company picnic, straight out of hell, and the genius move he pulls, he deadpans, asking if they're all stuck in the middle of overtime. Bro, I swear they're not clocking overtime for this because the second he's done butting in, he realizes the witty talk won't save him. And those guys look absolutely fed up with his interruption. With no other choice, this absolute unit snaps into a battle stance and basically yells, "Comet and me." He knows they've got him outnumbered, but he's still sitting on a secret weapon. Without even hesitating, he whips his sword through the air and obliterates the first goblin that dares to come within reach. Look, our main guy might not sling any wild offensive magic, but he's got a sword and he knows swordsmanship like it's second nature. Then bam, he gets rocked by a club on the spot. Turns out his sword skills aren't some legendary gift at all. It's basically the kendo we practice to pass the system. And yeah, that epic fantasy power, it's just an after-school club thing. But hey, if it works, it works. He snaps back with a laser-precise wrist strike, the textbook kendo move, and drops one of those little creeps fast. The goblins look totally lost, and our guy finally clicks into gear when that sword sinks into his grip. It feels right, and he's already itching for what's next. Right when his confidence soars to its peak, a huge shadow suddenly crashes down over him. And that's when the final boss music slams in. Right as a goblin knight comes barreling through the party, riding a leg boar so ridiculously oversized and unhinged it feels illegal. This is straight up grade A, nightmare fuel, pure terror, no questions asked. Our hero has to lunge out of the way as the beast barrels through the area like a savage, furry freight train. But the second he clocks it, he knows this isn't just anybody. It's the village boss. And just like that, the whole situation spirals from bad to straight up apocalyptic. The boar-riding duo whips around for another round, plowing through everything like it's standing in their way. This thing is unbelievably fast, and our main guy barely scrapes by the second blast, barely dodging it at the last second. He plants his feet and braces himself for the next assault, ready to take it head-on. But the full-on charge hits like a wrecking ball, and he gets launched flying. Then he realizes he's done for because his sword can't even reach the goblin perched on its back. He thinks about swiping the boar to a stop himself, but at that speed, it'd trigger a catastrophic pileup, and chances are it would tear his arms clean off. Hold up an accident. Our hero freezes, and a light bulb suddenly clicks on in his mind. The goblin boss erupts in a cackle, totally clueless as a chaotic plan ferments in the shadows. This boredom is basically a speeding car. So, you've got a speeding car, what do? You slam the brakes and make it stop right now. The goblin snaps to attention as he bellows, and pure confusion floods its face. Then R unleashes his deadliest cheat, his item box, and rips a massive log straight into the boar's charging path. The beast and its rider barely even blink, and then a brutal roadblock slams into them, obliterating them on the spot. With the boss finally down, the drained hero plants his sword into the ground and just gasps for breath. The last goblins just stand there completely stunned, their little brains fried, and that's it, everything else is just small fries. Then a horrifying thought slams into him. What if they bolt and scream for backup? He won't let it happen. He darts in and wipes out the last pest before they can even squeal. Just as he's about to finish the job, a fully armored knight on horseback barrels in and demands to know who he is. Turns out he's the vice captain of the greatest kingdom's army, and that guy looks furious. Just when our boy finally starts to catch his breath after wiping out a whole goblin army all by himself, trouble pops up out of nowhere right on the horizon. A squad rolls in looking super official. Their leader steps forward, jabs a ridiculously shiny sword toward him, and barks, "So, who are you?" The big boss who calls himself General Cook breaks the tension instantly with a ridiculously cheerful grin. He tells them they're the cavalry, sworn to wipe out the goblins only to find the place already wrecked, like somebody beat them here. The general stares at the total carnage, stunned out of his mind, and turns to our hero like, "No way you did all this alone." His knights are losing it, storming in and taking on this many goblins all by themselves. What are you thinking? The general's genuinely impressed. He says he'd heard rumors about a goblin rider, a real nightmare then. watches the absolute unit in front of him deal with it like it was nothing. No sweat, no strain. But the interrogation kicks off and they start grilling him his age, his job, his skills while our guy panics, fumbles for answers, and you can tell he's never dealt with this kind of spotlight. Seeing this raw, untouched power, General Cook snaps into action and offers him a Spawn Knights right away. Then he starts geeking out, swearing he once read a manga where the hero gets promoted from the very beginning. But our hero doesn't even pause. He smashes him with a brutal, "Sorry, I kindly refuse." This guy plants his feet and proves it. He insists the purpose that drove him here still holds the power to carry him forward, and the general, shocked at first, doesn't get offended at all. He's ecstatic. Amazings! You've got iron will and this dude is totally unhinged. But honestly, I'm loving every second. Masaru, the ultimate pragmatist, twists the conversation and demands to know where the villagers are. Then the general snaps orders to his men to track them down because they're hiding close by. Then our hero drops a wild request. He wants someone to clean up the goblin corpses with their own hands, and the knights are left completely stunned, for good reason. Then he breaks into a full-throttle public service announcement on proper corpse disposal: dig a hole, burn the bodies, stop disease, keep wolves away, then bury the ashes, and somehow it's a shockingly smart plan. The soldiers are totally stunned, staring at this random, hyper-competent weirdo like, wait, are we really supposed to obey him? Meanwhile, up in the god realm, the goddess squad huddles over their divine monitor, and it's one massive meltdown the moment everything kicks off. They're completely stunned what's happening. One of them snaps and screams at the top of their lungs. They can't even process what they're seeing. The Knights of the Kingdom are straight up interacting with their isekai hero. They try to make sense of it, sure, goblins are weak, but that goblin rider should have been a nightmare, even for Masaru. They dig up his resume from Earth, and honestly, it's pretty chill. As a kid, he crushed kendo. In high school, he held his own as a boxer, but nothing on there screams one-man army. Then it hits me, boom, one of the goddesses finally clocks what's going on. No, this isn't Masaru's fault. This world's physics are busted beyond belief because his usual Earth-level strength is basically god tier here. Panic hits like a truck. Then one goddess flips out because she just realized this is the absolute worst-case scenario. If they just abandon him like this, he won't only be a hero, he'll become the spark that blows up the entire world. Back on solid ground, Masaru blissfully ignores the doomsday power he's carrying while he watches the villagers come streaming back. Village Chief Garb is bombarding the general with thanks, but the general cuts in fast, saying our main man did all the real heavy lifting. The general hands Masaru the village reward straight to him, and our boy, never one to miss free stuff, snatches the deal without hesitation. But then the chief breaks down in tears, swearing the village is shattered to pieces and they've got nothing left to offer. Not a single coin. Masaru shrugs it off like it's nothing. He's not after cash at all. What he wants is simple water bottles, wooden boxes, and a stash of seashells. The general's baffled. Seashells? You're seriously telling me this is for that dirt wall you're building? Then one of the knights leans in and tells the chief, just give him what he wants, get it over with. The chief nods and says they've got to grab the boxes anyway because they need to ferry water from the ocean, and their village has zero water source. And that's when our guy drops the bombshell. Wait, chief? You're really saying he doesn't have to cart water to the village, right? With a smirk on his face, he lets them have it. He knows their secret, and that perfectly working well, hidden right beside the garden. The chief's expression crashes to shadow. Everyone freezes in shock. How did you know that now? The knight's gut suddenly screamed, hold up, this village isn't supposed to be barren and out of water. The mood flips in an instant. Those villagers are lying there exposed, and the second they spot a chance, they scramble for pitchforks and sickles like they're done pretending to be friendly. One of them lunges forward, yelling that Masaru ratted them out to the knights, then declares they're all doomed. The farmer whips his weapon out with pure kill intent, but our hero doesn't even blink. He snatches the blade out of the air, smashes the wooden handle into two with one hand, then glares back like, you just made a brutally big mistake. Alright, buckle up, because after our boy single-handedly wrecked the goblin welcoming committee, the local knights finally roll in. The blonde one points at the pile of knocked-out villagers like, are you serious? And then you're like, wait, you did all this while we were talking. Nothing. Our main guy just cackles like it's hilarious. What am I supposed to say? They hit me first, and those goblins were just brutal. But Garv isn't buying it. He snaps that they only went hostile because our hero dragged their shady secret into the light. Then he whips around to the tied-up villagers. So what now? What are you gonna do? Now the knight's faces darken, hiding the well and attacking someone like that. I'd normally have every one of the responsible people executed. He pauses just long enough for it to hit home, then drops the real punchline, turning them into slaves. The villagers snap into full panic like their souls ripped out at once as they drop to their knees and start begging for their lives. While they're panicking, our unsuspecting lead flashes this ridiculous smug grin like he's already plotting something chaotic. He slides in like a switch flips, shuts the whole thing down, and shouts, "Hi everyone, just wait." This absolute unit straight up tells him to drop the whole incident like it never happened. The catch is simple, they only have to answer a few questions and do him one tiny favor. But the knights are totally thrown, staring at this guy like, what the hell are you cooking? Then boom, he drops the bombshell. 2 years ago, this village belonged to rabbit people, so where the heck did they all go? Garv immediately starts breaking out in sweat, scrambling to win the other knights over, so tell me, are you guys really just gonna let this interrogation happen? But Eldam, the one above him, cuts him off with a single, sharp command. Then our hero drops his true motives. People believe in me, he says, eyes blazing. And right there, he sets the stage for the one question he has to answer. He's not just poking around, he's doing it for the rabbit people. Every other knight shoots glances at Garv and the village chief, and you can practically watch the wheels spin in their minds because those two are absolutely concealing something. Eldam finally snaps, he knows he's trapped, and this guy won't fold, and he relents. All right then, I'll talk to you. He launches into a wild story about the last king's massive war of expansion from 5 years back. He swears they threw down, crushed them, and the rabbit people just bolted clean story, no mess. Our boy immediately snaps back, calling it out no hesitation. It wasn't captured by some country, he says with ice in his voice. Humans did it, pirates? He rips open the horrifying truth. Those rabbit people who didn't run were captured and sold off into slavery. And even today, their people are still drowning in grief. That bombshell hits and Garv totally snaps. He yanks our hero by the collar and his face cracks into pure, unhinged rage. Let them go. Release all the rabbit people now. Then right when our guy calmly says it can't be done, Garv's logic circuits instantly fry, and suddenly I'll get to it and take their place as slaves. And that's the end, he snaps. His patience evaporates, and he fires back, "You're telling me I can't do that after you turned innocent rabbit people into slaves?" Leaves! His voice shoots up, rattling with rage. So, tell me, are you alloyed to take any of them you want? Huh, Slavas? The facade is gone, and now it's just raw, unfiltered rage. Don't mess with me. He blasts them with a verbal firestorm. You murderous invaders have no right here. This is justice. The knights are frozen in place, utterly blindsided and totally not ready for this brutal level of intensity. Then, just like that, the storm blows over. He sucks in a breath, apologizes for snapping, and tells them he'll give them all the time they need to decide. Then boom, he cracks open a portal and strides out like he owns the place. Yeah, he strides through the portal and boom, the princess smacks him clean across the face. What are you thinking, idiot? She snaps, grabs him, and starts hauling him out like a storm full-blown meltdown mode. Why are you trying to fight them? Are you really trying to burn down a whole country? Andy, make me cry? Why? Our hopeless hero is done with today. No, I don't hate you, but you dragged me here without my consent, remember? He tells her to stay out of sight, but she's already spiraling, panicking like she's about to fight an entire army by herself. She's completely stunned when he admits he can't either. Her face freezes in pure shock. No way is it really that bad. He yanks her hand and cuts her off mid-freakout. Wait, hold up. I've got to tell you what's happening to my body right now, because he locks eyes with her and drops the next massive bombshell, basically telling her you can take on an entire army and still come out standing. The princess's brain straight up blue screens, and I swear the look on her face is comedy gold. Our boy is out under the stars with a literal goddess, and she drops a total bombshell. You can take on an entire army by yourself. And his reaction is just, come again. Then the goddess drops this bombshell when they drag this guy into his new life. They had to reshape his body for magic, and yeah, they went way too hard, just a tiny bit. Still, she drops this casually, like it's nothing. His magic recovery is upgraded to a spirit class now, while the poor guy just stands there, utterly clueless and hopeless. So she lays it out for him. Turns out you're basically on the same level as being straight up forged from magic. Magic hits and the buffs keep stacking. His physical strength is absurd. Running barely keeps him breathing. And he controls magic so easily it's like a TV remote in his hand. The look on our main man's face. Priceless. He's thinking, yeah, I might have clocked one or two of those things because the second he remembers everything, unhinged, he's done. You can practically see his soul sweating. And just like that, she keeps going, explaining that once he levels up, his stats are about to go even crazier. This absolute unit finally clicks. He's been sprinting around like a level 100 monster in a starting zone this whole time and didn't even notice it. The goddess finally wears real regret on her face, but isn't that a little too late? Like bam! A sudden flash of light slashes through their cozy heart-to-heart. Boom! Next morning, Captain Cook and the boys roll up like a wave to greet Masaru. Cook's already spiraling about what comes next, blurting, "Listen, yeah, those villagers let the beast folk slip through, but other towns won't be nearly that forgiving." That's our problem-solving hero, cool as ice. So, tell me, do you've got a list of where all the other beast folk are? All right, yeah, we've got it. And we can cook too, so come on, let's roll out and talk to the bigwigs. But Masaru clocks it instantly. Cook is way too calm for a negotiation. This tense, he leans in and asks, "What's going on?" And Cook just smirks and goes, "Honestly, I thought you'd just beat the whole problem into submission by punching everyone. People are already whispering about our hero's chaotic fixes, and the rumor is spreading like wildfire. They scramble into a carriage and race straight to Cook's main HQ, the City of Knights. A few hours later, they finally slam into the Coastal Kingdom's base. There's this city called Putarium. And look, this isn't exactly a five-star resort. Masaru scans the Grammy streets, and all he can think is, yeah, this is a city of kings, just with some pretty questionable hygiene. Seriously, this place has zero idea what sanitation even means. As they rush toward the main hall, one of the knights suddenly calls out that an identification check is coming. And our boy instantly starts sweating like crazy. The guy's face turns deathly pale. You want to know why? Because this absolute unit never even bothered to get an Adventurer's Guild card. They finally burst into the guild, and the receptionist just stares in disbelief. What do you mean you don't have one? Yeah, because everyone gets one the moment they turn 12. Luckily, Captain Cook steps in, talks it out, and they stamp him registered right then and there. Masaru slaps his hand onto this insane god-tier magical device that spits out the card by itself. The receptionist swears it's locked down tight. No way to pull off fraud, and your private info stays buried, except for your name and whatever criminal record you've got. He snatches a brand new shiny card and finally gets ready to prove he's a real, legit adventurer. But then he taps the card and bam, the stats explode onto the screen. And the second it happens, the whole room collectively flips out, like everyone just lost control at once. The knights got their mouths hanging open, eyes bulging like they just saw the impossible. This isn't some normal person's status screen. One of them just blurts, "What the hell?" Masaru, bless his clueless heart, blurts out, "Is it weird to have this many skills?" The knights are basically trembling him with their shouting, "Abnormal." And most people only have 1 or 2 TBO skills, but you've got a whole library and 5 titles. So our guy tries to play it cool, hides the screen, and goes, "Oops, tiny mistake, nothing to see here." He's on his knees, begging forget all that. The real point is, I'm not a spy, okay? So please, just let it slide. But the damage is already done. Cook's men are in full-blown panic because now they know nobody will ever believe their report. They shove him into the assembly hall pronto because the boss is waiting. Our hero is about to step straight into the lion's den and he's feeling anything but ready. They burst into the meeting room and there's an absolute monster of a man just sitting there. He stares up with an intensity so fierce it could turn milk sour, so yeah. You're here. Yo, this is Lancelot, the guy who basically runs the whole city. Masaru instantly realizes this negotiation won't be a walk in the park. This guy's aura is on a whole other planet. Lancelot doesn't waste a second, you rehear, for the beast folk, so get ready to move. Then he snaps and calls you out right on the spot. No cash, no items to trade? So what leverage do you even have? He leans in fast, eyes wide, because there's no way Masaru's about to drop. This is the kind of ridiculous deal that makes real curiosity spike. So what's our hero really bringing to the table? Not gold, not power, straight up knowledge. He unveils his massive plan, fix their food problems, create jobs, and crank up everyone's quality of life. His very first real example, he fixed their rattling, back-breaking horse carriages once and for all. He rips out the ultimate isekai weapon, the blueprint for a leaf spring suspension system. The whole room goes silent. Lancelot clocks what's happening, but you can tell he's still not fully buying it. He takes one look at that offer and instantly gets what they're really offering. But he's a practical man. If I can't see it or touch it, I'm not trusting it. So he fires back with a counteroffer. Masaru stays in the city and proves that his knowledge actually works. As long as he can't prove results, the beast people stay chained up because if he fails, he's not free either. He's trapped like a prisoner. Lancelot is wagering Masaru's entire future on this one shot. No hesitation at all, he snaps out, "So be it, bring the tea." Masaru doubles down on his promise he's going to fix the sanitation and the carriages. No excuses. Lancelot actually breaks into a smile because he's not a bad guy. He just recognizes a great deal when he sees one. He lands a citywide upgrade and dodges a beastfolk rebellion at the same time. Pure win-win. But here's the catch: when they unleash the beast folk, the general public is going to lose it. Masaru, the ultimate showman, smirks and throws out a devilish deal-a-duel. He's up against anyone who dares to fight his plan, and whoever loses has to go silent and swallow the result. Lancelot's hooked onto that rush of power. What a killer idea. But don't worry, he says there'll still be plenty of idiots who refuse to accept defeat. Punching random people won't win a thing if he wants them on his side. He has to beat the toughest fighter in the whole city, the one win that can't be argued with. With a wicked grin, Lancelot yanks his massive sword free, so come on, what do you say? All right, let's spar. Our hero's face screams it, and you can practically feel his soul get yeeted straight into the stratosphere. All right, let's kick this party off, knights. Lancelot's commander steps into our boy's space and snaps a sword up to his throat, then barks, "So, are you gonna spar with me, like a freight train with no brakes?" The second our main guy grabbed that sword, something inside him snapped in half. Lancelot clocked it instantly, and then that absolutely unhinged grin took over his face. This dude's a full-blown battle addict, and he's just found the most perfect new weapon to obsess over. Without missing a beat, our hero blurts, "I'll do it." And Lancelot's fired up like he's ready to explode, while that shady advisor in the back wears a smug grin, convinced his whole scheme is landing exactly as planned. Lancelot, itching for a fight on the spot, demands to know where it all begins, but our unsuspecting lead slams the brakes and says, "Whoa, big guy, we'll pick a date and time." Then he pivots so hard you'd swear you got whiplash. Now I'm itching to stand up and give everyone a no excuses lecture on hygiene. The whole room just short-circuited our quiet study session on sanitation standards turned into the kind of oath right before an epic duel they were totally expecting. This absolute unit then barks, "Get every Avririan you can find because he's moments away from dropping the most revolutionary knowledge this kingdom has ever heard." And yes, he's getting you to wash your hands first. Lancelot nods along, but then our guy hits back with a killer detail: attendance is mandatory for the higher-ups too. No excuses, no exceptions. Can't let the bosses set the wrong example, right? And honestly, that quiet, passive-aggressive sting is pure brilliance. But don't get it twisted, the duel is still fully happening. All right, class is starting. Our main man steps in front of a room full of confused knights and straight up drops a bomb. The biggest problem we're dealing with is the total lack of proper sanitary practices. He lays it all out like it's plain common sense: cook your meat, boil your water, and for the love of God, clean your damn house. The knights are furiously scribbling this down like they've just uncovered forbidden spell work, and our hero can't stop thinking, wait, why am I explaining things a kid in primary school already knows? One of the knights is stunned that he can just fire off a full-on lecture out of nowhere. And this guy just keeps talking, spitting facts like, wash up, stay clean, and plagues don't spread. Stop the suffering, stop the deaths. Honestly, that's basically unheard of around here. And that's it. This is the final straw for Lancelot. He locks eyes, leans in, and fires the million-dollar question. "Masaru, who are you really?" Finally, Lancelot clocks just how priceless that information is, because now the deal is totally one-sided, and our boy is leaving him feeling insanely indebted. But he just grins and says, "Getting in someone's debt isn't exactly professional." "Oh, so you think you're clever, Lancelot?" Our hero spots the opening and lunges in, then flashes a refreshing smile and says, "So, what do you say?" before smoothly asking if you'd be willing to lend him your smithing workshop. He's already got a whole laundry list of upgrades he's itching to start, starting with the horse carriages. Lancelot nods in agreement, then leans in and warns him this capital has snatched up every good blacksmith in sight, so the whole place is basically a fixer-upper. They crash into the workshop, and calling it a fixer-upper is the understatement of the century. Inside is a total disaster, stacked high with a mountain of Unurials. And the moment he sees it, pure terror knocks the life out of him. "Pineapples, yeah, I need a pineapple." He snaps and starts screaming, fully losing his cool. He snaps into full Gordon Ramsay mode on these nights. Unacceptable. "You call this a workshop?" He lays down the law and demands a complete inventory of everything by the end of the day. Today, Lancelot steps up to defend his men, snapping that they've been coasting on the bare minimum, yeah. And for our guy, that's nowhere near enough. Then bam, flashback time. He's back in his old life, slinging orders at a giant home center, running tens of thousands of items with freakishly perfect organization. That mess isn't just sloppy, it's a direct insult to who he is. He snaps his finger at the commander and barks, "Lancelot, take care of the back, rally your men and get this place under control." With an over-the-top pose, he booms, "All right, watch me show you what real inventory management looks like." And just like that, the epic cleanup kicks off. Knights drag in crates and start sorting supplies, all while our hero barks precise orders like a master at work. He's literally pointing out hammers, nails, and even hamsters. Wait, what? But they slammed all the organized materials into neat stacks. Burning the midnight oil, he kept going long after the night should have ended. And finally, it's Yash. The workshop is spotless now, cleaned, organized, and finally ready to use. While Masaru's sorting, he stumbles on a pile of wild fantasy metals he's never laid eyes on: black steel, crimson ore, and more. Then the shady advisor suddenly barges back in, seething that they're trapped in a brutal contract, stuck buying piles of useless ore they never asked for. But when everyone else sees trash, our boy's eyes light up treasure. He grabs the junk and thinks, time to experiment, because he's about to forge some insanely powerful new alloys. Then he hits them with a full-speed Metallurgy 101 crash course, breaking down exactly how you turn copper and tin into bronze. The advisor's jaw drops as Masaru launches into a wild ramble about making stainless steel next. With the workshop finally spotless, Masaru grins, opens his smithing skill menu, and hits level 2. The description is straight up unhinged. Somehow he can shape and process metals without a single tool, and the moment he hears it, he instantly realizes it's exactly what it looks like: a full-on cheat skill. He realizes these skill tickets are insanely powerful, and now it's all about nailing the practice and perfecting his aim. He pours everything he's got into 2 iron ingots, ready to bend reality to his will. "Master this and I can conquer anything," he thinks. Then he decides to begin with something small. Several hours later, he's still locked in, eyes pinned to that knife. He's not even throwing the skill out. He's dissecting it piece by piece, studying how every part locks into place. Then it slams into him. Wait, maybe I've got this skill. What if I just make it myself? The itch to make something with his own two hands hits way too hard, so he snatches up the tools. With a fierce look of focus, our boy dives in and gets to work. He hammers the forge to life, heating the metal until it glows hot, and he starts hammering it into shape with ruthless, practiced blows that hit like thunder. Then he slams that blazing blade into water, quenching the heat and locking it in with the tricks he remembers from those practical classes back in school, because this guy is absolutely loving every second. Right there, he lifts his creation with a grin full of pride. Then Lancelot steps up behind him, jaw dropped, completely stunned. Lancelot is totally lost for words. Seriously, how long have you been standing there? Masaru blurts out, and the commander admits he's been watching for a while, shocked to see our hero actually forging real weapons. Masaru shrugs it off like it's nothing, claiming it's just a blade and that he can pull off so much more. Lancelot stared in pure awe and basically told him, "I expect big things from you." Then his gaze slides to something else sitting on the table. Our main man flashes a sly, confident grin and says, "I'll show you tomorrow, be there." Meanwhile, he's out here trolling the most powerful knight in the city, and it's absolutely glorious. Lancelot just stands there, stunned, trying to wrap his head around what unstoppable, multi-talented storm he's up against. That night, our boy finally drops into his seat, wiped out to the bone and grinning so hard you can tell that hard day paid off. And there he is working in the middle of it all, surrounded by his own little army of well-made pulleys and buckets. Damn, he thinks, I might have gone way too far with this. But this is his whole heart he lives, for crafting things that genuinely help people. It's his burning, soul-deep passion. Then, tomorrow, he's hauling these into town and teaching everyone how to use them. But for now, the night's still green and this metalsmith's got more forging to unleash. You, or the fifth art? Yeah, let's jump in. Our boy snaps awake not to coffee in the air, but to a blonde girl screaming right into his face. He's totally thrown for a loop, and the first clear thing that pops into his head is, who the heck are you? My guy has zero clue what's happening, but this mysterious girl shows up like a plot twist on a Tuesday. Turns out she's just here to deliver some mail because the real knights are all slammed studying. Yeah, sure, studying. Anyway, she just dropped a message meant for our unsuspecting lead, and it's a total game changer. His showdown with Lancelot, yeah. The guy who looks like he chews boulders for breakfast hits in just 3 days, and attendance is not optional, it's mandatory. The sheer, unfiltered panic on his face? Honestly, priceless. Then the girls start whispering that Lancelot is a total battle maniac who got way too locked in on our hero. While our guy is sweating through his armor, the blonde is cackling like it's her favorite show, loving every second of the chaos. Then his friends yell for a medical team on standby like, "That'll stop panic," as if telling someone, "Don't worry about jumping off a cliff because an ambulance is waiting at the bottom." But does this absolute unit even know fear? Nah, he juts out his chest, swears he'll give it everything, and promises he won't hurt Lancelot too badly. The audacity is unreal. These girls are totally stunned by his ridiculous flex, but he doesn't back down, straight up promising a small demo of his power. You gotta respect the audacity of that bluff, because while you're talking big, Lancelot is posted at the training area just waiting for our main man to arrive, fully decked out like he's ready for a fight. But what's waiting for him instead? Our boy is posted by the well, seconds away from giving a full-on home improvement pitch. Lancelot rode up for a duel and stumbled right into a TED Talk. Then, without skipping a beat, that guy swelled the crowd so hard he turned his pre-duel nerves into a full-on product launch. He's a total showman, waving someone over and demanding a volunteer to join him for his big demonstration. A woman steps forward and he flashes a confident grin, insisting his new invention is so easy that even a kid could figure it out. Then he fires up a deep, no-holds-barred explanation of a hand pump, diving into how you prime the water and how vacuums make it work. To them, this is straight-up forbidden sorcery. Then he cranks the handle with a few sharp pumps, and boom, water erupts like a raging geyser, blasting everyone's minds wide open. The crowd goes wild, chanting it's magic, but our hero smirks and cuts in, "Nope, it's a pump," then declares he's rolling them out citywide. But hold up, this infomercial isn't done yet. Next on the hit list, shaking up horse carriages and starting a full-on revolution. He crawls under the cart, spots the problem on the spot, and the whole design looks ridiculously primitive. It's just wheels screwed onto a frame, and that's a one-way ticket to a busted spine. Then he yanks out a whiteboard like a master engineer and lays out his big, spring-powered suspension dream, explaining every brilliant detail. Lancelot's eyes scream, "My brain just fried!" But our boy is locked in fully in his zone, ready to build. He's furiously sketching blueprints while Lancelot just stands there, totally lost and staring in pure bewilderment. The guy's craving blood, but the universe just hands him a twisted physics lesson. Then the construction montage kicks off. And just like that, prototype number 1 is finished, done, and ready to blow everyone's minds. Masaru pitches a test ride, and even though Lancelot is totally thrown off, he nods and agrees. They launch into motion, and the cart skims over the jagged ground like it's flying. Lancelot's soul nearly rips out of his body. Then the device kicks in for real, and suddenly he's gliding through futuristic comfort like he's finally back in control. Our hopeless hero then unloads even more hard truths, breaking down the differences between every suspension type, like it's crucial survival info. He isn't just building a better carriage, he's setting the stage for a whole automotive revolution, diving into shock absorbers and pushing toward bigger models. The other knights are snapping, already plotting their cushy road trips, while Lancelot's still trying to wrap his head around the fact that his duel got hijacked like a wild episode of Pimp My Ride. Masaru hands Lancelot the next ride, and you can practically see respect lighting up in the big guy's eyes. Lance, always the pragmatist, says they'll need real craftsmen to keep the new tech running. Then our boy smirks, already a mile ahead, and promises he'll teach everyone himself. Right here is where he springs the trap. He drags up their old chat about the balance deals. Checkmate Lancelot realizes he's been played, and he snaps, demanding to know what Masaru really wants. And our main man comes out swinging. He's got peace talks on the table because this game-changing tech is meant to end the invasions on beast folk and humans and to stop the stealing of all that extra ore. The air turns heavy with raw tension. Masaru locks eyes with him and hits him with the words, "That's it." Right there, Lancelot is completely floored. Then he nods, gives his word, and they lock in a deal that's about to rewrite the future of their entire world. Old Lancelot finally says he can only promise peace for his own city, and it's a massive, jaw-dropping win. As he storms out, Masaru leans in and gives him a heartfelt, sincere thank you. But Lancelot, pure battle-crazed chaos, cackles in his face and reminds him their duel is still locked in 3 days from now. Once a deal's locked in, some things never really change. Masaru exhales in pure relief, but his day isn't done right away. His own people crowd him, buzzing with excitement over every new invention he's cooked up. This absolute unit's magic and social battery is totally dead, he's done, and all he wants is to crash into sleep. He crumples onto a pile of women, groaning, and basically says, teaching new tech to people wrecks him mentally and physically. Later, he stares back at his old life and the craftsman who drilled every single skill into him. He's sprawled in his room, staring out at the night sky like it's about to drop a secret. Right as he begins mumbling that old, kind of cringy poetry under his breath, suddenly it hits him. He's not alone at all, goddess. Victimius is perched right on his roof. She leans in and asks if that poem came straight from his hometown. He makes it crystal clear, and she's so nosy she blurts, "Who was it about?" Our boy finally opens up, spilling the whole story of his first love, pure love at first sight. Then a disaster when he tries to confess and everything falls apart. Right when he finally found the nerve to speak, she was already locked in with someone else, so he swallowed the heartbreak, forced a smile, and congratulated her like a total champ, even though it hurt like hell. Then he drops the wild coincidence. Turns out the rabbit kid he met is Daimi just like her. Victor looks down at him, and you can tell Victimia's expression turns genuinely, heartbreakingly sorry. This sparks a sharp memory in Masaru, and suddenly he realizes the one crucial thing about what she told him the last time they parted. He tells her meeting the rabbit people saved his life and lit a whole new purpose inside him. He earnestly thanks her for bringing him into this world, and that alone makes her blush so hard she totally loses herself. She hands him a bleed-soft smile, and it hits like a whispered warning. Then he fully vanished into the moment, completely lost. He grabs her attention and snaps her out of it by demanding, "What's wrong?" Then it hits him pure genius, and he thinks she's still a worthless goddess and blurts it out by accident. Her face instantly curdles. He snaps into furious backpedaling, saying he's grateful anyway. Still, she shrugs it off and lets it go. Just like that, everything's fine again. With a second wind roaring in his chest, our hero breaks toward the smithy to crank out even more work. The grind never ever relents. As he backs away, he shoots one last look over his shoulder. The goddess stares as he walks away, smiling to herself. The moon looks unreal tonight, doesn't it? And with that quiet, powerful thought, she seals the night with a final spark. All right, let's kick this off because for 5 brutal days, our main man's been burning on fumes and sheer willpower with nothing left but grit. When he wasn't busy helping the victims of that total chaos, he was in full blacksmith mode, hammering and prepping for the fight of his life. And just like that, the duel day finally crashes in, and the whole town shows up, cramming a massive coliseum wall to wall like they're about to witness history. This isn't some random brawl, this is the biggest moment of the whole season. Out of nowhere, the spotlight snaps to Lancelot, here he comes. And honestly, he's impressed. Masaru didn't just take the bags and vanish. Masaru shrugs like it's nothing. I didn't hear a word about a duel, but it looks like a whole festival's exploded in the streets. Before Lancelot can even start jawing, this absolute unit zeroes in on his subordinates. Then Lancelot just snaps, "Where's my sword? You promised you'd fix it." And just like that, our boy doesn't even hesitate. He lands the most legendary line straight at him. "Oh, that." Then he flips back, "Sorry I broke it for reference, my bad." Lancelot's whole world instantly implodes. But don't sweat it. Our hero shows up ready. He bites down on a brand new black sword and shoves it toward Lancelot, bragging that it's way tougher. Even if it's a downgrade from a short sword, beggars can't be choosers. This unsuspecting lead swung in with his own weapon, way too confident for someone who didn't see it coming. Lancelot just cackles, and it's almost cute, like your defeat is going to look even better than he promised. Our hero smirks right back. Yeah, fine, I'll do everything I can to hold back. Fine. Yeah, oh, this smack talk is turning nuclear. Lancelot leans in and tells him the last fool who underestimated him had to literally swallow his own words. Then he zeroes in on our boy and grills him about what it feels like to get beaten by humans. Masaru just answers with a cold stone like none, and that man is a straight-up savage. They trade blows for a moment. Lancelot finally admits this guy's got serious power. But the talking's done, both of them know this is about to turn into an all-out brawl. They storm into the arena, ready to clash and throw down. The crowd goes wild, roaring like the whole arena just exploded with energy. From the VIP box, our boy locks eyes with the messenger girl below. She's cheering him on like a burst of sunshine, glowing with pure radiance. A tiny spark of motivation never hurt anyone, right? The announcer blasts the crowd into a frenzy, then roars out the matchup, Knight Commander Lancelot versus Adventurer Musaru. It's simple, just you versus me, one-on-one, no teams allowed. The duel only ends when one fighter drops their guard and surrenders, or when they simply can't fight anymore, and you've got to promise a fair, honorable duel. Next, their eyes snap locked across the whole arena. The tension is so thick you could slice it, and the ref starts right now, it's on. Steel screams as their blades collide just for a heartbeat. It looks like pure power will decide everything. So Lancelot is genuinely shocked. His face snaps into a wild, unhinged grin, so there really is someone out there who can match me in strength. Now step up and show me what you're made of. Lancelot unleashes an absolutely wild storm of attacks. Our boy is getting absolutely smashed, desperately throwing himself in front of every blow as Lancelot just keeps trying to force his way to victory with raw power. With one single swing, he lashes out so hard that it straight up obliterates the stone floor right under their feet. Our poor, doomed hero is sweating bullets, staring like, seriously, are you actually trying to kill me? I, Lancelot, stop mid-step and say, so, you're the weird one, huh? Because I finally clocked it. You've got the strength and the years behind you? Yet your technique is straight up trash. George isn't wrong, our boy is just blasting pure instinct in the moment, not even relying on real skill. He can already tell he's outmatched in a real sword duel, his body just won't obey like a true swordsman's does. Alright, as he realizes he's toast in a straight up brawl, our main guy goes, nope, and suddenly gets creative because he's not exactly cut out to be a warrior. He spent years working at a home center, soaking up every useless little trick, and now he's about to unleash it all like his grand finale. Move skill I am, Bucks. He yells and bam, the sky suddenly rains down logs like it's attacking. The VIPs are utterly stunned. Nobody even had a skill user on their bingo card for this fight. Lancelot's completely baffled. What are you planning? Are you really trying to trip me with this? But our guy is just warming up once he hits that sane skill US, his woodworking, construction, and everything in between skills all fire off at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the logs and spare parts streaking through the arena snap together like they're being summoned. Lancelot's eyes snap around in total shock. He's not stuck with trash anymore, he's standing in the middle of fully functional sage weapons. Our boy whips out pure galaxy brain strategy crafting insanely complex machinery on the fly, transforming a clean sword duel into a full-on war zone. The catapults roar to life, and Lancelot has to scramble and dodge for his life as massive projectiles come flying at him like death itself. He twists out at the last second barely before the whole thing flattens him. The VIPs are freaking out, and the blonde lady thinks he's only stalling to buy time. But her companion finally spots the truth, and then he erupts, shouting her name, Lancelot. No, this wasn't random chaos. It was a trap. Our boy built a massive ballista and zeroed it in on the Knight Commander. Lancelot finally gets it. He's been funneled straight into a slaughter zone, and if he so much as twitches, he's getting skewered. Two huge arrowheads slam into place on both sides of his head, stopping right before they could pin him down like shish kebab. Job, he gets pinned down so hard it's like he's stuck in place forever. And the Knight Commander is completely frozen where he stands. The crowd freezes in total silence, like someone slammed a mute button on the whole world. Lancelot is slammed to his knees, completely pinned in place. Our boy steps up with chilling calm, slides his blade to the commander's throat, and it's all over. Checkmate. Lancelot is boiling with rage. He swears he got played, and he's convinced that if he can just crash back into close range, he'll turn the tide and win. In the end, the only thing he can really trust right now is his own arm. If he'd just swing his sword, God, he strains with all his might to lift his weapon, yet it won't move an inch. He gasps in terror and looks down. Our hero's black sword, the one he gave him, is yanked into place, magnetized tight to a massive black slab that just erupted out of the ground. He got trolled from the very first second, and the whole VIP section can't even process what they're seeing. Our boy laid out the whole plan, every last move. The announcer's voice crashes through the arena. Matt Shover, the winner is Masaru! And Lancelot is left kneeling in the dirt, utterly crushed by the sheer force of home improvement. Alright, let's jump right back into the chaos dust swirls across the arena, and Commander Lancelot locks eyes with Masaru like, respect, and how in the world did you pull that off? It finally clicks for him. Every single move in that fight was a trap built to crack his sword, and our main guy just steps in with the smoothest, most self-satisfied smirk you've ever seen. Yep, the secret's out, and everybody's finally gonna know. With the whole stadium locked in, they finally get to sit down for their post-game chat. Masaru blurts out his confession honestly. I thought your blade was about to crack in half, but I had to make sure. Then this absolute unit lays out the full madness behind his 5D chess play. He straight up admits he'd borrowed Lancelot's sword earlier, quietly tested the material, and realized that's the defibrillate he's wielding right now, that spring-loaded arrow trap. Pure misdirection, just to get close enough to slice the commander's weapon clean in half. From the very beginning, it was a full-on gamble. And our boy keeps going explaining that even Lancelot's massive ballista arrow was nothing more than a weapon meant to steer his every move. He low-key trolls the kingdom's strongest warrior by going, see, fighting ain't just sword skills, it's also what gear you've got. And to top it off, this absolute menace just raises the insanely overpowered sword he forged like it's nothing. So here, take this token of my appreciation for the duel. Lancelot, utterly stunned, snatches the blade, and then he takes a test swing that slices the air almost in two. He just cackles, already feeling the kind of power he's got in his hands. Ha ha, you might be right. If you'd handed this to me before the duel, that would have been a terrible idea. Then the whole vibe flips. Lancelot turns stone serious for one heartbeat. He calls himself a berserker, an all-in warrior who lives for the pure rush of battle. But the moment he got it stronger, everyone else got slaughtered in comparison like plain old cannon fodder. He towered past every comrade until finally there was nobody left who could even scratch him, let alone challenge him. He just kept polishing his sword day after day, and somehow the boredom swallowed him whole. Our boy leans in hard as the commander admits it. He's basically been running the whole organization solo because nobody else can keep pace. A real, heartfelt grin blooms on Lancelot's face like something finally clicked. And that's why today was so damn special. For the first time in ages, I actually had fun. He tells Masaru they'll square up again someday once our hero is even stronger, but our unsuspecting lead is like, yeah, no, I'm good, I'd rather bail. With the bromance wrapped up, Lancelot spins toward the roaring crowd and cashes in his promise. By the name of Commander Lancelot, I'm calling it, Masaru is the winner. And right after this, the Alal-enslaved Bestfolk are to be released. Masaru and he shoot their arms up like they've won everything, and the crowd goes absolutely feral freedom. A couple nights later, they're sprawled in a tavern, trading gossip. Everyone's whispering about how Masaru used his production skills to fight. They're stunned, trying to decode how this guy has all these insane skills. Then bam, their souls rip right out of their bodies. Standing right behind them, Commander Lancelot himself looms there, radiating raw authority like it's power you can feel. The knights instantly break into a cold sweat, convinced they're about to get obliterated. Then Lancelot snaps, "Calm down, you idiots." Turns out, he's not here to punish anyone he calls in the two knights who dragged Masaru to the city and demands they spill every last detail they know about him. Lancelot studies the official report, and it's totally nonsense. The stats line up with his level, sure, but he somehow has 20 skills and even carries a title, an absurdly huge deviation from how things are supposed to work. He clocked it instantly, a level 16 kid playing like a level 7 against veterans screams red flag, because the knights don't even let a level 60 in their ranks. So this freak is beyond unheard of. At last, Lancelot can't help it. He's heartbroken knowing his bond with this amazing kid is already done. Right when he's wallowing, a sketchy figure slips into the doorway, then a strange voice murmurs, "Hold on, isn't there someone who can be a messenger for her, Oji-sama?" A few days later, our hero finally snaps into gear, ready to sprint back to the village. So he's there, talking with Lancelot, making sure the beast folk are free, and then he's telling him he's heading out. But Masaru instantly realizes something's wrong. Lancelot's rocking a huge, nasty black eye. Dude, what happened to all those bruises? Did you seriously get into a fight? Our boy is completely thrown off, trying to figure out who on earth would ever swing on this absolute unit. Right on cue, a brand new challenger steps in. It's the tavern woman, and she's livid. Ara, ara. Huh. Isn't that supposed to be for a woman of marriageable age, Lancelot Dorisama? Because she didn't tease him, she straight up kicked his ass. Lancelot proudly introduces the rascal to everyone, saying she's his 19-year-old niece, Adelina. She flashes a sweet, polite intro, then hits him with the wild reality that she just decked her legendary uncle. Our main man is utterly lost. Lancelot scrambles to explain, but Adelina just nails him with a full-on stink eye. The commander basically flat out tells everyone he's dumping his wild niece on Masaru, saying she just wants to broaden her horizons, and that our hero is exactly who needs to help build the new village. A flawless reason to finally shove that chaotic relative out of his hair. Meanwhile, Adelina zeroes in on Masaru, and you can tell she's insanely intrigued. Masaru shrugs it off and laughs, "Haha, you really do carry Lancelot's blood in your veins." He agrees to let her ride with him for a few years, while he busts his ass to build the village up from the ground. Sounds like a simple plan, doesn't it? Wrong. Lancelot snaps into overprotective uncle mode, yanks Adelina into his grip, and rips into the room. Tell me not to go. I'll cut to 2. I'll cut to my view. Just try it, and you better not lay a single finger on her. Like that? Once the dramatic farewell finally ended, they tore themselves apart and went their separate ways. Masaru yells, "We'll meet again," and strides away, dragging his brand new buddy, a little too unhinged for comfort. After grinding through a brutal long journey, he finally collected all the materials he needed. They finally burst up to the village gates, just as everything starts to feel real. Masaru flings his arms wide and roars to the waiting rabbit folk, "I'm back!" The reunion's finally here right now, and it's about to hit like a wave. Our desperate hero snaps the good news to the stunned beast folk, and you can practically see hope spark in their eyes. He leans in and tells them, "Listen, there's a ton to plan and talk through if we want a real future. But we'll deal with that later." Just for today, he grins warmly and says it like a promise. Tears flood her eyes as the little rabbit girl crumbles from sheer emotion, and then she barrels into him, wrapping him up in the tightest, biggest hug ever. It's finally celebration time. Get ready, because this is about to go off. Now's their moment to go all out and savor this freedom like it was stolen back with their own hands. And just as the party hits full chaos, a notification slams onto our guy's screen: world development bonus, Isekai'D. He cradles the crying girl to his chest, and joy lights up his face like it's finally over because he actually did it, changing the world one busted sword at a time. Alright, let's jump straight back into the chaos. Masaru storms into the village again, and this time he's not showing up with some sticks and berries. He looks like he just conquered a whole small nation. Around the campfire, the crew finally gets it. The whole grand scheme clicks because the human kingdom is playing fair now, and they're about to roll out the welcome mat for every freed beast folk. But Alina, the ultimate realist, can't shake the worry like, "Cool, we handed them top-tier tech, so what's to stop them from turning it into an army and marching right back over here?" Our main man shrugs it off like nothing, because he's already sealed a peace treaty. Then he hits everyone with his real answer to everything: go bigger. Go. He drops a total bombshell. This isn't just a little expansion. They're building a full-blown CID of Bestfolk. Next morning, May tries to jolt a comatose Edelina awake, and it's a full-on struggle. This absolute unit is already up, snapping awake just to check his emails, and then he yanks up his status screen and sees a message blinking right at him. This is from a brand new goddess, Era Sephora. She walks in, introduces herself as the younger sister of the shady goddess who basically yeeted him here. And then bam, she's the goddess of civilization, completely blown away by how his world is taking shape. So she ships him a bonus package. Our boy's mind just sparks and seizes for a second. More than one god, seriously. Holy crap, he instantly decides he likes this new one way more because she actually has common sense. Unlike her totally unhinged older sister, a wild, brilliant idea sparks in his head. And it might be risky as hell if he keeps pumping out these development projects. He could keep racking up divine rewards. He taps through his skills and bam, everything shoots up in level. His motivation hits like a lightning strike. With fire in his eyes, our hero rounds up every rescued rabbit folk and calls them into a town hall meeting. He cuts right to it. "Glad you're all free," he says. Then his voice drops. "We've got a massive problem. With 200 new arrivals flooding in, this village's population is about to triple overnight. Right as food runs short, homes get tight, and the real danger of defense starts to loom." With the swagger of a guy clutching every cheat code ever, he drops his bold proposal: "Let's build a CIDE." The crowd goes dead silent, stunned to the bone. Then the chiefs snap back first, shouting, "CEEI," and the whole place is like, wait, can that even happen? Masaru lights up with his god tier. Charm overload smile and makes them a promise. This smile-filled city is safe, welcoming, and built for them. And just like that, the whole crowd buys in lock, stock, and barrel. Even the chief just shakes his head, finally admitting this guy really is trustworthy after all. But our main man isn't finished. He steps up and drops a truth bomb and says there's something I haven't been honest about, making the whole room snap to attention. He draws in a deep breath, praying this gamble lands or else everyone's gonna brand him a total lunatic. Truth is, I didn't just stumble and the gods yanked me here from another world. Cold, dead silence hangs in the air. My hopeless hero sweats as he thinks, no one's ever gonna believe this insane story. Then the crowd exploded. No disbelief, just a storm of questions. Which god sent you, Kaomis? And wait, is your knowledge coming from some other civilization? The chief just cackles, stone cold, unfazed, like, obviously we believe you because this is a world with monsters and myths. Not a playground for skeptics here. Gods aren't a question, they're everyday reality. And when Masaru hears that, his jaw literally drops. They don't just trust him, they treat him like family. The kind of protector who stays right there with them, living side by side. That sweet, heart-melting moment gets ripped apart the second a storm of chaotic questions hits him about his world, the gods, and what humans are really like. With the pressure crushing him, he panicked and blurted out a crazy promise. "All right, I'll carve a bronze statue for the gods and show you later. We'll talk at dinner." He shoves tasks into the crowd right away. scrambling to slip out before the interrogation tightens its grip. While the masses were tied up, he turned straight to his two most trusted allies, Adelina and May. He's got a super secret mission lined up for them, one that drags them straight into helping him cook up slaked lime. Both of them just gawk at him, totally blank, like, what is slaked lime? Time. Our boy grins, dropping it like a secret weapon for building the city. He guides them straight to a rickety furnace he's already cooked up himself. Turns out it's painfully simple. You toss seashells into a pot, stack wood underneath, and light it up. Then he shows them the bellows, just a plain wooden box that chugs air straight into the flames. He tells you this tiny contraption is going to blast air through a tube and crank the furnace temperature past 1,000 degrees. The girls are totally lost, trapped in 1,000 degrees of heat, and they're freaking out. What are they even supposed to do out here? Masaru tosses out a quick science bomb saying water hits the boil at 100, while iron doesn't even start melting until it's well past 200 degrees. Adelina, sharp as ever, blurts out the obvious question. All right, smart guy, how do you mess with that? Right then, our hero doesn't skip a beat. He just blurts, I have no idea. He tells them, sure, the theory's cool, but safety and the right way to use it matter way more. And Adelina keeps pressing him like, what even counts as proper usage anyway? Masaru suddenly drops into full philosophy mode, saying, tech can either hand you fortune or torch everything, depending on how you wield it. It all boils down to one thing: responsibility. He slaps both of them a reassuring head pat and tells them to always weigh the consequences, whether they pull off the win or crash and burn. It's about owning your mistakes and using them like a compass to push ahead. The two stand there, visibly shaken by the little speech he just gave. Once the lesson ends, he points at the furnace and orders them to fire it up. But he's got his own mission hammering away, preparing the land for their brand new city. He shows up at the site and immediately flashes a grin because the ground is weirdly flat. Like some massive battle just tore through here and crushed everything into silence. He shrugs it off like it's just another wildly convenient side effect his cheat skills somehow pull out of thin air. That spot is perfect, solid bedrock on high ground, just like the chief promised. But here's the catch. Hammering through bedrock at this scale is a one-man nightmare, and only his weird special processing skills can pull it off. He corners the rabbit folk and demands their help. He crunches the numbers in his head and instantly realizes that even a tiny cleanup job guzzles way too much MP. If he keeps going like this, it'll take him days of non-stop grinding to clear the whole area, and panic starts to claw at him. Desperation hit him hard as he swept the area for any way out, and his eyes snapped north straight to those jagged cliffs. Earth, then it slams into him, and a mind-blowing realization rocks his entire world. His soul nearly rockets out of him. How on earth could he have forgotten that? The one thing he's been hunting for this whole time? His absolute top priority. He clocks it instantly, the ultimate Isekai starter pack item, Slan. An entire colony of them, all lined up in secret, just waiting for someone to finally uncover them. Alright, let's jump right back into the chaos. Masaru's getting blasted with praise from the village chief, and I mean non-stop. Because they're so grateful, they're basically ready to start a statue project for him just for helping them level up their town. The chief is going full force, practically pouring her heart out and declaring she trusts him completely. So how does our hero answer that heartfelt thank you? He slams down his newest creation, a massive, wiggling, gelatinous blob sealed in a box. The whole crowd instantly loses it. This dude just strolls into the village with a slime like it's nothing, and nobody has a clue what to do, but our main guy grins and lays it out. Sure, slimes are magical beasts, yet he's got a super specific, super important mission for them. He's been digging into research, and now he's ready to domesticate this little guy just to see if he'll turn into the perfect good boy. He studied non-hostile monsters that he could harvest like wood or stone, and this slime's ultimate galaxy brain master plan. His inner voice is yelling it loud for all of us. He's determined to build a toilet. Her whole mind just short-circuits using magical beasts like a resource. That idea feels completely alien to her. But our boy presses on, saying he's got to see exactly what that slime can swallow, and even more important, figure out its weakness so they can take control of it. But he doesn't stop there. This absolute beast also wants to start a lizard farm to fix his food problem. And the chief is so blown away, she gives him the green light on everything. And just like that, Masaru's slime research diary kicks off, page 1 exploding with curiosity. First look. This thing is squishy and see-through, climbing like a wet noodle. Honestly, it's kind of adorable in that dim, blob-shaped way. For his very first test, he chows down a whole box of garbage leaves and wood. The usual stuff, then shoves it right into its enclosure. And just like that, the little guy starts chowing down and quietly absorbs everything. Then boom, the experiment is a total success. A few days later, our hero is on cloud 9. He's convinced this thing will gobble human waste without a hitch, dreaming up shiny new builds in real time until he spots the slime shriveled into a pathetic little pancake, and his joy instantly dies. Like he bolts into a full-on panic, shouting, "Slime-chan!" He snatches it up and boom, it's bone dry like it hasn't seen water in forever. That poor thing is dehydrated. Crisis avoided, he drops the slime into the water, and it instantly swells back up like nothing ever happened, fully healed. That's when the big breakthrough hits: slimes fall apart under dehydration, and he finally has a way to keep them under control. That idea hits hard. What if slimes are basically nature's water filters, gulping up nasty, dirty water and spitting out clean, purified streams? Our boy is practically buzzing out of his skin with excitement. This world is a whole treasure chest of secrets just waiting to be uncovered. Good news, those villagers aren't scared of the slimes anymore. The bad news is they're treating them like adorable pets now. One-chan is already asking if she can keep one, and Masaru is frantically trying to remind everyone they may look cute. But they're still dangerous monsters, not fluffy kittens. The chief looked wiped out because this guy's chaos was relentless. She yanks him aside, panicked that he's biting off more than he can ever chew. But this guy's already sprinting 10 moves ahead in his head, mapping out the future plan to run the whole city. He tells her, "We're gonna need way more materials, especially lumber." So he leans in, begs the team at the gathering, and asks them to help him collect tree seeds and saplings. Then he totally blows their minds with his game-changing idea: tree planting. He tells them how to grab wood without wrecking the forest and says it's a trick he learned from his home center job back in the old world. Out there, the girls stare at him like he's a genius because he's calling the shots ahead of time, playing 4D chess with forestry. And get this, he's even mapping out a whole plan to plant fruit trees. The chief grills him and demands to know when he's leaving. "Don't worry, I'm going alone," he blurts, way too confident for someone with no proof. Now, fast forward to the next morning. Who's already packed and raring to go? Adelina and May grinning like they've got no worries. Our hopeless hero tries to object, but Adelina shuts him down with flawless logic. This is the perfect moment for them to go exploring and learn everything. He fights to say no, but May swoops in with the ultimate move: a tactical guilt trip hug that just knocks the argument out of him. His resolve instantly shatters. Yeah, there's no doubt. This is straight up coercion. So this brand new trio barrels into the woods. Masaru lays the plan down: scavenge wood, then hunt for edible plants and seeds too, because his real goal is to live side by side with nature. And right there, he drops this surprisingly awesome rant how his old world got wiped out by overdevelopment, and how he's determined to live in peace with this one. He instantly blushes, realizing he sounded way too cheesy. They can't get over how freaking adorable it is. Adelina even cracks him with a playful whack. Once the pep talk hits a stop, they jump straight into action, eager to go hunting for food. Time drags on and Adelina keeps stacking lumber until it's an insane, jaw-dropping pile. But they suddenly clock that Masaru has slipped away on his own. Out of nowhere, the Sealong of Swords slices through the air. He's in a full-on fight with something right now. Without even a heartbeat to spare, they sprint straight toward that sound. They catch our boy right in the middle of the fight, before anyone even gets a chance to ask what the hell is going on. He shoves a huge, slimy, wriggling mass straight into Adelina's face. She snaps it out of the air on instinct, eyes wide with pure horror because the second she grips it, she realizes it's something filthy, dripping wet. The synchronized screaming hits like pure symphonic chaos, and it's straight up beautiful. Masaru saunters up like he owns the place, then he snaps, "Sorry," with zero remorse. "I figured you'd try to dodge me." Turns out that terrifying monster is a colossal worm, an earth-shaking surprise. Then he starts geeking out hard, going on and on about how these worms are pure magic for the soil. They move by earth magic. That's the whole reason they never leave behind tunnels. May drops a bombshell: worm parts are insanely valuable, and they get turned into top-tier bows and armor. That muscle stretches like crazy and still holds strong. Adelina calls out the glaring hole in this business plan. Yeah, that's awesome. But there's barely anyone who can actually hunt a worm. Everyone falls dead silent and just stares at Masaru, the guy who handled it like it was no big deal, while May practically radiates like a glowing star. Our hero just shrugs like it's nothing. So yeah, magical beast hunting is officially on the list now. Then the conversation shifts to hunting safer, more normal food until May's ears snap upright, like she just heard something nobody else did. A hulking shadow bursts out of the trees and she locks up instantly, frozen in fear. The terror on her face hits like lightning. Masaru recognizes that look. This is way uglier than what she felt when the goblin showed up. And the fear hitting her right now, it's absolutely next level. Here, she snatches his shirt with a tickly grip. Tears pouring down her face as she screams, "You'll die." And she makes it crystal clear this is the fight you should never. He takes it dead serious, then swears up and down he won't fight. But he's got to figure out what's coming for them, so he orders everyone to stay put and rushes off to get a first look. Dude, he tiptoes up and peeks through the leaves like something's about to strike. Then right in front of them, an absolutely gigantic bear surged in and tore into a horse, shredding everything in its path. Oh shit, that's all he can think as the monstrous bear unleashes a roar that shatters reality. So yeah, today is going to be an easy one. All right, let's jump straight back into the madness. He's having a great day in the woods, right up until something 10 tons of pure furry terror starts hunting him down. His soul's clawing to escape as that drooling, unhinged beast rams through the trees, hunting for a human-sized snack. Our main man snaps into action and hurls himself behind a tree, clamping his breath and begging every god listening to him. Then he slips down, totally drained, and swears he's finally safe. As he finally catches his breath, his mind scrambles to make sense of what just happened. Sure, it was a bear, but it was no regular one. This was a magical beast, a roided-up video game nightmare straight out of hell. And then he catches the collateral damage, some kind of bizarre six-legged horse totally obliterated, and he can't help himself, pulling out his appraisal skill to figure out exactly what he's up against. The results flash on screen, and right then an assault savanna horse barrels in a twisted, magic-fueled mutation on steroids. So that demon bear wiped out the victim, then started munching like it owned the place, right? But that's where it gets wild. Why did it bolt mid-meal out of nowhere? And just like that, the sky reads his mind right on cue. It opens up and the rain starts pouring. Realizing this is his signal to vanish fast, he shuts down his hunt for the day and hurries to the chief with word of this absolute nightmare of a monster. Back at the village camp, he lays it all out, every terrifying detail of what just happened. The chief just nods, grim as steel, yeah, that was a demon bear, casually tossing out the name of a walking natural disaster like, it's no big deal. He breaks it down like this. Those things are basically unstoppable forces of nature back when they first showed up. They hit every few years and absolutely wrecked everything in their paths. Yeah, the chief straight up thanks our hero, saying it was lucky he pushed them to evacuate right when he did. But our boy is still stuck on one mystery. Why that bear bailed? The chief shrugs. Its hunger was probably already handled, and once it senses rain, it just splits. This rain isn't ordinary. It's the spark that kicks off the legendary rainy season. A brutal downpour hits so hard the whole forest and the plains drown under one gigantic, knee-deep sheet of water. That means even the demon bear can't roam freely while everyone else breathes out in relief. A totally different bombshell slams into our unsuspecting lead. He suddenly snaps to his feet and strides out of the tent like he's got a mission leaving. The chief staring in total confusion, demanding where he thinks he's going. The chief's instantly sure this is disaster, really. You're telling me you're going to take that thing on alone. But our hero isn't thinking about that bear, he snaps. The real crisis is the food. He can't choke down another tasteless bite of village rations. His Japanese taste buds screaming for more, so he barrels out of the tent on a full-on mission. He sprints into the downpour the moment the plains start to flood. He's not out here to pick a fight with some monster he's chasing flavor. And that's when he sees it. A shift in the murky water. Suddenly, a giant crab barrels toward him, its claws snapping shut like steel traps. Does our boy panic? Nope, he whistles, snatches rope from his item box, flips that beast onto its back like he's done it 100 times, and ties it up tight like a pro. He raises his prize high, riding pure victory like a beach crab jetting through triumph. The absolute unit spots the flooded plains and instantly realizes they're packed with the delicious edible monsters like a giant gizmi crab. The second the crab shows up, it launches straight into a wild catching spree, snatching a jeweled scissor crab that glitters like it's carved from emeralds. He's out of his mind, snatching garland poison toads, green moss crayfish, and even a sneaky python, because this stop isn't survival at all. It's basically the pilot episode of a chaotic isekai cooking show. And right when he's soaking up his victory haul, a shadow pops out of nowhere. Victinia, the goddess, standing there looking bored as ever, bone dry even while the monsoon rages, and our hero nearly flings himself out of his own skin. Then he blurts, "How aren't you drenched?" And she grins that her god barrier keeps the rain away. Of course, he immediately starts begging for one too. He flashes a joke and asks if she's here to munch on his hard-won crabs before she snaps back fast, denying it right away. Seeing his opening, our guy flips on the charm and pitches the idea since it's just the two of you. Let me cook for her then. She sighs, fights back, and reluctantly agrees. With some downright handyman magic, he snaps together a temporary base and seconds roof on, seating ready total flex. He tells the flustered goddess, "Hold your ground," then whips up a gourmet crab feast like it's nothing. He storms into work, and with a massive grin, he starts prepping the meal right away. As the crab begins to boil, the goddess can't take her eyes off him, utterly spellbound. He's so hooked on it that he doesn't even realize his bunny ears are drooping from the humidity. Right in the middle of it all, Victinius gives this sweet, surprisingly gentle moment, reaching out to dry them off for him. He gets a little flustered, and she immediately bonks him on the head, calling him rude to his face. And she swears it's true, like her selfishness is the whole reason. A cold, selfish thanks for all the work he poured into the village. Yeah, sure. For a brief second, everything turns tender and calm between them, like the world just stops to let them breathe. They set it all down, and boom, dinner's served, piping hot boiled crab straight out of the pot. Victinius probably never tasted mortal food grapples with the tough shell like it's trying to bully her. And our hero, pure gentleman as always, teaches her the trick to popping that leg out. She takes a bite and boom, her whole world explodes into flavor. Pure bliss the umami hits, the sweetness sings, and she can't believe what she's tasting. She tears into it like it's the last meal on earth. And before he can even open his mouth to suggest she pays, she's already snapping for seconds. She keeps chewing and asks if she can grab a bit more to bring back to her sister, Ian. Our guy can't stop poking at them. Yeah, I remember her, the one who's got way more common sense than the rest. He nods and grins, saying he'll keep it fresh in his item box. Victini stares him down and admits that watching him is never dull because he can turn plain tools into deadly swords in a blink. She swears it's some god-tier power. But he just shrugs like it's nothing because it isn't a skill at all. It's plain old knowledge he learned back from his wartime handyman job at the home center. He breaks it down for you how he worked at this gigantic store that basically had everything under the sun, from plants all the way to building materials. He dove into woodworking, mastered electronics, and even learned how to lay bricks, you name it. And then it hits PTSD slams in as he rages about his lazy manager who shoved him into learning every single new product, drowning him in a mountain of info he never thought he'd ever need. Trying to dodge the sting of his workplace trauma, he gets blindsided when Victinius points to the bronze statue of him and tells him right there that she's insanely proud. But it slams the vibe straight back into reality because he knows it. If that demon bear is still rampaging, the beast folk aren't getting any warm welcome. Then our hopeless hero finally tells the truth. He wasn't out on some brave hunt at all. He was just sprinting for his life with that bear tearing after him. She won't let that slide. Victinia steps right up in his face, her voice shaking, and she flat out refuses to accept it. Tears stream down her face as she screamed that after everything, every wild, impossible thing he'd pulled off, she just couldn't stomach the idea of him being weak. Seeing her teeter on the edge of a breakdown, our boy flashes a sly grin and decides to mess with her, asking what she'll do if he actually runs off, especially after they already built that heroic statue of him. She snaps at him, and it completely shatters her. With a trembling finger, she points straight at him, her face a storm of fury and hurt as she spits, "I'll never forgive you." But this absolute unit just smirks, pats her head like she's some kind of kid, and mutters that she's a truly useless goddess. Yeah, she heard it too. Oh man, this is about to get hilarious. All right, buckle up, our boy has been cranking the chaos up and turning this sweet little village into Fort Knox. They're slinging mud, slapping it on the walls like crazy, and gearing up for a full-on monster mash. Then Masaru rolls in to check the damage himself. The rabbit folk are strutting over their new, upgraded entrance, and yeah, it looks downright solid. And just like that, our main guy gives a full-on thumbs up. He even explains they've gone and built lookout posts too, so those pesky little monster ambushes don't stand a chance anymore. Lancelot demands more stone, and this absolute unit who's been clearing land like a one-man construction crew just grins and goes, "Yeah, I've got more than enough to spare." He steals a breather, and even though he wanted to grind levels, he admits that beefing up the village feels just as damn satisfying. And yeah, let's be real. His stats are straight up insane. His titles scream professional overachiever, and his skill list is so long it could wrap itself around a CVS receipt. Honestly, why swing a sword when you can outsmart everyone with pure engineering, master-level farming, and killer smithing? Nothing. Later that night, our hero's stuffing his face when bam, a thought crashes into his head. He's desperate for more firepower, so he storms up to the local rabbit folk and asks if any of them can cast fire magic. Yeah, the vibe is more not really. Emma Wise got a hunch the fox folk might hide some magic users, but she's far from certain. Adelina cuts in fast, basically saying most beast folk aren't into flashy hand-waving. They're all muscle and raw physical power, and that's when it hits Masaru. He's been stuck in this world for a while now, and somehow he's barely seen a single person cast a spell. May can only think of 2 people back in the city who can whip up a little water, and that hit makes our guy's brain short-circuit. He starts yelling in his head at the useless goddess, furious that she dumped him into a so-called world of swords and magic that's basically got no magic at all. Like Q just struck his divine message tablet starts going beep non-stop. He's got mail from the goddess herself. Everybody crowds in, staring at that glowing screen like they just saw magic. So yeah, magic and science in this world have pretty much slammed into a dead end. It says every race has totally stopped researching magic, so the goddess wants Masaru, of all people, to spark a brand new magical renaissance, and the look on his face is pure, "No way, Gyo, you've got to be kidding me." With shoulders hunched, he blurts out to the group that the only magic he can pull off is a tiny bit of healing. But that goddess wasn't talking about him playing hero solo. She was planting magic in everyone's hands by teaching the rules of it to the whole world. And the second this guy hears teaching, his brain instantly shouts one thing: build a school. Like boom, he's flashing straight to a modern Japanese classroom in his head. A full-on school empire kicks off at age 6, and the ambition behind it? Absolutely unhinged. Adelina can't stop wondering how wild and different the tech is back in his world. And our main man pulls out the perfect show until bam, he whips out a smartphone. The girls can't stop staring at that mysterious black rectangle like it might blow their minds any second. He reaches for the switch classic move and the battery's dead. Just as panic starts to creep in, the Apple logo flickers back to life. He jumps straight into a full-tech demo. This insane gadget lets you talk to people who are miles away. So yeah, it can juggle thousands of songs, snap pictures, and even roll video too. With this fire hose of information, you can dive into games and surf the internet like it's one giant dictionary, and the girl's brain gets fried by it. He realizes they're slipping away, so he stops chasing and makes them watch, just shows them. He whips out his phone, snaps a quick selfie with Adelina and May, and just like that, they're instantly hooked. Soon, they're all huddled around the calculator, punching buttons like crazy while blasting music in the background. Suddenly, Masaru jolts back to reality. Hold on. He got completely derailed by his 21st century toys when he was supposed to be teaching magic. He basically had zero clue himself. So he does the smart thing right then and there. He starts talking to the air, shouting for the goddess Victimius. And just like that, bam, she warps in beside him out of nowhere. She's totally stunned. How does he know she was spying? He just waves it off like it's nothing and goes straight for the truth. So you tricked me, didn't you? Then boom, Victimia's reveal hits. Our unsuspecting hero has been using magic the whole time, even without realizing it. And when he battled Lancelot, he didn't just swing a sword, he was secretly pumping it full of magic by pure instinct. He hit the exact same moves against those bandits up in the mountains, like he wasn't even using skills anymore. He was bending reality itself. She tells him that the god-given skills are basically a gamer's HUD for magic. She maps the mental picture of what he wants to do, pulls from his game, know-how, and even home improvement store ideas, and then boom, it makes it real. But real healing magic in this world isn't some quick fix. It's tangled, intense, and it demands legit medical knowledge. Finally, Masaru gets it. His slotted skills were never random. They were weirdly specific and perfectly convenient, like they'd been custom built just for him. Victimius leans in and asks him, "Do you remember that surge of energy that shoots through you when you activate a skill?" She tells him the absolute basics of magic really understand the flow, strengthen it, and picture it like raw energy fueling you. Our boy's about to take the leap, and Victimias fires off a slightly shaky thumbs up like, "Yeah, you got this." She plays it cool, insisting she's totally unafraid while her sister keeps scolding her about the gov magic, like it's the most dangerous thing in the world. The second Masaru gets a little too cocky, she whips out a divine fist and smacks him hard like, "Remember who's in charge." She lets out a shy blush and finally confesses she's only doing this because her little sister is the goddess of magic. And since she's the older one, she has to step up. Masaru just grins and tells her he's got zero complaints about her stepping up. And just like that, our hero dives headfirst into the wild world of magic research. While the village defenses finally locked into place, a quiet calm swept over everyone. Except the demon bear. They were ready for never even showed up. Masaru's face fell in the funniest way, and everyone else instantly felt a wave of relief. They think they can just crush those extra fortifications next year, like it's no big deal. The village elder is still absolutely blown away by Masaru's brand new weapon designs, especially those arrows. Our boy lays out his brutal logic, and then he adds backward-facing barbs, so the second they go in, they turn into an absolute nightmare to rip back out. Then he shrugs it off and tosses out the wild idea of poisoning the tips to make them hit even harder. Adelina recoils, calling his weapons merciless, but he only shrugs like it's nothing. Survival? Yeah, it gets brutal. Next up, the Bowforge from Trentwood. Yeah, it's absolutely stunning. But here's the catch. The bowstring is so brutal that the rabbit folk archers can't even pull it back. Even Lancelot, yeah, the certified beast can barely wrench it back even a little. And the strain is so brutal his soul feels like it's ready to rip right out of his body. Then Masaru surges forward, raises his bow, and keeps drawing and drawing, pouring that fresh magic straight into his arrow. He snaps the bowstring and lets the arrow rip through the air. It doesn't just land the shot, it vaporizes the target, barrels on and slices a huge tree clean in half like it's nothing. The whole crowd goes silent. This dude is literally a walking siege weapon. Right as they're still trying to wrap their heads around this totally absurd display of power, suddenly the emergency alarm blares to life. A scout is yelling from the lookout post, Demombier, and the whole unit is scouring the area, leaving no stone unturned. From the northern cliffs, a horrifying roar blasts through the air, rattling the entire village to its core. The whole world's just cracked apart, and that threat they swore was gone, it's right here, waiting for them. The chief whips around to Masaru, grim as stone. "Can you pull this off?" Masaru flashes a wild, confident grin. "You bet I can." He snaps into commander mode on the spot and barks orders, sending everyone into perfect position. He leans in and tells Adelina he's handing over the village's defense to her as he's gone. She swoops in and gives the bunny sisters a quick, comforting pat right on the head. And he slams the first official demon bear hunt into existence, declaring it begins now. With his squad finally locked in, this absolute beast rockets ahead to take his shot. All right. Buckle up, the demon bear's counterattack is officially unleashed, and while the girls hang back, one of them is grinding to push out pure, positive energy. That tiny bunny girl is trying so hard to trust our main man, but her face is basically yelling, "We're all dead!" And honestly, her fear makes total sense. Masaru's standing there, staring down a beast that looks like it swallowed a grizzly bear, and then he hits the gym and doesn't let up for ages. That monster is completely unhinged. It's screaming like it's about to rip the world in half, and after our hero breaks it down, yeah, it looks like it's dead set on being furious. You see it too, right? He thinks, "Yeah, my guess about hitting its eye was dead on." And that's honestly a wild thing to feel proud of when a 10-ton ball of fur-fueled rage is about to come charging at you. But don't stress this. Absolute Beast has a plan, and it's ridiculously simple. He's about to act like a squeaky chew toy. luring the big guy straight into a trap zone while the bunny archer squad, perched on the cliffs, rain cover fire down. This is a battle they can't even blink through lose, and the whole village pays the price. And without a second to spare, our boy snaps the signal, "Get ready, first volley." Then the archers let loose arrows screaming through the air in a gorgeous storm of pointy doom aimed straight at the beast. Then right on cue, one dives forward and smashes straight into its eye, exactly like they planned. The volleys start peppering its hide nonstop, until it's basically a giant, furious pink pincushion. Again, the bear stumbles along like today's already ruined. But it's nowhere near giving up. This is the moment everything turns serious. Our hero's real job finally kicks off right here. With the swagger of a guy begging fate to strike, he starts heckling the monster. "Come on, catch me if you can." And then he dashes off, launching a terrifying round of tag with his life on the line. Like it's totally inevitable, the bear snaps, then barrels forward, swiping with claws as huge as scimitars. Masaru slips out of the way at the last second, and right then he realizes something's seriously off. The bear is starting to slow down. Then it hits him, his secret sauce. He slathers the arrow tips with some vile ground toad poison. It's a crazy wildcard poison, but somehow it's working, like it's totally doing the trick. Seeing his opening, he snaps a signal for another attack's second volley. A brand new storm of arrows rains down from the heavens, tearing the weakened monster to pieces. The demon bear gets shredded by shafts, and finally right under the non-stop assault it crumples to the ground. It spits out one last pathetic cry, and then the world drops into brutal silence. Is down. Victory hits every squad member, detonates into cheers, and you can't believe it. They really pulled it off. Our main man flicks open his status screen, and hot damn, the EXP and stat gains are straight up unreal. He's practically glowing with smug, satisfied pride. The village is finally saved. They're already throwing plans for a huge celebratory feast, and yeah, it seriously feels like we're on track for the happiest ending. Right when everyone starts to chill, the dead bear's head yanks up like it's been waiting all along, and our hero's victory smile instantly melts into raw, unfiltered terror. Right behind that first corpse looms his bigger, grimmer brother. And nope. This isn't some other bear. This is the final boss's final boss. Yeah, his friends are yelling his name like crazy, but he's so stunned he can't move. Frozen in place. This brand new bear skips all the pleasantries and just smacks our hero with one vicious swipe. No warning, no mercy. You can almost hear his ribs crack as he rockets across the battlefield. In the middle of it all, the horrifying truth slams into him. There's more than one. He slams into the tree like a rag doll, clutching his side in pain. "No way this is bad," he gasps honestly. That's the understatement of the millennium. Just as he manages to catch a single breath, that monster barrels back in straight for him. He barely throws up his guard in time, and the follow-up blast pulverizes the ground where he was standing. And just to make it worse, the bear slams earth magic down and snags the bunny archers in a brutal trap. They re-cornered. The beast launches a brutal massacre, cutting them down one by one while they can't do a thing. And just when you think it can't get any wilder, bam, here comes a third beer. This fight didn't just turn bad, it spiraled into a total disaster. An arrow slams into the second bear's eye, and instead of stopping it, the bear gets even more enraged. It snaps the shaft clean in half, and it doesn't even stop. But our hopeless hero isn't finished. Pain keeps screaming, yet a crooked smirk flashes across his face because he's still got a few cards tucked up his sleeve. His friends are yelling at the top of their lungs for him to run, but this guy's way too stubborn to give up his life. He's caught the beast's eye, and somehow he's still got time to move now. He just has to bait it straight into his backup traps. He shoves his shattered body past breaking point and sprints for his life. He barrels through the woods, adrenaline blasting through his veins. The bear is breathing down his neck, jaws snapping inches from his face. He's right there, so close, but his body is failing him. And that's trouble he can't afford. He trips, crashes to the ground, and wipes out, utterly spent. He's been clawing his way back to health, but it still won't do it. He's stuck just 100 meters shy of his goal. The whole thing crumbles, game over. Broken and battered, he stares up at the monster and spits out an apology to the friends he couldn't save. Right when he's about to accept his fate, a voice blasts out of nowhere. "So you're just gonna fold like that, seriously? That's boring as hell." Out of nowhere, a shadow streaks past him like a bolt of lightning. It's Mei-chan, the blonde girl from before, and she's planted herself right between him and certain death. She casually bats away the demon bear's apocalyptic claw slash like it's nothing more than a warm-up. She even has the guts to troll him, claiming our boy looks a little too weak. Then, no warning, she fires off this absurd blast of energy that blasts the ground to nothing and freezes the monster in its tracks. She shoots him a confident, almost predatory grin over her shoulder. "Hope you don't mind tomboys barging in," and she's here to flex. Alright, strap in because Masaru's having the worst day of his life, and a demon bear the size of a minivan has him pinned flat like roadkill. But just as he's seconds away from becoming Monster Chow, Adelina crashes in with an axe the size of her confidence, ready to splatter this nightmare into a rug. She strides up like it's nothing, grinning as she needles him. "Shouldn't you be thanking me first?" Then she lands the real gut punch. "Give your thanks to Mai-chan. I only made it in time because of her." Oof, right on the pride. Meanwhile, back at camp, the squad is spiraling into full-on panic. Mei-chan fights to stay steady, forcing on a brave smile, but you can see the worry gnawing at her from the inside. She's staring down that thousand-yard stare like she's seeing something way too real to shake off. Adelina's sister leans in and hypes her up, telling her, "It's okay, misunderstandings happen, and our bond is strong enough to survive it." But hey, while their friend might be getting mauled, they still manage a classic heart-to-heart, and Mei-chan nods like, "Yeah, let's do this." Remembering Masaru pulled the same move. But just like that, the vibe shatters. Adelina's sister goes rigid, and I swear I heard two monstrous roars. And it's not some cheap echo. She realizes one of those roars came from a whole other bear. That's when Mei-chan's composure snaps in half, her courage flees, and she clutches at him, begging, "Weni-san, please, I'm begging you, help Oni-chan." Flashback. Our hopeless hero sprawls the plan out on the table and tells the crew, "This is a one-shot, make it count because it's about to get spicy." Back in the present, you finally see how spicy he meant it. This demon bear is an absolute unit, all raw muscle, all furious fire. Masaru, the ultimate gentleman, orders Alina to back off so he can shield the frail girl, but she only glares at him like, "Dude, I'm literally holding a battle axe, get the message." Right before they can even start arguing, the cavalry crashes and every single squad member bursts out of the woods with weapons up, locked and ready to fight. So they lift their spears and raise their swords. This is it, go time. The leader roars, "Don't flinch, clench your courage and charge." Our boy is totally stunned, he finally gets it. They all showed up because Macon rallied the troops. Their plan is pure genius. Just toss that giant teddy bear off the cliff and let it crash straight into a pit of crushing spikes. It's pure teamwork. Every single person digs deep and throws everything they've got into the fight. The bear staggers on the brink and one paw slides off the edge. Then everything just stops. That ridiculous beast digs in with its claws and refuses to go down right when the plan is starting to fall apart. Right when panic hits, Masaru flexes, boom, out of nowhere. He explodes, yelling, "Great guys, well done." Where? He steps up, flashes a confident grin, and tells them, "Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. Now leave the rest to me." This absolute unit pauses for a breath, finally soaking in the strength of his friends. Then he's healed enough to go all in, full throttle. He whips around, stares the monster in the eyes, and growls, "All right then, I'm going in bear run." The bear rockets in with jaws blazing, and our main man screams, "E8, my ultimate move." So what's his ultimate move? A sword slash some insane magic? Nah, he just summons a massive giant log and shoves it straight into the bear's mouth. The log jams its jaws wide open, and the monster gets hit straight in the face with a rain of splinters. Masaru uses the log as a springboard and rockets into the sky. "It's over!" he bellows and swings his axe down in a blazing, epic arc. The hit lands like a meteor booty, blasts off the cliff like it's nothing. As they're dropping straight into the spike pit, our guy stays ice cold and calmly says, with this checkmate, this unhinged genius planted the whole plan. Then he boots the bear straight in the face and uses its body like a springboard to launch himself. He rockets through the air, diving for safety at the last second. As the bear barrels on, still locked on a one-way mission to Pincushionville, and get this, he even apologizes, "I'm genuinely sorry, bear-kun." The demon bear gets completely pulverized by those spikes. No chance at all. Adelina is spiraling out of control, screaming his name like the world's ending, convinced he's already gone. Then, right in the middle of the panic, a voice slices through the chaos. There he is, dangling off that cliffside, bruised to hell but grinning like he won, and you're acting like I actually died or something. The sheer nerve of this man is unreal. Everyone swarms in, absolutely thrilled he's still alive. And how do they show relief? They don't even wait. They beat the crap out of him for scaring them half to death. Adeline unleashes his total chaos plan, then snaps his own survival into place by summoning a log right in midair to smash his fall and save himself. Masaru just flashes a grin, pats the log like it's a trusted buddy, right? Don't you think it's pretty reliable? And with the second demon bear erased from existence, the whole team explodes into cheers because they just won. Our hero scans the horizon, and right then, exhaustion and relief hit him like a wave. Got it. So we really won. His legs start to wobble and he almost topples over. Then he just face-planted and collapsed on the spot, fully out cold, snoring like he'd been wiped clean by exhaustion. The entire crew stood there, totally dumbfounded. But Adelina just grins sweetly like she's always known. "Yeah, I guess this is you all over." She leans over the sleeping hero and whispers, "Thank you, Masaru, you really busted your ass." With the battle finally in the bag, he grabs his gear and heads home. All right, buckle up after we just obliterated that demon beer like total maniacs. You'd think our crew could finally catch their breath, but nope, the city's still waiting to be built, and it's survival or nothing. The whole squad is buzzing with victory, and Masaru just soaks it all in, looking exactly like the hero who made it happen. And guess who's up there in the cheap seats, Heaven's goddess, Victinia's scrolling godtube, eyeballing her favorite mortal and absolutely seething at the whole show. Yeah, even Hirosama, who's never impressed by anything, has to swallow his pride fine. Masaru crushed it. And now she's finally seeing his grind. But wait, her brain just hard reboots? And the second it clicks, she remembers she was totally gearing up for this guy to get wiped out. She goes from calm to full scream mode, "Let go of me!" And right as she realizes it, she blurts, "Masaru's gonna die, girl. You're days late with that panic attack." Vectinius blasts her with the universe's deadliest weapon, then holds her in that silent, smug stare like he already knows she's done. Cornered. Hera tries to play it cool, pretending her sudden obsession with Masaru is just overseeing her apostle, but come on, we can all see what's really going on, and it's shady as hell. To dodge the tension, Victinius pushes them towards something bigger, how the city is moving forward, and especially the finish of every ER statue. They clink glasses and toast their champions like they just won the biggest victory of all. And right there on the mortal plane, our heroes are doing the same thing too. Clinking drinks and toasting their victory, their brand new home, and the future that's finally theirs. It's a no-holds-barred celebration after the demon bear got absolutely crushed. A few days later, once the hangovers finally fade, our main man slaps his hands together and yells, "All right, phase 2. We took down the bear. Now it's time to kick off the city development plan." The beastmen just stare back stone-faced, like they're begging for something real, even though the hype clearly isn't being returned. One of them nervously blurts out a question about the strange white lines and all the creepy partitions that have been etched across their land. He raises a hand like, "Look at this," pointing to the enormous, perfectly squared grid that runs straight for the mountains. He basically ripped their backyard apart and turned it into a giant blueprint. With a sly grin, he leans in and says, "Oh, let me break it down." Now our boy is in full presentation mode, firing off gestures and pointing at the sky like some TED Talk guru who's about to blow everyone's mind. When someone asks why they can't just slap up houses anywhere, Masaru fires off real urban planning knowledge like it's a mic drop. He tells you about this smart little thing called land readjustment meant to shove those stinky workshops farther from homes and keep the traffic flowing like clockwork. Then he says splitting everything into zones makes disaster, chaos, fires, and even plot twist crimes way easier to handle. And for his grand finale, he goes underground sewers, underground passages, and a top-tier sanitation system so they'll never have to live in their own filth. Even Adelina recognizes it, like she pulled the idea straight from a lecture on advanced water treatment. The bunny man's face went pale as he blurted, "So we're pooping inside the house now," and Arhir shot back instantly, "No way, hell no." Then he paints this brutally vivid image of diseases and plagues sweeping in and wiping everyone out unless they finally step up their hygiene. That terrifying story hits like a punch. And just like that, everyone's in, no questions asked. But then boom, a new problem hits. A beastman steps in and yells that these housing plots are so tiny they can barely fit a tent, so he demands why not build them bigger. Masaru's grin is straight up chaos. He milked the suspense until the reveal hit. They're not putting up shacks, they're building not one, but 2 woe-story stone houses. The crowd absolutely erupts. 2-story stone houses just for them. It's straight up fantasy on top of fantasy. Adelina snaps the truth into focus. Yeah, even in big cities like these, buildings like that are meant for businesses or inns, not everyday folks. Masaru rips apart the world's dumb building hierarchy. Mud huts for the commoners, brick palaces for the nobles, and now he's about to shatter that whole pyramid to dust. Blazing with pure hype, the whole town pumps their fists in the air, itching to start building the dream homes they've been craving. Masaru hustles them over to a prototype he already crushed, an upright wooden frame, standing tall like it's ready to blow minds. He kicks off the briefing and tells everyone these partitions are the solid foundations the houses are built on. The wood's carved so precisely it clicks together like a flawless puzzle. No nails, no gaps, just perfect lock-in. Once the frame's standing, they'll slam the stone into the walls. And that's what glues the stones in place. No magic at all. It's Masaru's secret recipe, a plaster brewed from seashell, hemp, and seaweed. Adelina's jaw drops. This is basically just concrete. She blurts out, "Wait, was this what you did back in your old job?" Our hopeless hero throws out the truth. He was only a delivery guy for craftsmen, yet he soaked up every lesson they dropped like a sponge. He may not be the top master, but he's got the know-how to turn anything into something unstoppable. That's when Mei-chan blurts out, "Are you a bad person?" Because what he's been doing sounds like it crossed the line into illegal territory, and he doesn't even try to deny a thing. Pat, he smoothly pivots and shrugs like, "If it helps them, who cares?" Then he lands a reassuring pat on her, and just like that, the whole team clicks right back into gear. Bursting with morale and riding pure momentum, they roll up and get to work, ready to team up and forge a jaw-dropping city from the ground up. Then the story kicks into an epic construction montage. Frames shoot up, stones slam into place, and just like that, an entire neighborhood erupts from the dust. 1 month later, the first street is finally finished, and it looks absolutely unreal. Masaru decides it's finally time to unveil his biggest masterpiece yet, the modern toilet. But he proudly shows Mei-chan the right way to sit, and she's completely baffled. Total bewilderment hits her as this weird display unfolds, so she tiptoes backwards slowly like she's afraid it might lunge. Her disgusted mutter hits the air, and our hero is left staring, totally baffled by what just happened. He shakes it off and decides, screw it. He'll start churning them out at full speed anyway. As Maiken strides through their brand new city, she can't stop staring at everything they've built. But she gently reminds him they can't run on hope alone, they still need farms and industry. Then steers him away from burning himself out. He swears he'll team up with everyone and he promises he'll finally stop charging in like a maniac. And finally snag that sweet, radiant smile from Mei-chan. But just when it feels safe, a guard comes barreling in on a dead sprint, screaming that something's gone terribly wrong. They slam into the gate at full speed, but this isn't about supplies at all. Panting hard, the guard blurts out the bombshell. There are humans at the gate, and every single one of them is unconscious. Masaru's face locks up with total bone-deep shock. The freshers, all right. Buckle up, we're jumping straight back into the chaos, because those rumors about a whole bunch of collapsed humans, yeah, they're horrifyingly real. And Masaru clocks the armor instantly. Yeah, it's the very same shady knights who got thrown out of the post town. The grizzled leader of the crew leans in and confirms it. Yep, they really are the King's Guard. And wow, man, they're in absolute rough shape. He grins and introduces himself as Fried, and you're totally shocked because our main guy can heal with magic. Masaru acts totally unfazed, dropping his name like it's nothing at all. Still, out of nowhere, the door blasts open, and in storms this full-on drama queen named Adelina. She bursts out that she's Lancelot Dono's niece, and the knights practically implode with excitement. Turns out our hero's wild, ridiculous exploits have already blown all the way to the capital. The Elder rushes in to calm the chaos, laying out their brand new, dangerously fragile alliance. And Masaru jumps in like, yeah, I learned the hard way not to lump every human together just because a few idiots mess up. Fried finally drops to the real reason they're trespassing. This isn't random at all. It's a top-secret mission from the king himself, and their job is to subjugate a mutated beast. First, he lays out this one-horned demon horse, dark as night, with 6 legs, and you can practically watch the light bulbs pop off in everyone's heads. And our boy just shrugs like, oh, you mean the dark horse? Then he smirks and says, yeah, I already dealt with it. Right then, Fried's soul rips out of his body. Then he blurts that his elite squad got totally wiped out by a demon beer, forcing them to retreat for an entire week. He tries to step up and play the hero, warning Masaru that this place is way too dangerous, and insisting he come back with them so he stays safe. Without even blinking, this absolute unit smirks and drops the biggest flex of the century, yeah, the demon bear. We wiped it out too. Fried's face shows pure, unfiltered shock, and it's absolutely priceless. Masaru then cranks the trolling up even more, promising to show him the corpses of Boichi monsters easy because he just happens to have them stashed in his dimensional storage. Fried snaps completely, roaring, "You've got it with you!" The bunny elder clocks his desperation the second it hits because this isn't about grabbing a corpse. It's about needing it for something big. So Fried formally demands the monster parts. Our main man locks eyes with him and hits him with a straight-up, "Sorry, that's a hard no, dog." Adelina is eating up the chaos, whispering that our guy is up to something nasty, while Fried Flash wears a seriously shady grin. And this is where the fun ignites. Masaru launches into the most savage sales pitch ever, claiming that even though the bear swallowed most of the horse, the leftover pieces are top-tier, primo-quality material. The bones are rock solid and the skin stays smooth as glass. And right as it's about to blow from pure gut-wrenching anticipation, our hero lands the final hit plus the horn blast too, bingo. Fried snaps into action, pitches a deal on the spot, swears the materials are worth a fortune, and even promises they'll toss in the bounty reward too. But our guy already cracked the truth. This has nothing to do with money. The knights are clawing for that horn for fame, for glory, and for the kind of political power you can't buy anywhere else. So this guy hesitates for a beat, eyeing the cash or plotting how to turn it into a favor. So huge it'll shake the whole world. Then he strikes his move. Drop the money. I'm coming with you to the capital. The whole room goes dead silent, like everyone just got hit by the same shockwave. He lays down his terms, he'll come by in person, negotiate the price for the materials himself, and handle it his way. Fry gives in, but then warns him royal negotiations aren't some casual game. Masaru only smirks back like he owns the room. Don't underestimate me. He grins, flexes, and flips his trump card, then leans in like, yeah, I used to broker deals at a home center negotiations in my blood. He leans in, the food's gone, and just like that, bam, the whole deal is sealed. Later on, Masaru bursts in and tells everyone he's stepping away for a bit to tackle a project, where even the smallest pout manages to look downright adorable. He swears to her that this trip is all business. No brawls, no fighting. So what's the urgent project? Oh, nothing major, just them slamming together a gigantic multi-story mansion from absolute scratch. And that's not even the best part. He's not just throwing up a house, he's plotting a full-on public bathhouse and maybe a raging hot spring too. As a modern Japanese guy, our hero outright declares that a real bath isn't optional. It's a cultural must. The girls look totally stunned. Then their faces light up because they're finally getting away from that freezing cold water wash. Adelina, the ultimate realist, shoots back that heating a bath that huge would turn into a logistics nightmare fast. But our main guy's got a secret weapon. He found a real steamy hot spring just for us. Then he lays down a quick mini science lesson on geothermal activity. blowing their minds with how the Earth heats itself. He bragged that his totally ridiculous map skill helped him pinpoint an underground river of lava right beside a water vein. You know how it goes whenever sky stuff pops up. Right as he's about to kick off his massive construction plan, right then, Adelina snaps him back to the promise she reminds him he still has to build that shrine for the goddess. The bunny girls draw a hard line, no backing down. Masaru is totally dodging the work, and you can practically see him procrastinating in real time. And just when they talk about him, the goddess herself tears open thin air and steps out like she clocked out early just to catch him. Right before he even understands what's going on, she clocks him upside the head for slacking off on his divine duties. Turns out even goddesses can be petty as hell. She even brought along her envoy Isla Saphira, a brand new girl. While her boss is a total disaster, she stays freakishly calm. Alright, buckle up, our boy's just minding his own business when this jaw-dropping newcomer shows up and fires off, "Hey, are you with the Victinias?" And she's not some random nobody. She's Asla Sephiral Victinius' sister, and she's here to lay out what the future of the world is really going to look like. You know, it's just a casual Tuesday. Isla, the more refined of the two sisters, practically dares them to ditch the boring stuff and sit down for a real comfy chat. And she's like, "Yeah, you guys..." Then right with a flick of her wrist, she casually rips open a portal. A fully set table and matching chairs slam into existence, ready for tea time. Total, absolute flex. Ever the nerd clocks it instantly as a dimensional storage skill, but Isla just grins like, "Nice try," and basically tells him he's got no idea how big this really is. She tells him this world has no black and white answers. Skills aren't for checklists. They're made to be twisted and used in creative ways. Victinius tries to steer the chat back to how insanely talented Masaru is. But this absolute unit has zero chill. He slams her with a full-on troll and yanks the conversation to the one thing that really matters, building her a statue. And just like that, the divine goddesses snap. Every ounce of composure shatters as both of them erupt into screams. So, yeah, AT is exactly what Eve needs, right? What? But the girls are practically buzzing already, imagining their own marble statues in their heads. Masaru says he'll need some reference, and Kachajli jumps in, offering to send him a photo she snapped from her status screen. And that's when he sends the image Victinia fully decked out in a bunny girl outfit, straight up souvenir from her punishment game, and she's absolutely mortified. Right as everyone's freaking out, our hopeless hero smirks and fires back, "Yeah, I wouldn't need these numbers if you just said it straight. The girls are losing it. Delete it. Delete it right now." No hesitation, he rockets straight for the kill shot, your three sizes. Isla is scandalized and calls him shameless, but Victinius is so obsessed with statues that she nearly says yes until she finally realizes she's been played. And that's when the goddess snaps and Victinia unleashes a wild blast of holy power straight into his face. That magical energy hits like a tidal wave, thicker and more intense than anything he's ever felt before. A colossal pillar of light explodes into the sky, bright enough that everyone across town can see it. The girls sprint over, shaking with fear, and blurt, "Is our boy still in one piece?" He survived, but that raw power has him rattled to the core. Meanwhile, Victinius is blaming you for what happened. Like, are you kidding me? You basically just tried to erase him. The whole village is losing it because that sudden light show just exploded out of nowhere. Then the goddesses themselves burst into view right before the crowd, like destiny just opened its eyes. The whole town is left shaking because this isn't a rumor at all. It's a straight-up divine visitation, right in front of everyone. They drop to the ground on the spot and start worshipping right away. The goddesses are an absolute mess about it, openly admitting they're not used to being the center of all this attention. Masaru snaps at them to get a grip, then presses them. "Why are you two really here?" And the whole grand divine reason they came, crabs. They're hungry and they want to eat every last one. Yep. Victoria admits she blurted it to her sister and even used the statue business as a shaky excuse just to sneak downstairs for that mouth-watering snack of crabs. Right when he spots his opening, our main man strides up to the crowd and declares that the goddesses themselves have handed him a divine mission to supercharge the town's food supply. He's waving two all-powerful beings like a free pass to spark an agricultural revolution. Absolute genius. He lays out his big, unstoppable plan. Expand the farms and plantations, lock in their food supply for good. He divides the workforce into two squads. One storms the local plants to survey everything, while the other kicks off the first round of construction. This dude starts barking orders, and just like that, the whole village springs into motion. Isla warns them this is going to be huge, but Masaru grins and spills his real master plan. This isn't some small farming stunt, he's reshaping the entire city. Planting parks, setting up charming gazebos, and giving the streets real gardening so everything finally looks breathtaking. And that's how they raise statues and shrines, turning the whole place into the ultimate getaway for two specific goddesses. The bribe hits its mark perfectly. Wait, so every time I come to play I can chow down on crabs? They're at 100 sold, fully pledging their support with zero hesitation. He realizes he just turned his whole town into a divine resort, and guilt hits him like a tidal wave. But when he sees their starry, hopeful faces, he can't help himself. He promises them a crab feast every time they come by. With the goddesses smiling after a seafood bribe, our hero wastes no time, he dives right in. asking for a favor and pointing straight to Esla's suspicious magic from earlier. He swears he'll break it down in full detail right after the crabs, of course. Then he leans in and tells Victinius, "I'll send you a message the moment the time is right for my next move." She snaps to attention, realizing he's packing up because the capital is coming fast. And just a few days later, they finally slammed into the Great's capital city. Inside the castle walls, a guard bursts in and tells the king, "Commander Freed is back." And right there, sitting on his throne like the definition of evil, the king leans in and fires off one bone-chilling question. "Did you get the mutated beast's horn? Did you get the—" Oh yeah, this is about to turn into full-on chaos. All right, let's jump back in 2 weeks later. Our heroes finally sweep into the capital, and Fried is living it up with full-on 5-star treatment from the massive city gates. But our main guy, Masaru, is totally losing it. Fried is trying to play the serious knight, and this dude is complaining that his butt hurts after a full 7-day carriage ride. Fried immediately snaps back, reminding him they only grabbed a carriage because someone bailed the moment the last mission went sideways, and then they detoured just long enough to meet the local rabbit folk leader. And finally, our heroes snap back onto the right path. Leader Magaru bares her teeth and says her people are in a nightmare. Some shady party swooped in, snapped them up, and chained them into slavery. So, yeah, she's got zero interest in trusting outsiders. The whole town's simmering with grudges and envy, and honestly, that's the perfect, electrifying vibe for a brand new city. But when our boy spots his favorite rabbit people getting wrecked, he doesn't even hesitate. He jumps in and helps fix everything. All right, sorted now. Fried snaps into action and lays out the game plan first. He checks in with his sister. Then he barrels straight to the castle for their audience with the king. But Masaru, pure chaos in human form, has his own plan first. He's hunting down a Geifu fruit before anything else. Right when Fried realizes they're about to yank him into yet another useless side quest, his soul practically rockets out of his body. But this absolute unit just smirks and says he's got one thing he needs to confirm before he meets royalty. Yeah, this is about to get good. They storm over to the Adventures Guild, and the whole place is alive, packed with battle-scarred warriors and no-nonsense veterans. A bright, cheerful receptionist beams at them and asks, "Are you here to grab your quest?" Then Masaru, dead serious with the straightest face on earth, blurts, "You know what I've always wanted to try, being an adventurer." Then he rips off the pretense and leans in like it's private business, all right? Play along. What's the market price for materials from a one-horned mutated beast? The receptionist, so used to oddballs, she probably didn't even flinch. Just flicks her hand and points him straight to the materials counter. The guild expert spills everything: monster parts for regular pay, a few silver coins for the usual grabs, rare loot that hits harder, and if you're lucky, it's a whole gold coin. Dragon level materials, now we're talking serious money, starting at 100 gold coins per piece. And just when he thinks he's headed to a normal fight, he stumbles onto the mutated beast's absurdly rare monsters, blasted with magical power. So brutal even the king's own guard can't handle them. That one tiny scrap from a twisted beast could fetch thousands of gold coins at auction. Masaru's number crunching overloads the system, and a nasty error snaps on in his head. He tries to play it cool, but inside he's panicking, 100 million yen in his hands, and that monster head is chilling in his inventory. On the way to the castle, Fried can only stare in terror as our boy tumbles into a totally unhinged villain-level fit of giggling. That poor knight is practically on his knees, begging Masaru, "Please don't cause trouble, I'm begging you." And Masaru just stares back with the most innocent look imaginable, like he's totally harmless. They finally storm into the throne room, and the guards shout their arrival to His Majesty. The room swallows you whole, so huge it makes you feel tiny, like you don't matter at all. A full-on unit, while the king loomed over them from his throne like an unstoppable, absolute beast. The king's eyes snap onto them, and right there our hopeless hero finds himself staring down the ruler who commands the entire human race. Frida lunges in and hisses for him to kneel, yet Masaru's already in motion, racing through calculations, eyeing the trump card he's hiding. Right there before the whole royal court, he bluntly throws out, "I refuse," and the guards and the fried guy both drop like they've just been hit by lightning. The king doesn't blow up in anger. He's weirdly curious. Instead, then Masaru strolls in and introduces himself with zero honorifics, just plain Masaru. The king cackles on the spot, grinning that he loves the kid's nerve, and since he's in a damn good mood, he'll forgive the insolence and let him off. Then he swings the hammer. "Masaru, you better be careful. If my good mood gets wrecked, you won't survive the consequences." Masaru's blood goes ice cold when the king barks for the report. Fried quickly lays out the mission, then explains how Masaru, solo, wiped out the mutated beast that had been terrorizing the beastmen. To prove it, Masaru dramatically drags the monster's severed head right onto the throne room floor. The king's jaw drops. He's genuinely impressed by this unexpected, stunning gift. Then troll-level max Masaru wears that grin, flashes it like a weapon, and flat out says again, "I refuse." The whole room freezes in silence. "No, this isn't a gift," he snaps. He's here to run negotiations, and he's offering the only thing that could buy a favor ahead. But the king isn't entertained anymore. He slams his royal authority down and tells Masaru that a subject is meant to bow, not stand toe-to-toe with the crown. The air in the room tightens into pure dread, an aura so brutal that even Masaru has to admit it feels like Lancelot's crushing power. But just like that, the king yanks it back, bowing his head and apologizing for pushing things way too far. He can't shake it, being a ruler picked by the gods is lonelier than he ever imagined. This was the exact opening Masaru had been waiting for, and it's hilarious because he blurts, "When you got crowned, you were so panicked you tripped over your own name not once, but several times." The king's expression hardens into stone, and I grin pure, unfiltered chaos. And then boom, his kingly mask shatters, and he completely loses his composure. He shot up from his throne and screamed, "Wait, wait!" Yeah, he demands to know exactly who spilled Masaru's top secret, painfully embarrassing story. History. Instead of answering, our main man just throws down, "Let's start the main show," and bam, he summons a swirling vortex of dark energy. Out of that portal strides a literal goddess Victinia, standing over the king with a gaze that turns his slack jaw into pure disbelief. She whips around to Masaru and smirks, "You really gonna treat a goddess like she's disposable, calling me only when it suits you?" And that's when our boy hits the ultimate flex, right in front of the kingdom's most powerful man. Alright, let's dive straight back into the chaos right away. We've got the King of Gratis sitting in his throne room, staring like he just saw a ghost riding a unicycle. "Your Majesty is totally stunned," he stammers. Who is this man? Just what is going on?" And honestly, you can't blame him because he flashes back to when he was 30, kneeling before that glorious, heavenly goddess. So when he spots that same goddess casually lounging in his castle with some random guy, his royal brain fully blows a fuse. I'm internally freaking out. Why are they throwing a tea party right in front of my eyes? And that's exactly it. Masaru's just chilling, sipping tea with the goddess Victinias like they're old college buddies. She's telling him Hera, the goddess herself, was blown away by his progress, and Masaru, true to his charm, is just soaking up every word like it's pure gold. Victinia then whips out a magical projection, and boom, she shows him that yet another goddess, Esla, is already on his request. Next, Isla's in the middle of the bunny girls, sleeves rolled up, absolutely getting her hands dirty while our main man's freaking out like, "Hold up, a goddess doing manual labor for me, is that even allowed?" Victinius just shrugs and waves it off, saying she's a good goddess, whatever that's supposed to mean. Suddenly, the king loses it. He storms ahead, roaring that goddesses have no business poking their noses into mortal affairs. He blurted out like 2 words, then realized he was yelling at a literal divine being, and his whole body just crumpled. He froze like, "Wait, no, oh my ease, no." Too late, my dude Victinius drifts down like a charm, all grins and sweet apologies. "My apologies," he says. Action at last, king of greatest. We were so locked in our conversation that it didn't even register. The king's sweating bullets. "Yeah, seriously, time's flying, and now let's cut straight to it. What's your beef with this guy?" Victini bursts out. "Because he's my apostle, which makes me technically your superior." And then she smirks like trouble as she adds, "Also, I've got a feeling he's been catching me crabs lately." The king's brain just blue-screened, and an apostle showed up delivering seafood. Are we even in the same world anymore? Masaru steps up to calm things down. "Yeah, sure." Then he goes, "Nope, I'm just your average Joe," and insists he's totally normal, even while his hand gestures scream, "I'm hiding something." Deep down, this absolute unit is losing it, screaming inside, "No way, I can't walk up and tell him I'm a transmigrator from another world." In the middle of it, realizing he's messing up the explanation, he whips his eyes to Victinius and begs for help. She presses a finger to her lips, pauses like she's weighing fate, then drops a total bombshell, "I guess we're friends." The king's jaw drops so hard it might dent the throne immortal. Then tell me, is Franz really walking with a god? Our boy clocks his moment and pounces. He blurts out that, as her friend and follower, he wants to forge her a statue. Victinius's eyes blaze. She whips around to the king and demands he get materials, and the poor guy is getting absolutely steamrolled. But just as he's about to answer, a fresh player stomps into the game, another goddess, way more terrifying, who suddenly appears, snatches Victinius by the scruff and growls, "You're overstepping your authority, Victinius." The chill goddess is terrified right now because Harasama just showed up, and she's furious. Hera slaps down a brutal 24 4 hours, or it's a wrong course for nothing. Then snatches Victinius and hauls her away, and even as Victinius gets yeeted into another dimension, she screams back, "Don't forget my crabs!" And just like that, poof, they're gone, like the universe snapped its fingers. The king just stands there, stunned by the sheer chaos he witnessed, brain still spinning. So here's his takeaway: I can't believe they're friends. I need Masaru in my life too. Now zip past a little more, and there he is, our boy, seated for a super serious face-to-face with the king. He drags the statue back into the conversation, demanding permission to set it up in the capital. and plays it cool, claiming the goddess's sudden demand left him feeling totally played. With the king fully on board the Masaru hype train, he slams his fist down and vows he'll personally run the negotiations to honor the gods. But here's the catch, this king's got a condition you can't ignore. He's dying to find out why Masaru is so obsessed with grabbing the horn of a one-horned mutated beast. Then he reveals a royal scepter and claims it was forged from that exact material. Ever since forever, the new king has always had to get one, no exceptions, no delays. The king admits the best of his days are behind him, then lays it out he must train for the next ruler, because this duty is his to carry. It's one massive, heart-pounding speech that hits like a thunderclap, but our main man doesn't buy it. He stares down the scepter and realizes something's terribly off. Without missing a beat, he flexes his appraisal skill like it's a weapon. The results slam onto the screen and boom, bingo. Turns out the scepter isn't ripped from some twisted mutant creature at all. It's carved from a unicorn horn, a monster-level detoxifying weapon. Our boy just called the king's huge bluff, and when he did, the king's face instantly caved in. The deal's done, the king mutters, completely busted, like it's over for real. The king tries to save his pride, firing a sharp question at Masaru like, "So, you think I was trying to deceive you?" And just like that, our hero flips into full business mode and lays out the monarch with a masterclass on how deals work, because negotiations aren't about exploiting someone's trust. They're about finding common ground. The king's jaw drops, he swears on the goddess that this tradition is real, but he admits the whole thing runs on trickery. He's genuinely blown away by this guy's character. So, Masaru pitches a fresh, no-lies deal. Your kingdom goes all in and officially hunts the beast, and Masaru gets the horn it's cost. Deal's sealed. The king gets first pick on any legendary item Masaru forges with it, but our boy flashes that grin, yeah, no jokes, it's a deal. They slam the deal shut with a gripping handshake boom. Business is soaring. Once the deal's sealed, the king leans in and demands to know what happens next. Next, Masaru has to restock, so the king hooks him up with a place to stay in the capital, and even hands him a personal guide. We whip over to a library where this poor knight, Zack, is yanked away from his books like they're the last thing keeping him sane. Fried, his buddy, tells him he's been picked to escort a VIP who just struck a deal with the king himself. Zack's face says it all, he's absolutely not excited about it. He's stunned that some random nobody somehow snagged a private audience with the king. Then our hero strides in, flashing the king's official recommendation letter like it's a battle badge. I'm Masaru. Go on, take care of me. But nope, he's not finished yet. Then he leans in and adds, and hey, I'm counting on you for the workshop stuff too. Zack's brain totally faceplants like it's short-circuited, and somehow he's flipped from librarian to tour guide to Masaru's personal assistant in 10 seconds flat. Then he just freezes there, jaw slack with pure confusion, while Masaru hits him with that shady, I know everything smile. Oh man, this is about to get awesome. All right, let's jump into this mess of a business scheme. Our guy is getting the full grand tour from his new buddy, Zack, and that smile feels way too friendly to be trusted. Finally, Magaru's like, hold up, I'm just a customer, so why are you offering me a place to stay? Zack smirks and just drags him right into his family's store. And when they finally make it there, oh boy. Anyway, the store looks like a hurricane just wrecked it. And yeah, the hurricane clearly won. The sign is hanging by a thread, the whole place is a smoking ruin, and you can literally see our hero's soul rip out of his body. Zack awkwardly admits his dad is really trying, but business is just struggling, plain and simple. Then our main man dives into the investigation, snatches up a brick, taps his appraisal skill, and bam, it's high quality. He glances around and his jaw drops. Every single detail is top tier. The logs are cut with surgical precision, the stones line up perfectly, and Zack's dad, total master craftsman. There's just one little snag, this guy has zero clue how to run a business. And when Maguru realizes he needs that legendary broke artisan, he snaps at Zack to introduce him to his dad. Zack drags him out back and roars, "Yo, old man!" And there he sits, absolutely crushed, like a total unit so big, you swear he could bench press a whole house. This dude is getting absolutely crushed by everything. Then snap, the old man loses it and starts yelling, "There's not a single coin left. Like, they can't even eat tomorrow, so screw the bricks." Our boy's head just hits that moment. Ah, there it is. The classic deadbeat father so locked into his dream that he lets his own family go hungry. Straight up starving artist energy. This gets way uglier than it even looks like. You're not ready for what's coming. The dad finally spills the truth. Every worker quit because he couldn't cough up paychecks for 3 straight months. Zack blurts out where his sister Shawnee is, and his dad just mutters that she's gone to work for a rival workshop. Zack snaps straight up. He absolutely loses it. He swings a punch straight into his old man's face, then roars that he's done nothing but be a useless dad. While the family drama explodes in the background, our clueless hero flips straight into business consultant mode. He quizzes them about his sister Diana, and the dad just shrugs like it's nothing. Maguru drops the hard truth: your products are the best in the capital, so why aren't they flying off the shelves? He calls it out straight. This store looks like a haunted house, so Anyone walking in gets a brutal first impression, and no matter how high quality the stuff is, it all falls apart if your presentation stinks. He jumps straight into his plan, starting with tight inventory control so customers can finally see exactly what they're getting. With that brutal business lecture finished, we smash into a hard cut straight to the castle. Our hero strides in to cash that fat paycheck from his beast subjugation mission. But this isn't some grab-and-dash criminal. He snatches the money, then instantly pivots into his next big business deal. He strides right up to the king and starts bargaining like a boss to sell the kingdom's leftover grain. Then he leans in and offers to buy every last extra barley, wheat, and soybeans they've got. After a wild back and forth, they finally lock in every last detail. Negotiations over, boom, the deal's locked in. The king's advisor can't believe it. Our boy's skills just blow him away. Then the king finally spills the real reason for that secret stash he's hoarding weapons to fuel military invasions. Our main man shuts it down on the spot, straight up telling the king that these expeditions are nothing but a waste of resources. He insists real prosperity doesn't come from conquering someone else, it comes from building your own realm and making it thrive. And this absolute unit with zero fear dares to walk up to the king and drop a piece of advice. He grabs the most powerful man in the country and starts hammering him with a lecture on political philosophy. He points to the Beastman city he's building as proof that different races can live side by side, grow a booming economy, and thrive without ever invading a single soul. Then the air turns razor cold. Our hero leans in close and hurls a carefully disguised threat, telling the king not to ever look down on other races. You can almost feel the pressure tightening like it's about to snap. The king's quivering, sweating buckets under our hero's relentless stare. As soon as the mic hits the floor, Magaru snaps that he's out. The king crumples into his chair, utterly wiped out after getting verbally demolished. He whips around to his servant and demands to know if every one of his choices has been a mistake. The servant basically shrugs and admits, yeah, that kid's got a point. Fueled by that inspiration, the king snaps to action and decides he has to see that Beastman city with his own eyes. And in a massive leap of growth, he finally declares, we're bringing pens now, not swords, back at that crumbling, falling apart shop. Our boy comes back from that meeting ridiculously successful, like he just hit the jackpot. Zack instantly snaps at him to keep his attitude in check the second they're around his sister. Magaru fires back with wounded pride, swearing up and down that he's a man of pure logic. They're met at the door by Diana, Zack's sister. She's an absolute sweetheart from the jump. Magaru grins from ear to ear, seeing that warehouse packed to the brim with supplies. He's already plotting how to turn all this raw material into straight-up profit. Diana pulls out a one-of-a-kind ceramic plate and shows it to him. That's the prototype their dad cooked up for lightweight armor, pure genius, but so brutally expensive to build that it never stood a chance. Then she casually drops the bomb she already kicked her dad out for trying to mortgage the house again. This girl is an absolute savage. They dive straight into business, cursing how buried they are in debt. Now they're hunting for a miracle customer to save them. And just like that, right on cue, our hero shoots his hand up, big customer, huh? Then yeah, I'm buying the whole store. So Zack and Diana just stare, stunned because what they're hearing feels like a straight-up blessing from the gods. The deal's locked in, and he's ready to snatch up everything he wants. But right when they're celebrating, this guy crashes the party with a classic cliffhanger. He leans in, smirking like he knows exactly what's coming. All right, you guys, can I pitch this idea to you? All right, buckle up, Masaru's about to slam a business proposal on the table so crazy it could actually work. And the targets are two talented siblings drowning in debt. No warning, this absolute unit flings his arms wide and lays out a once-in-a-lifetime offer. Come with your dad to our city. He's not trying to take them on a date, he's hunting them down for his big world-changing plan. Our main man is already plotting 5 moves ahead, imagining mountains of gold this partnership could rake in. Diana's jaw drops in pure disbelief. Leave the capital, from our own home. She thinks his proposal is totally unhinged, like 0 sense. Masaru doesn't even flinch, he just grins and tells them straight up that they've got to help him build the legendary Beastman city. And that benefits package. Oh, it's straight up premium guaranteed meals, unleaded work, plus a comfy brick-making gig for their dad. It's basically the whole corporate deal Isekai edition. Diana still doesn't buy it, Abysman City. You're actually serious. She calls out the one glaring hole in his plan. Because we're talking about humans here. This is a city with almost 0 people, and it's somewhere they know absolutely nothing about. But our boy's got an answer for everything. He flexes his royal connections and swears he'll get the king's permission to hire any human craftsmen who are drowning in bad finances. This dude's practically humming with excitement. More manpower, faster city development, and he's straight up loving every second of it. Zack just stares like someone shoved a lemon in his face. Still, he's the kind of note that sells the whole grand vision. Diana tries to slam some logic into Masaru, reminding him that pulling off something like that would mean learning an all-new set of skills from scratch. Realizing he's about to lose them, Masaru whips around and seals the deal like a pro salesman back to the supplies. He demands a 10 discount, and just like that, it's done ridiculously smooth. Zack nods, then hits at them with one big question. Do we pay everything in gold coins? He's craving one massive final drop to wipe out their debts and call it over for good. Diana's gut twists the moment she hears this, especially because the person they owe money to is a notorious creep. But with zero other options, she and the crew have to head out. They storm up to the loan shark's office and the guy is already fuming. "How many times are you gonna knock on my door?" he snarls. Maybe he spots Diana and instantly turns shady, figuring she's back for another round of borrowed cash. The creep leans in with a slick, "I can help if Diana insists." And honestly, this guy is the absolute worst. Before things got any creepier, Zach cut in fast. He told the guy to back off because they're here to pay their debt, not get harassed. And that's Masaru's cue. He flings a huge bag of gold onto the counter, and the coins explode out in a glittering rain. The loan shark's jaw drops clean off. Zach exhales like he's been holding his breath for hours. Thank God they've finally broken free from that crushing spiral of debt. But that sleazeball only smirks like, "You really nailed it getting this much, huh?" And then he adds, "It's still not enough." The vibe drops like a stone Zach is unraveling in real time, screaming, "How on earth could we possibly owe even more?" But the lender stays calm and flat out tells him it's all tied to his father, especially that warehouse they rented. And it turns out their dad went and pulled off some seriously unauthorized renovations. We're talking about him hauling out a ladder to block off the wall, then smashing a hole in the ceiling to make a junky bedroom, straight up trashing the whole place without a single ounce of permission. Masaru's soul ripped out of his body, his gut feeling nailed it. They'd run out of time and the dad-pocalypse was already here. Zach can't breathe as it hits him. Nungfather screwed them over again, and this time it straight up crushed him. Then, later that night, our hero crashes into pure, bone-deep exhaustion. But instead of crashing for the night, this absolute unit decides the real way to unwind is to go full riot on a massive shopping spree. Retail therapy, baby. Now let's go hunt for something that hits like a high-impact victory. He leans in and tells a totally baffled Diana, "This isn't some game. He's hunting down top-grade supplies, baiting more elite craftsmen to come flock to his brand new city. This isn't just Hound. It's the future metropolis he's dead set on building. He's dreaming so huge he's aiming to build a whole city one day. It'll rise past the capital itself." While their dad is chilling, cranking out bricks, Masaru can't get enough of the pure, wild thrill of making things. Then his wild, unhinged ambition hits, and you can practically see something crack open in Diana. She stares at him like he's earned it, and a tiny sly smile flickers across her lips. That moment hit me in the feels in the sweetest way. But Masaru drops the bombshell he's going to hit the markets first thing in the morning. Diana wastes no time. She jumps in as their guide, ready to lead him straight to the best spots in town. She's also gearing up to introduce him to other craftsmen because this golden chance is too perfect to waste. Fed up with endless accounting, she calls it quits and officially jumps onto the shopping crew. Oh, this is about to be awesome, straight up epic fun. The next day, the marketplace explodes with non-stop energy and buzzing excitement, and our crew is right in the thick of it, snatching up everything they can before it's even nailed in place. Zach's jaw drops at the insane pile of stuff Masaru just bought. This guy's wallet is a straight-up black hole. They've stacked up textiles, loaded up seasonings, and even dragged in rare vegetables. And a goat. Yep. A goat named the Watto goat, and Zach's brain instantly faceplants into a short circuit. Yeah, it's not just a goat. Our main guy snagged horned rabbits and cutter quails too. And now he's got a whole twisted menagerie of mutated, probably deadly livestock. Masaru's over the moon. He's finally ready to run his own farm. Those rabbits are downright mouth-watering. The quails won't stop laying eggs, and the goat's practically pumping out milk nonstop. Meanwhile, Zach just stands there, utterly crushed by the wild, non-stop chaos. Zach drags Masaru aside and blurts out how scared he is about his sister bringing her life to this city of chaos. Masaru just stares, totally lost. "Wait, Zach, aren't you coming with us?" Click, then he drops another bombshell he somehow forgot to mention. Locked into his deal with the king, Zach got officially named captain of a brand new unit and crowned the city's ambassador while his face screamed, "Wait, what? But that poor dude is getting slammed with a full-blown existential meltdown. When did he even become a captain?" And Masaru's over here trolling him, all smug like, "Relax, we're totally on a first-name basis now." Right then, Diana bursts in and scans the room, hunting down Masaru. She's done thinking she's made her choice, and she just officially accepted his offer to move straight to Beastman City. Sure, that fixes things for a moment. Then another problem hits. To set it all straight, she storms into the Merchants Guild and tries to sell their property. She shoves the official assessment papers into Masaru's hands. As he scans the document, his face twists into raw, unfiltered terror. Because their house is in such terrible shape thanks to Dad, they're getting zero money, and now they're even getting hit with demolition fees. That debt keeps sinking deeper, like it's got no bottom. Alright, let's jump right back into the chaos. Zach and Diana are posted outside the Merchant Guild, and you can tell something's got them on edge. Right when Masaru tried to pull off that deal, everything went sideways then. Like clockwork, our main man bursts out the door, stumbling. One glance at his face, and everyone's like, uh-oh, it's bad. This guy looks like he just got blindsided by the bill after a wild night out with a royal princess like his soul, already punched out and took the exit. Zach, poor guy, blurts out what happened, and boom, it turns out the Shadigan Guild are trying to smash them with a totally outrageous demolition fee for the old store. So yeah, the land's junk, the building's even worse, and now they're trying to make our hero pay to demolish the whole mess. Zack fires off the million-dollar question, "What are you gonna do?" And without a single pause, this absolute menace slams his hands on a massively oversized mace, locks in a stare full of straight-up vengeance, and basically growls, "Isn't it obvious?" Oh yeah, he's furious, like full-on boiling rage. He snatches out this weapon that looks like it could wipe out a whole fortress, snarls at full volume, and I'm just standing there thinking, man, it's been way too long since I saw him like this. He leaned in and shouted, "Don't treat this like a drill, people. DIY's God just picked violence." We cut straight to the crime scene, an old falling apart building, and Zack tells us our boy was wrecked when the guild hit him with that pay up or get out ultimatum. They piled on ropes and took him apart, refusing to see a single bit of worth in that property. So what does any sane person do when the fees are straight up robbery? They pick up a giant flail and decide, fine, I'm wrecking it myself. With one massive Titanic-level swing, he'll unleash glittering roots that tear right through that wall. The whole neighborhood is frozen in shock. Some poor bystander is just staring like, why is this happening? And then Zack, the loyal friend, deadpans, oh, he's just hunting for a house today, normal stuff. But this isn't random chaos. Our guy's got a plan. He says that all that crushed stone can be turned into gravel later, so it's basically zero waste and pure efficiency. He's even firing up construction magic to whip up dust covers, so yeah, he's being considerate right up until it pisses off the neighbors. Honestly, it's the most considerate, unhinged demolition expert you'll ever lay eyes on. Then he slaps Zack with a full-on, professionally diagrammed demolition plan. Zack's expression screams, oh no, and somehow he's the bigger menace anyway, because, yep, here we are. Just then, Masaru blurted out that Jack the Ambassador's son was coming to town, so we might as well put him to work right away. And just when we think nothing else can surprise us, Diana's dad, the blacksmith, wanders right up like it's no big deal. And we realize our boy hired him, leaving Diana absolutely stunned. Zack is completely thrown off, he can't even believe it, and blurts, wait, what else are we supposed to do? And this is where Masaru's master plan finally snaps into place, because he's not just saving money, he's cooking up petty revenge. He'll slap the salvaged materials together into a brand new, top-tier blacksmith shop, then sell it right back to the merchant guild for a jaw-dropping profit. Absolute glorious troll energy. Once Diana's dad flashes that absolutely psychotic grin, you can practically feel him vibrating with pure excitement. He's already plotting his revenge on the guild, ready to cash in and rake in a fat stack. Zack can only stare at this total chaos. Father-daughter bonding moment, and he's just relieved his dad is still himself. With the plan locked in, our hero straight up declares, once this is over, we're heading back to Beastman City. Zack braces for the chaos again, knowing Masaru's wild plans are normal for him, yet they still hit like pure nightmare fuel. Masaru pure troll energy bosses Zack into giving Diana the proper goodbye, and the moment he says it, Diana's cheeks ignite and she blushes like crazy. Then her dad just cackles like, sure, because he knows these reasons are really just cover for them to go get drinks later. And what a wild ride it's been in the capital. Our main guy actually sat down with the king, talked his way into a mountain of resources, and best of all, recruited an entire crew of skilled craftsmen to build up his new city, with a string of tearful, heartfelt goodbyes. Then we cut straight to his last meeting with the king. The king hears that Masaru's shopping spree kicked up a storm of complaints all over town, and our boy just blurts a sheepish, oops. His Majesty also heard rumors about a brand new armory going up, one built to sell weapons straight to the guild. He nails it. This isn't just anything. It's a parting gift, a little thank you present for all the trouble. And man, what a gift that is. An insane 3-story stone building packed with jaw-dropping displays. But wait, best part, the king is cracking up like he's lost his mind at the store's top-tier anti-theft setup, and there's literally no way out, with that dropping iron cage coming down like a punchline legendary. The king stared in awe, fully blown away. He doesn't just admire Masaru's moves as smart business. He sees them as the kind of breakthrough that could shake the entire kingdom's economy into a whole new era. And on top of that, he drops some seriously wise advice because Masaru's got insane skills, but he can't carry the whole world by himself. Use that manpower now, push them into action. The words slammed into him, and our hero finally gets at the king's right to build a real city. He has to empower his people so they can thrive even when he's gone. He shoots the king a grateful smile for all that wisdom, even though it looks like the king's basically just talking to himself. As a final bow, the king offers to send a crew of tough, unflappable, spirited people for a cultural exchange. Just one rule from Masaru for the love of everything. Don't you dare send his sister? With a hard handshake, the deal locks in, and just like that, a brand new partnership is born. But the king instantly panics at the thought of another drinking party with Masaru's crew. He's already seen enough chaos to last a lifetime. Right now in the present lock-in, because it's time to go. The caravan being loaded is absolutely enormous, like the whole world is bragging about how far our hero has come. A crew of adventurers, especially that lively elf and dwarf duo, stared in disbelief at just how massive the whole operation was. They're the 8 of them, an adventuring crew that's finally had enough, so they hung up their swords and settled down in Masaru's brand new city. This absolute unit is over the moon they're here now. He's plotting to hand them the job of training the city's brand new security guards. With the crowd breathing down his neck, our boy reluctantly agrees to deliver a farewell speech. With everyone watching, he steps forward and delivers a truly heartfelt thank you that lands right in the chest. He lays it all out. This isn't just about building a city. It's about forging a fresh home for all of us and for every friend who's walked that road with us. We lock eyes on everyone he's gathered right in front of the king's court. To his closest companions, no one else mattered. He swears that the days ahead will hit hard, but they'll also be packed with fun and pure joy. With a final thunderous shout, they launched into the unknown. The grand caravan rumbles to life, turning into a rolling city of pioneers blazing toward their brand new home because the next chapter is officially underway. All right, let's jump in. Just a few days have passed since our crew tore out of the capital, and the vibes are absolutely unreal. With the open road stretching out, great company beside him, and what sounds like some seriously mouth-watering wild boar waiting for them. This isn't a dangerous trek at all. It's basically a gourmet road trip. Everyone's buzzing with excitement except Annabelle, who's squirming in that carriage all day and starting to feel painfully cramped. Meanwhile, Zach, the ultimate wingman, clocks this moment as the perfect chance to mess with our boy because that new elf encounter is still fresh. Right there, Annabelle spirals into full-on panic while our main guy just laughs it off until their back and forth gets cut cold when they finally spot the river they were chasing. The sun's slipping toward the horizon, and it's the perfect moment to drop everything and set up camp for the night. Next, our boy and Noria jump into action and start hauling supplies, looking like the ultimate power couple while they do it. Once camp's finally set up, the boss leans in and demands a status check on where they are. And this absolute unit casually pulls out a super detailed, full-color map. Straight up looks like it came from a satellite and points out they're roughly halfway to the next city. Dead on schedule. Noria and the boss just lock eyes on that map like their brains are buffering in real time. Noria, an elf who's lived for ages, has never laid eyes on something this wild yet. The boss just lets out a heavy sigh like, yeah, with dimensional storage and all those other insane tricks, this guy's chaos doesn't faze me anymore. Our hero just brushes it off, saying even the beastman he crash-landed on was totally chill, and somehow this guy makes friends wherever he lands. Once the long days of travel were over, everyone was buzzing ready to dive into dinner tonight, and then tear down the road again tomorrow. All right, it's cooking time. Masaru snaps open the inventory and starts planning the move, and then they decide their meal needs a little extra kick. He sets his sights on wild birds, and Noria, their resident expert hunter, lights up like, say no more, ready to hunt. Without even batting an eye, she locks onto a target hidden in the trees. With one smooth, brutal motion, he yeets an arrow right through it, clean as a knife, no hesitation. She whips around with a smirk that basically yells, yeah, I am that good. Zach's stunned out of his mind, whining that his own bow is basically just a fancy stick compared to that. Noria leans in and says, these aren't ordinary birds at all, they're thief birds, infamous for snatching traveler's gear. But here's the silver lining in their criminal chaos. Those birds are ridiculously tasty, and that's why everyone suddenly jumps on board for a full-on bird hunt. Zach is seconds from tapping out, but our main man throws his hand up and stops him. Not yet, he says. I've got an idea. Then he yanks out a sci-fi-looking bow sleek, powerful and downright dangerous, and with zero hesitation, he casually shoves it into Zach's hands. Like everyone's jaw drops every single person in Noria. She's stunned out of her mind, firing off the question, when did he become a bow expert? As soon as she spots it, she snatches the weapon out of the air, and the instant she touches it, she knows the materials are top tier. This thing is an absolute beast. Masaru shoots back that he made it just for himself, Mithril, to tame his ridiculous strength. So Noria smirks and calls his bluff, daring him to draw it right there. But our guy instantly backpedals, blames it on strings too tight, and insists he isn't an elf, so he definitely couldn't have done it. Yeah, right. Still, he takes the leap, aiming at a far-off tree and letting it rip. You can practically see the PTSD from his last accidental mass destruction staring back at you. And I'm honestly just praying I don't smash into anything outrageous. And like the heavens just timed it, a giant bear stomps into the frame right behind his target. Perfect. He looses the arrow, and the power is downright feral, blasting clean through the tree as a crackling sonic boom screams after it. Like, bro, that shot hits with an insane amount of raw power. From where that arrow tore through the air, a full-throated human scream rips through the forest, and our hopeless hero's soul gets yanked out of his body on the spot. I slam into Samoon, not again. That scream wasn't a joke without a second to waste. The whole group instantly sprints straight for the noise. They smash through the trees and straight into total chaos. Another caravan is getting torn apart as a giant pack of wolves surges in and swarms everything. One lone hooded person gets separated from the group, seconds away from being torn apart and fed to a brutally nasty alpha. Noria scrambles to line up her shot, but the chaos around her won't let the moment settle. So what does this guy do? He snatches the closest log and goes for it, and charges into the chaos like a runaway freight train, smashing a wolf aside as if it's nothing. He drops down right in front of the hooded figure. There's a dark-skinned girl standing frozen, staring at him like she can't believe what she just saw. But our hero's epic entrance doesn't exactly send the pack running. He swings the log wham and it lands with a brutal chud, but the wolf doesn't even twitch. It's like he just charged in to punch a statue like it owed him money. Noria suddenly screams from the back line, "Jet away, Masaru! They're golems!" Arrows can't do a thing. None of it matters. And those swords, they're useless too. The knight he just saved has the nerve to tell him to retreat, but pride won't let her retreat. She barrels forward, sword blazing, only for it to smack harmlessly off the golem's hide. And the moment Masaru realizes the fight's pointless, he makes the only move that makes sense. He snatches a wolf golem and slams it in front of him as a living shield. And that move puts him right in the crosshairs. Before he even blinks, the whole pack engulfs him. His friends stare in pure horror, frozen in fear. And the knight is wrecked by guilt, convinced his death is the reason she's paying the price. But then a voice slices through the chaos, sharp and burning. "Don't bite my neck." The knight's got everyone confused, all right. You ready? Masaru's voice comes out muffled as he panics. "No way, there's a hole in my underwear." This guy's getting shredded by rock monsters, and his only thought is keeping his briefs from getting wrecked. Then he staggers upright, covered in chomping golems, tells the girl to run back to her friends, and somehow stays totally unshaken like he's got this. Then he whips his head toward the golems, and pure terror flashes in his eyes. "How dare you!" he screams, "because my synthetic fiber underwear is a precious relic, the kind you can't ever replace." He's officially snapped. He snatches the golem gnawing on his arm and starts smashing everything with it like a wrecking ball. He charges in and wipes out the whole pack, slamming rock into rock as a tornado of pure rage rips through everything. Golem parts splatter through the air as he methodically tears apart every single one. When the dust finally clears, he just stands there calm as ever, breaking down his brand new combat techniques like they're already mastered. Later, Zack drops the news nobody died. Our boy lays bare every thought, pumps magic into his body to get stronger, but it still isn't enough. But here's the kicker. Those golem bites sparked his spirit class recovery skill, and the wolves were basically refueling him as they tried to devour him. So he bulldozed straight through their pack. And honestly, the irony is pure art. Right then, the leader of the group he saved storms up to him, ready to thank him. It's nighttime now, hood down, and she's rolling in with a smaller dark elf who looks just as ruthless. The tiny one drops into a deep, respectful bow and thanks him like crazy for the chaos-filled rescue. All right, buckle up, our crew just hauled a couple of dark elves out of trouble, and the leader is practically drowning us in gratitude. But the moment she puts on that fancy, formal act, our main man clocks it instantly, same race as Annabelle. Annabelle's getting absolutely wrecked meanwhile. That dark elf knight is loving every second she's a fortress. And Annabelle's basically a smooth, aerodynamic plank. So the tension is so heavy it might as well be knife sharp. Life, right when the catfight is about to erupt, scrambles to be the diplomat, telling them he's fine with both, and that's exactly when you realize there are times when "what are you comparing?" isn't a question you can dodge. Right away, they yank him aside for a real talk. And you already know it means one thing: he's about to get yelled at. Once the domestic fight finally calms down, they dive straight into business. So why in the world were those dark elves getting jumped by a whole gang of rock monsters? The leader hesitates like she's about to bolt, but our unsuspecting hero just shrugs and tells her it's totally fine if she doesn't want to talk. That's all it takes. She snaps the truth to the younger one. They're basically homeless, and every day they're fighting just to find a place to finally settle. Then she locks eyes with you, big puppy dog eyes. The kind that hit right in the feels, and asks the million-dollar question, "Can we please join your group?" Without blinking for even a second, this absolute just goes no second thoughts, straight ahead. The whole party's jaws dropped, dark elves scrambling to explain this brutal weight they're demanding they carry, but our boy's just smiling like, "Yeah, it's fine." Annabelle just lets out a stunned sigh, totally thrown off by how reckless he is. Zack and Theodore just stare down the new recruits and basically go, "Yep, welcome to it. This is our life now, and honestly, we can't tell if we got blessed or cursed." With Tao finally swelling with 2 fresh recruits, the caravan surges forward and slams into its destination, the Beastman City. It's a full-on homecoming, and the hype is absolutely out of control. The kids rush in and mob our hero, cheering him back like he's the legend he is. Then Adelina finally breaks into a grin, admitting he's still just as unpredictable as ever. Then he demands, "Where's the chief?" And Adelina points him straight to the housing area. The chief spots the huge crew Masaru rolled in with and just freezes. Then our boy shrugs, introduces the craftsman like it's nothing, and casually drops, "Oh, and we picked up a few dark elves on the way. They'll be crashing here for a bit." Dude, that's just wow. They can't wrap their heads around it. How does a city this advanced exist all the way out here, buried deep in the mountains? The leader is totally stunned, practically gaping, as he admits that the bond of cooperation between beastmen and humans is something worth admiring. She's still eyeing our main man like something's off, convinced he's been pulling secret strings behind the scenes. But the second she spots those real smiles and the trust shining on every face, she knows this place isn't fake. She's seen that look before, the one people wear when they truly believe in their leader. Later, they finally clock that no one's introduced themselves, and our boy blurts out an apology. Emeralda is the younger one, and the absolute unit of a knight is Irina Masaru, just grins, swings the door open, and welcomes them home. That night, the whole city goes absolutely wild. Bonfires roar. Feasts spill out everywhere, and they throw one massive welcome party like they mean it. One moment, our hero was just relaxing. Then a strange gut feeling hit him out of nowhere. And just like that, the goddess herself shows up. Lucifera is shining like she's never aged. Turns out she's been teaching the local kids this whole time while he was gone. And now finally they're stepping in to give her a well-earned break. She's beaming with the results, and she tells Masaru that the kids finally mastered every bit of magic she promised. Then she lets it slip. Hanging out with mortals has been way more fun than she ever expected. Then she drops the bomb, her mission's done, her heart breaks, and she still has to walk out the door. She's handed over every last lesson she knows, and now her whole teacher act is officially done. Wake's face is pure panic, and he blurts, "Wait, can't you just keep teaching? You can't run out of material." He even brings up the crabs, but Isla cuts in. The gods have a strict don't interfere rule, and she's already pushed it way past the limit. Yep, she's done with the job, and she absolutely had a blast. Now it's time to say goodbye. The deal's been sealed, and the contract is officially fulfilled. Then our hopeless hero suddenly snaps to life. He locks eyes with her, stares her down, and declares, "From tomorrow, you'll give Emmy exclusive one-on-one magic lessons for an hour every single day." Isla's totally lost for words, sputtering that it's against the rules, but this guy just flexes like his brain is built different. So if I've got the aptitude, I can learn too, right? Exactly, I'm a resident here, so I've got every right to your teachings, and once I take them in, I'll turn around and pass everything I learned to everyone else. Isla is stunned. He just uncovered the ultimate loophole. He tells her their contract never had a deadline. He leaned in and asked her one straight question. Why recruit all these craftsmen unless he had her full cooperation to help build this city? Her brain basically fried he played her, and not just anyone, he played a literal goddess. And somehow she's actually fine with it because it finally clicks. And she understands exactly why a god would drop into the mortal world. She nods yes to the lessons, and our boy steels himself for some seriously divine tutoring. Deep down, he's losing his mind, full chaos, no breaks. The very next morning, class is ready to kick off, and Isla is already poised to summon him at the crack of dawn. She starts her lesson on the basics of releasing magic, but Masaru's like, "Yep, I've got this," and straight up skips the theory. Sorry, he just shoots up, points, and goes, "Look," and he readies to unleash his power like a storm breaking loose. He finally snaps and unleashes it. Then a towering pillar of pure magical energy rips out of his body, and Isla's soul practically flies out of her own body because a reincarnator's power is straight up that insane. Our boy finally breaks through, his magic clicks into place, and it feels amazing, so he grabs the moment and unleashes some wind magic. He casually snaps his fingers and whips up a freaking tornado. A bunch of helpless beastmen just trying to survive get ripped into chaos, screaming in pure terror. And the next few days turn into a total blur of insane progress. He masters the spheres like it's nothing. Mirrors, towering walls on Earth, and even this wild lightning magic. Yeah, that dude's a straight-up monster. On the 8th day, our main guy is on edge, waiting for his teacher to finally show up. He's getting more and more furious, ranting that a goddess can't be late, and threatening punishment if it happens again. Right on cue, a goddess drops out of nowhere, except it's not Isla. A brand new, shady-looking goddess steps into the scene, and before he can even react, she introduces herself, Victinius. Oh man, things just got messy real fast. All right, let's jump in. Masaru is out in the woods, just trying to be left alone, when a goddess suddenly crashes into his life. This is Victinius, Isla's older sister, and she's barging in on Atla's request to help with his magic studies. But the second you see her face, you know, this won't be some nice lesson. She's cackling like she's daring someone to stand a chance. And our poor guy's spirit is already trying to escape his body. Then a quick check-in hit because everyone suddenly wouldn't stop obsessing over his status screen. Vine basically tells him to quit slacking and get his life together. Meanwhile, the ladies are still fighting it out, and the new teacher rolls in like pure business. Yeah, she lays out the whole game plan, magic compression training included, and if he messes up, the fallout will be way uglier than that tornado he accidentally unleashed last time. And right then, she drives the point home by pulling out a physics lesson from his old world, watching a compressed gas cylinder get wrecked, and seeing the cork launch through the wall like a full-on missile. Yeah, this is the kind of power we're messing with, no pressure, my dude. Alright, she's like, go on, start gathering your magic. Our hopeless hero steals his nerves and goes for broke. Focusing with everything he's got, and for half a second, he actually squeezes out a surprisingly dense ball of energy. With zero control, that magic sphere just self-destructs, obliterating everything, then rockets into the woods like a wild, unguided missile. The guy faceplants on his butt, staring around like, what just happened? Victoria takes one look at her situation and realizes this is going to be way tougher than she ever imagined. Then she snaps, muttering that what a good-for-nothing student she is, totally unimpressed. Next, she snaps out the obvious. He's failing hard because he's got zero frame of reference for controlling magic like this. Oh, she pivots. So, what's your specialty, Masaru? And there's Arb, looking like he's been grilled on quantum physics, stammering, eat a management and making things. Suddenly, a light bulb pops above Victinius's head. She realizes what to do and blurts it out. Stop obsessing over his raw power and start thinking like a craftsman. Picture a vessel first, then pour the kombagic into that exact shape. This is the kind of thing our main man gets instantly bam. The idea clicks right into place to make exactly what needed to be made. Alright, round 2, no more vague doomball, this absolute unit slaps together that once forged, ridiculously massive sword using pure magic, then shapes it exactly how he sees it in his head. And bam, this massive glowing energy blade tears into existence in his hands. It actually worked. He's so stunned he can't even speak. He whips around to his new teacher, eyes bright with real gratitude. Thank you so much, your advice helped more than you know. That sincerity hits Victinius like a shock, and for the first time, she looks flustered. She starts going full tsundere, muttering that she's brooding for no reason at all. But it's clear something changed. She's ready to talk, yet our boy gets so distracted that he loses his grip on the magic, and boom, a sudden gust of wind blasts out of him as he tumbles helplessly. Victinius, blushing bright red, snaps at him like she can't stand it. Hey, you idiot, keep your focus sharp or you'll mess it all up. Our hero is on his knees right there on the ground, begging forgiveness because he just ruined the whole moment. Victinia fights to steady herself, then brings up the city's whole history, and Masaru instantly gets swallowed by a brutal flashback. We catch him in the workshop, burning with rage. What the hell is this? He snarls and lifts a knife as his fury explodes. He asked a crew of master craftsmen to forge 3 identical knives for a test. Then they handed back clothes, not blades. He spells it out for them, same exact thing. I asked for left to right, no guessing. The local craftsmen are totally baffled, swearing the hammer marks and that glossy polish are what make it handmade magic, but our boy isn't buying it. This isn't some art class, this is production. So yeah, he decides to show it, not tell it, and yanks a tool straight from his world, a plain old plastic ruler. A what? No, a ruler. It snaps into place and measures everything with laser-precise accuracy. He presses the ruler against the knives, and bam, those hairline millimeter gaps and weird inconsistencies pop out, impossible to spot with the naked eye. With mob. The craftsman's mind gets absolutely demolished. He's never laid eyes on a tool like this in his life. Masaru says that in vocational school, they'd have to make parts with a margin of error of just 1/20th of a millimeter. And the guys who do it purely by eye locally can't even wrap their minds around that kind of precision. Then he drops the ultimate flex, yanks out a knife he forged by hand, using nothing but their crude tools. He presses the ruler down and the craftsman's jaw drops perfect alignment. No gaps at all, the thickness, the length, it's impossibly precise. Masaru tells them the whole exercise is just a skill check, so he can judge where they stand and then teach them fresh techniques. Now that the craftsmen finally see the light, they're totally sold, practically begging him to show them his ways. The flashback snaps shut and Masaru leans in to tell Victini, "That was one wild ride, but man, was it fun?" Her response? Pure deadpan cool, like the story was already chilling without her. Classic storms ahead, still chatting as they scout for the perfect land to build a shrine. While city-building dreams kept stacking up plan after plan. He's got that "this is my home now" feeling so strong it's basically written into his bones. Meanwhile, back in the ovens, Isla just hangs out until her sister's message hits her. It's basically a PS that says, "P.S. You look like you're about to spill some sorrow, so go on, take your shot." And Isla immediately flips into full denial mode, getting caught. She's panicking in real time, scrambling to convince herself that seeing him isn't the only reason driving her. Back in the forest, Masaru bolts back in. And Victini, it's not like the others at all. But she whispers his name with a softness none of us have ever heard, like it's breaking open inside the room. She leans in and tells him she'll be in the city a lot more, then hopes he'll greet her with a warm smile when she shows up. Whoa, where did this side of her even come from? One second he's rattled, the next she's flipping the whole script and he can barely get a word out as his confusion hits full force. She just blushes, darts to cover it, and fires back, "It's nothing," before he can ask another question. The two of them set off together, and the air is buzzing with fresh, out-of-control romantic tension. From her divine perch, Isla watches the whole thing explode before her eyes. She lets out a dreamy sigh, totally smitten by how adorable her sister looks whenever Masaru's around. But okay, time to get moving. Her sister put it on her to track down that incident with the Dark Elves. She yanks up her celestial database and glowing magical screens burst to life in front of her. She starts digging for answers about the elves Masaru saved. She makes a break for it, but when she goes hunting the beast that attacked them, the search crashes. Nothing's found. And yeah, this is bad, like seriously bad, because a cold chill hits her and she realizes there are parts of this world that even God can't fully control or even understand. What in the world is going on? Seriously, tell me what I just missed. A terrifying omen. No doubt Dark Elves got hit by something unknown. Something so wrong it shouldn't even be real. And with that chilling mystery, the curtain drops for now. Alright, buckle up, we're rolling in. Masaru is out here keeping the neighborhood fed and grinning with his wild hunting skills, and yeah, he's even smoking meat for everyone. The locals are eating it up, gushing that the elves are so dependable they're practically begging them to live in the woods forever. Speaking of elves, our main man catches sight of Emeralda in town. She just clocked out of her ranch work, and she's smiling like everybody's settling in just fine. But she's wearing a deadly serious look like she's about to do something that can't wait. Moments later, she barrels right into him and pleads her case. Then the helpful hero in him just tells her, "No problem, swing by my place after dinner." That night, the air turns heavy fast. Emerald wastes no time, goes straight for the point, and tells him she needs to talk about something big. Turns out she's got company. She's not alone at all. Soon, she rolled in with a friend, and then, bam, she drops the first bombshell of the night. "My name is Emeralda, the queen of the dark elves." Our boy's mind just crashed full on blue screen because he's been living with literal royalty this whole time. The queen breaks it down they're from a kingdom called Stenzen, a brutal 10-day trek from here. Then boom, those same unhinged golems showed up and wiped their home clean off the map, and an entire country was just gone. Zack can't even process it. Someone just wiped the entire kingdom off the map. Meralda admits they bolted to Beastman City to regroup, but now she's done hiding, and everything's about to change. She has to learn what happened to her homeland no matter the cost. Then the moment hits, she locks eyes with our hero and, with no hesitation, demands he take them back to Stenzen. Masaru, completely stunned by this wild request, blurts the million-dollar question. Why were they attacked in the first place? But the answer is nowhere in sight. Zack tosses out the idea of holding a grudge, and our boy instantly cuts it off cold. Dark elves are known for being effortlessly calm, soaking up nature like it's their second heartbeat. So, yeah, it makes absolutely no sense for anyone to start beef with them. The Queen's Guard snapped that it was a full-on blitz. Our enemies were already inside the castle when she finally returned, and only a handful of people barely escaped. This is where our main man snaps into detective mode, grilling everyone for any clue about the golems. The guard was slammed with protecting the Queen, but she still remembers seeing animal types, wolves, bears, and even monkeys. And then she blurts out that magic word, the one that makes icy fear crawl down our hero's spine, Spidey sense stuff. You can basically spot Masaru's ex's bare body, and meanwhile Zack, totally clueless, goes, "Yo, you figured something out, right?" Our hopeless hero slaps on the fakest smile ever and tries to slip out of the conversation like a ghost spider's. Yeah, he's out, no debate, straight back to his room by. But Zack isn't letting him slide. He calls him out on the spot. "Are you seriously scared of spiders?" Masaru starts sweating, babbling about his grandma, and his skin turns green. His excuses are so pathetic they don't even stand a chance. Back so hard even the elves had to stare and call out his bluff. Zack is totally losing it, cackling like crazy because this absolute unit is terrified of a few eight-legged freaks while Masaru panics and yells that he's just a normal human who hates creepy crawlies. He tries to wriggle free, pitching some city development nonsense, even acting clueless about who the final boss is, like any excuse will magically save him. Right when he's about to bail for good, his phone dings. Boom, a message from the gods. It's from Isla Saphira, and she's on a mission. These golems baffle even the gods. If he investigates, he'll score a skill coupon. Yeah, a real one. That's all it took. That fire's back in his eyes. Masaru slams the table, and his fear is gone for good. Ivy decides, fine, I'll take full responsibility and help you. The shock hits hard. This whiplash moment is pure realness, and everyone is left staring because a rush of courage just explodes out of nowhere. Our boy, packed to the brim with reckless confidence fueled by greed, strides up and claims he's smashed his arachnophobia and swears he'll lead them to victory. He snatches a totally bewildered Zack and drags him into a test drive. Get a load of Masaru's human-powered carriage special. He built this glorious, chaotic tricycle carriage hybrid with his own hands, and it's pure genius chaos on wheels. The elves don't just doubt, they question everything, and rightfully so. And our boy flexes his engineering genius, whipping out his custom-made leaf springs built to soak up every jolt and yeah, this setup is top tier. The safety test is kicking off right now. And so who's the guinea pig? Poor, unsuspecting Zack, brace yourself, because Masaru's grinning and warning, this is about to get dangerous. And Zack's face is already shouting regret. Without pausing for even a second, our main guy rockets them down the hill at full speed while Zack's screaming like he's done for. They were absolutely soaring, like nothing could touch them. The elves just stand there, stunned as everything blurs by at jaw-dropping speed. Suddenly, a swarm of goblins jams the road, but Masaru doesn't even blink. He just cackles and smashes straight through, turning the carriage into a goblin-obliterating battering ram. It's absolute no-holds-barred carnage, straight-up chaos. They screech to a stop, and Zack suddenly looks like he aged 10 years in the span of a heartbeat. He tells the elves the ride is shockingly smooth, but then admits he'll probably need therapy afterward. Zack is all in on our boys. He's got zero doubt they'll pull off chaotic engineering like it's nothing. Masaru won't stop. He'll keep leveling up and making things better, non-stop. That night, while Masaru tinkered with his death trap mobile, the door creaked open and Goddess Victinius showed up. He casually tells her, hold on, then drops this wild thought like it's nothing. He's busy figuring out how to raise crabs. The goddess shows up, staring at his new hobby like it's totally pointless, pure unimpressed silence. He hits her with, what's up? And she fires back immediately. No games, just straight to it. She's got a negotiation on the table. A real piece of filth. I want you to wipe out every last living thing in Stenson. Hold up, what just happened? Our guy is totally shook, and she's demanding he pull off a mass commitment. So what do we do now? All right, strap in, because the big day is finally here. Lancelot's putting our boy through the ringer over his brand new invention. But he clocks it fast. Our main man looks way more wrecked than a goblin who just lost his favorite shin-kicking rock. But Masaru, always the showman, snaps back with a dramatic twist, waving his arms like crazy and roaring, "Behold my masterpiece!" And what's this glorious beast, the Masaru special? An all-human-powered tricycle carriage that looks like it was forged in a cave from pure scrap, yet somehow pulls off genius: a lightweight frame, top-tier pedal parts, a seat so comfy it feels like feathers, and yes, a real trunk. Tony Stark would absolutely lose his mind. Meanwhile, Irina is hustling through a rapid inventory check and she can't believe it. This trip lasts 10 days and you've packed like nothing. Our guy just smirks as he taps his dimensional storage and he goes, "Relax, I've got food and water to feed an army." Then he turns to Zack and barks, "Get Irina's bags loaded up." But hold up, Irina's face just crumples like her soul got up and walked out. Yeah, she's not showing up. She drops the bomb that she's staying put, and you can tell she already settled it with Emeralda. Instead, she slaps them with a brutally heavy new quest: go straight to the Dark Elf capital and witness the truth with your own eyes. She demands they witness the tragedy that crushed her people, then carry that pain forward like a living memory. Yikes, talk about putting a lot on your shoulders. Then pure emotional whiplash hits. She blurts that she wishes she could go because it sounds insanely fun. And before anyone can react, she's yelling a full-on yes like she's signing up for the mission herself. And honestly, this chaotic girl, I'm completely obsessed. Adelina jumps in to take her spot right away, but Emeralda cuts it off in an instant. "Nope, you're busy with homework because today we're learning how to be an administrator." Tough break, kid. Just like that, everything turns on you. And everyone's like, "Yeah, this is for the best." Even the Beastman chief shows up just to tell Adelina straight up that she has to learn the ropes. Lancelot starts needling Zack, claiming he's not exactly a knightly guy, and that just lights a fire under Zack, making him desperate to steal every one of Lancelot's training secrets. The crew squeezes in a few more laughs and throws out friendly jabs one last time. Then they finally get down to business. Lancelot makes it crystal clear he's not playing around. He fires off a rider on horseback ahead, clutching a letter that lays out the attack on Gritas. He's planning for the absolute worst. What if the entire kingdom is already gone, erased from the map? So here's the move: send in a tiny three-man recon crew, slip in, grab the intel, and vanish. But our hopeless hero wastes zero time. He's all business, ready to slam this out fast and vanish back home like a born champion of get it done and leave. Irina throws in her blessing and basically says, "Yeah, the three of us are more than enough to handle this." After a flurry of quick goodbyes, they snap into action and get ready to set off. Irina blasts out the location like a war cry: Stenson. Then no hesitation, none, Masaru rockets forward and hurls himself onto his ridiculous contraption, pedaling like a freight train, blasting Lancelot into a full-blown cloud of dust and pure confusion. Now zoom in on his face. Pure determination burns there, loud and unshakable. The folks left behind are shrieking as he disappears over the horizon. But Irina just stands there completely unshaken, like this is totally normal. The carriage rams over the road and blasts dirt into the air like a bomb just went off. Elsewhere, the goddess Wenesama is having one brutal, terrible day. She's completely shattered, slumped over the table while her attendant hovers, panicking as she clearly can't handle what's happening. But then she blurts it out. Her heart is shattered, and she can't bring herself to forgive what happened. Then, right when it seems hopeless, a tiny spark of hope ignites. She throws every ounce of faith at our boy, whispering, "Please stay safe." Back on the road, the trio tears down for days, carving through endless landscapes on that super trike. The road drags on forever, but they finally punch through and make it at the last second. From a nearby hill, Lancelot jabs his finger toward the capital, towering giants of stone, built like they'd never fall. Irina points it out, and her voice rings with pure hope. Our main man shoots a grim look at you like, "Yeah, none of you are ready for what's coming." They all cling to what Emeralda said. This is a magnificent city, and the moment they remember it, their eyes light up with pure, breathless anticipation. And then they lay eyes on it. Pure, brutal devastation. The capital isn't even damaged. It's been erased, obliterated, wiped clean off the map. Irina's face fractures the moment she stares at the smoking wreckage of her home. It's a blasted wasteland where rubble piles up and despair crushes every heartbeat. Irina dashes for the city, but Masaru clamps down on her wrist and yanks her to a screeching stop. She's in full-on panic, yelling at them to tear through the wreckage and find any survivors. But this guy with ice in his veins stays stone calm and tells her it's pointless. "I can assure you there are no survivors in the capital." That one statement hit like whiplash right near Serena and Lancelot's necks. They're utterly stunned, like their minds just short-circuited. Irina snaps, demanding how he even dares say that when they haven't set foot inside the city yet. Right before this thing blows up, Lancelot jumps in like the ultimate bro. He grabs the moment and tells Irina, Masaru has never lied to you, so just hear him out. They sit down and Arena wastes no time, going straight for the jugular, demanding if the Goddard told him to wipe everyone out. Masaru doesn't deny it. He just admits he already knew the city was wrecked, and that's why his mood was crushed long before they even left. This is way too much for the Arena, she snaps mid-rant, screaming that the gods haven't so much as blinked at the mortal world in thousands of years and declaring all of this total nonsense. She snaps that it's a complete waste of time, then whips around and gears up to hunt for survivors by herself. Lancelot blesses his heart, snaps everything into place, so that's what the goddess was about. That's why you've been crushed with depression. And just like that, he believes it. No second thoughts, no questions. His logic is rock solid. No regular guy could just swing a knight on command. So, yeah, Masaru has to be the real deal. He even hammers it into Arena's head, because Kingi himself already recognized Masaru as a divine apostle. Masaru tries to play it down, claiming the goddess relationship is just like normal friendship, but the more he insists, the sketchier it gets. Finally, Arena calms down and nods she'll follow his lead, so tell me, what do we do next? He tells her to hang tight and just watch from afar as the last enemy soldiers close in. He then unveils the most unhinged plan ever. He's not just going to fight them. He's going to unleash something violently final to wipe the capital's history clean once and for all. His eyes flash with wild chaos as he lays out his targets, the golems, and even the capital itself. With a casual smirk, this absolute unit casually promises, "I'll blow them all up." Lancelot and Arena's reaction. Yeah, that's literally all of us right now, duty my ass. All right, buckle up, our crew is lounging by the campfire when Masaru pulls out the most unhinged plan ever. And Arena just freezes, staring at him like her brain can't process what she's hearing. You're going to destroy Stenzen. Masaru, dead serious, just gives a sharp nod. If we want to fix all of this, then that's the only move. Arena snaps back instantly, fully losing it. Get out of here, why can't we just smash the golems in the city? Ready. Zack jumps in right away, backing her up. Yeah, that's way too much, Masaru. No way Emeralda would ever sign off on something that ridiculous. But then our boy slams them with the ultimate UNO reverse. Oh yeah, I already talked to Emeralda and got her permission, and Zack's jaw basically hits the floor. Masaru tells them he didn't just jump into it. He got the go-ahead from both the goddess and the queen the moment he took the job, and it wasn't some last-minute whim. This demolition was already pre-approved, locked in before he ever moved. Let's rewind a few days because the air already felt heavy, like something bad was about to snap. So yeah, Error is going full blast on Victinius the goddess. You're trying to wreck our land and you want us to hand over permission. Then the goddess' eyes glow with heartbreak as she confesses, "We've got no allies left in this city. The only things still standing are the golems. 3 weeks have passed and those things haven't budged, like, not an inch, and yeah, that's a very, very bad sign. So, Error's fighting back tears after we lost our people and our castle. You're trying to rip away the last home we've got left." She steps straight into the goddess's face, channels raw, blazing rage. "Just because you made the world doesn't mean you get to wipe it out. Answer me." Me, then all the goddess can do is choke out a painful, "I'm sorry." But that's nowhere near enough to cover such an enormous error. Then Queen Emeralda abruptly crumples, clutching Masaru's arm with a death grip so shattered she begs him to save them, swearing she feels like even God has left them behind. And just like that, our boy is blindsided, stuck processing the total mayhem exploding around him. Without skipping a beat, this dude whips around to Sawyer and drops a total hero line saying, he's sure fate sent him here right on cue to save them. He swears to the queen that he'll rebuild it all from the ground up and he'll craft whatever she wants, no matter what, until that day finally arrives. Then he tries to patch things up fast, telling Sora that Victinius loves this world more than anyone on it. He knows it's a huge ask, but once the dust clears, he's praying she'll still dig deep and find it in her heart to forgive the goddess. And then bam, he drops his real motivation with a soft smile like it's nothing. But I can't stand seeing my friend twist up like that. Boom, right there, the goddess freezes in pure shock and her heart gets completely stolen. No matter if she's flying high or crashing back down, she chooses to trust him and gives everything she's got to build that brighter future. Teary-eyed and still shaken, the goddess leans in and tells him she's got one last request. Back in the present, Masaru spills the whole deal, and it's brutal. The queen wants Irina to see Stenzen's danger for herself, firsthand. Irina's like, wait, I'm just stuck doing chores, right? Then our main man snaps in, he's got the plan locked, and she and Zack are his backup, plus his eyes in the sky. Sora gazes into the far distance, her heart tugging her back to home. Back home, she presses him one last time. Are you sure there are 0 dark elves left? And he answers with absolute certainty. With a sorrowful smile, she hands him the city's last moments like it all rests on his shoulders. Zack and Irina swear they'll stay glued to his side no matter what comes for him. With his resolve locked in, this absolute unit braces for launch pure go time. The team breaks apart. Zack and Irina lock in on lookout duty, scanning the area like they own the night. And then our boy just yeets himself off that cliff done with kings and knights. He's ready to do something completely unhinged. He rockets through the forest at full blast because he's sick of this exhausting mess. At last, he storms into view, staring down over the dead, crumbling ruins of the capital. He spots the golems, and thanks to his training, he immediately feels it in his bones. Something's horribly off. A dark, sinister magic is pulsing off them, an evil power that you've got to obliterate before it swallows everything. And just like that, his decision snaps into place. This whole place is going down. And then he remembers the queen's tear-streaked face, like it's still burned into his mind. Clenched his fists so hard his knuckles ached. Then he vowed, I won't ever see her face like that again, so I'm ending this. All right, time to light the fuse and blow all of this sky high. So how's he even pull that off easy? He's going to use some wild method he read about in light novels back on Earth. And trust me, we're about to get that premium isekai science. It's a simple plan that turns into pure chaos. Make a fuel air bomb, then blast a cloud of ultra-fine flammable powder out into the air. The real trick is nailing the perfect powder to oxygen mix because one wrong number can unleash a massive, catastrophic explosion. With his crazy air control skill, this is basically a joke. He slams a giant dome over the entire city. Then he tweaks the air inside the dome, cranking the oxygen sky high until it becomes the perfect setup for a massive explosion. Next, he rips open his item box. He shoves aside the rocks and rips open a swirling vortex of pure chaos. This dude's seconds away from dropping a mountain of wheat flour all over the capital? Yeah, like an actual flower bomb. No joke. Up on their perch, Zack and Irina are totally dumbfounded. Are they really about to make it snow? Every inch of the city is getting blanketed in a fine white powder. Now it's time, grand finale time. Masaru clenches his fist, pours his magic into the moment, and ignition fires up like a spark into destiny. He's seconds from scorching the oxygen, the flour, and every last shred of that corrupt magical power. Then he whispers a silent goodbye to the city, wishing he could have seen it when it was still in its prime. He leans in and makes a solemn vow to the city's ghosts and its people. I'll do everything in my power to make that day finally arrive, I promise. With one last breath, I blurted, I'm sorry. A cloud of fine powder detonates and swallows the whole valley torch. Bright flames erase the fallen capital of Stenzen in one brutal goodbye. All right, buckle up right where we left off. Our boy just wiped an entire town off the map. And now the aftermath is this absurd crater that stretches forever. Like you can't even see where it ends. Zack and Irina, his companions, just stand there, utterly stunned by the wreckage. Irina, the eternal optimist, goes, okay, tell me you're thinking the same thing after all this. They're rebuilding the capital, right? Zack shoots her a confident promise, then the entire squad whips their heads around in shock because Masaru, the main man himself, is already back and he looks totally unbothered. He shrugs and goes, yeah, that blast was kind of too much. I had to dump all my magic into heat resistance and I ended up crashing into a cliff, my bad. The whole party's huddled up, whispering like they can't believe what they're seeing. Wait, what's with this guy's hand thing? Because the dude straight up launched himself off a cliff to dodge a nuke he just made. Like it's no big deal, just another Tuesday for him. Suddenly, our hero's divine phone explodes with a ringtone. God's calling, and Esla demands he report back to her ASAP. As Irina finishes her dramatic, until we meet again, you can practically feel it. Things are about to get even crazier. No hesitation, he boots forward, even though he totally forgot he was in the middle of a golem investigation right then. A fresh message from Isla hits, and he's gone. This absolute unit is parkouring straight over the city rubble. Then he just obliterates everything in his path. The message spells it out: these golems are twisted corpses that devour magical energy until they harden into living statues, and the look on his face screams one thing. What did I just get myself into? And that's when he spots something off. Snippets from Isla's message are missing. Like someone yanked the truth right out of it. He gets hit with another message from her right away. She's taking over the investigation and only wants him to gather fragments, and yeah, that screams, I'm hiding something from you. So he finally clocks it, his quest is over, and there's nothing left to do except turn around and head back. He finally scrolls back then. Bam! There's a tiny PS at the bottom. Isla's trying to lift a depressed friend's spirits with dinner, and she needs Masaru to snatch that mouth-watering crab before it's gone along with the payment, a skill ticket. Then boom, a vision of a woman crying hits him, and he finally realizes this whole nightmare isn't over yet. The message keeps rolling, and Isla swears she'll do anything she can to help him out. Meanwhile, our poor, hopeless hero's eyes bulge like they're about to pop straight out of his skull. The system then roasts him with some way too motivational bunny girl picture, and he instantly starts hammering the chat with spam. It's just an image, like that's supposed to save him. Even though we both know he's absolutely not fooling anybody, buddy. Give him a minute, he needs to cool off and get his head back on straight. Just then, Zack barged in and asked why he was blurting it out because Zack was here to talk about the exact same thing. Zack blurts out that reinforcements are rolling in. and they need a real story to sell for the giant crater where that town used to stand. They just lock eyes speechless, expressionless, like the world went silent between them. Yeah, that's right, folks, neither of them has a clue what to do next. They immediately realize they're trapped in a bad spot. Staying put is the only way to help clean everything up, and that means they'll have to come clean and explain themselves. They're stuck trapped, yet not allowed to settle in. And our boy is panicking because he knows May is about to lose it. And just like that, speak of the devil, an insanely furious May slips in right behind him, looking like she's about to wipe out his whole career. Year she snaps that she's been waiting for him, and her anger is loud in every word. Zack's eyes light up with pure genius, then he blurts the ultimate plan. Why don't we just leave? And just like that, our heroes pull off the toughest move on the planet. They bolt from their problems like their lives depend on it. 2 days later, the king's royal guard finally storms in, and their commander, Freedid, freezes because the apocalyptic wasteland before him is straight up unreal. They spot one lone signpost still standing amid the rubble. Masaru drops a note like, "Hey knights, don't worry, I handled the monsters for you. You're welcome." And that power move, absolute domination. He even drags them into a meetup at a nearby coastal town, leaving the commander completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the crew is already plotting their next strike, speed walking to a nearby port to stay off the radar and lay low. Masaru is already plotting to flex his brain power and convince another city to jump in and help rebuild. The second they roll into town, a massive commotion erupts to greet them. The entire place has been ripped apart into one giant construction zone. Suddenly, a voice snaps his name out of the air. It's Captain Cook and Erdem, who can't wait to see him. Zack steps in and apologizes for Masaru's total chaos, trying to smooth everything over. Then the arena spots someone else with them. Isla herself standing right there, deadpan, and asking if they're really about to break more stuff. Cook snaps and says the whole construction mess is actually Masaru's fault. He handed out shovels and water pumps to everyone, and now the whole town is going full DIY mode. Our main man suddenly veers off, firing up a full rant about his wild grand vision for a garden path. Cook suddenly snaps into understanding. "This is my curse," he cries. "The moment I see people building, my body just goes on autopilot." Left alone, the man can't stop craving home improvement projects. And Cook and Erdem waste no time. Masaru's curse has to be dealt with first. As Masaru gets yanked away by the townsfolk, Irina stands there staring after him, eyes locked like she's plotting something big. She admits it, she knew he helped build the Beastman's town, but what she's seeing right now is something completely different. She always dreamed of him as an unstoppable warrior, someone she could lean on no matter what. But seeing that goofy face right now, she's convinced he's feeling totally unworthy. Oof. That hit hard. The DIY curse is wreaking havoc, and Masaru gets yanked from one project straight into the next, fixing stairs and hammering those closet rods into place. But before he can even finish, bam, he gets yanked away by teleportation. And suddenly he's materializing inside a huge, pitch-black, empty arena. Then his soul rips out of his body on the spot. Whoa, Wowie, why is there an arena here or what? A deep voice rumbles like, "Come on, don't you get it?" A hulking brute gripping a sword as big as a surfboard steps out of the shadows, and you're here to beg me for help, aren't you? All right. Absolute Unit straight up tells Masaru, "You want a favor? Then you'd better come correct and show some real respect." With a chilling grin on his face, he snaps, "Let's fight." The warrior strides forward, radiating raw, bone-chilling intimidation. "So, tell me, did you just forget to train your brain muscles all this time, or what?" Then boom, the challenger is none other than Commander Lancelot, and he's already lifting the blade like he's about to turn our hero into a fine paste. All right, let's jump back into the chaos. Our boy Masaru charges into the arena, and Lancelot is already firing off non-stop trash talk like he owns the place. That dude's basically losing it, telling you you've been dodging your duties to sword fight, so let's go. Right now, Lancelot is practically trembling with pure chaos, already itching to throw down. The crowd whispers as our main man suddenly shifts into a whole new, dead serious vibe. This isn't the same Lancelot they saw last time. He's Port Arium's commander, a total berserker who lives for the thrill of battle. But hey, he's at least a straight-up psycho who backs every word, which is more than most people ever do. Realizing things are about to get brutal, this absolute unit squeezes in a fast pre-fight check and runs through his stats before the chaos hits. And holy moly, his soul practically rockets out of his body from pure shock. After that little Stenson incident, the guy finally got hit with a huge delayed EXP dump. Our hero's freaking out internally now. Last time they clashed, he was level 16 and the fight was a dead-even match. But now he's so powered up, he's actually scared he'll accidentally blast the commander into a cloud of red mist. But Lancelot grins like a man possessed, practically spilling out that going all out is the ultimate sign of respect, and Masaru, realizing there's no escape, just goes along with it. Lancelot leans in and goes, "You talk just like my niece, Edelina." And our boy sees the perfect moment to mess with her, leans right into it and tells her she's doing great because she even saved his life once. Then he hits her with the real shocker: she's helping build his town. She could be there for good, and who knows, they might even end up married or something. The sheer nerve, he fires back immediately, snapping that it's up to her, of course. But it's already too late, Lancelot. now a wreck of worry, steps in and slaps a brutal condition onto the fight. If he wins, Masaru's sending Delina over because he's not letting that creep swindle his niece out of the full story. Masaru snaps back with a condition that actually makes sense if E wins. He's grabbing some carpenters. Now that the stakes are locked in, the rematch is officially on. Up in the stands, the crew is freaking out because they've seen what happens when Masaru gets fired up, and they're honestly scared for their commander's safety. Down below, two warriors lock eyes and prepare to tear into each other. Lancelot decides words are for nerds, so he hits back the only way he knows, stomping the ground so hard it shatters. Masaru's eyes bulge wide in shock. Lancelot barrels ahead like a freight train, smashing forward and blasting up a roaring storm of stone and dust. Dude's got a totally unhinged look in his eyes, like he's about to snap any second. The moment they slam into each other, the shockwaves explode so hard they rattle all the way up to the spectator box. Everyone freezes, utterly stunned. Lancelot lunges in and smashes our hero down on the spot, roaring that he'll never win. Masaru, the ultimate smartass, tries to pull a stunt. He grins and goes, "So, can we call this a win for me since you dodged my challenge last time?" Right then, Lancelot fires back with a thunderous, "Hell no, you fool," and crashes down with a brutal swing. The commander rockets into the air for a brutal overhead strike that's about to end the fight. Like, he corners Masaru and forces him on the defensive. Masaru blocks the strike, but the impact slams him back hard, and his back gets left wide open. A mistake. Like, Lancelot spots the opening and launches in with a full body tackle to shut it down. But our boy is way quicker. He dodges at the very last second. Time ran out as Lancelot's sword came down hard on the empty ground. They crash back in, blades blazing as they clash in a wild, chaotic dance. The crowd can barely wrap their heads around what they're witnessing. Just when the fight seems like it'll settle down, Lancelot turns the heat up. Crackling magic floods his blade, and he blasts out a brutal energy wave that gouges a trench straight into the arena floor. It's done, he cackles like a maniac, grinning because he's already won. But Masaru's on a whole other level. He threads through the storm of magic/chaos like it's nothing, turning the solid stone floor into Swiss cheese like it got absolutely wrecked. His friends are drenched in sweat, but they're watching our main man dodge and take this absolutely ridiculous beatdown with shocking control. And Masaru calls it out. Lancelot's wild swings are throwing him off balance. Lancelot finally admits it. Masaru's raw power and speed leave him in the dust. Then she rips into him, claiming he learned those moves from Beastmen. And here's the twist: Masaru realizes that even with his busted stats, Lancelot's raw experience, razor-sharp technique, and cold killer instinct are on a whole different plane. No matter what he does, he can't match the veteran's flawless moves. Lancelot slams our hero down to his knees and growls, "This is my MI stage." He's in full beast mode, jaw set and blade up, daring Masaru to surrender or lose his head. The commander goes off on a full tirade, screaming that high stats are meant to smash monsters, not brag, and insisting that a real warrior's skill gets forged only through battle. He even ridicules our guy for having to lean on magic just to grow, and that's it. Masaru's had enough of this humiliating stats lecture. He snaps like a firecracker, a dark aura blazing from his hand as he spits. "If that's what you want, then I'll throw everything I've got into this." Lancelot spots the skill item box in a flash and immediately clocks Masaru's plan. He's about to craft mid-fight, so Lancelot charges in to crush him before he can. And this absolute unit kicks off a wild monologue about anime and manga right from his homeworld. In the middle of this wild talk about characters who rain down endless weapons from the sky, Lancelot just stands there, frozen and totally baffled, like, what the heck is this guy going on about? Masaru bursts in and tells them, "I can open my item box anywhere, anytime, and I can even resize it to whatever I want." Taking the powerful lessons he'd learned from Isla, he unleashes his real, insanely ridiculous power. This isn't some lame item box, it's basically a whole home center, because he's got every material, every bit of knowledge, and all the godly power he needs right there. Lancelot's jaw drops so hard it might as well crack the ground. He looks up at the sky, screams, "Build it in the item box!" and then hauls those creations back into the real world. With a cocky grin, he blurts out that he's been dying to hit that line for ages. And out of the sky portals, a whole army of gigantic, fully loaded ballistas comes crashing down like instant doom. Lancelot just glares up at the sky, where that ridiculous barrage aims straight for him, and he blurts the only question that matters: can he keep going? Bro, you have no clue everything's set. And that dreaded Commander Lancelot is about to step in and throw down. He kicks off the battle and, with zero drama, casually points out that those dozens of giant ballistae locked onto him weren't even ready before this moment. And that's exactly why Masaru, our guy, just snapped them into existence out of straight-up thin air. Lancelot's jaw drops because he finally clicks this guy just cooked up a whole arsenal of siege weapons right there on the spot. Down in the stands, Masaru's crew is straight-up losing it, chanting that he's a god. And even Lancelot has to admit it, yeah, that's straight-up mind-blowing. But our main guy just shrugs it off, radiating peak smugness like, "God, nah, I'm just some guy who works at a home improvement store. Idiot." Then he drops the gauntlet, so tell me, you still want to dance after all this? Lancelot, still stone calm, starts tossing out his resume vivid tales of battles with 100 spearmen and 100 bowmen. Our hopeless hero finally snaps. He calls out that it's time for the first shot, and he's using air control magic to slice through the ballista strings. He snapped his wrist and everything changed in an instant. A ridiculous volley of arrows big as telephone poles comes screaming toward Lancelot. His own men are losing it, screaming at their commander to sprint for his life. But Lancelot, he just stands there, stone cold, calm, no flinch at all, then swats those massive projectiles out of the sky like they're nothing but pesky flies. His men stared in disbelief, like their eyes refused to process what they were seeing. This dude's a full-on one-man apocalypse. And when Masaru clocks that he's up against a legit lunatic, he shouts for the second barrage. This time, every single one of them unleashes their shots at the exact same moment. The arena floor detonates into a wild storm of shattered wood and twisted metal. But when the chaos finally clears, because every soul rips out of its body, Lancelot stands there, totally unscathed, ringed by flying wreckage. Yeah, this guy's power is completely off the rails. Our boy's stunned out of his mind, screaming, "You've got to be kidding me," as he fires off the final volley. This time, Lancelot doesn't even try to block, he just saunters right through the hailstorm of death, weaving out of every single shot like it's nothing. He's so bored he starts ranting like, "This isn't even a real fight," and won't shut up. Turns out this dude is a battle supercomputer. He reads every incoming shot just from the strings snapping, like he can hear the future. But he's straight up Neo from the Matrix, dodging every strike with effortless, unreal precision. Seriously, he's living his best life and he's screaming for even more. Masaru finally realizes Plan A is a total disaster. This is getting bad, and he has to whip up a new plan right now. Lancelot barrels closer, but right before the fight ends, our hero snaps. This is when he goes all in with a massive gamble. Suddenly, a violent tornado of wind erupts around him. Right in front of them, Lancelot freezes, stunned by whatever crazy mess is about to hit him next. Instead of pulling out a sword, our main man slams his hand forward and summons a massive metal pole out of thin air. Lancelot is completely baffled. Wait a rod, seriously. He swings that massive sword like a storm, tearing through the air. But Masaru slams right into it perfectly, and the whole arena roars with the impact. Yet that pole doesn't even bend. That absolute unit straight up reveals it's a prototype shaft magic channeling metal built to take whatever Lancelot throws at it. Lancelot gets completely hooked. Yet he's still the same master swordsman, then he starts crushing Masaru with nothing but raw, unstoppable skill. Still, it hit him, no weapon can patch a real skill gap. He slams down on our boy's weapon with zero effort, then declares that he's already won. With Masaru throwing everything he's got just to survive, it's only a matter of time before it all crashes down. But then Lancelot spots something, and the whole situation suddenly feels wrong. Why is he stuck just defending? He won't even go for the counterattack. And right in that swirl of confusion, a terrifying realization crashes into his mind. Masaru erupts in a final, desperate scream as everything finally clicks into place. Lancelot finally gets it. Then reality hits, and it's already too late. You see, that pole wasn't just there to block people. Masaru stretched it so far it reached high into the sky. Lancelot snaps his head up and his blood turns to ice. A monstrous shadow drops out of a portal in the clouds. Our guy breaks it down since he can't fire off projectiles like the others. He's forced to go full creative mode. He yanked open his sky storage and casually hurled a massive chunk of bedrock he'd been keeping around. And the whole defense play was just a sneaky stall job baiting them into position for that orbital strike. Lancelot's face is pure, raw terror, and this is Masaru's real ace. Yeah, if he can live through a straight-up meteor strike, then he's got a city block-sized boulder rockets at him, already tearing through the air at terminal velocity. You can't slice through this, you can't dodge it, not even for a second. The entire arena and every last person inside about to get totally wiped off the map. Right when the rocket is about to slam down, our boy bursts out the ultimate cheat code item box. And just like that, the meteor disappears out of nowhere like it never even existed. The announcer, looking like he's about to keel over, slams the mic and declares Masaru the winner. Later, Lancelot's frozen solid, trying to wrap his mind around the fact he almost got flattened into a pancake. Then our hero drops to the ground, straight up admitting he was bluffing all along and really had no other option. Then boom, he shoots back up with the smuggest grin on the planet and goes, "A win's a win." Now listen, I'm going to talk you through this. And that's how you shut down a duel with psychological warfare plus the looming threat of extinction level events now hold up, because we're diving right back into the chaos. After that wildly ridiculous duel, Pip starts pressing our guy hard about the civics, and he's basically like, "So you really used your item box to summon that drock, didn't you?" She's sure he cheated by preloading his attacks into the sky. Before our boy can even get a word out, Lancelot jabs a finger at Pip and yells that HER is cheating. Then the second they lock eyes, they start bickering like kids who just got caught after losing tag. Masaru, the real winner, gets trapped right in the blast zone, and you can literally see his soul clawing its way out of his body because he's completely fed up with all this nonsense. Lancelot finally snaps and calls a truce, muttering that Masaru can have this one because he's absolutely coming back for a rematch. He roars off in a storm of anger, snapping at Masaru that it's his turn to talk. Listen inside, Lancelot wastes zero time, slams his palm on the table, and goes, "So, you want to talk about a mess? Fine, spill it. What did you screw up this time?" Now the whole crew crowds around the table and our boy locks eyes with a dead serious stare. "Listen, I've got an incident I need to report. No hesitation." This absolute unit slams down Omshell and shatters the whole room's vibe in one blow. Our neighbor, City, Stenson, is gone. The room snaps to dead silence. Everyone's completely stunned. Stenson is the royal capital, the strongest, safest fortress in the whole kingdom, so there's no way it could have just fallen like that. Lancelot totally snaps, grabs Masaru, and roars that this isn't the moment for their useless duel, and pure fury boils over as he barks that if Masaru knew anything, he should have dealt with it already. And our hero, with the most effortless face ever, just shrugs, "Oh yeah, that it's still not fixed, but we wiped out every last monster before rolling in here." Then he leans in and tells the slack-jawed knights, with zero shame, that he basically wiped them all out with a massive explosion because, yeah, that's what you do. Lancelot's still reeling, and he can't help but ask Masaru straight up, "What are you really here for?" And our boy lays out his plan. He's here to beg for help for the refugees, and he wants to open a trade route with the Beastman town so they can rebuild for real. Old Lancelot's second-in-command slams back right away, claiming, "We're a city of knights, our people come first, and we'll protect them." But Lancelot's eyes light up at the trade deal. This could be the biggest break of his life. But here's the big worry, Beastmen were straight up enslaved by humans and treated like animals. So do you really think they're just gonna nod along and trade with us? And this is where our main guy really flexes. He flashes Lancelot a totally unhinged 1,000-watt grin and goes, "Lancelot, you don't actually want it, do you? If you do, just ask." It's the friendliest threat I've ever seen. Lancelot, the man who lives for battle, reads it and instantly backs down. His men finally start seeing the logic. If this trade route truly works, it'll pump life into their own town, not just line the kingdom's pockets. It's an organization built to step in and save people when they need it most. Lancelot clocks the whole situation is a total win-win, flashes a grin, and then formally accepts the proposal. The ending turned out perfectly. But Masaru isn't finished. He's got one last personal request locked and loaded. Then he leans in and asks, "Can I borrow the meeting room for one night?" Lancelot squints in suspicion, convinced this reservation reeks of shady business. But our boy lights up and blurts, "I want to throw a tiny party with my friends." And for a split second, Lancelot's brain completely short-circuits before he snaps back, demanding to be invited. Masaru nods, then slams down one exact, super important condition. He doesn't need some crabs, he needs a mountain of them. Like massive, unstoppable amounts, and that sudden burning outburst for crustaceans leaves everyone standing there totally stunned. One of the knights straight up says they don't really crabs around here, but he's got a secret spot in mind. Lancelot's eyes snap bright. This isn't a polite party request anymore. It's a brand new challenge. So they shut everything down for the night, and our hopeless hero gets herded straight to his lodging. Lancelot promises him that, come morning, he'll lead the way straight to the crabs. The very next morning, Masaru's already standing on a gorgeous coastline, bait in hand, itching to reel in his next big catch. He's completely freaking out, insisting he's only ever seen stuff like this on TV. Suddenly, Lancelot and his whole knight squad burst onto the scene in full battle armor. Definitely not the kind of look you'd expect at a beach party. Lancelot jabs a trembling finger at that creepy black island and swears it's the place, but when our guy squints in, he finally spots it. Those swarms racing toward them aren't fish at all. They bees, and not just any bees. These are monsters, bigger than people themselves. And Masaru's losing it because he thinks they're the ones tracking him. The knights yanked their weapons free, not a single one hesitating. Lancelot erupts in a cackle, grinning as he declares, "Yep, this is the hunting ground I meant." Then he points out the spotted army bees, a brutal, deadly monster that paralyzes its victims mid-flight and hauls them back to the nest still alive. They're basically a death sentence with wings. Lancelot taunted Masaru, saying if he wanted those crabs so badly, he'd have to plow straight through the bees to get them. With a battle cry, Lancelot snaps his knights into a tight defensive formation because humanity's enemy is closing in right now. A whole swarm surged down on them. The battles on knights are mowing the sky down, slicing and dicing giant bugs left and right. Why Irina bursts into the battle like a storm, smashing everything in her path. The knights are holding the line, locked in perfect formation like a death squad that never misses a beat. But one bee slips through and dives straight for the Irina's back. Right before it can even hit, a bolt rips from its side and smashes it out of the sky midair. Zack's shot ripped through the air. He smirks and thrusts a slick bowgun into the air like it's the final piece of the puzzle. Masaru gave it to me before we even got here, swearing it'd be perfect in my skilled hands. What a legend. And Lancelot is blown away until it hits him. Where on earth is our boy? He spots a sign jammed in the sand. I'm going to the island. Please don't search for me. And Lancelot's jaw drops so hard it could shatter stone. He leans over the water and spots this absolute unit gliding straight toward the nest of giant killer bees like it's no big deal. Meanwhile, deep in the nest, the queen bee sprawls on her throne when a notification suddenly flashes. A tiny elf girl darts up to him and hands over a glowing tablet that practically hums with power. The queen stares at the screen and there it is, an official dinner invite from Masaru Absolute Nerve. Back on the island, our hero finally shows up and the moment he does, he yanks out a familiar piece of gear he hasn't touched since day one. In a blink, he slips into a full-body high-tech suit that screams beekeeper, right down to the getup. He balls up his fist and vows to his dinner to come. Just you wait, Victinias, I'm about to cook up something amazing for you. All right, buckle up, our boys just spotted a honeycomb the size of a small car. And yeah, the good news is he's sitting on enough honey to feed an entire kingdom. The bad news, he blasted the nest with smoke, KOing the bees inside. Honestly, that was straight up genius. Then it hits he's totally forgotten the bees are still out there, circling his nest. And let's just say they're not exactly thrilled about his home invasion. These guys are axe alert furious, itching to turn our main man into a human pincushion. But this absolute unit just vanishes into thin air. He's got a goal, and that apocalyptic swarm of giant killer bees won't stop him. Then cut to the next day. The stunning goddess Victinias strides into the meeting spot, and you can tell she's worried like our hero might have starved somewhere out there before she even showed up. But just like that, he bursts in looking sharp as ever, grinning and welcoming her to a full-on dinner party. This guy's got his whole setup laid out and ready to fire. He greets her with a $1,000,000 grin, and there isn't a single scratch on him. Who's that sneaking into the kitchen to help? It's her sister, Isla, face blazing red, grinning like she can't believe she's here. Victor feels it. Victinias is already on edge, clocking every shady move like something big is about to go down. She's like, so you're the magic teacher. And I'm just standing here because of a promise. Her voice was so cold it could freeze lava solid. Our guy just flashes a smile through the chaos, but she cuts in fast. This is gonna haunt him later. Without even blinking, our hopeless hero grabs a platter of food and yeets it onto the table straight from his item box. Victinias sniffs out the trap the second it starts, bites down like it's testing poison, and that sister energy hits so hard it practically shatters the room. There, she cautiously takes a tiny, tentative bite. Her soul surges out of her body like it's tearing free. That taste obliterates every shred of her skepticism, and she just stares, jaw on the floor, demanding, "What kind of sorcery is this?" Then our main man leans in with a casual flex and drops his secret weapon like it's nothing. Every bite he made was drenched in that legendary honey, so he'd risked everything to get it. He bursts into a full-on cooking nerd rant, breaking down every step while she's just trying to process how unbelievably divine it tastes. Isla's eyes turn glassy as she realizes this huge grand gesture was all meant just for her. Honestly, it's the most wholesome thing ever. She's been through so much, and you can tell it really hits her deep. She tells him, "We'll be happier if we eat together." Then does her best to lift his spirits after everything he's been going through lately. Our boy, cool like always, beams and tells her he's just happy to see her looking better than ever. Then his compliment hits so hard she basically freezes and short-circuits on the spot. But the appetizers are gone now, it's time to smash into the main dish. He whips the lid off and reveals a steaming, glorious mountain of seafood. It's crabba! The sisters can barely contain themselves, practically buzzing with excitement as they demand he serve them right now. He lets out a heavy sigh because somehow he's become the private chef for not one but two goddesses. He snaps open a crab leg, takes one look around, and just dives headfirst into the chaos. He offers a piece to Victinia, and she suddenly gets hit with an out-of-body experience right there at the dinner table. Our hero is totally stunned, like his brain can't even process this level of madness. And yep, Esla spots it instantly. Jealousy sparks in her eyes because she wants the whole Lord Masaru feeding experience, not a taste. The full thing. Our boy is sweating bullets, swearing this is a crime of conscience because he's getting dragged into satisfying the unstoppable cravings of two goddesses busting through new doors inside his heart like they own the place. After that chaotic but delicious feast, Ella turns to him with pure gratitude and decides to hand him the quest reward. It's a skill ticket. It's basically a gacha ticket that unlocks a whole new power. Then she rips open her divine authority and summons a whole spread of magic cards. He just has to pick his destiny and make it count. He taps that one, and boom, a brilliant flash of light erupts, instantly sealing the skill in his hands. Everybody crowds in, eyes wide, desperate to find out what jaw-dropping new power he just unlocked. He flicks open his status and boom shows precision 6. Alright, it's not mind-blowing yet. Hold up, there's more. He flips into stick techniques, then spear techniques, and even drills staff techniques back to back. The girls are utterly stunned after all that divine power. They're stuck facing a bunch of wallflower weapon skills, like toast with no flavor. Isla is mortified to the bone, and our boy true gentleman through and through just flashes a smile, thanks her, and says, "Any gift is a good gift." Isla, totally misunderstanding the vibe, blushes hard and blurts out, "Is this just kindness or is it love?" Love, and that's the spark? Victinia goes wild, snaps into motion. So tell me, what in the world does this GOE have to do with relationships? She goes full protective older sis mode, yelling at them like they're still acting up in middle school. Then her eyes lock onto him with pure dread, and she snaps that in just half a month, judgment will strike because he dared to toy with a god's heart. Gods. Cut to 2 weeks later, no joke. The prophecy came true. But there it is, judgment incarnate, while Irina and Zack stare daggers, absolutely livid. They corner him and demand he spill every detail where he's been. Our hero tries to break down his wild tales, those brutal duels, the tense negotiations, and the nights he spent partying with goddesses. Zack just deadpans and shrugs. He's got his hands full fishing, messing around on some tiny island, and yeah, that prophecy is really just his furious friends. But seriously, there's zero time to argue. They've got a brutal journey waiting, and all their prep has to be finished now. The whole town is buzzing like crazy, everyone's scrambling and gearing up for the next massive adventure. All right, hold on. Because this is going to blow your mind, Arboya just freed a whole Beastman town, and now it's time to forge a brand new society. And look at the people lining up like it's a festival so hyped, they're ready to finally get a place to live. Adelina's getting swamped by the crowd, but Lancelot, our main man, has already shot word ahead to get things moving. Masaru, pure optimist through and through, wears a grin so big it could power the town, insisting he's got everything locked down: aquaculture, livestock, and a whole stack of other businesses lined up, so nobody's going hungry on his watch. The entire place is crackling with chaotic good chaos, like everything's on the verge of exploding in the best way. Two adorable Beastman kids dash up with sparkling eyes, grateful for our hero's help, thanking him for freeing them and giving them a real home, and the whole scene hits you with pure, heart-melting wholesomeness. And then boom, they chant with that million-dollar question, "What's this town's name?" Just like that, the gears in our hero's head screech to a stop. A few days later, the leadership crew huddles up for a strategy meeting, mapping out trade routes and cracking logistics like it's war planning. They're chewing over how to make pickles and fish paste, basically the super important town building stuff that keeps everything running. While everyone else is locked in on the action, Masaru just stands there, jaw clenched, eyes burning, staring so hard it feels like he's trying to scorch the room with pure willpower, not moving an inch, saying nothing, just glaring. Adelina is totally thrown for a loop. She mutters that it's a weird thing to get stuck on, clearly missing how serious this whole situation really is. This, my friends, was the worst thing he could have said. Our boy absolutely snaps, slams the table, and screams that the name is everything, because the fate of all those terrorists hinges on it. He launches into a wildly unhinged rant about how he once named his online guild with daggers in it, and then got ganked nonstop. And now the pressure is literally frying his brain into a full-on migraine. When Adelina realizes this guy is seconds away from snapping, she tells him to take a breather, go work with his hands, and clear his mind, like hauling wood and scooping up goat droppings. Instead, we watch him grind, hands flying, heart locked in, refusing to slow down. Tinkering with their brand new pulley system like they're about to change everything, but it's no good. He just stands there in a puddle, soul completely gone, frozen by that naming crisis like it's stolen his breath. A full week drags by, and our hopeless hero looks absolutely wrecked. His eyes are rolling, his body keeps twitching, and you can tell the man is finally shattered. Then bam, Adelina and Zack burst in like a thunderclap, shouting that during the excavation he'd planned, they'd uncovered something huge. Masaru tries to play it cool, so he instantly acts like he already understood everything they were talking about. Smooth as ice, right? He raises his map and checks the project. Looks like their little digging operation is running perfectly. Adelina's out there running this wildly ridiculous magical tunnel machine like a fantasy world shredder. And she just shrugs, grinning, not bad. This absolute monster of a tool uses the operator's own magic to blast straight through rock and dirt, tearing clean, perfect tunnels into the earth. Masaru tells Esla he reverse-engineered the tech from a giant worm monster he tracked down, because of course that's how it goes. And now he and Esla team up to build this beast together. Here's the catch though, it only runs on this insanely rare magic stone, and the thing guzzles fuel like crazy. Right as he's about to yank the drill out of the ground, Adelina drops a casual little threat like, if that plan backfires and ruins her face, Lancelot will come for him personally. Yikes. With that comforting thought in his chest, the machine keeps digging on, relentless and unstoppable. Zack's spiraling with doubt, but our main man stays ice cold. He's pinpointed the exact spot with his map skill. Right on cue, the machine slams into something tunk, and Masaru hears it loud and clear. But the moment he hears what comes next, it's not rock or treasure at all. It's a booming voice from deep underground yelling, "You idiot!" And out of the hole storms the one and only goddess Victinius, absolutely fuming. Everyone's just frozen in place, staring like they've seen the impossible, and they're totally lost. She lunges into Masaru's space, grabs him by the attention, and shakes him until he answers. Did he finally pick a name for the town? Right before he can even get a word out, the whole ground starts ripping apart with violent shakes. Victinius snaps that she's been stuck babysitting his tiny digging project, and his ridiculous indecision keeps yanking her away from her godly duties. Kaboom out of that hole, a gigantic geyser of water blasts into the air. They didn't just stumble on water boom, they hit the jackpot, a scorching hot spring. As Zack and Adelina get blasted to pieces, Victini just casually flicks up a divine barrier like it's nothing, doesn't even blink. The crew instantly spots the jackpot, an actual goddess-sent hot spring. Yeah, this is a 5-star tourist trap waiting to explode. Rap. Even Evictini steps in and blesses him with a rare compliment, admitting our guy actually does something good every now and then. But this jaw-dropping victory only drags Masaru deeper into despair. He's officially depressed now, the town needs a name, and somehow the hot spring needs one too. The pressure just doubled. While the world turns on them, everyone else can only stare in terror as their leader's mind keeps slipping deeper and deeper. He mutters, "I'm just gonna rest for a bit," then drifts away, utterly crushed. And then he crumples on the cliffside, completely out of it, staring into nothing. This is the exact place where he first crash-landed into this world. While he's caught in the memories, a portal tears the air open, and Victinius crashes through. He thinks she's coming back just to rip into him again. But she shuts it down and tells him to chill, she's not mad. Yeah, she's jealous to the bone. Our boy is totally lost, so why is this goddess watching him with eyes full of jealousy? She's like, yeah, I made this whole world, but I can't name a single thing in it because that power is saved for the mortals who live here. No matter how fiercely she loves what she made, she still can't leave her own mark on it. At best, her name barely survives passed down like a legend everyone whispers about. And that's when it all suddenly clicks for Masaru. As a mere mortal, he wields a power she can't touch because she's a literal creator class being. And with it, he can leave a permanent scar on this world. And just like that, our hero jerks upright, eyes blazing with clarity. The crushing weight is gone, then he roars, "Atiated!" Ventalia, he stands up tall and shouts the town's name so everyone can hear. Victoria Victinius blurts the name out like it fits perfectly, and he even admits it sounds damn good. Masaru breaks it down, he forged his name by smashing together the goddess names from his old world. It's a tribute his way of stamping his legacy in her name, yet she's left completely speechless. He's not finished. He tells her that once the hot spring is built, she can show up anytime and hang out as much as she wants. Overwhelmed by emotion, she slips her hand into his and holds on tight. She leans in so close you can practically feel her breath. And Whisper poured out her heartfelt thanks. Our clueless hero blurts out, "What did you say?" And she instantly flips the mood, teasing him for acting way too bold for someone so unprepared. She juts her tongue out and demands a real apology for every bit of chaos he caused meanwhile. This absolute unit is completely rattled. As the sun blazes over their brand new, freshly named town, Victini's smiling like she owns the place, calling herself a useless god. But the truth hits, she's happier than she's been in forever. But hold up right there, the story snaps into a pitch-black void between dimensions. A massive, shadowy brute in terrifying armor grips a picturoo while holding Victinius, then growls the name of the new town. So, tell me, who is this monster and what does he want? Because we're getting absolutely smashed with an epic cliffhanger right here. Alright, buckle up, our main guy is kicking back in his brand new town when his night buddy Zack shows up like he's about to leave for good. Zack puts everything on the table and tells them he's heading straight back to the capital. He's got a full report on the Stenzen chaos, and he's ready to hand back every soldier the king loaned him. Masaru, the absolute menace, cracks a joke that he's already chiseled a gigantic goddess statue as a parting gift for the king. But this absolute unit instantly clocks that his friend is seriously bummed out. Zack straight up admits it, the soldiers adored Ventalia, but they'll be back in about a month. A few months. For our hopeless hero, that's a lifetime. His eyes snap wide as he fires off his next dozen DIY dreams, one temple after another, all the way to a full-blown hot spring. This man is a one-man construction army. Zack shot him a grin and told him to chill. He'd take care of that big, scary commander Lancelot. Turns out, after their little duel, Lancelot leaned in and fired off a friendly warning to Zack. So he kept his eyes locked on Masaru. Then without wasting a second, the other commander goes straight for the truth. So, you want to spy on him? And honestly, can you blame them? He lays out Masaru's totally insane resume building siege weapons, dropping bedrock out of the sky like some kind of divine menace. And Zack even admits that if Masaru wanted, he could probably wipe out the entire country. But here's the twist. Zack draws a hard line in the sand between someone who can do it and someone who just talks, and he puts his faith in Masaru. Through the commander's all business, no games. If that trust lands in the wrong place, he'll lock in, do his duty like a true knight. And yeah, you already know how it ends. Later, that super casual threat hits, and our boys start sweating through their skin until Zack steps in and says, "Relax, I'm only saying this because we're friends, just a quick heads up between bros." As he heads out, he warns Masaru, "Don't mess this up." And then they seal it with a kind of epic, no-nonsense manly handshake that hits like a victory punch. Of course, our main guy instantly starts spiraling over how intense that handshake was like. Seriously, because why wouldn't he? Right when Zack's crew is ready to split, This absolute monster slams on the brakes, blocks their way, and promises them a shortcut. Take the shortcut, go through that path where a huge sign blares, "Monster Nest ahead." Walk in if you dare because it's at your own risk. And just like that, right on cue, a crew of shadowy, hooded figures springs an ambush on them in the woods. They've got nowhere to run, every side closes in on them. But before anyone can even reach for a sword, a swarm of wind-cutting quails rockets into the ambush, diving like a blur and carving the air with razor-sharp strikes. The lead hoodlum is totally lost, like his brain can't catch up. These monsters are straight out of some whole other region. Those birds have them trapped for good, utterly terrified, completely lost, and staring in shock. And right then he steps up and shows what he's got, letting out a laid-back little whistle like it's nothing. The whole flock of killer birds instantly goes silent, then swoops in over him like obedient pets while the hooded guys lose it. "Yo, you can control the beardless. Yo, you can—" Masaru just stares me down with the straightest face on earth and jabs his finger at the warning sign like it's nothing. So tell me, did you not see it? I'm running a monster breeding program here, and the audacity of that move is downright legendary. And once he clocks they're not bandits, he locks in and moves like a local from where they're standing. Home turns out they were refugees from Stenzen, the city that got mysteriously erased by a pillar of light from the heavens. Talk about a tall coincidence. They were broke and starving, and they clung to one wild rumor about a brand new town. They're terrified they'll get caught and pay for trespassing, but our hopeless hero just flashes a grin. He's been punished, sure, yet this is a free land, and everyone's gonna be thrilled to have you. He orders them to fall in behind him, promising he'll tear back the rumors and reveal the truth. And then boom, the big reveal hits as he sweeps his hand toward his creation, Vintalia. The refugees' jaws dropped. This town looks exactly like the freaking royal capital. They're staring in disbelief at the spotless streets and towering multi-story buildings, and honestly, those rumors were a joke compared to what they're seeing. Right then, someone demands, "So, who's the one in charge? Where's the boss?" Adelina shoots her finger straight at Masaru, but the moment it happens, she snaps, "A brings in migrants here without even checking with me," and the town manager loses it completely. Masaru tries to play it cool, but Adelina is already crunching the numbers, panicking over housing and food for dozens of brand new people. At the temple, he shrugs off his importance, claiming he's only there to build things and that he just lives in the temple up on the hill. Still, it only throws the refugees into more confusion, like, a guy living in a temple with shrine maidens, our boy has a mini panic attack because he can't exactly explain how his direct line to the goddesses works. So he shrugs it all off like it's second nature, just a normal human move. "Don't stress, okay? Just call me Masaru." Then he hits Emeralda, the elf, with another earth-shattering truth, her queen. From Stenzen is living here too, and nobody's going to starve. Adelina, all business and zero hesitation, announces a welcome dinner and introductions night planned to perfection. But here's the catch: she calls the newcomers out, like, straight up, they're unbelievably filthy. They cringe and confess it's been roughly 10 days since their last bath. Oof, no problem for our main man. He flashes a grin and offers to crack open his brand new hot spring a little early. He insists he was literally about to swing over for his final exam anyway. The scene snaps straight to the exam room. He's literally alone, just soaking up that perfect, freshly built Japanese-style onsen like he built paradise with his own hands. The man is living the dream, lounging in the steamy hot water, soaking in the moment, and admiring every hard-earned detail of his handiwork. He launches into a full monologue saying the town is growing so wild it's basically turning into its own nation. But right then, bam, a voice slices through his demand for privacy, needling him like a prank, and it's none other than the goddess, Victima. He glances over and there she is, sinking into the hot spring like a dream, totally relaxed. His soul rips free the second he realizes he's not the first one in here. Then she casually goes, "So we can talk like this, right? Alright, strap in, we're diving straight back into the chaos." This dude just built a brand new top-tier hot spring, and the second he tries to relax, a literal goddess Victinius shows up with zero swimsuit and nothing but confidence. She lounges in bliss, chatting about recharging her magical power, while our main guy tries way too hard to become one with the water, because he's basically soaking up to his eyeballs. He's trying to play it cool, but inside his head it's a full-on, high-pitched panic scream. Yeah, this is what the narrator slaps on as a difficult encounter. And honestly, that's the understatement of the century, my friend. And Victinius is just sprawled on a rock like she owns the place, totally unbothered that she's basically serving everyone a divine view. Just look at this absolute unit trying to reason his way through it like, well, she's a goddess, so she probably doesn't get shame like the rest of us mortals. Without even blinking, she locks eyes with him and fires back, "So, you like what you see, huh?" And boom, the troll level goes nuclear as our boy's soul basically bolts out in raw, stuttering terror. She cackles to the sky, pointing at him like he's the weird one for being so flustered, while she stays perched on her rock throne and keeps flexing. Trying to shift the focus, he snaps at her that staying put is a terrible idea because a geyser is lurking nearby. He tells them he built it himself to warm the spring, but it's still shaky and not fully steady yet, and he's terrified the town's booming population will sniff out his little private paradise. And speaking of the population, It's pure chaos in the best way now. The streets are packed with gnomes, dwarves, leopies, and every fantasy race you can name. Victinius goes dead serious for a second, then points at everyone coming in because there's only one reason they're flocking here: safety. In this chaotic world, beastmen and every other race keep getting stormed over until their culture is erased to nothing. Realizing she's right, our hero knows this cozy hiding spot can't stay safe forever if they keep hiding away. Then he drops the day's biggest bomb they've got to unite the whole area and carve out their own nation. Then Victinius perks up like lightning: "So you'll be king, huh?" She calls him out fast too, saying he's already doing everything, running the place just like he did back when he ran his home center job. That hits our boy like a mini PTSD slap. He flashes back to how his old bosses chewed him up and exploited him without mercy. Still, he admits that he genuinely loves putting his skills to work and building things from scratch. Then he even cracks a joke about how he'll finally get a salary for all his trouble. To his total disbelief, the goddess breaks into a dazzling grin and chirps, "Of course." Our main man is totally dumbfounded, like, wait, really? She usually tells him she can't hand over money or step in too far, but then she lights up because she's totally willing to offer other rewards. She starts firing off every good thing he's ever done, like helping Esla and even building her a temple. Then she leans in, eyes locked on yours, voice slipping into a whisper. "So tell me, what do you want from ME?" Your boy's brain totally fries. He scrambles to convince himself she's a goddess. And it couldn't possibly mean that, but the panic hits full force anyway. He tries to bolt, but she clamps down on his arm, yanking him back before he can escape the awkward moment. And right on cue, like the universe was trolling them, the geyser he'd warned her about blew up under him. A blast of scorching hot water rockets him skyward. His screams hit the ceiling instantly. He slams down hard, whacks the back of his head, saved at the very last second by his protection magic. He drops straight onto Victini's head. She can't stop laughing, and when he scrambles to get away, she yanks his hand and pins him right there. She stares up at him, totally unshaken, and presses him again. "So tell me, is there really nothing you want from me?" Then she grabs his hand and leads it straight towards something absolutely fascinating. Before things can blow up anymore, Slam, Adelina, and the crew rip the bathhouse doors wide open. And then they stop dead staring at an unbelievably compromising scene that leaves them frozen in shock. Adelina's mind snaps into place in half a second. Then she goes nuclear, shrieks "pervert!" and blasts a tidal wave of water magic straight into his face. Our poor, hopeless hero gets blasted into the stratosphere like Team Rocket on steroids, while the Victini just shrugs and calmly tells a worried Adelina, "Relax, it was all a misunderstanding." Later, we catch a bruised, battered Masaru Hard still grinding away, fully serving the punishment. Adelina tries to tell him he's been cleared of every charge, but mortification clamps down so hard he can't even bring himself to listen. The talk snaps right back to that "let's build a nation" plan. Everyone crowds around a table, brainstorming like their lives depend on it, while the elves nod along, fully convinced this is the road to peace and real security. Our main guy calls out the biggest crack in their plan because none of them have a clue about politics. Emeralda tells her that Adelina's been teaching her turns. Adelina isn't new at this at all, and she brings real experience from her home country. They start pitching wild ideas, tourism plans, shipping logistics, and even swapping notes on tax rates. Their biggest exports were monster meat, goat milk, and preserved food. Nothing fancy, just the first step on a long road. Adelina dares Masaru to prove himself by making him crunch the numbers on their economic future. But he dodges the question with total confidence, then slams the real issue on the table right now. They have to pick a king. The second the room goes dead silent, it all snaps like everyone's holding their breath, and then blasting into a massive shared, "Hey, you're on crack up." Everyone points straight at him because he kicked off this town, and now they're demanding he take the lead. But this guy won't budge for a second. He flat out rejects it, swears he's no king material, and warns he'd be a disaster ruler since he's always jetting off on quests. He's the town's beating heart, and no one's locking him down on some stuck-up throne. He snaps another deflection, then the rabbit elder steps in and shuts him down fast. Then he sketches the perfect resume for their future leader, someone fueled by a steel will, a razor-sharp sense of justice, and the kind of power that proves it. As he talks, everyone's gaze drifts inch by inch across the table, then slams straight onto Adelina. She's totally blindsided, spinning her head like a trapped deer until it hits she's just been nominated. All right, crack open a cold one because we're jumping ahead a whole week. And Masaru's gone from lowly shopkeeper to full-on politician overnight. He snatches a megaphone and barks a massive call-out, summoning almost everyone in the settlement to the town square for a huge announcement. Masaru's crew huddles in the back, utterly stunned by this brutal power move. Then Masaru flashes a crooked grin and orders them to brace for a massive surprise. And guess what? No warning, no hesitation. Our main man just strolls up and tells the whole town he's united the surrounding lands and forged a brand new nation. The whole crowd's jaws clang against the cobblestones as Adelina and the girls stutter, still trying to wrap their heads around how this one guy went from slapping up a fence to founding a whole country. The moment the news lands, the entire place erupts, but Masaru stays ice cold, waves them off, and demands silence so he can lay out his master plan. Look, this isn't some petty power grab. He lays it all bare, building. A nation is about one thing, security. It's a slick 4D chess play to force Grutus, their towering neighbor, to officially back them up. And once that formal alliance clicks, nobody can invade anymore, turning this place into the ultimate safe haven for everyone who's fled here. And it means they can shield themselves from whatever disaster comes next. No begging, no permission needed, so the girls finally clock it. This is pure political genius. But it's not only about defense, it's about pulling in the cash, too. This absolute unit says that once they band together as a nation, they can forge a legit, trusted brand that sells their goods like crazy. A guy in the crowd straight up spells it out. If people truly believe their work is top tier, they'll lock in stable prices and forge a rock-solid economy. Masaru drops the ball right in the workers' hands and tells the guild, "This new home's reputation is on you guys, so earn it." The whole crowd is vibrating with hype and everybody's itching for this brand new chapter. But then, one guy shoots his hand up and drops the million-dollar question. So who's gonna be king, huh? Every face whips to Masaru instantly, but our hopeless hero just glares with pure annoyance, like they're asking the stupidest thing imaginable. Without so much as a pause, he whips the megaphone straight at a completely stunned Edelina. Then he just dropped the final bombshell. She's not Ventalia's first queen. She's the first king, and he basically yeeted the fate of an entire nation onto her shoulders like it weighed nothing. And the entire crowd erupts pure chaos in the best way. They're all in, screaming and chanting her name like it's the only word that matters. Adelina gets totally blindsided and blurts, "Why isn't it me?" And Masaru just shuts her down with one hard truth: no one cares about her past here, they're trusting her now. The townspeople instantly rush to his side, yelling, "We love Masaru, but the truth is he's never here, and that makes him a terrible king." Like, damn, that's a brutal, fair performance review. Adelina gets shoved onto the stage, and it hits her. She's royalty now. She straight up admits she isn't sure she's cut out to rule, but then she turns it into something unbelievably epic, like getting a front row seat to watch this whole nation rise from the ground up. Honestly, that sounds awesome. Then she drops her one and only rule, and it's legendary. Make this place fun, because if I get bored, I'm out. The best monarch there's ever been, and now the real grind kicks off. Straight into the dull grind paperwork hits hard. Our main guy is already submerged in logistics, fighting to juggle budgets and foreign relations. He orders the guildmaster to forge rock-solid communication networks for everyone. As soon as King Adelina is crowned, she wastes no time. She flexes her power and orders every guild leader to show up for the next meetings. Out of nowhere, a letter materializes in the room with a goofy little spring like magic just popped it there. She slides over a congratulations card from that shady goddess herself. Of course, she's taking all the credit for their success. Then the bottom line hits to make the crowning ceremony official. She has to show up in person. Then Masaru's soul rips out of his body on the spot because a visit from God is the absolute last thing he ever wants. Alright, looks like the road trip's locked in time to tear off for the Kingdom of Grutus and get those official matters handled. Our boy is seething at that useless goddess. She dumps this last-minute disaster on him like it's no big deal. And how are they getting there? He tears open the Masaru. Special, his ridiculously over-engineered tricycle. The Elf Queen looks sick already, replaying every bump in that brutal ride. But Masaru just shrugs and blames the medieval roads like his own chaotic engineering had nothing to do with it. And yep, that kicks off a classic Masaru info dump, this time all about Roman concrete. And on his last adventure, he stumbled on a jaw-dropping new material that could change everything. He throws his head back and proudly declares that his discovery is rubber. The room freezes. No one's got a clue what he's talking about. Then he claims it's all about elasticity, and when he makes tires for his tricycle, the ride turns smoother and he rockets faster. The moment the guildmaster hears it, his curiosity ignites right then and there. Masaru dives in and tells him that rubber shows up everywhere in their world. Everything from hair ties to erasers. This is huge, like it could flip the whole world upside down. He finally clocks it. They've got to get the gardeners planting these trees right now. With a jolt of pure adrenaline, our boy rockets out of the meeting, shouting that he's sprinting straight to the carpentry workshop. His crew's left scrambling in the dust, stunned, while he just screams, "It's about the work!" and then vanishes into thin air. Masaru slips into the workshop with a smug grin. "All right, team, we've got a ruler now, so tell me, what are we building next?" The carpenters are absolutely horrified because they can't shake the fear that he's about to make their tiny crew build a royal palace all by themselves. Masaru whips out the blueprints for a gigantic, totally unhinged castle, and their panic skyrockets into full-blown chaos. The lead carpenter panics, too swamped, too impractical, and totally clueless about how to build something this complex. Are you seriously telling the US to build something like a temple? They swear they're just common folk, not pros, but Masaru keeps needling them like, "Wait, you built the rest of the town, didn't you?" Then he drops a mind-blowing idea from his world DIEI and introduces it like it's the key to everything. They daydream about a world run by flawless master craftsmen, but Masaru snaps it into focus. DIY only works because it's made by total amateurs. Sometimes he breaks it all down for you, do it yourself. Then you hunt down the skills and materials, roll up your sleeves, and build the whole thing from the ground up. The slogan's dead simple: if I can pull it off, then you can too. He hammers them with a blazing speech, telling them this movement is all about grabbing ownership of their own future, the very thing their new town desperately needs. Raising this castle will be the town's loud declaration. This place belongs to all of us. From now on, Masaru's town won't be the same at all. It'll be everyone's tons. He drops the final challenge: build the symbol of their town for their queen. How freaking cool is that, right? His speech lands like a critical hit. Carpenters light up with pure rage. We take the job on the spot, and we're going to prove it or die trying. They shove him right into action, barking orders to collect every last material they'll need. And our boy is all in, ready to grind his butt off for his brand new home. With a victory fist pump, he bellows, "All right, let's DIY. Aye. All right, buckle up. We're diving back into the chaos." In the classroom, Istasama is laying down some hardcore Magic 1-1 teaching. The mission's simple: get that magical energy burning, fire it straight from your hand, and look at her go. She might actually pull it off. Ishtasama is stunned. Wow, she's the first one to pull it off. And she may absolutely lose her mind, shrieking, "Screaming is me," before her tiny body finally gives out and she faceplants straight into exhaustion. Even pinned down on the floor, she's locked in on one goal: getting strong enough to back up our main guy Masaru. Earlier, she tried to jump in on the construction project, but Masaru, playing the responsible adult, shut her down fast, saying it was just too dangerous. The other kids start pestering their magic teacher for house building lessons, but Istasama just stands there, totally dumbfounded, like, "Wait, I do fireballs, not foundations." Seeing those guys forge a literal fortress with their bare hands from her side? That's the real magic. She can't move, just stares at the progress, totally gobsmacked. Meanwhile, on the construction site, Masaru is in his sweet spot, foundations already locked in. And now it's time to slam those pillars into place. The crew can't believe they crushed this much in just 2 weeks, and this absolute unit is already declaring it a historic monument while smugly flexing his top-tier safety standards. He even had a custom-built crane on site, turning the whole thing from a fortress into a full-on 5-star resort. Report: the local builders are practically taking notes, and they're admitting they never could have planned something this epic. They're still losing their minds over his genius plan floor heating, powered by the local hot springs. An entire building cooked without a single flame. That's next-level genius, and now they're trying to fireproof literally everything. Our guy just dropped the idea of fire codes on this world like it's breaking news. Suddenly, a worker bursts into the planning room, screaming Masaru's name like it's an emergency. The bad news is brutal. There's not a single stone left for the roads. The guy's panicking like crazy, but our clueless hero stays ice calm. Good grief, he sighs out loud like, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Turns out, running out of stone isn't an issue when you've got a literal mountain of bedrock just sitting in your item box, cool as ice. Masaru decides it's time to teach a crash course in civil engineering, pointing out that those stones on the road exist to spread a wagon's weight so it doesn't crush the way beneath. Then he casually manifests a bag of dirt and the whole crowd freezes in confusion. He goes, "Sandbag!" and yeets it onto the ground with a brutal thud. The Wolfman is totally stunned. "We're using this instead of stone," he blurts out. "Wait, you're joking, right? Right?" And our guy doesn't argue, he just tells him to watch as he lines up a whole row of those dirt-filled sacks. Then he rips out a massive tamper tool, screams at the top of his lungs, and slams it into them. Wolfman slams it into the ground, eyes blazing, whack! And the dirt turns into something just as hard as solid rock. Rock! Their minds get obliterated. Masaru shrugs and explains it's cheap, effortless, and you'll never run out. Plus, it's got a ton of other uses. Especially when disasters hit, and he quickly stops himself before the grim details get too real. The Wolfman just freezes in shock, staring like, how in the world do you pull this stuff off so effortlessly? He straight up admits they keep getting hit with the most ridiculous new techniques this guy keeps teaching them. Our doomed hero only smirks like he's already seen the outcome because the real gap isn't power, it's experience. His big secret: he was just experimenting, pushing buttons, testing everything to see what would actually work. With a huge grin, he basically declares, "Relax, everything's DIY," and says he just stumbled onto this stuff by accident back home. Now that they've cracked the principle, they can flip the whole thing on its head and get creative with it too. And just like that, they're fired up all over again, brainstorming nonstop about what else they could build. Later on, our main guy is back at his desk, buried in fresh materials, and that same old fire is blazing in his eyes. So he decides no shortcuts to teach the sandbag technique to everyone himself. Soon, the entire crew locks in together, filling, stacking, and packing bags like a well-oiled machine. Their teamwork was flawless. After all that, time slips by, and Masaru hurries over to see how the progress is going. The road is almost done, looking crisp and rock solid, and the crew is so fired up they don't even need him stepping in anymore. They thank him, and you can feel that morale's never been this high. Later, he jabs a finger at one exact spot, and boom, he reveals why he had this whole area cleared for something huge on his upcoming trip. Right on cue, the Wolfman clocks it. Our guy has already packed his bags, and yeah, he's out of here today. The plan? Hit the road to the royal capital because Adelina's coronation can't happen unless we get her officially crowned as queen. And when they finally talk about the future queen, she sweeps in with her entourage, looking straight up regal. She snaps into action the moment he's late, playfully chewing out Masaru like a full-on queen, absolutely owning every second of the role. But wait, this guy's got a surprise loaded up for them. And then he rips open to reveal his newest creation, the Masaru Special Model. It looked like a super sleek, insanely advanced carriage, like something ripped straight out of a futuristic nightmare. He starts freaking out in full nerd mode, raving about the upgraded suspension and those all-terrain tires like they're pure magic. Adelina rolls her eyes like, yeah, we get it, wonderful. And Masaru cuts in, you're about to meet the king, and God, are you ready? She just scoffs, zero stress on her face. Why would I have to prepare for that? That kind of confidence is unreal. This kid can't help but be completely blown away. Next, Irina just smirks because she knows exactly that's how her lady always is. Right when they're about to bolt, Adelina snatches Masaru's arm and instantly she's a total mess. All flustered and overwhelmed. You told everyone about it, right? She's demanding it. And he just jabs a finger at the huge crowd packed in to see them off. Every kid and villager shows up screaming and cheering like they're part of the action. Whole town crowds in to cheer them on and practically begs for souvenirs. Masaru drops into the driver's seat and slams the door shut. Move it. We're gone. As the carriage rattles off, he yells back to the cheering town, and we'll be back soon because Adelina will be a queen. With one last goodbye, they sprint toward the capital, fired up to shake the world and make it change. All right, strap in because we're diving straight back into the chaos. Zack finally slides back into town looking sharp as ever and ready to jump in. He collides with Captain Freed, and the moment their eyes meet, she rips into him for showing up late to the party. Freud admits that legendary Commander Lancelot basically hauled him off for a training session, then grilled our boy Masaru with non-stop questions. But wait! Fried says that as they pushed forward, the ground started trembling like something huge and monstrous was rampaging underneath them. Zack's mind snaps into place at once, those spores spilling across Fried's face shout the truth, and he realizes he knows that monster for sure. Fried panics and slams the conversation into something else, clearly begging not to relive that nightmare again. So, absolute unit, Zarka strides straight into the king's chambers to deliver his report. Before he can even clear his throat to introduce himself, a voice booms. Come in already! And his jaw drops to the floor. This isn't some royal meet and greet, it's a full-on crab party. Masaru, the whole crew, and even the king are tearing into giant crab legs like they're trying to finish the last meal on Earth. After the seafood fiesta, he finally snagged a seat and tried to catch up. And then the Isekai'D goes, so you heard the sounds from that monster too, huh? Kind of funny they beat you here. Masaru just casually drops it, yeah, we told the king it was the goddess's favorite. And he wanted a bite, and Zack's sitting there stunned like, how is this dude just chatting with the king like it's nothing? Then the aide hits everyone with another bombshell. The king has just named Delina as the queen of Masaru's brand new nation. Adelina asks Zack if he's cool with it, and he shrugs it off like, trust me, it'll be interesting. Then he suddenly goes wistful, muttering that she'll be a lot harder to rim now. Yep, bro's down bad. Adelina gets totally flustered. Meanwhile, our boy was just trying to shoot his shot. Zack, the ultimate professional, snaps back into the conversation and asks straight up what official blessing the new nation is getting. But Masaru's crew just shoos him away. Don't sweat it. The king won't even be that shocked. And yeah, they were massively underplaying it flashback time. Masaru casually tosses out that founding a nation line, and the king's mind straight up fries. He slams the table so hard the sound booms through the whole hall. Everyone's trying to play it cool. Like this is totally normal while the king is basically losing it in full-blown panic. Back in the present, this meeting turns deadly serious. Masaru steps up and says they've got to verify a few crucial things. First, Stenzen gets completely wiped off the map, utter annihilation. The aide steps in and confirms it. This city didn't just suffer damage, it got obliterated by a massive explosion. And somehow there are apparently 0 survivors. Then he snaps the interrogation lamp on our unsuspecting lead boom right in his face. 2 questions, Masaru, he barks. How the hell did you make an explosion that huge, and how did you make sure there weren't any survivors? Our boy's mind is screaming straight panic, so when someone asks, he can't exactly blurt out that a goddess handed him cheat codes, and he instead dodges the whole question like it's a trap. Right when the tension turns razor thick, the king finally steps in. Don't stress, you're good. Just stay honest with me and you won't have a thing to fear. He's betting hard that Masaru won't swallow that kind of power and ruin his kingdom. And turns out Lancelot's been spreading the word everywhere how insanely strong Masaru is, so the king was already on alert. They tease reviving Lady Emeralda for later, but tonight's not the day we solve that mess. The elf clocks it instantly. This king is way more chill than the last time they met. That's when the king flashes a wicked grin, alright? Next up, the founding of a nation. The king demands again and again that they tell him exactly how all of this went down. Masaru, acting like he's got it all figured out, snaps, Some random dude told us what to do, so we turned this town into a whole nation, so what's the problem? The king leans in, eyes blazing, because you're trying to forge a whole new nation right inside the grotesque's territory. And then Masaru's soul tears free from his body, right in front of him, and he's only just now realizing this chilling detail for the first time. With nerves of steel, this absolute unit scrambles on the spot and tries to spin the story claiming that a bunch of refugees moved into the area. So yeah, it's on Gratis to make sure they're safe and stocked with everything they need to live. The king spots the checkmate creeping in, and you're basically saying, so who's stepping in to finish them off? Masaru sets the trap, and if you can't handle it, then fine, hand it over to me. And get this, he even tosses up a peace sign, like he's doing everyone a favor. Then, right before the finisher, he leans in and hisses a whisper, barely showing the king the hand that just erased a whole city of golems. And yeah, trying to drag the beastmen back into slavery would be pure stupidity. So think hard before you talk, this threat isn't hiding. It's loud, blazing, neon clear. Don't mess with me. Zack's losing his mind in the back, but Masaru steps in and says, this meltdown is part of a brutal power move they have to pull. This is how he shields everyone in his brand new town? The king is completely thrown off this wild diplomatic play, makes zero sense to him. After that brutal, breath-holding silence, he finally lets out a heavy sigh, and I instantly get it. And he admits it outright, having an ally right on their border is a real advantage for them. And the issue he's talking about isn't political at all. He looks absolutely tormented. Wait, am I supposed to recognize this nation? He jabs a finger straight at our boy and barks, prove it. Masaru. Show me you're worthy of finding a new nation. The king leans in and makes it crystal clear he knows Masaru isn't the one in charge. But he's the pillar that holds everything up, so prove it. Right now, convince me you're truly worthy. The entire squad is frozen. No one can even get a word out. Masaru is totally stunned. His brain turns into pure static, like it's screaming non-stop in his skull. He braced himself for Delina to take the test because it sure as hell wasn't supposed to be his turn. He doesn't have some epic speech cooked up, and he can't just pull another monster out of thin air, so what does he do? His mind rockets back to his old life, back to the home center, then it all slams into him. A plan so wild it might actually pull off miracles, he jabs his hand into his pocket. He slams the card onto the table. This is my card. He whips out his guild card like it's the final trump in a live or die poker showdown, then the whole room freezes into deafening silence because everyone just stares, utterly stunned, like they can't believe what they're seeing. Masaru's drenched in sweat and he can't help thinking somehow he just pulled off the dumbest bluff ever. Then the king lets out a chuckle and suddenly it spirals into full-on maniacal laughter. Yeah, that's it. The answer I came for. Masaru's completely thrown off. He wasn't even thinking. He was just winging it. But the king's inner monologue spills the truth. He was never testing Masaru's philosophy at all. It was a ruthless, high-stakes political chess match. Every move was a gamble and the whole world was watching. Just to sneak a look at Masaru's guild card and uncover the real secret behind his power, the king erupts in a cackle, thinking, finally I'll test if everything he's been feeding me is the truth. Yeah, this is a ridiculously shady move and somehow it's pure genius. The king snatches the card right out of the pile. He shoots a quick glance at the stats, and his face absolutely melts, his smug grin vanishes on the spot, replaced by pure, no-holds-barred shock, and sweat starts pouring as he reads those numbers. This guy isn't some regular dude. He's a full-on monster. His stats are 2 to 3 times higher than the kingdom's strongest generals, and he's so far beyond what they'd even call a hero that it feels like an entirely different world. And even the king, his own disciple, has never heard of a thing like that. Without missing a beat, the king straightens up and lets regal calm wash over his face. Very well. Seeing this, I'll deem you worthy to find a nation, I swear, right here. Right now, I'll walk the road ahead with you as your ally. Masaru bursts with joy, but the king's already plotting, Rule 1, we strike first and we turn this guy into our enemy. He lets out a heavy sigh, admits he underestimated Masaru, and calls for his help right away. A knight slams in the door, and the king snaps at him, then instantly flips the script. Idiot, get the decorations ready, we're throwing a ceremony. Right when the chaos screams at its peak, a blinding light erupts and fills the room, and a calm voice slices through the noise telling you, no, don't make such a big deal of it. But it's the goddess. She's come down from the heavens, and soft feathers drift through the air around her like a miracle. She shoots a playful wink at everyone like, relax, it's totally fine. Just after barely surviving a negotiation with a demigod wearing a human face, the king stumbles into his own throne room because now Tiaboyo's actual goddesses are waiting there, and his soul has officially clocked out. Alright, buckle up because the next day hits and the whole city of Greatest crowds into the public square for a massive ceremony. Masaru's already grumbling that this whole pomp and circumstance circus feels like a brutal school morning ceremony, but King Action shuts him down. Everything has to be done by the book because it's tradition, meant to honor the goddess. The king strides up to the podium and his voice rips through the crowd because today he's announcing the birth of a brand new alliance. He lifts a gleaming golden goblet beside Adelina, the brand new queen, then raises it like he's about to make everything official. With a thunderous roar, he makes it official. Ventalia isn't just a name anymore, it's a real nation. The second it happens, the crowd explodes, cheering so hard that papers launch through the sky like confetti, and you can feel it. This is one of those historic moments. But even our main guy had to nod. He was genuinely impressed by how solid that speech was. But the moment it hits, his brain slams into panic mode because Victinius, with all that chaos in her blood, is one wrong step from tripping over the carpet or blurting out something completely unhinged and wrecking the whole mood. And right on cue, a blinding beam drops from the sky like some divine UFO from the heavens. The goddesses stride in like royalty, shining with pure, undeniable power. Victinia leans down from the heavens, smiles at the mortals, and grants her official blessing, greenlighting the founding of Ventalia to move forward. Then she tore Alina apart with a formal scolding, making it crystal clear that she was the first ruler of their brand new nation. Adelina bows in humble acceptance, and the crowd explodes into cheers all over again. But wait, because Victinia's isn't finished. She jabs her fingers straight at Zack, the Greta envoy, and launches an explosive decree. Then she flashes a grin and tells him, "You're going to marry the new queen and back her as her prince consort, consider it an order." Then the whole world just flatlines, everything stops dead. The king's jaw drops to the floor, and Zack and Adelina's minds fry like a blown circuit. Grytus shakes with noise, everyone from every corner is yelling, "Why not?" But Zack is totally unraveling. "What do you mean, wait me?" Brickmaker turned to night. He demands answers from the goddess, and she just stays calm, saying she got a message telling her to do it. And then who even sent that message? Cut to our boy Masaru, flashing the most smug, troll-tastic thumbs up you've ever seen as an absolute menace. He just played 4D chess, locked in a political marriage, and did it all for the memes. Chaos erupts across the royal balcony, everyone's shouting at Masaru, demanding answers right now. He just shrugs like it's no big deal. And the vibe says Zack totally has feelings for Adelina, so I figured, as his friend, I had to step in and help him make a move. The king's face twists like he's one step from a heart attack. He's yelling that this massive decision can't be made on a whim. But when they press Adelina for her take, she stays absurdly calm, like nothing's happening seriously. What still? If this ends up working out better, then I guess I'm totally fine with it. She snaps her head to a stunned Zack and blurts, "Yeah, I like you too, Zack, but you're gonna have to train your body, because it's not ready yet." Then she smugly flexes on him, smirks, and goes, "Hey, if this gets boring, we can just split." Oh, fuff. Masaru steps in and tells Zack to man up. That's all the spark Zack needs. His eyes blaze with pure fire as he makes his vow. "Just you wait, Adelina. I'll train until you're begging me to stay right beside you." And she just cackles, grinning like she adores every spark of his fighting spirit. The king, looking like he aged 10 years in 5 minutes, lets out one heavy sigh and straight up accepts his fate. He steps up and introduces the nation's newest power couple, Queen Adelina, and her prince consort, Zael-Tak. They drop to their knees before the roaring crowd. This kingdom didn't get built. It got forged in sheer, unstoppable chaos. Right as the deal gets sealed, the elf girl is still reeling, like her brain can't believe what just happened. But seriously, where's Masaru? Our hopeless hero already tore off, kicking the workshop door shut and straight up skipped the afterparty. He knew if he stayed, that new couple would pester him all night, and he's not trying to mess around with that life. He leans toward the window, begging for a little peace, then spots Victinius sprawled on his roof like he owns the place. He nearly jumps out of his skin. Then she immediately roasts him for chatting with a god like it's no big deal. He blurts out, "So why'd you ditch the party too?" And she just shrugs it off like it's nothing, claiming she's not into human celebrations at all. Masaru brings up that hot spring incident, trying to decode her message, and the second he does, she panics so hard she can barely breathe, convinced he's finally clocking her feelings. Nope, this dude is thicker than a diamond. His brain just slides off the point, and she's standing there going, "Are you serious? You have absolutely no clue." She cuts in fast, flips the topic, and drags the conversation straight to the festival. Masaru admits that this wasn't fun at all. He got dragged into helping some stranger with a food cart, and the truth finally slams into him. Wait, did I just get used? Next, Victinius snaps that he's an idiot, then smirks and admits watching him was straight up fun, pushing the idea that they should throw massive festivals in Ventalia too. Suddenly, our boy snaps into action, already mapping out the plan and, most importantly, stocking up on crabs. The two of them are beaming at each other, practically vibrating with anticipation for what's coming next. Right then, Asla shows up and snitches on her sister. Turns out Victinia's got so rattled by Masaru that she botched the whole original hot spring message. Two goddesses start snapping at each other, and our main man has zero clue, like everything's happening in slow motion around him. He screams that he's about to whip up the absolute best crabs ever for the founding celebration. He tells the goddesses, "Be there, no excuses," and the next second they launch into the night, gone without a trace. Isla points out that those two never ever seem to shift. Then the goddesses snap into full focus because the real ceremony is about to begin. Courtney and Victinia's explodes with power sparks flying as the magic gospel kicks off. A gigantic, blazing orb erupts into existence, blasting a live feed of Ventalia's lands into the sky for everyone to see, no exceptions. not even for the ones watching from afar. It's a divine announcement, pure god tier PowerPoint. Victinius flat out announces that this brand new nation already has the gods' full blessing and their complete cooperation. She sends out a formal invitation to everyone, no matter their race, calling them to a big future celebration in Ventalia. From the bottom of my heart, I'm begging be there with me, every single one of you, she declares. The crowd stares up in pure awe as she swears they'll meet again. In Ventalia. What a legendary move to slam your brand new country onto the map. All right, our boy is back in the political hot seat, and this time, it looks like he's sailing through smooth waters. He and the king are cracking up like old war buddies, signing off on eternal cooperation with a deal that seals the bond for good. You've got to love it, but wait, not everyone's buying the happy vibes off to the side? Adelina's just staring like she caught a whiff of something shady. Meanwhile, the king and our main man are locked in a wild 5D chess talk goddess statues on one side, crushing military shortages on the other. The king finally snaps, calling out the evil plots brewing in the shadows, and then he slams down the order. It's time to stop talking and start taking care of business. So here's the thing, trading. The king shuts it down fast, saying it's way too early to even talk about it. That's when our unsuspecting hero starts flexing his otherworldly brain. He drops bombshells about a patent regime and sets it up to print massive profit. Rebuilding a town isn't just pounding nails, it's a full-on strategy game where every move has to be planned. The king sits there, totally lost patent. What on earth is that? And right then, our boy practically yanks out a whiteboard and starts his own mini TED Talk, laying it out that a patent is basically a shield that protects new inventions and fresh techniques. It hands the creator a temporary stranglehold on all the profits. No one else can touch that money for a while. He even rips out a flowchart and lays out how part of the profits gets paid straight to the inventor, and the king's brain starts smoking like it can't handle it. This absolute unit keeps going, saying once a patent goes public, it lights a spark in everyone else, so they build fresher, better stuff. Over and over, turning progress into a full-on civilization upgrade. The king reels in shock, then leans in and fires off. Masaru, what insane tech have you cooked up this time? Our hero's eyes light up with pure nostalgia as he starts talking like it's nothing about how he loves building ideas on the fly, tossing out light bulbs and temperature control devices like, yeah, just little things. He lays out a world where even Anion, just a kid with a brilliant idea, can snag a patent and actually get paid. But the king clocks the political trap instantly. He fears this whole system will let Ventalia, his own country, drain every last profit. Then it hits him, he's bargaining with real royalty. Our boy flips it back to them. So what do you two think is a fair split? The king tosses the first offer aside, a 10-year deal with a 25 cut for the inventor. It's not terrible, but it's definitely not winning. Then Adelina barges in with a completely unhinged counteroffer, another 5-year deal, but she'll only take 15 profit, and our guy's soul basically leaves his body as he panics, like, what the hell, how are you even supposed to survive on that? Adelina lays out her insanely long game plan piece by piece on a sliding scale 10 for the first 5 years. Then the number slams down even further. So her logic is simple. It's not about lining up a few inventors' pockets. It's about spreading the tech everywhere and driving the price down so the whole kingdom finally wins. Right before the king can even digest it, our main man pivots like lightning and drops his next big move, a study abroad program. He wants to kick off engineering guilds all over the world, letting people register and come study in his hometown, basically an exchange program, but with one mission: build a better future. The king recalls our boy saying, we've got usable human resources, and suddenly everything snaps into place. This guy claims that when the folks from the bleak, dusty Ventilia finally lay eyes on Gratis's high-tech, spotless city, they'll be so rocked they'll spark a whole revolution fueled by pure motivation. Adelina steps in, backs him up, and basically says, man, the quality of life gap is unreal because over there, they can't even handle their trash worth a damn. They basically dare the king to show up himself straight up, come see what I'm about energy, a total power move. Move aside, our hero even flexes his past life, bragging about how he once handled hygiene management and customer service. The king's all in on the plan to study magic and engineering until one nasty catch snaps the deal shut. He's heard whispers about Masaru's tech, and the queen's been sending him glowing rave reviews nonstop. But he's still not buying the idea of handing over the secret sauce without proof it won't blow up his economy. Our boy is grinning from ear to ear, swearing he's got the king in the bag. But this king isn't messing around this time. He's laid down strict, specific demands. Now the challenge hits the table. Masaru gets just 1 week to train the local craftsmen in a brand new technique and crank out a real, usable result. The king's face is carved from steel, and this is the final exam. If you pull this off, he'll hand over his full power and back both of Masaru's wild schemes without hesitation. The pressure's crushing him. Every single eye in the room is locked onto Masaru. The king even steps up and promises to pay the whole bill for the project. Fired up, our hopeless hero puffs his chest like he's daring the world to stop him. I'll do it, he bellows, jabbing the sky like the ultimate Shunin hero, swearing he'll wipe out every last one of the king's doubts. And then, in one tiny panel, we get the funniest punchline. This guy is dead broke because he dumped every last coin into magic beasts, and now he's chasing dreams so huge they make his wallet laugh while he writes checks checks it can't cash. Cut to the craftsman's workshop where the tools are ready, the air feels electric, and every creation is one step from being born. Our boy lays out the plan, but the craftsmen don't buy it. They side-eye the deal like it's too good to be real. Yeah, right after that, one of them clocks him instantly. Hold up, you're the genius who cooked up that wild water-absorbing wall. And just like that, his reputation comes sprinting ahead of him. The guildmaster vouches for him, and just like that, boom, he's got a driven crew raring to go. All right, our main man doesn't just build the thing, he decides he'll teach them how to build houses too. He demanded some empty land so he could kick off his project, and they drag him straight into the slums. The whole place is smashed to pieces, splintered wood everywhere, roofs caved in, and the kind of wreckage that makes you stop cold. This is the place where folks who just got fired end up no safety net, no mercy. But when they call it ruin, our hero sees his opening. This is exactly where he'll prove his point until, right as he's about to step in, a voice slices through the air. I object. Suddenly, a tiny kid pops out of nowhere and yanks them to a stop, dead in their tracks. He plants his feet and snaps, "We don't need help from strangers. This is O'Rourke Town. We'll fix the slum once and for all." He glares up at Masaru like, "Are you serious?" and spits, "I'm not a kid." Then boom, this scrappy little supporter hero bursts onto the scene with a wild, grand entrance that throws everything into chaos. All right, Masaru shows up in the worst part of town. The kind of grimy back alley your fantasy world definitely forgot about. He's about to meet a kid named Ruruyu Pure Attitude, way bigger than his size, but before they can even exchange names, some random craftsman swoops in, snatches him up, and slaps a hand over his mouth. He rips into Ryoryu, telling him to shut his trap. And then bam, the twist hits. This kid is actually the big boss of the Craftsman Guild. Turns out that weirdly deep voice wasn't some kid. He's just a ridiculously tiny adult, and he straight up tells everyone that Ryoryu are dwarfs. A legendary race of master crafters whose skills are so overpowered they make grown men look like amateurs. Turns out, our main guy showed up on a royal command from the king himself, here to rip through these slums and give them a full makeover. Ryoryu, finally free from his overprotective colleague's grip, snaps to attention, instantly captivated. He cuts straight to the point, grabs this absolute unit by the spotlight, and demands his grand plan to fix this disaster zone. Masaru flexes his big brain plan like it's totally not obvious. So we clear the land, then slap up brand new houses. The other craftsmen just gawk at him, totally unmoved, like their faces are shouting, groundbreaking. So why didn't a whole week do that? If it was truly that easy, they wouldn't be stuck living in a dump. But Masaru catches himself rambling like a textbook, then flips the script. He's dying to learn about Ryoryu, but first they have to deal with the whole slum mess. He launches into a full-on lecture on what slums do to society, name-dropping discrimination and public health like he's about to blow the room away with a TED Talk. Seriously, wherever you are, just cut the chatter. Can you get to the point already? So our hero paints the whole dream: brand new houses, fresh jobs, and stronger infrastructure, all of it lined up. Then boom, he drops the bombshell. All of this is just theory he learned from books, and he's never actually done any of it himself. He goes on to warn them flashing new houses are a trap. Someone's trying to shove the current residents out, polish the neighborhood's image, and wipe out their community while calling it help. If they really wanted to pull this off, they'd have to rope in the government's money people, and that's totally out of their league. This truth blows Ryu's entire worldview to pieces. He's always believed crafting can save people, but now he realizes it can also be twisted into a weapon for gentrification, and his soul feels like it's about to rip out of his body. That poor guy is trembling with shock, so he darts off fast, no words, no pause. Forward Masaru just realized he dropped an emotional nuke, so he throws in the towel, tells everyone to calm down, and says they'll meet at the guild tomorrow to brainstorm. This super-driven guy decides he can't wait around, so he personally rolls up to the slums and investigates firsthand. Later, up on a rooftop, he's staring down at the city when a steady, rhythmic banging starts to pound the air. This isn't random noise at all. It's the sharp, unmistakable clink of a master craftsman going to work. He follows the noise straight to a battered old factory, then peeks inside like he's hunting trouble. This spot is a treasure trove of absurdly detailed metalwork, like someone went full legendary with every tiny piece. He snatches a chisel and his appraisal skill kicks into overdrive. Everything in here is top tier. Royalty-level ornamentation, crafted so perfectly it feels impossible. Pacing around like he's hunting answers, he yells, "All right, who's the unhinged genius hiding in here?" And who suddenly pops up from behind that workbench, Ryoryu herself. Ryoryu is still fuming about that earlier conversation. But Masaru's totally hooked on his work, firing off questions about how he pulled off those mind-bending patterns. Ryoryu just shrugs like it's nothing and tells you, "All hand-carved?" Casually flexing that he memorized the basics and drilled them until it stuck. Yeah, the usual. Masaru breaks down his own methods straight to the point. He leaned in and proudly showcased his work on the signs. Ryoryu comes at him with non-stop questions, and the moment he does, suspicion starts screaming in the air. Then he wallows in a full-on pity party, dragging up his dead master just to see what Masaru will do. But our boy doesn't bite. He shrugs it off and says it's only natural to wonder who taught him those insanely epic skills. Ryoryu finally cracks and lets it out. His master wasn't a stranger at all, it was his own father. Later, his family ruled the art of legendary carving, but a beast tore through them and he alone survived. Now he carves only to scrape by, one piece at a time. He tells you his father was always right there beside him, watching as he crafted, and that bond was the one thing that pulled his soul back from the edge after the tragedy. That's why he throws his whole soul into his work every single day. That's what Masaru said. And that's why those words hit him like a gut punch. But how could something meant to save souls like building a home turn around and be used to hurt people? Masaru snaps out his point. This isn't about the crafting at all, it's all about the circumstances. Once those nobles swoop in and snap up the land, they kick everyone out, no questions asked. If people fix up their own homes, they grab hope, find strength, and keep pushing forward. Masaru's eyes burn with fresh determination as he swears he'll deliver a project that leaves everyone satisfied. Ryoryu still won't buy it. He flat out says he can't trust that guy so easily. So Masaru leans in and hits him with an offer. Show up at the guild tomorrow, I'll prove what I can do. And then, like the ultimate flex, he whips out a perfectly finished metal masterpiece so detailed it's basically unreal. Ryoryu freezes in shock, he's still carving. Tis, even while he's chatting away like nothing's happened. His brain basically short-circuits this casual mastery is just unreal. The next morning, the meeting kicks off again. Masaru tears into the real problems: housing, jobs, and safety. The craftsmen nod along with his assessment, but they're stuck. None of them can figure out how to create jobs. Right then, Ryoryu saunters in fashionably late and totally stealing the spotlight. He snaps that he's not here to help at all, he's here to verify one thing and nothing more. Masaru flashes this huge grin like he owns the room alright. Let's keep this meeting going. You can tell by the way Ryuryu's eyes lock in, he's gearing up to unleash his god-tier skills and save the slums. Alright? Buckle up because Masaru is out there changing the world one industry at a time, and his influence is spreading like wildfire already. Meanwhile, the local construction crew can't stop geeking out over his brand new, over-the-top joint techniques. One of the builders can't stop staring at those tiny joints because somehow they're locking the whole thing together so hard it feels basically ridiculous. Like our main man's world just invented next-level earthquake-proofing magic. Right then, Ryoryu bursts in, and the craftsman tells him Masaru already took off because he had to rush out to teach his craft to other workshops immediately. The revolution doesn't wait for anyone, and even the guildmaster is stunned by how rock-solid Masaru's construction designs are. He leans in and demands, so did this absolute unit actually pull off his proposal to the king? Henry Uryu flashes a triumphant grin and snaps out a royal scroll, then somehow he gets it straight to the king. And before anyone can blink, His Majesty already stamps Masaru's outrageous safety and labor reforms with a full green light. The builder leans in and demands to know where our hero is heading next. Ryoryu's eyes snap wide for a heartbeat, then she blurts, "Oh, maybe it's the glass factory." And just like that, she's gone. Ryoryu rockets through the streets, pulse pounding, trying to guess what kind of totally unhinged technique he's about to teach at the glass factory. She knows this whole method is nothing more than blasting glass into a bubble, then spinning it into a flat disc. But the second she thinks, her mind snaps straight to the legendary Isekai'D glass, a tightly guarded, esoteric dwarven technique no one else even dares to touch. Yeah, for centuries, nobody could ever copy dwarf sheet glass because they forge it with some sketchy ghost stone. But then it hits her Masaru's insane other tricks, like that metal carving move that made the guild leader's soul practically pop out of his body. The second she realizes what this guy can pull off, she locks eyes with him and charges forward even faster. She storms into the workshop and there's a whole room of craftsmen just standing there, totally lost and staring at her in shock. They're all frozen, staring in awe as this massive molten buff glass dangles from the blowpipe like pure magic. Ryoryu's jaw hits the floor because what in the world is Masaru doing? He's casually gripping this monstrous glass behemoth with a cool, relaxed smile like it weighs nothing. The craftsmen are nothing but suspicious, plain and simple, so Masaru grabs Ryoryu's attention and tells him, "Watch me closely," warning that the moment he kicks off this process, nobody's pulling the plug. The workers are whispering like it's a nightmare, and you're telling me that thing turns into a sheet. The disbelief in this room is so heavy you could slice it with a knife. Our boy shrugs and says, "Sure, this glass blowing's working, but her glass is a pricey import from the dwarves, so I can't help getting curious." So he's decided to grant them a way that's way easier and lightning fast. But this is way too much for Ryu. She's practically shaking with shock. A massive sale on sheet glass, seriously. Masaru tells everyone to lock in and pay attention. He's done it a few times already, and it always works. Then he snaps a tiny hole into the molten glass bubble. Then chaos takes over. He starts swinging that massive cylinder like a pendulum, yanking it wider and wider. When the shape finally clicks into place, he declares it, "This is the cylinder method." Next, he grabs a tool and carves a straight groove straight down the inside of the glass tube. Ryoryu's completely lost, but Our main man doesn't blink. He instantly hurls the scored cylinder straight into a special flattening furnace. Heat blasts the glass, and along the cut he made, it starts to melt and peel itself open like a living thing. The method clicks open, and its sheer simplicity leaves Ryorio totally dumbfounded. And finally, this absolute unit snatches up a rectangular stone mounted on a stick. He leans his weight into the softened glass, pushing it down until every bump vanishes and it turns into a perfect, flawless sheet. With a proud grin, he yanks it from the furnace and announces, "Done." And there it is, this massive, flawless sheet of glass appearing in minutes, like pure magic. The whole workshop detonates with excitement. Craftsmen go wild, shouting that it's pure genius, because this is a day that will be remembered forever. Masaru, the king of trolls, smirks and says, "Honestly, I just wanted to act a little cocky and mess with you. The real question is whether you can pull it off, yeah?" Ryoryu stared in awe, completely starstruck, wondering if she could ever learn it too. Masaru shoots her a calm, confident grin that screams, "Yeah, go for it, you've got this." Before she can even raise her hand, the workshop owner barges in and barks that they'll teach her first. Right away, it detonates into chaos. Every craftsman lunges to cut in line, and Masaru just sighs and tells them to play nice. Later, after that crazy successful day of the Industrial Revolution, our boy and Ryu climb up to the rooftop and stare out over the whole city. They lean over the edge and watch the construction crew tear into the work below. He jumped into the job, slotting brand new, locally made windows right into the frame. After a brutal day of work, our unstoppable duo finally caught a breath. Finally, the long-awaited day crashes in right on cue. The king himself rides up in his royal carriage to fetch the guildmaster for the grand inspection. The guildmaster is sweating bullets, but he tells the king Masaru didn't just meet expectations, he absolutely obliterated them. Ryuryu looked deadly, and when her master said she nailed it perfectly, that confidence hit like a stamp. So, yeah, there's nothing to worry about. The carriage rolls up, the door slams open, and there's Masaru, leaning out like he owns the place, shouting, "Hey, I brought the king!" He throws the king a casual yo, and the king's face instantly says, "Are you serious? Can he please just act normal for 5 seconds?" Masaru waves the disciple away, shrugs off the comment, and gets straight to work telling the king to drop it, and just look at what the craftsman truly built. The king's eyes narrowed with total disbelief, and he tensed up, ready for whatever disaster was about to slam into him. He tells everyone this whole result comes from just 1 week of teaching his brand new techniques to the local workers. And the second the king lays eyes on the finished masterpiece, his royal composure snaps in half like instantly, and he bellows so loud his soul feels like it flies out of him. What the hell is this? All right, let's jump into this glorious mess. King Action strides into the slums expecting filth and despair, but bam! His royal jaw drops as a freshly paved street greets him. Masaru just stands there, glowing with that "I told you so" energy, then casually strolls up and asks the king, straight up, what he thinks. The king can't even speak because this place used to be a total dump, and now it's something else entirely. And now it's been hit with the most ridiculous glow-up, like a true before and after. That would make any home renovation show cry tears of joy. Our main man kicks off the grand tour and points out his very first game, changing innovation, massive sheet glass windows. In a world where window literally means a hole in the wall, this tech is straight up insane because the king can't believe it. You can peek at what a shop sells before you even step inside. He points out the whole setup, everything from weapons to bread lined up in crisp, organized rows, right out in the open for everyone to stare at. That absolute unit isn't just an architect, he's laying out the whole city plan. Masaru drops the truth, this is only phase 1. And soon he'll pull even more people straight out of the slums to build fresh houses and blast the shopping district wide open. The king stares at the fresh new buildings, and damn, everything's already cleaner and way more organized than half of his own capital. But wait! Masaru shows off his modern sanitation brain, flexing a fresh drainage ditch and a public well that wipes out the old nightmare of dumping sewage straight into the street. Then our hopeless hero lays down some 21st century truth to the medieval king. Clean water management is the one thing that keeps a city alive and thriving. King Action is in full system meltdown mode, staring at the renovated area like it's about to blow his mind because this place is about to become the kingdom's new blueprint. And somehow the man picked up more about urban development in 20 minutes than his ancestors managed in centuries. He leans in and demands to know if the local craftsmen have finally mastered these mind-blowing new skills. Then the guild leader steps in and confirms it. Yeah, they're on the way. But our boy's level is just straight up unreal. Masaru, the never-ending project manager, practically orders them to copy-paste that design across the entire kingdom. The king is through the roof with excitement, praising it as brilliant and saying it'll kick off patents and study abroad programs to spread that knowledge everywhere. He slams the brakes on the whole crowd and drops the big question. Wait, let me make sure I heard you right. You seriously just turbocharged our kingdom's progress by over 100 years, all by yourself. His crew instantly breaks out in sweat, frantically waving their hands like, just nod and smile. Yeah, this guy's got zero chill. The king scrambles to make sense of it, convinced Masaru was chasing fame or maybe trying to put nation building to the test. Masaru slams him with the most unhinged, chaotic excuse ever: manufacturing is my hobby. The king's brain just full-on blue-screened. So you built all this just because you got carried away. That's it, final straw. The king snaps completely, cackling like a maniac as he roars that Masaru is the biggest, brightest idiot he's ever laid eyes on. Once the laughter fades, the vibe flips. Anne's smile drops, and she whispers that Masaru might be leaving soon. He leans in and promises her he's staying a little longer, sticking around to supervise. The king listened to me. Here's the advice he gave. I warned him careful now, or things were about to go sideways. Once the slums suddenly turned into prime real estate, every shady noble started circling and fast hungry to grab a slice. But that's not the real danger, the king scoots in, voice turning grim, and then he drops the truth. It's all about the demon beast. Masaru's blood turns to ice when he remembers that nightmare bear horse monster that haunts him from the moment he first arrived. The king's stunned. He's never even expected to lay eyes on one, proving how ridiculously rare they really are. Right there, he breaks it down. Demon beasts are what you get when dark emotions warp the world's natural magic. Lately, the sightings have been piling up non-stop. Masaru even ran into two of them, and with that golem attack hitting like a curse, it's a total catastrophe waiting to explode. The king's expression turns grim as he snaps that this situation is wildly, impossibly abnormal. And Masaru realizes he's right in the middle of a disaster that's starting to boil over. Yeah, the problem's spreading and it's getting out of control fast, and you've got zero clue where it'll strike next. Meanwhile, in a totally different forest, a bunch of terrified knights are getting wrecked because Satan's own reindeer are handing them their butts. This is Demon Deer, the beast that hunts with terrifying intent. And it's way out of its usual hunting grounds, like it broke its own rules. The beast rips loose a wild storm of lightning magic, and the soldiers get blasted across the battlefield like bowling pins in a single strike. They shriek that its rank is off the charts, way too high for them to survive. Right when those two demonic deer slash in to finish the job, a golden-haired god drops out of the sky. Commander Lancelot, and the second he lands, his face screams pure, deadly disappointment in his squad's performance. He snaps at them to get serious because only he can actually fight that thing. He spots the fresh monster outbreak and clocks it as the ultimate training chance, terrifying as it is. His knights kick off with him chatting non-stop, and he's going on about how Lancelot has become an absolute monster ever since that duel with Masaru. Then boom, one of the knights drops, slams in with a jaw-dropping question. Commander, did you tell the squad about the wedding yet? Right as Lancelot tries to even catch up, the knight blurts it out. It's your Nissy, Lady Adelina, she's getting married. Dead silence drops, then those words linger in the air, and a demon deer spots the crack and rockets forward. Lancelot doesn't even blink. He casually sweeps his sword and shield through the air, and with one clean, furious strike, he obliterates everything. The news finally hits, and his face snaps into that overprotective Uncle Rage look. Yeah, he's not letting this marriage go through, not a chance, he roars. The commander snaps, fully loses his composure, yelling to find out who the groom is, while his squad scrambles to calm the rampaging demigod. Lancelot just got triggered, and trust me, someone's about to get destroyed. 2 weeks later, he barrels back into town looking less like a hero and more like he clawed his way through the worst road trip of his life. The chief spots them first and erupts, shouting across the whole farm that Masaru and his crew have finally come back. As their carriage rolls onto the central street, the welcome wagon hits full power. Cheers erupt everywhere, like the whole city's shouting their names. Eula can't sit still. She's bouncing off the walls, blazing with joy at the thought of carving out a brand new nation. And the hype is absolutely off the charts. While everyone else is cheering their hearts out, our main guy, he's missing, gone like a ghost. Then boom, there he is, hiding behind the carriage wheel like he's about to pay off a debt. The girls are totally stunned, whispering that the trip must have fried his brain because the way he's staring in pure terror. You'd think his energetic little sister is some kind of nightmare, and honestly, they're not wrong. Rage is written all over his face, then his soul straight up leaves the building. Now, about the welcoming crew, some of the most important faces are missing. That's because that little sister and that first disciple are already in a brutal, ice-cold feud, fighting tooth and nail over who gets to take care of Masaru. This absurd showdown blows wide open into a full-on challenge. Whoever wins a quiz game walks away as the ultimate Masaru expert, and our hopeless hero, there he is, cheeks burning in the background, completely aware this is their twisted little love language. And yeah, this guy is eating every second of the chaos. Inside, it's go time. Right then, the chief slams everyone into a meeting to hammer out the foundation ceremony plans. But before they can even get started, the king and queen hit them with a jaw-dropper on the exact same day they want to get married. This absolute unit just freezes, staring in pure disbelief. His thoughts are screaming, "Are you kidding me? While I was out there busting my butt, you two were plotting your wedding." The whole plan is pure chaos. This 3-day festival goes off like a spark. Day 1 is a loud meet and greet party, and Day 2 kicks into the official nation founding ceremony. And on Day 3, everything builds to the absolute grand finale, the royal wedding itself. And let me tell you, the whole schedule is completely unhinged. Right away, the chief is already sweating over being shorthanded, but Masaru doesn't even flinch. He flexes, grins, and promises he'll personally line up the AOL materials and resources. He's diving into the toughest parts of the prep because honestly, his skills are on a whole other level. Then the king swoops in out of nowhere with a royal demand. He's begging for some king-level bling. It wasn't some junky trinket. This was a one-of-a-kind prize like a scepter forged for destiny. So what does our boy do next? He taps into his inner nerd and throws himself at the legends, pushing the legendary 3 sacred treasures from his world's mythology. A sword, a mirror, and a jewel. 3 legendary symbols of pure power that the royal family lives for, destined to be passed down for generations. With fire in his eyes, Masaru blasts out a declaration crafting these sacred treasures is now his #1 priority. And with that, he's gone. He practically yeets himself out the door to start prepping, leaving everyone else eating his dust. The chief only smirks like he's tasting victory, saying Masaru's unstoppable, chaotic energy is exactly what forged their whole nation. And he even pressures the other elders to cook up a plan to repay Masaru, like doing literally everything all over again. Our main guy is sprinting through the streets he himself built, and the whole town erupts with a hero's welcome. But his mind is already screaming at full speed, plotting how to forge divine artifacts. He keeps replaying the king's terrifying warning about the demon beast, and it hits him. He's got to level up in secret, before it's too late. First, stop the partition. He slipped in behind the scenes to get some work done. His design is pure genius. This sword isn't a bragging symbol of power, it's a shield meant to protect every powerless person they've fought to save. The mirror is going to shine like a masterpiece showing the calm, real world they fought tooth and nail to build. And then finally the jewel. He imagines something blazing bright as a star, an immaculate offering for the goddesses who brought him here. This vision is huge. So huge it's almost unreal, but the execution. We'll worry about that tomorrow. He steals a rare breath and leans over the balcony, staring out at the huge city he built from nothing. Wait, this is surreal beyond words back on Earth. He never in a million years would have pictured this. He makes a vow to himself he'll craft a gift for the goddess. A heartfelt thank you that she'll never forget. And then boom, the brutal weight of his to-do list slams down on him like a wrecking ball. Our hero snaps into full-blown panic, clutching his head and screaming for help like his life depends on it because this workload is about to torment him for real. He's so desperate he just wants to use magic to clone himself or anything like that. A calm voice suddenly slices through the silence then. Yeah, I'll help you. Masaru snaps into a freeze, trying to brush it off as nothing but exhaustion. Then he spots it, and that pile of sheets starts crawling, moving on its own like it's alive. Then, from the shadows, he crawls up now facing us with pitch-black eyes and a sinister grin announcing, "I'm Masaru," and making it painfully clear this version isn't the real one. Our boy's soul just explodes into a million shards, another Masaru. All right, let's jump straight back into the chaos. Masaru is suddenly staring down himself. And right then, an evil, smug twin just shows up out of nowhere. First, this sketchy doppelganger leans in and whispers that the world is pure danger. Plus, he's got no real role to copy whatever that's supposed to mean. Our main man's brain is burning like a furnace. He clocks it instantly. This isn't some long-lost brother. It's a fake. Probably some mirror demon freak, right? Then the clone flips the script, spills that his boss is Grand's his target. He's here to jack Masaru's labor power? Bro, just ask for an internship like a normal person. Yeah, the second he realizes he's dealing with a copycat, this absolute unit locks in and runs a quick diagnostic test. So how does he test a magical clone that could kill him? He immediately steamrolls the conversation into an architectural showdown. He starts ranting about furniture contests and building designs, and the clone just stands there utterly lost his face. Practically shouts, "I came for a fight, not some grand designs documentary." The bickering ignites right away like they've been roommates for years, and the clone keeps getting more furious as Masaru needles him non-stop for being an otaku who works 8 days a week. Then, like that, the clone loses it completely. Playtime's done. He yanks out a wicked dark sword, roars that his lord demands Masaru's execution, and goes in swinging with pure rage. Our hero's soul rips right out of his body. He spots the ominous magical aura the second it hits him. This is the same cursed power that brought those stone statues to life straight from the Dark Elves, and now this clone is one of them. The fake nods and spills it. His master wants revenge for his fallen comrades, and this is the first step of the plan. Masaru dies right here, right now. No warning, this clone just yeets a whole workbench straight into our boy's head. Masaru's mind can barely catch up as this copy's sheer power slams into him. The clone rockets forward, its sword slashing out like it wants to end everything on the spot. Masaru whispered out a chilling goodbye, then the air went cold. Yeah, but our guy isn't messing around. He twists in and blocks the hit with his own blade, and the clone's caught off guard. The fake lunges in from behind with a nasty cheap shot, but Masaru's too damn quick to get caught. Yeah, this clone snaps his grip into the target and yanks him right by the chest. But our hero isn't letting his evil twin get the upper hand. Then he flexes and a lightning-fast surge of magic powers him up instantly. Then he flips it and boom, pulls yet another rabbit out of his hat. He throws healing magic and the clone's brain just faceplants, like it couldn't process it at all in his eyes. You can literally see the loading icon spinning. The clone whines that this feels like cheating, then scrambles to copy Masaru's skill, flaunting the fact that sure, Masaru's got a trash noble brain, but this one's got way more raw magic power. He grabs Masaru's arm and yanks him into a direct connection, then he drops the bombshell. His power is locked straight to his master. Then he hurls out a totally insane blast of dark energy, and it launches our hero flying through the air. This isn't some harmless blast, it's downright corrupting, and it's already seeping into the city's water like a poison creeping through veins. Realizing this shady magic could poison the whole world, Masar snaps he's ending it. And he means right now he dives into his ultimate inventory skill and rips out a literal meteor. A chunk of rock rips out of the sky and hovers there, ready to smash the whole area flat. The clone just cackles, stone cold unimpressed, then sneers that Masaru is flashy and stupid for trying to crush him right along with the temple. And then he spirals into full emo mode, practically admitting he's depressed just to be a copy of some idiot like that. But Masaru isn't buying the villain's speech. He just lets the rock drop and ends it. As the giant boulder crashes down, it hits him like lightning. Wait a minute. His tricks came straight from the goddess's gotcha machine, so tell me, how on earth is this clone copying that? Before he even gets the chance to solve that puzzle, the clone snaps. He slaps reinforcement magic onto the whole building, turning the temple into a massive weapon in one move. With a horrifying grin clawing across his face, the clone swears this is the final end of his life, and he throws one last wave like a goodbye that hits harder than anything before it. Reinforced temple beams suddenly blasted forward like giant spears. Then one lands a clean shot and boom, Masaru gets blasted off the platform. The clone stares at the giant explosion on the horizon, waving like he just snatched the championship title. He stares at the wreckage, grinning like he's finally erased the original for good. Then his eyes snap wide. Wait, what? Wait, there's our main man standing in the rubble like it's nothing? Totally unfazed, casually gripping a laughably huge handcrafted cannon. Masaru brushes himself off like it's nothing. You've pushed me way past my limits. Now show me what you've got, fake. The clone is totally snapping. He's screaming, "Gov, whoa, are you?" Pure disbelief slams across both their faces at the same time. And just when things couldn't get more out of control, a whole squad of knights storms in, led straight by the king himself because he's been hunting Masaru. The king just stares, locks eyes on Tumosaurus and the shattered city laid waste before him, and a slow, smug grin crawls across his face. The clone stares at the new arrivals, and you can practically see the wheels spinning in his head because a king and a whole kingdom just fell into his hands, and you know he's about to make it pay off in the most exciting way. If so, then it gets worse. Alright, let's crank this up, our boy. And his crew were just minding their business when, boom, a boss fight crashes in out of thin air. It's Lancelot, the human wrecking ball, grinning like he already won. Lancelot's sidekick blurts out that a clone of our main man just spawned inside their house, like it's no big deal at all, just a totally normal Tuesday. This clone's apparently a dead-on copy of Masaru's full power, and Lancelot, always the humble one, just shrugs like, yeah, he's crazy strong at the top of the food chain. Then smirks and adds, but compared to me, he's just a small fry. The confidence on this unit is through the roof. Everyone's left dumbfounded. Lancelot leans in and says, ours gotten way stronger, and then drops the real bomb. Even his skills have completely changed at the root. He's zeroing in on that power-up like a bloodhound on the trail. Lancelot suggests a friendly duel to celebrate, but our boy grins because he's got a way better plan for wiping out this ridiculously overpowered menace. Right off the bat, no warning at all, our unsuspecting hero flips the whole script 1 second. Lancelot's running his mouth. The next he's hogtied to a massive wooden pole and his brain is scrambling to catch up with what just hit him. Masaru lunges at him and cackles. This is it. Snatching the moment to test the wild ideas he's been sketching in his comic books. And the plan is totally unhinged. This dude builds a massive medieval ballista, like a giant siege weapon, just to turn Lancelot into a human missile. Lancelot's panic erupts in pure glory when he finally realizes he's strapped to the projectile, and it's already locked in. With a maniacal grin, Masaru launches him into the sky. Then Lancelot gets yeeted across the entire continent as Masaru yells, "Have a nice trip!" We watch him rip through the sky, soaring over the city like he owns it, and the countryside explodes into a gorgeous streak of pure chaos. Masaru just stands there, grinning at his work like a proud parent. Then it hits him like a freight train. He's a person, not some target, and I sure wasn't trying to erase the source of information. This app basically acted like he'd just launched a man straight into the stratosphere. Too late, Lancelot slams ashore like a meteor, blasting up a massive wall of dust that swallows the sky. Meanwhile, the Masaru clone, let's call him Fakaru, cackles like crazy, convinced he's finally escaped his creator, and the timing couldn't be any more perfect. Lancelot dusts off his clothes right beside him like the whole trip across the country was nothing. Then Fakhru just scoffs, "Man, you're boring." Lancelot looks gutted he was craving a real battle, not some weak bargain basement imitation. Fakhru smirks, decides to flex, then unleashes Masaru's insane magic power, roaring that it's even beyond the G-class. But Lancelot smirks right back, then he tells him his reinforcement magic can double that output, and his ultimate skill would crank it all the way up to level 30. Basically turning him into a one-man army. Fake Rue starts taunting him, leaning in like, "So, what are you gonna do about it?" Lancelot makes a brutal misstep, then he just disappears. Next second, he's back, blade pressed to the clone's throat, and he hisses, "I can see you." Before Fake Rue can even blink, Lancelot tears through with a violent storm of slashes. The clone is losing it full body shock, screaming his head off. What the hell is this? He fights like hell, snarling, "Fuck this!" as their blades smash together in a wild, chaotic ballet of steel. They clash blades in a tense, breath-stopping standoff. And just like that, Lancelot effortlessly shatters the stalemate with a bone-crunching kick straight to the chest. Next comes the finisher. Lancelot brings his sword down with a cataclysmic overhead strike. It shattered the ground and left Fakhru's arm utterly obliterated. The clone gapes at the glowing orb that's left of his mind, totally stunned. This isn't anything like Masaru's memories. Lancelot casually breaks it down. Duels aren't the same as real battles, and he makes one thing crystal clear. You don't give your opponent the first move. Then he snaps into motion and drops the bombshell with his new skill. He's already 2 steps ahead. He leans in over the dying clone and delivers a ruthless lecture. Most people get just 2 or 3 skills, and if you've got more than that, it screams incomplete talent. But for a real master like him, the moment he reached level 10, all 3 of his separate sword skills vanished in an instant. They fused, then blasted into a whole new form. And suddenly it became something way more terrifying, Master Swordsman. And just like that, boom, the appetizer hits, and you're already starving for the main course. Lancelot tells him he mastered that skill long before he ever met Masaru, and ever since, he's been leveling up non-stop. He rattles off an absurd stack of lethal skills he's gathered over the years from Beast Killer to Demon Killer. This isn't something you can drill out of sparring. It's power forged in blood. He declares that his next evolution, his next transformation will only kick in the moment. Desperation finally crushes him. Realizing he's moments away from being wiped from existence, Fakhru's soul bolts out of his body panic, screaming right as he summons a colossal castle wall to stop it. He frantically shovels magic into it, yelling, "More, more," as Lancelot's attack starts to blaze and charge higher. It's hopeless. This attack just wipes the wall away like it was nothing but paper. As his last souvenir, Lancelot drops the name of the skill that sealed his fate, Arbitrator. Just like that, the copy vanishes. Poof, gone. Lancelot slumps, lets out a deep sigh like it finally hit him. That was not easy at all? Seriously, my dude. And just like that, our main man Masaru is roaring with laughter. Then he leans in and asks, real casually, "So, how'd it go?" Finally, Lancelot just jabs a finger at the Grand Canyon. He hacked into the land with one brutal swing and then, like a total stone-cold assassin, he deadpans, "You're a battle freak, you know?" Masaru gets hit like the truck when it clicks that Lancelot could have pulled that off on the city. Lancelot pushes hard, grilling him about his change skill, but our boy feigns ignorance. So Lancelot snaps and decides to appraise the clone's remains himself. He grabs the glowing orb, and it hums with power the moment his fingers make contact. Then the screen flashes, bam! It's a golem, forged by a demon, and it's got one job: stay right beside Masaru. Right as they're still trying to wrap their heads around this sketchy new twist, a massive portal suddenly rips open across the sky. A shadow drops down from above, and our poor hero clocks her instantly because this is the boss who ambushed Stenzen. A goddess descends from the heavens, booming that the world is in serious life or death danger. Our boy can only gawk in total disbelief as this wild, ridiculous threat barges in and makes her grand entrance. All right, let's dive back into the chaos. Masaru finds himself trapped in a secret, late-night meeting with the goddess Victinias inside Ventalia Temple. The tension snaps tight and she cuts straight through it, demanding the unsuspecting ones spell out right now how the world is about to get wiped clean. Before we dive into the world-ending stuff, we get a quick flashback and it's pure A-trolling. Some random guy straight up admits he leaked Adelina's marriage partner info, and that's what sends Zack spiraling into full rage mode. Fate, bro, what a straight-up madman. Now the game switches. Victinia goes full serious, tells our guy that all of this chaos is part of her long-term plans, and they've got to lock in and talk strategy. Turns out the King of Greatest was the first to connect the dots. Those rampaging monsters, even the demon bear, aren't the real threat at all. They're just the world gasping as negative energy floods everything. Old Victinias lays it bare because right now they're up against something soaked in pure bad energy. A mindless force of nature that's roaring toward total destruction. An enemy! Yeah, we've all seen her 100 times before then. She hits us with the bombshell. She is the root of all evil, the Demon King. This absolute unit just snapped out of his nap, and now he's ready to turn the whole world into a party. Even the gods themselves just clocked it. This shady guy's presence completely flips the whole game on its head. Masaru tries to wrap his head around it, but it's not happening. Demon King, I die. He blurts out, and the thoughts in his mind grind to a screeching stop. His brain instantly kicks into full gamer mode. Oh no, we're done for. This is a world conquest plan, and there's no way we can just hand him half the world, right? Yeah, but Victinius is way worse. Like, the end is here worse. With a Demon King, it's not conquest, it's civilization collapsing. Game over, no second chances. So Masaru fires the million-dollar question. If this guy is that dangerous, why can't the gods just snap their fingers and erase him from existence? She tells them the Demon King's coming isn't an invasion. It's a living, roaring catastrophe, like a hurricane of pure rage crashing down from the sky. It's a living disaster brewed from the world's own hatred, and once it's fully grown, that's when it turns truly deadly. Suddenly, a light bulb pops in Masaru's head. Wait, there's only one thing that beats a Demon King, a hero. Then the realization hits him hard. He's basically just volunteered himself. Vectinia just deadpans. Are you seriously daydreaming? She wipes out his shonen hero fantasy and tells him straight up, heroes don't exist. This world keeps moving on fine, and it's his production skills that make him the real catalyst. And now here comes the unhinged twist. The Demon King doesn't care about world domination at all. He's locked in on Masaru. Our boy's first instinct is pure panic. He's ready to bolt immediately, so should he just run for the hills? But it's not that simple. Those demon keys see Masaru's push for civilization as a deadly threat, and they want it gone for good. So the moment he's put on the spot, this guy fires off a backup plan for Get a Hero. You don't stop the fight. You stack the odds, build a super squad of monsters like Lancelot, and send them hunting demons. But Victinia's massive size just exposed the fatal crack in his plan. If they don't even know which dungeon the boss is in, they can't go toe-to-toe with him. Then it hits our hopeless hero like a punch to the gut. This Demon King is terrifyingly strong, able to manufacture a fake Masaru by using his own body as the template, but the truth about the enemy is totally vanished, so no one can find or track him. With stakes this brutal, Victinia throws down the truth. Our partnership is now life or death, more critical than ever. She snaps that Ventalia has become a top target now, and the tension hits too close, so Masaru whips his head around and asks, "So, are you excited for the founding ceremony coming up?" She straight up admits she can't wait for it. As they move, he leans in close and tells her not to worry. He swears the ceremony will happen and the town will be safe under his watch. He knows the job ahead is brutal, but he's locked in. He'll do anything it takes to stop the Demon King. That sudden burst of confidence feels so wrong for him that Victinius's faith crashes hard then. In the middle of all that chaos, Masaruchis rips at his own cheeks, fuming that his divine messenger powers just aren't working. She tells him to act like a god, but lets slip that his goofy antics are quietly calming her nerves. That's when he spots it. She missed a message, and it's a job quest straight from her. It's a delivery mission to a place so remote that even her own gospel of God can't reach it. Masaru wastes no time naming it for what it is. A divine errand quest, then grumbles through the whole thing, saying he never wanted to babysit some random city's safety. Then a sly grin cracks across his face, and he starts thinking maybe this mysterious city has exactly what he needs for the ceremony, like a certain dress for a certain goddess. Yes, Victinius is on board instantly, and he promises a fair reward for the trouble he just dragged into. Right before the move, she thrusts a breathtaking magic stone into his hands. Its glow hums with raw, ambient power. She grabs his hand and demands he bless the jewel, pouring her divine power into it, like living light. The second that stone hits his eyes, memories of that cute little goddess flood back, and he immediately corners Victinius, asking if she's into girly stuff. Things, and when she does, she gets flustered fast straight up, admitting that everyone loves pretty things, like sleek rings or dangling necklaces, and then it hits him. This is it, his moment. "Tell me what you want," he demands, refusing to back down. He decides he has to hunt down the perfect reward himself, and he pitches it to her like it's a secret request. Then he announces he's going to check on Zack and dashes off, leaving the goddess completely baffled and stuck in place. Victinius is left blushing, her thoughts running wild. Then he goes, "So, what do you want, right?" She's completely rattled by this sudden twist. But yeah, he couldn't help it. Excitement was bubbling in his chest, trying to guess what wild gift he's cooking up. Right when she's drowning in her own thoughts, Masaru suddenly reappears, jump scaring her so hard she almost drops dead. "You're still here," he snaps, then it hits our main. Guy took the quest knowing exactly where he's supposed to go. Classic. Then he flexes those ridiculous skills, yanks out a map of the entire country, and lays it all out like he owns the place. And the route ahead was finally stamped in plain sight. That target spot is pure chaos. An underground paradise thriving beneath the earth, sealed off inside a gigantic lake where the flow of magic gets totally strangled. I'm Thread City. Brilliant, all right. Let's jump right back into the chaos, because a few days later, Zack gets totally smashed by the world's most brutal personal trainer, Captain Eldam. This guy's losing his mind screaming about warrior bodies while Zack just collapses into a sad little puddle, can't even move, and the thought hits him. Isn't this straight up bullying? Of course, the fan club is glued to the sidelines. Adelina's freaking out, begging everyone to go easy on him because she's got a crush and she loves him exactly as he is, alright? But Eldam is totally unhinged. He basically calls his training respect, like the more he likes you, the worse he hurts you. And yeah, that's his whole messed up choice. Right then, Masaru strolls in like nothing's happening, breezing in, clueless as ever, and grinning because his whole crew's actually getting along. The girls instantly lose their cool Tifa, especially because she's still trying to untangle Eldam's twisted logic, wondering why Zack's getting the special treatment. In this sweet moment of unity, Liliana and Tifa lock eyes and realize they're both here for the same thing to help their master. So the rivalry just evaporates, and all that's left is that unstoppable power of them both simping for him. Eldam finally drops the truth. Yeah, he's heard about Demon Beast trouble, but that's not why he's here at all. Nah, this absolute unit is straight up itching for a rematch. He's desperate to clash with Masaru again, and once that shot opens up, he's not wasting it. But wait, where did our boy go? Turns out the poor, unsuspecting hero got a quest handed down straight by a god, and he sprinted off to the mountains. And of course, he didn't go solo, he brought the best guide around, the ever-capable Elena. Cut to the two of them in the wild, staring down a hidden path like it's about to change everything. They're kicking off a brand new adventure, diving straight into a mysterious underground passage. Masaru's jaw drops as he realizes he'd never stumbled onto this place on his own. Elena smirks and says the entrance is nearly invisible, and if she wasn't there, he'd be completely done for. So, you've actually been here before, this guy demands, staring you down. Elena tells Masaru that the Dark Elves keep diplomatic ties with the folks underground, and her whole job is basically to stick close, babysit him, and stop him from doing something unbelievably stupid. They squeeze in through the entrance and suddenly the cavern yawns open, revealing a gigantic, sprawling underground world. It's pure hype, and Elena fires up the path ahead with a staff glowing in her grip. Our hopeless hero instantly breaks out in goosebumps, relieved that Elena pushed him to wear something light instead of that clunky armor. She lays out the official mission right there, part diplomacy, part tailoring, and then a mad dash to grab Silk. But Masaru's brain has basically clocked out, then he spots a glowing mushroom, and his ADHD goes totally feral. A burst of flash erupts, and he screams with pure excitement, totally geeking out over how that thing reacts to magic stones. In seconds, he whips up a freaking awesome magic lantern, and Alina just stares, actually impressed. For once. This guy immediately gets yanked off course by some shiny distraction, and Alina has to grab him and haul him back into the mission. He erupts in protest, insisting that detours and wandering off the plane are the whole heart of an adventure. He even leans in and asks Alina if she ever just kicks back, relaxes, and actually soaks in the view during a mission. She totally panics and blurts out, "Okay, maybe once or twice I've done it. But this time is different." She catches her breath, snaps back into control, and tells him, "Go easy, don't overdo the exploring." So of course, he immediately spots a weird flying manafish sealed inside a crystal, traps it in his grasp, and adds it to his ever-growing collection. Then he slips away and pokes something that is absolutely not a mushroom. It's got a weird bouncy elasticity. Alina's danger sense erupts, "Don't touch it!" She screams right as the camera shows them getting caught in a giant spider web. Then they descend, bam! A whole army of giant, many-eyed spiders pours down from the ceiling, and Masaru's soul basically checks out on the spot. Panic explodes in him, and he boots one of the spiders flying like it owes him money. A high G speeder. "That's the move against the rulers," he shrieks, totally losing it, because he despises spiders with every fiber of his being. He pleads with Alina to act as the creatures erupt into pulses of dark magic, but our trusty guide makes one deadly mistake and the webbing snatches him and traps him fast. Sticky threads cinch tight, yanking her outfit until it strains like it's about to tear. So what's Masaru thinking in this life or death moment? His brain totally fries into a screaming panic of perverts straight up locked on Alina's wardrobe malfunction. He jolts out for a second, but he's still too busy yelling about his arachnophobia to be any help. As more spiders crowd in from every side, a flash of steel suddenly slashes through the web, snapping it apart and freeing Lina in an instant. A shadowy samurai in the mask steps out of nowhere, stops in front of them, and asks straight up if they're safe. The hero yells for them to run, but Masaru, who treats a national disaster like his top priority, can't just let it slide. He's furious that this guy smashed his precious moment. Then our boy goes after the newcomer, taunting him and saying, "See, your sword didn't slice the web at all, it just grabbed and got tangled up." The samurai's face goes blank with pure shock as the horror hits. He can't move. He's trapped. Before he even has time to register his defeat, the web yanks taut and boom, he's launched straight into the ceiling. Masaru and Alina just sit there and watch him leave. Alina's face is totally deadpan, and honestly, I'm like, wait, me too. Now he's fully gift-wrapped, screaming at the top of his lungs, begging someone to save him. Our duo stares at each other. utterly lost like the universe itself is pressing them with one brutal question. Are you here to help or to be helped? All right. Buckle up our boy locks eyes with a guy who's basically wrapped in spider silk, and the dude's frantically screaming for his life. The poor guy is clearly having the absolute worst day ever, practically begging for help and swearing he'll do anything. Then our hero steps up like he's ready to throw hands until he remembers one brutal catch. They don't have their weapons. And that's when Alina smirks and goes, "Relax here, take this." Without even blinking, she casually summons a surfboard-sized sword out of thin air. The webbed-up guy's brain flat-out short-circuits because that's an item box, a skill menu, and his own handiwork. He forged the practice blade himself and never even used it. Welp, looks like today is the perfect time to run a field test. Then boom, it's a full-blown war against these eight-legged monsters. Alina whips across the battlefield like a blur, pure chaos in motion, while this absolute unit barely scrapes by to keep up, and his soul is basically yelling, "I can't take this anymore." By some miracle, they manage to survive dead arachnids carpet the cave floor, and our heroes finally snatch a desperately needed breather. The blacksmith's gasping for breath as he straight up admits, yeah, he really hates spiders. Meanwhile, Masaru studies his brand new weapon, and something feels off. It doesn't slice so much as it yanks, yet it still gets the job done, and that's all that matters. Elena tells him this perk is straight from his Forest Watcher skill, just grind a few more levels in swordsmanship and appraisal, and then he'll unlock its real shape-shifting power. Before they can dive into the skill trees, they spot their bandit totally out cold, collapsed right in the middle of a monster cave. Like, this is a nap spot, not a battleground. His priorities are wild, so they cut the mission, take a breather, and decide what to do with him. Masaru can't stop shaking. He's stunned that his skills can level up like this. While our blacksmith buddy is still hogtied and replaying his own skills in his head, a mouth-watering aroma suddenly pours through the cave. Every head whips around in perfect unison. Wait, is that food? Nah, this isn't just food. Our boy just whipped up fancy peas in the heart of a dungeon, and this absolute beast is flexing hard with goat cheese and seafood. The blacksmith is totally stunned. He swears he was just hammering away, nodded off, and then woke up to a bandit trying to steal them 6 spiders. Masaru's like, "Wait, I saved you twice, my friend." Then he explains that those bandits tried to rob them first, and that's exactly what set the spiders off in the first place. And that's when the blacksmith drops the bomb. If those spiders were early, then yeah, I owe you an apology. Wait, what spiders that are actually friendly? And just as things finally calm down, the bandit bursts awake at the worst possible second, yells for more cheese, and gets shut down hard. Elena gives the verdict. Those spiders aren't enemies at all. They're allies of the people who live deep in the underground city. Fuda the blacksmith was Haley's Masaru, and yeah, he had to be an insect tamer, trained by his clan. The gears in our hero's head started grinding like a war drum, and you could feel the next move forming. Fuda steps forward and proudly tells everyone he's from an insect tamer family living side by side underground with spiders and even moth demons. And just like that, it all snaps into place for Masaru. Those special silk threads he's been hearing about are spun by these insects themselves. Our poor, unsuspecting hero instantly panics, convinced he just wiped out a whole crew of friendly neighborhood spiders. But Fuda brushes it off. Turns out those spiders already went rogue and started going after people, so he was going to deal with them anyway. No big deal, just business. He even drops to pay respects to his fallen ally. Fuda can't shake the feeling that the Demon King's power is leaking into the area because the local wildlife is suddenly going berserk. After the pleasantries were done, Masaru leaned in and spilled their huge plan. He was the messenger sent to forge ties with the underground. Fuda is completely stunned this messenger for a brand new nation just landed, and he's convinced it's all a joke. Then Masaru hurls down the other shoe because the request came straight from Victinius, the goddess of creation. And Fuda just snaps, bursting into wild cackling laughter, but he shrugs it off as hopeless, swearing nobody underground would ever buy a story that sounds that absurd. But the second Masaru says they're going, Futa's mood flips in an instant. He practically bounces up and eagerly offers to guide them, insisting it's the least he can do. What a straight-up lifesaver, that guy. He flashes a confident thumbs up, locking in like he's about to take on the quest for his entire clan. As they stroll, Futuchikli leans in and asks if Masaru's cool with Alina, because demons and humans have a history that goes way back. Our hopeless hero panics in the worst way, stammering that dark elves are beautiful as he sneaks a glance at Alina. Alina and Fuda fully back her up, saying Alina is built like a beast. Then, right on cue, Masaru's communication tablet suddenly pings. A message from the goddess herself suddenly flashes on screen. So, do you like dark elves? Masaru's soul rips out of his body, screaming with terror while the rest just stare in confusion. And Futa's stuck thinking he's texting his lover. But hold up, our main man has to make it crystal clear. He's not talking to just anyone. He's talking straight to the goddess Victinius. Futa freezes in shock when he realizes, wait, the joke is actually the stone-cold truth. Truth before Masaru can even wrap his head around it. Another message slams in from that petty goddess, and honestly, I don't think I'm the one losing when it comes to being pretty. Even Fuda can't deny it, the goddess on that screen is an absolute smoke show. And that's the final straw. Masaru snaps, whips his head to the tablet, and starts yelling at the useless goddess to shut it while he's trying to finish his HR request. He tells her, "Stop trolling me, go keep an eye on the Demon King case." After they finally manage to yell down a deity, the crew keeps rolling, and Futa blurts that they've arrived. They're finally here, and wow, what an entrance. Right in front of them sprawls a jaw-dropping city carved into a giant cavern, packed with sleek Japanese-style architecture. The view is straight up mind-blowing, like, I can't even look away. Welcome to the underground city where secrets breathe and the whole place feels alive. Alright, let's jump in on a god plane. Era is having a full-on meltdown, screaming as she watches our boy on her divine monitor like, what kind of working is this? The other goddesses just kick back, trying to soothe her, and Ira instantly panics, swearing she doesn't distrust him while her face turns even redder than a stop sign. She tries to play it cool, leans in with a wink, and coos. Air is a good girl, like, come on, you get what I'm saying, right? Yeah, we get it. Jealousy's hitting you hard. The other goddesses waste no time and start whispering that our main guy is getting way too close with Alina, and Ira's rage is so intense, it straight up makes pissed off flare across her chest. But the tea party gets shut down fast when Hera dead serious and brand new arrives, declares that Zeus and she are here because the world is in real danger. She jumps right in and says they need to talk about the Onion King, then grades Masaru with a quick, yeah, good start, before telling him to crank it up and start delivering real results, like, yesterday no pressure, my dude. Meanwhile, back on Earth, our clueless hero and his crew finally land at their destination, Kakareha, the underground city, and this place is pure vibes, like a hidden city from ancient Japan just wandered out of the past. Masaru's soul practically floats out of his body in pure bliss like the second he steps into that perfect harmony. It hits him that he's finally found home. Back in the home, their guide Futa quizzes him, and Masaru blurts out that it all feels weirdly like Japan. Futa tells him the city is a cultural blender built by immigrants from the Western continent who mashed their styles together until everything became one wild fusion. But our boy, the no-nonsense craftsman, spots the problem instantly. Wait, this is an underground lake, so why are all these houses built out of wood? He points out that the humidity is the villain here, turning that wood to mush, molding it, and rotting it into nothing. Fuda just shrugs it off with a laugh like, who cares about logic? We're not craftsmen anyway. He drops the truth. This isn't about practicality at all. It's about chasing the warmth of the earth they had to leave behind. And it all comes down to that feeling. He swears they share the same blood as the Dark Elves, a raw bond with nature they soak up straight from the trees. This whole philosophy is the reason the city feels alive, like it's breathing right in front of you. Masaru has to admit it, this is seriously stylish. This absolute unit suddenly snaps into clarity, realizing that convenience is the key to everything. He's about to toss the quest aside for a minute and go full tourist, hunting around the city like, all right, show me what you've got. But Futa snaps it down right away, reminding him they're still on a mission, no time to drift. Step 1. March in and tell the higher-ups that they wiped out those spiders. Fuda drops the truth. What happened with the spider is getting buried and nobody's talking, so they can finally breathe easy, kick back, and enjoy the city. He immediately tries to usher them away from that exact spot, claiming there's nothing worth seeing up ahead. Yeah, real shady. And that's exactly why our heroes suddenly want to race there even harder. Suddenly, the guards rushed over to him, then erupted in cheers, praising him for everything he'd done across the district. They thank him for driving the danger out and making the area safe again. They even offer to throw him a party later, but Futa politely shuts it down. And while he's distracted, Masaru and the girls dash straight through the guards right past him, leaving Futa's face frozen in total panic as he yells at them to stop. He finally catches up, utterly stunned, and blurts out, "What the heck are you two doing?" Our boy doesn't even blink. He straight up declares he's a messenger and demands to see the big shot Futa reports to. Futa's mouth drops open. He can't even speak because he finally realizes this guy wasn't messing around at all. Just then, a voice slices through the chaos, screaming so loud it shakes the whole place. A woman storms into view and demands to know what all that noise is about, right outside the patriarchal conference tower. She totally tears into Futa, and all he can do is scramble to apologize for the mess he caused. Futa quickly points at the guy over there, Masaru, and tells them he's the one who yanked him out of the demon spider's clutches. That intimidating woman is the chief, and yeah, she's got the side eye for him, because people keep whispering rumors that he's been stalking food or hanging around places where it's served. Alina steps forward, challenges his tale with a sharp look, and drops the wild detail that he's a messenger sent straight by God. Holy, this chief is processing it all. He saved her subordinate, and he's got that rare spatial storage gift, but the messenger from God story sounds so bogus it's unreal. She admits the tales have a little truth in them, but calls the whole thing a wildly ridiculous claim. Name. The moment he realizes they're about to throw him out, our hero goes, "Fine, watch this," and announces he's about to drop undeniable proof. He swings open the roof and yanks out a massive pot, then starts cooking up a storm. Everyone goes wide-eyed when he declares it an advanced ritual art, and warns them that one tiny mistake can get you killed. After those tense seconds, he bursts out, "Pot time," and boom, a giant crab hauls itself into existence in the boiling water. Hold up right above the pot, a black portal tears open out of nowhere. And then right from a pillar of blazing light Era, the goddess herself crashes down into the world. She didn't come to deliver some holy message, she came for the giant crab. Without a second thought, she snatches a leg, blurts out "Itadakimasu," and starts tearing into it flat out, ignoring the mortals who are still standing there, dumbfounded. The chief's jaw drops to the ground because she instantly recognizes this exact moment from the god's inauguration ceremony. This isn't some fake goddess, it's the real deal, and she's straight up acting like a hungry tourist right now because her divinity is impossible to deny. The chief finally snaps his attention back to Masaru, fully convinced this kid is the real deal. Then she smiles politely and tells him to get out, saying they're swamped with a full-blown berserk insect infestation. Turns out those wild spiders that attacked Futa were only the warm-up because the entire underground cave is packed to the brim with them, swarming everywhere. It's a monstrous situation, one that could easily drag on for weeks before we manage to get it under control. Hearing that, our main man locks in this is his opening, so he casually charges forward and mows down every berserk insect for the crew. He figures this is the fastest way to rack up serious respect from the locals. The guards get instantly offended, convinced this guy is spitting on every sacrifice they've ever made. But the chief and Futa see things more realistically. They watched him crush 6 spiders in one go like it was nothing. Futa's sizing himself up and thinks his power matches the elite's 5th seat, right on the same level. The chief leans in and declares this boy's arrival has to be a gift from the heavens. In the background Era, the heavenly gift doesn't even get praise, it just keeps demanding more sesame-flavored sauce for her crab. Once that's settled, a fresh plan snaps into place. Masaru steps up, takes command of Futa's unit, and charges straight at the bugs. The chief slams down their main mission. This is the job you have to pull off. They're being pulled into the operation to snare a rare beast, a giant, electrically charged silkworm moth. Alright, let's kick this off. Masaru's just stepped into a brand new underground city, and instead of some welcome party, he gets yanked straight into a ruthless corporate showdown. And what is that giant red mark on his face? Did he trip? Nah, it's just a friendly love tap from a god with a crab. After a whirlwind briefing on the tower's political nightmare, our main man sprints toward the top floor for a clan leader council. Turns out the whole city is basically ruled by 2 rival clans, Fuga and Ega, and they absolutely loathe each other. Ega. And since we're talking about guts, the Ega clan's head, this insanely grumpy old lady named Uka, is already glaring at them with murder in her eyes from the top of the stairs, like she's absolutely not in the mood for mourning. She fires off questions about the delay, but the way she says it feels less like concern and more like a sharp, passive-aggressive jab. Masaru, never reading the room once, immediately trolls her, shooting off this fake shock about them dragging in a surface dweller like he hasn't been one this whole time in their secret operation. And yeah, the sarcasm practically drips off him. Uka's face flips from annoyed to a full-on thundercloud. She calls him a reckless chairman, snaps that his brain must be offline, and blasts him for wrecking information security. While Futa tries to play peacemaker, Oka is still seething because Masaru dragged his dark elf buddies into the mix like he didn't notice the tension. And her own goon is spitting sparks in the back, basically shouting that these 2 clans hate each other with their whole souls. No kidding, right? Alright, here's the deal. The Fuga clan breeds monstrous, creepy spiders, while the Ego clan lovingly raises majestic silkworm moths. To keep them from ripping each other apart for market share, they split the power and pick a chairman from alternating clans, basically the most chaotic homeowners association on Earth. Our boy just shrugs, mind racing back to Japan where he used to butt heads with his old boss all the time. Guess some things never change. He suddenly flashes back to his old manager, the stubborn old geezer who once handed him the most ridiculous task imaginable. This dude straight up told Masaru to trek door to door in the middle of nowhere and ask strangers what they wanted stocked. And our hero nearly lost his soul from the sheer, ridiculous audacity of it. But somehow it became this insane genius workaround, forcing him to build real connections with the locals. Like a full-on masterclass in social engineering. Suddenly, we slam straight back into the present crisis. Futa drops the bomb 3 days ago. A silkworm facility got overrun by feral bugs. Then a kaiju-sized moth broke free, and they've been battling it ever since, but the biggest, baddest one is still out there. Uka shoots accusations instantly, demanding a better plan. And Futa snaps back. She's got a fresh report from a witness, and the report is wild. The caretaker watched some black, shadowy goo gulp down a bug, and then boom, a hand shot out of it. We catch a flash of pure nightmare fuel, some shady figure bolts like his life depends on it. Uka stares in total confusion, shouting, "What kind of curse is this?" But there's no curse at all, that bug just flipped into full berserk mode. As soon as he clocks that, he realizes it screams "Evil Clone Masaru" all over it. So Masaru won't get time to breathe. "You guys are short on fighters," Futa shoots back, grim-faced. "Then look for yourself." And honestly, the view is pretty rough. Down below, a makeshift hospital sprawls jammed with battered, broken warriors who look like they've fought the war themselves. They finally cornered the giant silk moth, but the price was brutal. They bled away 40 of their whole fighting force, including their absolute top-tier badasses. The current chairman finally admits that capturing that beast was the very edge of everything they had left. If that thing gets loose, this whole city is finished straight up toast. Uka snaps her fingers and swears this moth is special, saying they have to go all out right now. Still, our main man clocks it instantly. This old lady is terrified to death of losing face, and of her ancestors dragging her in the afterlife. The warriors who got absolutely wrecked were around level 20 to 30, and they basically got thrown into a slaughterhouse fight with her so our guy could survive. This absolute unit strides right up to the furious clan leader, pats her on the shoulder like she's a kid, and breezily says, "Don't sweat it, I can probably build this myself." OK's brain seizes up, "You outsider." She can't even wrap her head around the pure audacity Masaru is casually sizing up a city-ending monster like it's no big deal, and he even compares it to his nemesis, Lancelot. Hold up, did he just say Lancelot? The second that name hit, the heavily bandaged warrior at the top of the stairs froze solid. Everyone snaps their heads around Masaru's baffled, "Who is this mystery guy?" The bandaged man steps in and introduces himself, Zunji, the first seat of the warrior command, the real top dog. Even though the guy looks like a walking mummy, Zanji swears he can still fight, while Rectum unleashes a moth that sparks with lightning magic. Uka starts screaming at him to stand tall, praising him as the pride of the Iga clan. Zanji slams her with a brutal question about his brawl with Lancelot, no rules, full chaos, then admits the truth, Lancelot actually let him win. Masaru is totally stunned, "So you actually won Uksanji?" And Zanji erupt in laughter, and Zanji almost cracks his ribs as he loses it. Masaru tells him to chill, but Zanji drops the bombshell. He's got a healing skill, and yeah, he knows Lancelot inside out. Honestly, this guy's been taking on Lancelot in a yearly tournament for 10 straight years, and he's gotten knocked down every single time. And that's exactly why he respects the guy so hard, because he knows he's only a soldier beside a real hero. Then he locks eyes with Masaru and fires the million-dollar question straight at him. "Will you protect this city for us?" Uka's completely stunned. So struck dumb she can't even get a word out. Zanji then hits the old lady with a philosophical gut punch, demanding to know what matters more, that dusty old history, or the people living and breathing right this second. She snaps at him, calling him a fool, but you can see the gears grinding behind her eyes. She's been checked. Masaru just grins, guess that stubborn old fool does have a heart after all. But just as the emotion hits, a messenger bursts in screaming that the monster has snapped free, black lightning crawling over it, and it's suddenly way more powerful than before. Rumors ignite in panic because the seal is seconds away from shattering. Water. Without even blinking, Dunleash unleashes a crushing silence and seizes control. She snaps out orders, "Evacuate the civilians, get the remaining soldiers ready," then whips around and dumps the whole crisis on Masaru's shoulders, and our hero just nods back, calm and ice-cold confident. Then he flashes that hinge grand signature like it's nothing, straight up flexing and bragging that he could probably beat Lancelot now. That confidence hits like a spark. Uka's left stunned, and Sarah immediately starts whipping up potions as the plan kicks into full gear. Masaru doesn't care how wild the plan is if it's a plan, he's in. He jabs the air with a fist pump and fires off his iconic line, "Time to wake up and hit the stores." Alright, let's go. Alright, listen up, our boy and his crew are staring down a huge sealed cave, and the locals tell them the truth they've trapped silk-mouthed spiders inside that solid rock tomb. But look, someone cut a tiny man-sized opening right there, and they're basically yelling, "Masaru-sama, your move, go capture it." Meanwhile, our guy can't help but hesitate. The second he peeks inside, a straight-up nightmare fuel scene hits him in the face. A giant moth monster that blasts out raw, unstoppable druid energy like it's the air itself. And just like that, our unsuspecting hero gets knocked flat. He thought he'd face some giant spiders. Not Godzilla's angrier, Frifakisen. One of his companions just slaps a hand on his back like, "Come on, for a god's hero, this is totally just another Tuesday, right? Wrong, dead wrong." Right as he realizes he's one step from getting yeeted into the afterlife, he screeches to a stop and screams for an E-timeout. Strategy time. He's stuck in a T, seconds away from becoming practice ammo, then it reveals itself an unholy beast. A silkworm, an immortal insect that's been living in this cave for hundreds of years. He blurts out the big question right away. Immortal doesn't mean unkillable, right? Thank goodness, turns out immortality just comes with an insanely long lifespan. Okay, crisis dodged for now. Since I'm the only one with a working brain cell, I'm begging for a map. And would you believe it, this whole cave used to be a gigantic silk moth nursery, packed with massive, interconnected chambers. A light bulb snaps on inside our hero's head. Suddenly he remembers the dust explosion, and he starts whipping up a wildly chaotic plan like there's no tomorrow. The plan is simple until you realize it's insane. He fires a massive explosion, traps the blast with air magic and a barrier so the cave doesn't collapse completely, And it's a brutal, high-tech, high-risk move, but there's no way he can pull it off alone. The locals are all in. No hesitation if it's about saving their city. They'll do whatever this guy demands. Our main man is absolutely fired up. He knows this dust explosion is their biggest shot yet, and it's going to take every single person showing up and giving everything they've got. The plan rockets straight up to the top brass, and right in the middle of the city council meeting, a messenger barges in like he's got the endgame. So, you're telling Chairwoman Foucault that Masaru's preparations are officially a go. And right now, boom, the operation to trap that silk moth is about to kick off. Then she checks in with the other clan heads, and every single one of them nods like they're saying, the exact same thing. Yeah, almost everyone. Lord Futhu, a grumpy old geezer with a mouthful of complaints, snaps about trusting some outsider then. Grudgingly, he finally gives in because that's just how the Ega clan does things. With everyone aligned under their leader, they slam out an evacuation warning to the entire city. Back at the cave, it's go time. Masaru and his crew are fired up and ready to dive straight into the beast's belly. And just like that, the operation kicks off. The whole crew locks eyes with the colossal silt moth. Then the legion of creepy spider guards crawls into view like a nightmare. Elf warrior Elena and Ninja Futa clench their wills and brace for the incoming impact. And our boy barrels forward, eyes blazing with pure determination, ready to lead the charge. The silk moth instantly plummets a gigantic egg sac from its abdomen. But our hero only smirks right on cue. Now I need all of you to back me up. The sack rips wide open, and a storm of skittering spiders crashes out like a tidal wave. The frontline troops instantly sprint into place, snapping into a tight defensive wall because we're not letting them through. Without missing a beat, Alina and her squad erupt into a furious storm of death. They hacked through the spider horde, cutting a razor-straight path and holding the line with ruthless precision. Alina plants herself like an unbreakable fortress, her blade flashing as she shields the main team with pure force. So, she spells out the plan. Keep the spiders off their backs while Masaru and his troops shove deeper into the nightmare. So yeah, our intel screams that Big Moth's locked onto him specifically, and the second he makes a move, it's going to come right after him. So yeah, this absolute unit is going to be the bait, and it's going to work. Suddenly, the giant silk moth roars to life, snapping into being 4 sinister orbs of dark energy. But the frontline soldiers don't hesitate Masaru-sama, they roar and slam these weird devices into the ground. The monster tears open the sky with a massive lightning storm, then every bolt gets yanked straight toward the devices. The power surges, and the whole place starts to hum. The soldiers are over the moon. This guy just invented lightning rods, and this high-risk prototype actually works perfectly. Our hero just stares, grinning like he can't believe he pulled it off. The only problem: those rods guzzle mana like crazy, so the crew has to scramble to swap them out after every single blast. Then they move like a perfectly tuned machine, swapping out the spent rods the moment they're used, right before the next attack slams in. Meanwhile, a different unit slams down earth magic and patches the ground like it's fixing a battlefield scar. Everyone's wrapped up in wormhide-insulated suits, and our guy can't stop thinking his production skills are totally busted, you feel that? Then it finally hits, he reaches the main cavern, and the silk moth's sheer size knocks the breath out of him. Now the only move is to lure it even deeper. But how in the world are they even supposed to move something that huge like that? Big, the soldiers at the entrance are straight up losing at total panic because Oro slipped out during the strategy meeting right after he said, "All right, we're good to go." Now nobody knows if he's a genius or just an absolute idiot. The silk moth sees its lightning getting mocked, and no joke headbutts the lightning rod straight out of existence. It just barrels forward and smashes its face into the equipment. Then it all spirals as the giant moth whips around and starts going after their silk moths inside the cave. Step aside, those soldiers are totally stunned and don't know what to do next. Why would you attack your own kind when they're already screaming as the monster's gaze snaps to the entrance? It slammed the boulder straight through the cave entrance like it was ripping free in a blind escape. But right when it's seconds from escaping, a gigantic stone hand smashes up from the ground and clamps down on it. That's no normal creature, that's a massive F-giant. The construct clashes with the beast, straining every muscle to hold it back with raw, unstoppable power. The soldiers spot the magic right away. Only one person could pull off a move this insane. Seat Zanji. The man himself steps in, grinning like he owns the world, and cackles that this outsider, Masaru, somehow knows exactly how to push people around. Turns out Zanji was hanging by a thread, but our boy slammed him back to consciousness with a healing spell. Zanji lays it out. Masaru practically resurrected him, snapped, "Get to work," and tossed him straight into the brawl, knowing they'd need brute force firepower to drive the silk moth back into its cave. With a thunderous roar, Zangi flexes his magic and wields the stone giant to bully the monster around. He rams it deeper and deeper into the cavern system, like he's trying to reach the core of the whole place. He's stuck. He basically admits this is all he's got, just scrambling to buy himself a little more time. He glances at another silk moth and tells you, "The rest is on you, go lead it." Then he blasts out a thunderous roar. Yeah, this is it, your big moment, Futa. The camera whips to Futa. He yanks his sword free and his face hardens into total, no-holds-barred resolve. He's on the edge of leaping into battle right now. From a safe distance, Masaru watches with a grin like he's already got the win because this was his whole plan. All right, Futa, show us what you've got. All right, the crew's staring straight into a cavern's mouth and guess what hits them? A kaiju-sized silkworm moth getting herded into a wild chase by one lone guy dangling a glowing lure. Turns out the chaos was all staged in some outsider's over-the-top plan. And right then, the rest of the squad was spiraling into a full-on panic over the whole strategy. One of them blurts out, shaky as hell, that they've never even seen this Futa guy throw a punch yet. Masaru swears for him, calling him a special case. And around here, that usually means one thing: totally unhinged. Cut to the planning session. Our main man is in a medical room, hunched over Futa, patching him up with that sketchy healing magic of his. Futa's raring to go, but Masaru wants heavier artillery, so he drags this absolute unit in and begs for a hookup with some other top-tier fighters. But Futa, pure protagonist energy, just scoffs and claims he's got this alone, and Masaru has to spell it out. They're going to bait that giant moth into a huge cavern, trigger a catastrophic dust explosion, and to do it, they need a guide one who can move insanely fast. He even got a special lure lamp from some breeder, and he's basically pleading with Futa to be the bait. The peanut gallery is straight up losing at Futa, the elite 5th seat included, because earlier they watched that spider monster absolutely demolish him. Masaru only smirks and spills the truth Futa's been holding back, and it's obvious why this guy's got the worst anime weakness ever. He can't handle feelings, and when it comes to women, he's pathetic and somehow perfect. Back in the present, the elf and her crew stare as it all unfolds because they finally clock it. Futa never once busted out his signature skill. That's why they keep handing him solo missions. His power is pure chaos, and it never plays by the rules. And then he named the skill Speed Sustain. Then Futa slams it on 0 to 1,000 in seconds, turning into a full-on human missile that rips a trench straight through the ground. Look, this move chews up mana, not stamina, which is exactly why it's perfect for a totally unhinged, marathon-long kite mission like this. After some brutal training, this guy's leveled up so hard he doesn't even bother accelerating anymore. He just hits top speed. He slips past the giant moth like it's nothing. A pure blur of speed that lures the beast deeper and deeper into the trap. They say his skill hits like lightning, and honestly, yeah, that might still be selling it short. He's a comet, and that sword is about to crash like destiny. He rockets past the last corridor and slips into the kill zone. This mission is in its final, no-going-back phase. We've got to simple playbait the moth, then slam the whole cave down on it. On the other end, Masaru's just waiting, smiling like he only halfway expected Futa to actually pull it off. And just like that, here he comes, right behind him with the giant, furious bug on his tail. Masaru's eyes turn ice cold, no mercy this time. Not even close to how it was with the spider. Futa clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with raw power. Get ready, because I'm taking all of you down, starting with your wings. He plants his feet and winds up for a swing that looks so impossibly far out there. No way he's connecting. And Masaru's crew is completely baffled. What the hell is he doing? But our main man knows exactly what's coming. Futa has cranked his speed to the absolute limit, and he drove his growing skills straight into the next swing of his sword. The silkworm moth suddenly disappears, obliterated in a furious storm of slashes. It's a forbidden sword technique where 1,000 brutal slashes get crammed into one impossible instant. No one can dodge that power, it reaches everything. He calls it the 9 AD, then fold blasts right back, and that monster gets absolutely torn to pieces. Slashes fly so fast its wings shred into confetti. Futa drops onto one knee, gasping hard. This move drained him dry, and he only managed to cut off one wing clean, but it's enough. Now, he wheezes, the rest is up to you. And that's Masaru's cue, bam, right there. He whips his hands out and blasts the air with magic, snapping a glowing membrane around the grounded moth to trap every last bit of dust. Then he fires off an ignition spark and screams, "Take this!" The whole cavern detonates first, that dust cloud bursts into flames. Then boom, the chain reaction ignites and everything starts falling into place. It blew up in a full-on total catastrophe, straight up apocalyptic. The explosion dwarfs what our hero expected, and it sucks his mana dry like a busted faucet. He just can't keep it up. His mana hits 0 and he crumples to the ground. A brutal shockwave tears through the cave, blasting heat and crushing force like a raging tidal wave. Masaru's getting absolutely wrecked. His throat's on fire, and the heat makes his eyes sting like crazy. Futa stared in shock as it hit them without this wild plan. They would have been dead meat, and Masaru was their only shot. The city gets saved, probably. But right now, the only thing that matters is whether his underwear survived that blast. A man with priorities. Right as they're shouting him as the hero, a voice slices through the smoke like a blade. "Hey, you re-alive. What's up, Futa?" It's our boy, casually waving from the heart of the inferno, and right behind him, silkworm moth still very much alive. Once we roll back into town, let's hunt down something delicious, alright? Masaru whips around and spots the monster on his tail. So what does he do with that priceless moment in history? That cruise had jaws on the floor, no joke. There's just no way, absolutely no freaking way. Today, the moth isn't just alive, it's crawling with life while those creepy black energy orbs swarm all around it. Our main man finally clocks it. This moth wasn't flying with luck at all. It was cheating with air manipulation magic the whole time, and that's why its wings were busted, yet it still stayed in the sky. The monster rockets forward, eyes locked on its next hit. Round 2 is about to explode. Then it stumbles because Masaru realizes he isn't the only one running on empty, and he grins anyway. The moth is out of mana too. Looks like we're even now, he declares. So yeah, this guy goes, alright, sprints right in and throws a punch like that's the most obvious move ever. He squares up, fists tight, ready to land a right hook and end this right now. But the moth just struts straight past him. Totally blanking our doomed hero, its eyes locked on the exit like nothing else matters. This is terrible if that thing slips out. Everything they busted their backs for will be wiped out. Fuda can barely move, while Masaru's out of mana, so no big spells at all. All he's got left is his spatial inventory, a magical fanny pack that's basically a pocket dimension. He frantically yanks things out, scanning for anything at all that might actually work. He yanks in a mountain of scraps from the last dungeon old swords, a shield, a busted card, and then he spots it right on the moth's wing. A tricycle axle jammed in place, forged from demonkin metal. A slow, unhinged grin crawls across Masaru's face. He's remembering those moth's electric blasts and the cold metallic tools strapped to it. He starts cackling, screaming at the monster like, don't tell me while the Demon King's cooking up some mystery class sketch. Without even pausing, he rockets a metal axle straight at the silkworm moth. So that's the silkworm, Muth-chan, yeah, finish it. Alright, let's kick this thing off. Masaru's got the silkworm pinned. But he's not celebrating yet because he's smiling like a maniac and knows his insane plan actually landed. And if that monster didn't burn with electric magic, he'd be finished already. Fuda is totally dumbfounded, like, what could our main guy possibly do now that the bug is just stuck? Hold up, watch closely, because the moment the unsuspecting lead says, wait, the calm shatters into pure terror as he screams. His whole crew just stands there, utterly clueless, like, what's even going on with that look? And I swear, it's not helping my dude one bit. Then right out of nowhere, the pinned silkworm starts convulsing, screaming a brutal groan as dark energy erupts from its body. Masaru's eyes widen. There's still this much power left. This is it. His one shot, his only chance. With a bone-rattling roar, the beast tears itself clean out of the iron spikes. He rockets ahead with unreal speed. Food slams his jaw open so hard it drops, and that thing is moving just as fast as he is. Because that monster is on his tail and in the blink of an eye, it's closing in. But this absolute unit just smirks like he's been waiting for this moment all along. Now it's go time, the grand finale is here, and Masaru unleashes his final, earth-shaking roar and attack. He whips back and unleashes his enhancement magic, slamming the bug inside a blazing sphere of power. That silkworm's probably like, really bro, a tiny bubble. But while everyone else was scrambling, our hero was playing 5D chess the whole time. He wasn't enhancing the electricity at all. He cranked the magnetic field up, pushing its power higher and higher. And just like that, our kid tosses out a laid-back elementary science lesson explaining how electricity running through coiled wires builds a magnetic field. Electricity crawled through the monster's iron-laced body. And suddenly it wasn't just a creature anymore. It was a giant, living electromagnet. And since magic here is basically pure willpower, all he had to do was grasp the principle, then crank that magnet to an absolutely insane level. With one last thunderclap of an announcement, he roars a TENDS at the top of his lungs. Instantly, every iron weapon buried in those caverns snaps to life, surges forward, and hurls back at the silkworm like an army of furious hornets. But that's just the warm-up. This guy yanks every last bit of iron right out of the cave walls. The whole cavern starts to quake and collapse as literal tons of rock rip down from the ceiling, crashing together straight onto the monster. Here, Masaru suddenly goes philosophical, shrugging like, I'm just a modern guy standing on the shoulders of giants. Then he snaps into a killer pose. He hands the silkworm one last message for its boss. Send my regards to the Demon Lord and tell him to stand Then he just obliterates it. An entire mountain of stone and iron crashes down on the silkworm like a death trap, crushed beneath thousands of tons of relentless pressure. Then the debris twists into a colossal stone fist ready to land one final, earth-shaking punch. The rest of the team has totally snapped, yelling at the top of their lungs for Masaru, gazing at Rubble's tomb, right where their friends had just been. They're about to drop like 1,000 heartbeats at once. Then they hear voices roaring up from deep in the pile, and out of the chaos steps our boy right there. Lugging Futa like a sack of groceries, Futa's already whining, I said I was fine, you could have held me more gently. At last, the whole squad explodes into cheers because that wild duo is finally alive and the chaos can breathe again. 5. Everyone swarms them the second they see Masaru's alive, cheering like crazy though he's clearly seconds away from collapsing. The Elf Queen snaps the truth out using enhancement magic twice, has shoved him way beyond every limit he has left. And boom, Futa gets the green light to start snitching, spilling to everyone that Masaru just stood there and watched the cave collapse. And just when Futa burst in to save him, our hero actually snapped, "You're too slow, come save me faster." Then he brushed himself off, grinned, and said, "Look, everything's going exactly according to plan." Man, the two of them waste no time right away. They start snapping at each other like an old married couple. For example, Masaru snaps into a serious tone, thanks the whole team, and says straight up that none of this would have happened without them. And those old-timers? They finally exhale like a weight just lifted off their chests. Our main guy straight up admits he's no Lancelot. He's the guy who builds the weapons, so everyone else can go win the fight. And that's exactly his Achilles heel. But the Elf Queen shuts him down on the spot. She declares that weakness isn't a flaw at all, it's what lets him pour power into everyone else. And that's exactly how their insane multi-species city was born. He totally stammers when that bold compliment hits him full in the face. After that battle ends, they're finally done fighting, ready to sprint home as full-on heroes. But hold up. Masaru can still feel a faint pulse of magic from the silkworm. It's alive. He realizes he can't just leave it here, so he yanks out his divine map with a mischievous grunt. All right, God's time to get trolled. Suddenly, we're thrown into the divine realm, where the gods drag out a painfully dull meeting. Victinius is getting bombarded with non-stop notifications from Masaru, and it's driving them insane. She's about to snap when she finally reads the message. Then the underground situation gets fixed, and she's left completely stunned. Then another message lights up her screen, sync the inventory. She's annoyed to the core, but she just goes along so he'll finally stop nagging. A brutal, mangled heap of stone and iron along with a half-dead monster gets ripped through space and drops into the divine meeting chamber in an instant, blasting their conference table until it was utterly, completely demolished. Victinius is spiraling into a full-on meltdown while the goddess beside her can't stop laughing as she's dying. But just as the chaos explodes, a brand new player slithers in. This shady god steps forward with a smug grin that screams trouble. He realizes the Demon King himself twisted this creature's very shape. And that has to be the golden clue that finally cracks the truth behind this brand new, unidentified Demon King. Whoever dares to challenge the gods, lie. Alright, let's jump right back into the chaos up in the heavens. The gods are crunching numbers like crazy, and a goddess just finished pulling a surge of special magical energy straight out of a monster. And the results? Wildly interesting. She lays the findings right in front of Zeus, the big man himself. Totally unbothered, like, yep, I knew. He saw it coming from a mile away. Turns out this whole mess is tangled with Austra's shady chief deity, and Zeus has already been cooking up the master plan. The goddess won't be outmatched. She snaps upright and declares she's already got her own countermeasures locked and loaded. Start by getting Masaru in the loop on the to-do list. She's so confident, she swears her defensive barriers can tank anything the Demon King throws at them. For now, she's choosing to sit back and let everyone bask in it, letting them throw their victory party and savor the moment. And trust me, they are celebrating. Whole cities throwing their hands in the air, living it up like the world finally feels safe again. Kids are tearing around the playground and the crowd is going wild, cheering like crazy. And the whole place is buzzing with pure good vibes because after all that chaos, this party is absolutely earned. 3 days later, boom, the party's done and the celebration's buried. And we're dropped into the underground city because Masaru Village, the one with the dark elves, is in serious trouble. We spot a brand new guy, Futa, and he's on the hunt for our main man, talking about Masaru like he's a legend. He keeps hearing about all over town, which only makes his desperation spike as he hunts for the guy. He tears through the usual places, but our hero is nowhere gone like smoke. Futa finally catches sight of Masaru's crew, only to find them sprawled under a blanket-covered table, not plotting war, just lazing around. They lead him straight to the crown jewel of human invention, the kotatsu, a mind-blowing heated table that turns lounging into magic, and Futa's left completely stunned, but burning with curiosity. The girls are freaking out over Masaru's ridiculous skills, but Futa can't stop staring at the kotatsu's design. He yanks the blanket up and his eyes fly wide open. He realizes the fabric was crafted to be thin on purpose, and he's like, I see it now. Then Masaru-sama immediately cackles like he always does. The girls are mortified, and he gets a taste of payback tickles after that shameless pervert move. The chaos finally settles, and then he blurts, "Where the heck did our boy go?" Turns out, our main man dropped a bombshell he said he was about to lock in the trade deal at the council tower. So Futa rockets over there the second it happens. He shatters in, and then there's Masaru totally relaxed hanging out with the town's top leadership. Futa blurted an apology for crashing in, then rushed to explain that he'd been ordered to bring Masaru straight to the warrior corpse. The old elder just shrugs and says the big deal's already locked in so they can sit back and wait. But our boy just detonates a total bombshell. This deal isn't some small talk because he casually announces the founding of a whole nation. Futa's soul rips out of his body, then he completely loses it, screaming, "Guiwei, I willed you Kepsuch to handle something important and keep it secret." But the Dark Elf snaps that the elders greenlit the new nation to finally repay their debt to Masaru. That trade deal. It's the spark of their very first foreign policy move, laying roots with Winteria. For one big reason, they're trying to buy silk thread for the festival. But here's the snag, the local artisans are already booked out solid for the next 2 years. Our hero, always hunting for a solution, hits a compromise on the spot. If he can't hand over finished fabric yet, he'll deliver the thread for now. Then he spills his past. He used to be a jack-of-all-trades handyman, so yeah, he knows a thing or two about making things happen. He jumps in to help, then demands a tour of their silk factory before he lifts a finger. He sells it like a golden investment pitch, and they agree on the spot, smooth as silk. They speed down into the underground fabric factory. Masaru straight up gaped when he spotted the looms. He'd honestly thought every thread here was stitched by hand. He sits there staring as one of the workers puts on a pretty simple setup like it's nothing. It's a plain old hands-on process, the kind you do yourself, step by step. Fuda leans in and says it's way trickier than it looks, and our guy is instantly blown away. Fuda then drops the bombshell. He's not only a warrior, he's a full-on craftsman, the kind of guy who can do anything. Our main man smirks, and you can tell right away this isn't some brainless samurai, he's got real usefulness. He might even end up as Lancelot's sparring partner. And just like that, with these looms in hand, our boy realizes they can speed things up like nothing else. He flashes a wicked grin and goes, "All right, let's tackle that production capacity problem first. What if we more than double it?" Then this absolute unit just calls forth a huge, crazy, complex wooden machine out of nowhere like it spawned from pure air. Everyone freezes, staring in total shock at the giant wooden box that just dropped out of nowhere. Their minds are officially shattered beyond repair. Masaru shrugs and says, "Yeah, it's a hand-cranked machine keeps weaving on autopilot." Then he points at it like, "This is a loom from my past, watch closely." He practically leaps onto the machine, and he slams into the foot pedals to get things moving. The loom bursts into life and starts churning out fabric at breakneck speed while he never even lays a finger on the thread. He tells them the foot pedals yank the warp threads up and down, something they'd been doing by hand just moments ago. Then he drops the real game changer, a tiny chunk of wood, the flying shuttle. This bad boy blasts the weft thread across in a blink, all on its own. He turns it into a clean, repeat-once process, and it crushes their old method by a mile. Fuda is totally speechless. This guy is a once-in-a-generation inventor, but our boy just shrugs it off and says he's only handing down the knowledge people need. He locks eyes on the chairwoman and Futa, reading every stunned thought on their faces like it's written there. With a smug grin, he declares, "Relax, your Masaru-sama's class isn't finished yet." He rises like a spring-loaded trigger, ready to unleash another bombshell, pushing the whole era forward. One more step, straight into the future beyond the Industrial Revolution. All right, buckle up. We're diving straight back into the chaos because our boy's been cooking up something that's about to flip the whole game upside down. He's not just spinning silk, he's stitching the future itself, kickstarting the Industrial Revolution all by himself. 3 days later, time jumps forward. Bam! Our main guy stands in front of his magnum opus, grinning like a total lunatic who just discovered sliced bread because he's tapped the power of a river to generate hydropower. This absolute unit straight up carved out a full underground factory, then planned to feed all his shiny automated machines with nothing but the raw power of nature. Right here, the locals crowd together, utterly stunned and lost for words. Then the machines roar to life and their jaws drop because the looms start weaving cloth all by themselves. They're scratching their heads like, what kind of sorcery is this? While our guy shrugs and breaks it down, he rigged a water wheel in the river. It spins an axle that drives gears, and those gears crank a belt that powers the whole thing. It's medieval-era automation, baby. And yeah, he admits it was brutal because he had to build it from pure theory alone. But the locals are staring in shock because in their minds, automation only means grueling, backbreaking labor, and yet this guy just used his massive brain to make a river do the work for him. Someone asks him why he didn't just grab magic stones that directly feed the power source in this world. Our hero's voice goes dead serious as he warns everyone. Magic stones are a limited stash, this world's version of fossil fuels. He refuses to bet their future on some power that'll vanish the moment a king with a conscience decides to take a stand honestly. You just love to see it. He snaps into a pivot, then fires off a question at Foucault. How's this new mass production system really holding up? Her mom, chairwoman too, practically buzzes with excitement, talking like, "We can finally smash through every backorder and still have time to spare." The surplus is so massive, they're ready to start exporting to the entire continent. She's blown away by his inventions, calling them truly magnificent. Our boy and Pletty just soak up the praise like it's hitting their faces in warm, glowing waves. The chairwoman is so overwhelmed with gratitude that she's basically saying, exporting our goods still isn't payment enough for what you've done. She jumps in and says she'll help with anything he needs like his wedding. But our hopeless hero's soul straight up bails the second it hits him, and he flails with both hands, stammering, "There's no one on my radar." And yeah, right as he says it, he shoots Platty a quick look and Platty just flashes that knowing smile back. Man, he's terrible at hiding it. It's honestly painful to watch. He's scrambling, flustered, trying to convince everyone it's just species differences and totally different perspectives. "Yeah, sure, buddy, we're buying nothing." Rushing to dodge the conversation at light speed, he blurts out a fresh business pitch. There's a special liquid hidden in the underground city that can seal and repair cracks in wood. It's spider silk-based stuff that hardens like epoxy resin built for construction, and that guy's brain never, ever stops firing, and that bold, innovative spark spreads like wildfire. Then one of the kids spots the spinning gears and instantly sees the future they could build. He starts pitching wild new uses, crushing stuff, moving rods because he's not just building machines, he's lighting a spark that's going to birth the next generation of engineers. Then he drags Foucault aside and hisses a fresh, genius, top-secret idea in his ear. Yeah, whatever it is she's locked in, eyes blazing with real curiosity. 2 days later, it's go time, grab your stuff, we're heading out. The crew is huddling up to say goodbye to the folks of the underground city. Pure, heart-melting, wholesome energy. They promised them they'd throw a real thank you ceremony later. Right here, Platy's grinning ear to ear, so relieved her home is safe, all because of our main man. But wait. Futa, the samurai, suddenly clocks that everyone's waving at him too, and his brain just flatlines. Hold up, why am I getting ushered out like I'm the main show? Our boy flashes a grin because yeah, this is all tied to the trade deal. They've launched an engineer exchange program, and Futa just got chosen to study abroad in Beacon City. Futa snaps back right away, but Masaru just smirks and goads him, calling him a legit rival and saying it's straight up nightmare fuel for him. Absolutely savage. The others swarm in, jeering him for showing up at the tea house nonstop lately because they all know he's doing it to see Kosen. Amid the chaos, Futa jabs his finger at the chairwoman and barks, "Who are you?" And then it hits. She's Fuko's mother. Futa is totally stunned. This woman looks way too young, and then she drops the bomb, "I'm 39. He snaps and slings age fraudsters at them, and she instantly roasts him back, digging into that beard like it's the real crime. This whole crew is straight up unhinged. No breaks, just chaos. Then Masaru shrugs and casually blurts it like it's nothing on his status screen. He's 36. Platy is 23 in human years, and Lancelot is 30, and just like that, everyone's age is totally all over the map. But the banter gets yanked away by terrifying news: every last dark elf in Stenson has been wiped out. The city is now packed with stunning beauties, every last one begging for help like they're peerless in every way. Without skipping a second, Futa's warrior soul flares to life because as both a man and a fighter, it's his duty to step in and help. Our boy just lets out a big sigh, roasting him as a pervy turtle hermit type because the bait was way too easy to fall for. With a laughably simple reason driving them, the crew blasts off for the brand new land Venturelia. Let's go! Foucault's mom watches them head out, a proud grin lighting up her face. She knows her son's got major simp energy, and still she's not even worried. Jade's convinced that people with real talent like Masaru can't be trapped in just one place. They've got to hit the real world, survive the tough stuff that sharpens every ounce of their skill. Staying underground only risked turning him complacent. She knows this journey has to happen for the best, and yeah, she can't wait for the chaos to hit. 2 days later, they're finally there in Venturelia. The city sprawls out like a living beast, every street packed, every corner buzzing with energy. Man, it feels amazing to be back on my home ground. The welcome wagon is already here, and those bunny girls along with the rest of his guild are roaring and cheering like they've been waiting all day for his return. It's welcome. But the second our boy nears his mansion, he freezes something's off. Someone's up on the balcony, calmly serving tea. His brain freezes mid-thought, and the kids clock it. He's acting totally creepy. He can't stop staring because Isla, his teacher, is right there, and so is Victinius, the Delph Queen. His mind's like a sticky, gooey loop of eyes stuck on repeat. Victinius takes a slow sip of tea, stares him down, and then drops a bombshell so chaotic it rattles the whole room. I've decided I'm staying in this city for a while our hero's face is a flawless mask of raw, unfiltered panic because his home has officially been invaded. A whole week rips by in the blink of an eye, and we kick things off on a calm, peaceful morning at Venturalia Temple. But deep down, chaos screams Maze on a top-secret mission, digging through places that definitely aren't her room. Suddenly, a voice slices through the silence. "Me," Ryoryu says, and she gives me a look that screams, "Don't make me regret this," because she's not thrilled about going after the crawling filth hiding around the master's quarters. May tries to play it cool, saying she crashed here last night. Then Ryoryu shuts that down hard. May insists Big Bro said she could visit, but Ryoryu makes it clear that doesn't mean she gets to trash his room like a full-on raccoon. May finally spills the truth she's on the hunt for a legendary tome called Advanced Shipbuilding Techniques. So yeah, she's planning to flex at the festival boat race, and she's betting our boy's otherworldly know-how will pull it off. Then she sweet-talks Ryoryu with the promise of premium sheep's milk from the hot springs. Like, come on, who's saying no to that? As they dig through the shelves, they trip over something far cooler than some dusty old book or ridiculously ornate box, and it practically screams, "There's a ring inside." They start gossiping right away, and you know what? There's no way that outfits for our main man, so who's the lucky lady? Ryoryu shuts down the whole ceremony theory in seconds, waving off the idea and pointing to the custom design instead because this, my friends, is a tribute made to honor a god. And that's when May's brain snaps into pure, unhinged genius. She stands there like she owns the world and declares, with the confidence of 1,000 suns, that she'll become a god just to rake in all the sweet offerings from our boy. Ryoryu just stares at her, dead serious, and calls her a dummy like, what else are you supposed to say? Their wild plot implodes the second the door gets kicked off its hinges. Then Masaru, our poor unsuspecting lead, storms in seething Aura where's Victinius? He roars, accusing them of snatching the crab hot pot he'd been counting on. You girls are caught. May tries to wax poetic about how hunger never lasts, but Victoria just throws her head back and cackles, loving every bit of the chaos in this place. Victinius is convinced this wild, energetic mood is a damn great sign. Ryoryu leans into that idea, nodding hard because this energy isn't just noise, it's proof the city's surging ahead and building up fast. And yeah, she's dead on. The story snaps to the streets of Venturalia, packed to the brim with people, roaring with life like it's never been more alive. Blacksmiths hammer glowing steel, elves lounge and laugh, and the whole city throbs with non-stop energy. This place feels like it's bursting at the seams with life and pure electric energy. The markets are exploding with deals, merchants are swapping goods like crazy, and some dudes just casually posted up with a giant fluffy ram like it's totally normal. And there he is, Masaru, right outside at the west gate, soaking up every second with a huge grin. Totally living for this vibe, but you don't get to breathe easy. This absolute unit has been drafted as the city's official tour guide for a swarm of VIP newcomers. A full week has passed since the grand return from the underground, and now the whole place is blasting with construction for the founding ceremony. Masaru is buried under work, but he can't deny the city's passion is contagious still. There's one thing he just can't figure out. He glances over and right there, Victinius is getting practically worshipped by the common folk. She walks around like royalty, pure regal energy oozing from every step. And our hero can only sweat, stunned because even after she literally snatched his dinner, the whole crowd still falls for her like she's got them hooked. She just teleports in, flashes a quick hello to the visitors, then throws her carriage out like, move right now. Back on tour duty, this guy is hustling around a bunch of super snooty dignitaries, and they're nitpicking everything, trying to figure out if Venturalia is truly a divine city. First stop, he's hauling ass to the public baths. The second they lay eyes on those massive, gorgeous hot springs, their jaws drop so hard they can't even blink, and yeah, this is development on a whole other level. Next up is the guest manor. Its architecture is so elegant that every guest starts questioning what they ever thought good design even meant. But here's the real kicker. Some dignitary at that place snaps completely, his soul basically flying out of his body as he watches the porcelain god do its thing. And now he's desperate to get that tech back home like yesterday. But our main man isn't done showing off yet. He marches them into a massive, covered shopping street under a breathtaking glass ceiling. He tells them to kick back, relax, and enjoy the revolutionary shopping arcade. And the VIPs are totally thrown off, staring in disbelief, asking themselves how they even pulled off building something this massive out of nothing but glass. Then our boy reveals his masterpiece, a table so beautiful it looks like a whole swirling galaxy is trapped right under the surface. He breaks it down. This is a river table built with a special resin pulled from the threads of magical underground spiders. You just tip the liquid between the wooden planks, toss in a few ornaments, and boom, you've crafted a custom, high-end furniture piece that practically shouts, yeah, I'm rich. And in the grand finale, this guy unveils his ultimate creation, a divine doll of Victinius herself. The guests are instantly hooked, and then one sketchy mustache guy slides in close and fires the one question that matters, what's under the doll's clothes. Without missing a beat, Masaru scoots closer and drops a low whisper. If you're a special customer, he can set up a private session where he personally handles the undergarments for a cheeky reveal. This guy's a marketing genius and a total menace. The rest of the crew storms in to chew him out, and he just shrugs like, go ahead, people want it. The mustache dignitary goes totally silent, staring in shock as he witnesses the explosive birth of a brand new, wildly unhinged civilization. Right as the tour wraps up, Masaru's playful vibe instantly evaporates. That evening, out on the city's edge, the air feels heavy and grim. Just as he's about to move on, Victinius shows up and he flat out confirms her divine lineage got the green light for one exact, ultra-serious reason. For the past week, they didn't just build a city, they secretly forged an arcane railgun behind the scenes. And it all led to the target they finally unmasked way down in the underground. The one they swore was the Demon King. But Victinius shuts him down with chilling weight. No, it's not some Demon King. The sky even looks like it's splitting open, and then she reveals their real enemy, the fallen god. The time is finally here, every weapon is locked on target, and the real fight is about to explode. All right, buckle up, our divine drama explodes into chaotic smackdowns as we open with Goddess Winteria losing her mind because the demon lord they're about to face is actually the very same god who came from another world. 2 weeks back, the gods are holding a just a quick call meeting, and who's chairing the whole thing? Zeus himself, cool as ice, like the end of the world is no big deal. Zeus basically drops the hammer if this new demon king is a fallen god from another dimension, then screw the rules because he's stepping in himself. Right away, another goddess snaps at him. Dude, that move is reckless. The other gods are already fuming because he keeps poking the mortals. Still, even she has to admit when a god-level threat shows up, you don't answer with anything less than god-level power. But here comes the celestial red tape. She tells Zeus he's not allowed to step into the final showdown with the Demon King. Zeus still makes them follow the rules just enough for a classic manager move, then he points and hands the job to Victini, the divine god of Alstatia. "You're up. You can handle this." And Victini instantly snaps to attention with a sharp, "Yes." We snap right back to the present. Masaru's getting a heavenly debrief, and he's totally stunned they even held a full meeting after the silkworm moth mess. Then Teria drops it like it's nothing. Zeus is unbelievably reliable, right up until the second women get involved. Timeless classic. Logic leans in and lays out the divine non-interference rule. No god is allowed to swing in and finish the fight, because this world's mess has to be fixed by the people living in it. So yeah, she's basically trapped in the support corner. She can sling buffs and slap up a barrier around a whole town, but that's the limit of what she can do. Our main man is absolutely losing it. How is he, against a lateral god, supposed to handle mortals? Then Teria snaps in. She's basically a regular Sin too, because her power is wired through him, her apostle. And before he can even breathe, she tells him to check his build card. Then bam, the card flips open and the job lands on screen. Apostle, and his stats are so insanely broken you can't even breathe. That reaction is pure gold. Masaru and the literal goddess bankrolling him both let out a shocked EEV right on cue. Because nobody, not even the gods, thought a human body could pack stats this insane. When Tyria gets totally thrown off, his skills explode upward and his mana shoots to the brink of maxing out, then it hits her. His reincarnated body was a custom job crafted by Lord Zeus himself, and that's why he has literal cheat codes. This dude gets way too hype. Convinced his wild mana recovery and magic arsenal will make everything a total cakewalk until Teria yanks him back to reality. Yeah, buddy, it's not that easy. We need more bodies. Speak of the devil, Lancelot bursts in, wild as ever. You know Sean people, right? He grins like he was made for this exact moment. Our boy's eyes go wide when the legendary hero appears, but Teria just grins like she planned it all because she's the one who called him the ultimate backup is here. They trade stories about how this world never crowned an official hero, but if they had to take down any regular demon king, Lancelot would be the one end of story. Masaru begs him to help, and this absolute unit is practically shaking with excitement once he hears fight. He's already smiling like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a blast. We get this quick flashback of the King of Greatest basically ordering Lancelot, go help the gods show them our glory. Like this kingdom is stacked with battle junkies. Lancelot is already locked into strategy mode, barking out plans to plug every gap in their defenses. Masaru cracks jokes about Lancelot guarding him, and the hero just throws back a huge, hearty laugh. Then his whole attitude flips to dead serious, because for him, this isn't just some brawl for laughs. This is his first real fight when he finally steps up as a true warrior, ready to risk everything to protect what matters. He locked eyes with our hero and swore this was the only time he'd risk everything for the people, and he credits them for it. The dude finally found his purpose. Once the team is fully together, Teria makes it official, so the Demon King is almost certainly going to slam into the most advanced cities within the month. And yeah, the clock is screaming. The battle plan is locked and Lancelot takes the front line as the tank, while Masaru slips in as a decoy and swings in as a support striker. Alright, it's showtime. Let's smash this and take the win for the future of the whole world. You've got the reincarnated hero who looks like he just walked out of a home improvement store. You've got the great hero and a literal goddess in your corner. So tell me, what could possibly go wrong? Later, right at the main gate, our unsuspecting lead suddenly feels way out of his depth, standing beside the living legend himself, Lancelot. But they're scrambling to crack the Demon King's game plan. When Teria calls it shady, it's usually because a Demon King devours negative emotions, but this one is striking a world it's connected to, and the reason why is a total mystery. Teria rockets off to chase even more divine research, leaving the boys stuck with recruitment. Our main man is short on fighters, and the front line is about to feel the hit. He pushes for pulling in some old-school adventurers so they don't have to strip the city's main defenses thin. Honestly, that's a brilliant play. Lancelot drops names like he's pulling strings, bringing up czars from the underground district, and even tipping us off about one of his own underlings. Just as they're about to move, a brutal commotion erupts at the front gate, stopping everything cold. A bunch of unhinged lunatics are crashing the doors, screaming that divine judgment is coming. Their leader, a smug clown with a ridiculous hat, struts up and proudly announces they're envoys from the Kingdom of Stat. So, yeah, who's actually holding them off? Turns out it's Czar, the exact guy they were about to recruit. He intercepts a wild sword slash, and Lancelot instantly clocks the sloppy form. Yeah, this place is a whole kingdom of thugs, plundering like it's sport while their shady king rules over the chaos. Czar snaps at them to get out of here, but they don't even slow down. The leader just cackles and howls out divine punishment as he barrels towards Czar. This dude's totally got one too many cards missing, like he's not playing with a full deck at all. Czar snaps his guard up and parries the strike, then the force slams him back inch by inch. The thug muscles in and leaves Czar disarmed seriously. He's finished. Just as it seems all hope is gone, a brand new fighter fighter suddenly bursts in and slams himself in front of the fatal blow. This newcomer doesn't even pull out a weapon. He just rockets a kick into the guy's sword and yeets it clean out of his hands. Then, for the ultimate knockout finisher, he blasts a crate of fruit straight into the guy's face. Masaru is losing his mind. Perfect timing. That's the skilled warrior we've been talking about. Fuda's the hero of the hour, an underground powerhouse, and he's already grumbling that the surface is downright deadly. He barely just arrived, and boom, he's already throwing down in a full-on brawl. All Lancelot is completely blown away. Masaru, you really went and dragged in another wild one, he tells him. And just like that, Fuda gets totally flustered by the praise and awkwardly flings Zar's sword back to him. But Lancelot absolute unit status snatches the sword out of midair without even glancing at it. Oops, oops. Everything snaps into high alert because Futharhay is lying there and the real threat is right beside him. Lancelot smirks at him and says, "You're good." And then he's blown away because you're eating like your speed is part of the meal. He clocks the new guy from head to toe and thinks, for a minion of Zennoji, you're actually pretty damn interesting. Food is soul, and just as it slips out of his body, he's left staring. What the heck is this muscle-packed sword fossil? Power levels are screaming past the stars, and the real showdown hasn't even kicked off yet, alright? Let's dive straight back into the chaos. Masaru's trying to play peacemaker, but Zars, the local musclehead, wants none of it. Right away, everyone starts pinning the blame on Masaru for panicking mid-fight, while Zars acts like a one-man army, flexing like he handled it all by himself. Let's be real. This absolute unit apparently wiped out an entire squad of level 30 fighters with zero sword swinging. Zars tries to rile up our guy, but Masaru, total pragmatist, just hits him with, "Bro, can we stop messing around and deal with the citywide threat first?" Now the blonde strategist nods along. "Yeah, they're shady," she says, because every time these intruders dodge the top-tier fighters, and that can only mean one thing. They're plotting something. So Tsar's the answer, bet. Before the real fight kicks off, I'm warming up by rolling over there and wiping everything out. Yeah, that's the simple approach, and honestly, that's peak culture. While they patrol the castle walls, our boys are down there debating Zarz's, spitting out their wild, one-of-a-kind philosophy for solving problems. He grins at the idea. Crush them, keep it simple, make it work, and he's convinced it's the perfect way to deal with future problems too. Speaking of crushing things, Zars has a prisoner in his sights, and forget the friendly chat. Because he's not trying conversation, he's slamming the question down, "Where's your base?" When the guy refuses to talk, Zars shrugs and obliterates the stone floor an inch from his face. His soul rips out of his body in pure terror. And the second it happens, he starts screaming and singing like a canary while the rest of the party just stares like, wait, who's actually the villain here? Once the intel was locked in, Zars grinned and declared he was going to unleash some chaos, then he'd be back in a few days. But wait, plot twist. He snatches Masaru out of nowhere and yanks him along, screaming that this is the perfect moment for our clueless hero to finally prove how strong he really is. Then, in a jaw-dropping burst of wisdom, the big guy drops some real advice right before a fight. You put in every ounce of effort beforehand. Leave nothing undone, no regrets left sitting on the table. Yeah, you might not be a warrior, but that's the code to live by. Masaru gets shoved aside by another knight, still reeling because that muscle-bound bruiser just hit him with a brutal life lesson. And it slams into our boy finally, it all clicks. On the battlefield, death is always clawing at your door, so you'd better get your job done before it kicks in. Since landing in this world, this absolute unit has squared up against everything from rampaging moving statues to demon bears, and his reincarnation perks keep him from ever getting taken out. But now he's staring down the Demon King himself, and everything feels different. So what would haunt him later? He stares at the city he's building, and the rabbit folk he swore he'd help. His mind keeps slipping back to Queen Victoria. And right then, our main guy locks in and knows exactly what he has to do. He's not training for battle at all, he's launching a huge citywide construction project, and the priorities are crystal clear. A few days later, Ryoryu gets hauled into a shady summons for a mysterious meeting. She hooks up with Mei, and Mei drops the bombshell that urgent call really did come straight from Masaru himself. Ryoryu lets out a tired sigh because the moment her master shows up, you know things are about to blow way past normal and go full chaos. They finally reach the plot of land Masaru begged for. Ryoryu's finally getting slammed down right on a massive construction site. Like the whole place just became his battlefield. We're talking steel-framed warehouses and full-on industrial muscle. This isn't some small job. It's basically an industrial revolution. They spot Masaru in a temporary office, lounge there in shady shades like a full-on Bond villain, and the moment he speaks, he throws out a demand, minus points you bow and say excuse me before you come in. Ryoryu is totally stunned as this guy keeps up his off-the-rails CEO routine, slashing imaginary points because she won't chit-chat about the weather. Then he jumps straight into a no-jokes, full-blown interview with a 13-year-old girl. He leans in and asks her how she's liking the city now that her on-site training is finally done. Meaning Ryu played it cool and still pulled out a real, heartfelt answer. The city is a beacon of hope. a blueprint for how to fix the slums. Everyone's got job skills and everyone's living that stable, no drama life. She's got food in her belly, a roof over her head, and safety on lock, so yeah, she's got zero reason to complain. It's a blast and she's made friends, but deep down she can feel it. Something important is still missing. With a sinister grin, he leans in close, then Masaru drops the million-dollar question. Wait, isn't something missing? He knows exactly that itch to create the kind that makes you dream of a workshop with every tool at arm's reach. I'd love to have you at the workshop. Stop. Those words hit her like a lightning bolt, lighting a fire in her chest, the hunger to create what she wants exactly on her own terms. But she admits it, she hasn't been able to create freely in ages. Then it hits her. Tears spill from her eyes because that's what true love feels like, pouring her heart into making things. Bam! Masaru yanks the sunglasses off at the perfect moment. Perfect, he declares. And that's exactly why I called you here. You want a workshop, so I'll give you one. He jabs a finger out the window at the colossal structure rising from the ground, a massive logistics terminal. And some of that space is yours. Hey, Rai, are you? To you, our hopeless hero is straight up breaking down with happy tears, yelling that a brand new kid manager has finally been born. He slams right into Ryu's space, a wild grin stuck on his face, and tells her ultimate wish is about to happen. Her face freezes, shocked beyond words. Masaru hits Ryoryu with a total bombshell. He offers her a management position, and she's left standing there, completely stunned. Me, a manager. He shoots that down instantly. This isn't some cheap little workshop job. He's aiming way higher, like way bigger. This absolute unit drops his master plan boom, laying out a colossal tradeway, the region's main hub, where every import and export funnels through. We're talking about a logistics giant that hauls in everything specialty shops need to keep daily life running. Think furniture, wagon parts, even the tools, name it, and they've got it. But Ryoryu snaps the pieces together, and the second she does, she realizes this reeks of her master's old workplace. And Masaru flashes a grin, pure chaotic genius, confirming it because he's about to build the ultimate Isekai Home Depot. Ryoryu just stands there, staring up at the sky, imagining how insanely massive this whole ridiculous project really is. Her mind is completely shattered, like it can't even process what she just saw. She's staring in pure awe. That's incredible, Master. Nothing like this exists here. When she reaches that moment, her eyes well up. She's genuinely moved that he'd trust her with something this massive. But our main man shuts it down instantly with the coldest line ever. Nope, I don't trust you. Right in the feels. Before Ryoryu spirals into a full-on crisis, he snaps her clarity into place. This trust isn't something she already has, it's something she's going to earn starting right now. He lays down the deal. If she works at the home center, she'll learn every twist of supply and demand that runs the whole town. This whole experience earns her an A for what people need, and the center turns into her own upgraded workshop. Honestly, it's a sweet deal. A light bulb finally snaps on in Ryoryu's mind. This isn't just a job, it's a trial. A chance to step into his shoes and level up into an even sharper craftsman. She snaps her aim right back at him. Gun blazing with no fear, she's daring him to fight. She snatches the contract in a heartbeat, blurts, "I'll do it," and slams her signature on the dotted line. No way she read a single word of the fine print. The next day, Ryoryu storms into the royal palace, rocking that brand new manager title like it's armor. She's gloating to Queen Adelina and the whole crew, acting like she's one of the city's top big shots now, and the smugness practically pours off her. Meanwhile, Adelina studies Masaru's blueprints, and the speed of his work leaves her genuinely impressed. Then her gaze slides straight onto Ryu's employment contract. She deadpans, "Ria, what the hell is this?" The queen locks eyes with her and drops the devastating truth, "You got tricked by Masaru?" And just like that, Ryoryu's whole world collapses in an instant. Adelina shoots the million-dollar question, "Did you actually read that document before you signed it?" Ryoryu admits she only skimmed it, and yeah, it was a total rookie move. Whoa, this contract is pure evil. It traps her in running the trade center and then piles on a mountain of random chores, so she's got absolutely no time left to work on her own projects. She's trapped there the whole contract term, and she frantically tears through the checks nonstop. And right there, bold as a threat, those 5 years hit like a gut punch, mocking her very soul. The whole courtroom tears into her, shoving that gap she was bragging about right back in her face. Yeah, the trolling is legendary. Seeing Ryoryu teeter on the edge of a total system meltdown, the queen can't stand it. She steps in and promises to track down help. They'll even go hunting for craftsmen and dark elves just to get more hands on deck and ease the burden. And it's already too late. Ryoryu's flipping out in full meltdown mode, screaming that her master's a total weirdo because he can't get a girlfriend when he keeps pulling stunts like this. She rockets out of the room, and everyone just freezes speechless, stunned, and hanging on for the next punchline. Adelina shakes her head, and you can tell this shady move is next level even for Masaru. Yeah, then Lancelot spots a tiny note hiding in the report, written by our boy, and all it says is, "Help, I need you, come on." Then it all snaps into place. Masaru's relentless pushiness isn't cruelty at all. It's his twisted way of proving he cares. He's not just messing with her, he's putting her through training. He wants Ryu to level up, push past her limits, and one day take his place as his successor. Then the talk flips to a fresh report about the Demon King, and Masaru is practically sprinting through it like something terrible is about to hit. We get a snapback flash of this dude acting wildly chill, waving it off like, relax, if a demon king or some other monster crashes the party, it's no big deal. Most of the night's not along but Delina. She's not buying a single word, and she just flat out calls it Masaru, the guy who reports everything, actually going out of his way to say, don't worry, and that's the single most terrifying thing he could have done. Lancelot, ever the hero, steps in to handle it so her heart can finally unclench, and he tells her, don't worry, swearing he'll erase every fear that haunts her. That banner is next level now, the mission's set and ready to go. And Lancelot is gearing up to meet Cid and the Coastal Knights, ready to dig into what's going on. They're saying our hopeless hero is just as reckless as his dad, Statue Tale. They say he's headed for the greatest area, but honestly, who can say where he's really going? Adelina smirks and tells him she wouldn't be shocked if he already wiped out the whole thing by himself, because that's exactly the kind of monster he is. And speak of the devil Coot, the greatest region where some battered soldiers are staring at a one-man apocalypse, Lancelot's dad, Stathet, is straight up mowing down a whole horde of monsters by himself. That dude is a walking apocalypse. He storms the battlefield and leaves nothing but carnage in his wake. Everything left behind is total ruin. The enemy's entire force got wiped out in one brutal blow. With zero effort, still not breaking a sweat, he swings the moment toward his subordinate and asks, all casual, you feel the same way, right? He's at his absolute breaking point, stammering, that isn't a man that thing's a monster. And as he starts talking, the place erupts. Some unhinged battle cry keeps chanting over and over like it's possessed. A family. Alright, let's jump straight into the aftermath of that brutal beatdown. Lancelot, the certified Giga Chat of this series, is right there, barking orders as the cleanup crew scrambles. Futa's still shaking after what he just saw, he can't believe it. I never thought Zanj-sama's rival would be this unhinged. And yeah, turns out their main guy just wiped out an entire enemy base almost single-handedly. And how'd he pull it off with a laid-back move called Slash of Freedom? That single strike didn't just unlock a path, it annihilated half the fortress in one brutal sweep. Lancelot flashes a smirk like it's nothing, while his subordinate stands there totally baffled, muttering that he's never seen anything like it. Lancelot just clicks his tongue almost like a teacher. Yeah, he says, there were more of them than I thought, so I missed it. And then I'm like, bro, you missed it. You just leveled the block. They start unraveling the brawl, and it turns out two high-level officers charge straight at Futa. He's just level 40, so facing them is basically a suicide run, and still, the unsuspecting lead, those boy, blows it back with his wild, bizarre skills. But wait, don't count them out yet. One survivor jerks himself upright, eyes wild, looking straight feral. He glares at Lancelot, growls like thunder, and sneers. So that's your Lancelot, huh? While the giant sword looms. Yeah, those rumors about this absolute unit have definitely spread. Lancelot flashes a smug grin and Futa's soul nearly rips straight out of his body. So what now? Someone's still standing. The survivor cracked his knuckles and let some wild aura spill out. Lancelot had heard this dude was around level 60, and of course he isn't underwhelmed. He just cackles. Oh, Brainold are you? And before it even sinks in, Lancelot makes the most chaotic call ever. He orders Futa, finish him for us. Food on his face is pure panic. No sugarcoating, go Waja. You can basically hear him losing his mind. Climbing up, Lancelot crosses his arms like he's locked in for a pay-per-view match. Yep, that survivor's got real weight, and even from here, I'd bet he's already around level 70, so go on, Futa. Show me what you can do. No pressure, my dude. The wild man flashes a grin, snaps his skill into action, and shifts into a desperate stance. He hurls himself forward, roaring like a man-possessed Tiger Fan Crusher. The attack turns into a violent whirlwind of destruction, slashes flying non-stop straight for Futa. Futa finally raises his sword in time, but the hit lands with an absurd, jaw-dropping force. That shockwave tears a fresh scar into the land, and Lancelot just stands there watching, kinda bored. Like, this is routine for him, like it's literally Tuesday. He mutters under his breath like it's too much to handle now. Yeah, that's an understatement of the century, my guy. But wait, Food's not going down. These two are tangled in a desperate, teeth-gritting clash of steel. The instant their blows land, the ground explodes beneath them, cracking under sheer force. The wild man is totally stunned. No way. That weakling barely blocked my first strike, so why is he still keeping up with me? Futa is burning through every last scrap of strength, but his body's hitting the wall. Then the wild man spots it and lunges in for the kill. Gotcha. Right when his claws are seconds from landing, Los bursts in out of nowhere, and Blee swats him away with one hand like it's no big deal at all. The survivor freezes in shock. Wait. My claws didn't land on him. Lancelot just erupts in laughter, and then he grins. You're the most fun I've had since Masaru Futa. Then he casually drops a knowledge bomb. He's sure that guy can turn sword speed into movement speed. And that's exactly what Lancelot does: block, deflect, and match that pace, or even steal it from Yuen. The survivor's just choking out words, trying to wrap his head around how insanely messed up this guy is. Lancelot is finished talking, and I'm done with you. Without another word, he casually swings that massive sword like it weighs nothing. The attack rips open the earth again, carving out another massive canyon, pure over-the-top force that's so ridiculous it almost feels funny. Masaru the survivor crumples to the ground and admits the truth. His mediator skill only holds out for about 5 minutes. Yeah, Fuda can only freeze there, staring in total awe because this guy is downright incredible. Lancelot stands there like a straight-up legend, and he goes, "All right, let's crush this cleanup fast and get back to training, Futa. The food is totally gone, uh-huh." And when you said it like that, it sounds like I'm riding with you, right? Lancelot just smirks. Yeah, of course you are. I mean, I already said so, didn't I? This guy never accepts a no. Later, he says training side by side will level them up fast, and he's got to keep a promise with the dark elf girls at the tea house because, yeah, priorities. Fuda demands, "Is this it just training for the Demon King?" And Lancelot's tone snaps surprisingly serious as he says, "If we lose to the Demon King, then we can kiss that womanizer goodbye." Then he adds, "And yeah, Arumasaru's training too." Lancelot can't stop thinking about what our main man's doing while everyone else is grinding levels. Masaru's out there teaching townspeople how to craft and handling production work himself. And it's a totally wild way to level up. And then years later, Lancelot grins and admits it. Mama Masaru is nothing short of unusually good. Seriously, she really is. Cut scene. Lancelot is wallowing in a deep, meaningful moment, while our hopeless hero is stuck in his office, slumped over with his head in his hands, drowning in regret over every single life choice he's ever made, because they're burying him alive one mountain of paperwork at a time. A tiny girl jabs an employment contract right into his face. Sign it, okay? All right, everybody's here to mess with him. Straight up full squad trolling, karma's rolling. Masaru. Turns out divine punishment is really this our guy hired Ryoryu. Then tricked her, so now the tables slam right back on him. Ryoryu is on her knees, practically begging him to help her pull it together, make the home center run with her in charge. The ex-goddess blasts her opinion into the air and the whole town eats it up. Zero allies, no escape. It's a straight-up intervention, and she's waving rumors like a weapon unless he plays along pure, no doubt blackmail. But here's the real nightmare. The thought of working at a home center makes everything feel doomed. It rips open brutal flashbacks to his old life slaving 24/7 in that hellish black company out in the countryside because he's getting mentally tortured. Piece by piece, Ryoryu snaps into tears, whispering that he's scary because the peer pressure is crushing him. Defeated soul crushed our boy? Snatches the quill and signs that contract like his life depends on it. Ryoryu goes wild. And yeah, y'all, we got him. Dude, he's been totally played like the girls don't even hold back. One of them straight up tells him, "Masaru, you really make the worst choices." And yeah, she's not wrong, lady. And get this, the test opening for the home center is only a week away. The ex-goddess shows up asking for a tour, and our main man jumps at the chance this place is basically ready, just waiting to be unveiled. And honestly, it's downright magical, like someone dropped a modern home center straight into a fantasy world, and she can't stop staring as she discovers tools and items she's never even heard of. Our guy proudly boasts that they've got it all: food, clothes, a roof, and every last DIY material you could ever dream of. He tells you that in his world, home centers usually pop up right after housing booms when builders' leftovers sit unsold. They scoop up the scraps, bundle them tight, and sell them all over again. They hook people up with everything they actually need, then they sell it. And then this absolute unit drops some serious wisdom. He insists nothing ever truly exists just to waste space. A story never really dies. It gets remade, reborn, and turned into something brand new. And somewhere out there, someone always needs it. That's why his store exists. He just stands there looking cool for once, and then he drops it like, "So that's how it is." The ex-goddess blinks in real awe. She can't believe she's actually picking up deep, philosophical truths from some home center manager. He just waves it off like, "It's fine, I don't mind." And she calls him out like, "Weren't you about to say something like praising me?" She's straight up fishing for compliments, and you can see her getting shy on the spot. She scoots in even closer, and for one breath, it's weirdly sweet. But he shrugs back into his usual routine, basically saying, "Yeah, you should say that once you're handing over what I've been making." And just as our hero readies the grand opening, Lancelot and Futa step into battle mode, poised for war. Everyone's gearing up for the final battle in their own way. No regrets, no hesitation, and the whole stage is screaming that something absolutely epic is about to explode. A week after the chaos, we finally hit Gyo time. Riryu-chan, our tiny powerhouse manager, bursts into action and throws open the grand opening of the store Masaru's been pouring his heart into. The crowd's buzzing like it's about to explode, and our guy's stuck in the back, looking like a proud parent with pure stress eating him alive while locals swarm and whisper, trying to figure out what this giant new building even is. They remember the construction, sure, but the name is one of those ridiculous, mouthful level things. In our main man's native tongue, a home center is called an Isekai'D, and it's about to flip everyone's lives upside down. The line is already winding around the building, and those wagons are stacked up tight like it's Black Friday. The doors fling wide, and the crowd rushes in like a wave brains instantly shattered. These aren't just regular goods either, seeds from the great nations, rare flowers, and enough wild, never-before-seen treasures to make your head spin. So yeah, with something this huge, people start getting turned around staring wide-eyed at smoked monster meat, weird mysterious liquids, and rolls of silk that used to live only deep underground. It's packed with crafting materials, and the locals are absolutely freaking out over what they could build. A bunch of people are staring at the tools, but they're scared they'll be too huge for what they're building. Then Ryoryu, the G08 manager, swoops in with the fix, and it's not just talk. They've got a workshop where they can cut your materials down to the millimeter, and you can even try those tools right there on the spot. And for the big stuff, don't sweat it. Your home center even runs a dedicated delivery wagon service. This place isn't just a store, it's a full-on crafting revolution with everything handled for you. Our boy Masaru is grinning like he just won the lottery, convinced he's built a self-sustaining paradise that'll run on its own. This isn't just a shop, it's the beating heart of the whole community. But his victory lap gets smashed when literally everyone starts bombarding him with questions. How do I use this? What is this even for? And where do I find the thing? I'm a jig. His pride vanishes on the spot, and raw panic floods in because the moment he realizes it, he's basically the only customer service guy left to fix his own creation, and he's screaming internally. Luckily, Hera and the Queen swoop in and pull him out of the crowd's clutches. Later, inside the temple, they finally unveil their newest creation, because Terria's 3 sacred treasures are finished at last. It's this jaw-dropping mashup of Japanese culture and fantasy magic where a sword fights for peace, a mirror locks in harmony, and a jewel shines like the whole world wrapped in one. The Queen keeps thanking him again and again, slapping down every ridiculous thing he's ever done for them, like running magic classes and even helping build the whole town from scratch. This absolute unit lives with zero regrets, okay? Almost zero. Ira, the ultimate wing woman, decides right now is the perfect moment to stir the chaos, and she casually drops the accessory Masaru has been secretly crafting late at night. Our main man faceplants into excuses the second he tries to deny he's building it for the Queen, buddy. You're not fooling a soul. Ira cackles and points it out. Anyone with eyes can see the sparks flying, even before the hot spring trip. Masaru scrambles to reason his way out, tossing around that whole mortals falling for a goddess dilemma, and insisting their values are totally mismatched. But Era just smirks and lets her wisdom do the talking because the second he's near the Queen, his feelings are plastered all over his face. She tells him, "It's okay, go on, be selfish for once." And you can practically watch the gears spin behind his eyes. But after all that, he got reincarnated as the prize in a god-level bet. And yeah, a little selfishness is totally in play. With a fresh spark of determination, he bursts off in a sprint, hunting down the Victinias. He barges into her chambers, ready to spill his heart out, then freezes when he finds the goddess smashing down a giant crab hot pot like it's nothing. The romance he spent 5 minutes building up got instantly crushed gone, wiped clean. And as our hero stares, his soul basically bails on the spot, watching this useless goddess stuff herself like it means nothing. They instantly start snapping at each other like a worn-out old married couple. And Masaru pushes his demand he wants some of the crab he helped prepare. After the crab-tastrophe, they finally snag a quiet moment alone on the balcony, and honestly, the vibe is way better now. Victinius doesn't let it slide. She teases him for always popping in out of nowhere and freaking her out every single time. Masaru tries to recall what his big grand speech was supposed to be, but that crab incident absolutely derailed his whole train of thought. He whips his focus back to business, and he drops the bombshell about the Demon King's looming subjugation. Victini swings into action, grinning like it can't lose, and offers him literally anything he wants as a reward. The second he hears it, his gamer instincts slam into full gear. He's heard this line before, and every time it ends with a shockingly evil final boss fight. This whole mess is totally screaming solo raid battle, and he can't stop freaking out about it. Victinius needs to set the record straight. He's not about to start world domination, right? He shakes his head like that trip is a disaster waiting to happen. Victinius is totally thrown off like, it's just a trip and that's it. But then he tosses out the truth he could leave on a solo trip anytime he wanted. "I'm dying to take a trip with you, Victinius." Boom! He hits you with the bombshell, and then like he's tempting fate, he offers a reward he'd never get tired of. The goddess is utterly speechless, and a fiery blush crawls up her cheeks. Speechless. When he clocks her reaction, Masaru panics on the spot and lunges to undo it all. Victinius snaps back to the real world, blasts him for being bold enough to ask a goddess out, then catches him trying to run away. Before he can even get the words out to apologize again, she slashes through the moment with a blushing glare and a look that says she's decided, yeah, we're absolutely going. On the balcony, they finally get that peaceful little moment. Awkward tension melts away and something real clicks into place. Masaru rides that surge of confidence and snaps his head toward her, finally ready to blurt out what's been stuck in his chest. He parts his lips to speak then, right in that exact And then boom, the sky rips apart like it's being torn open from the inside. A blinding pillar of light explodes from the ground, and right behind it comes a magic power signature so monstrous it rattles the whole city's foundations. Everyone, Queen's guards and plain townsfolk alike, stares up in sheer bone-chilling terror. And there, carved in shadow against the shattered sky, stands the one creature they've all been terrified of. The Demon King has just burst through reality right onto their doorstep. Unhinged, chaotic, and of course, everything hit with the absolute worst timing imaginable. All right, buckle up, things are heating up in the divine realm. Hera and a gold-eared god are locked in, watching the world's biggest pay-per-view, and right now, the main event is finally on his way. The Demon King is closing in, and he's stressing one thing over and over: the whole plan, and every single last hope depends on the heroes nailing this. All right, the big guy gives the nod. Go on, give it your best. No pressure at all, except the fate of the world is in your hands. Kay, thanks, bye. On the ground, the vibe isn't let's watch, it's we're all gonna die, and everyone can feel it. The human army just planted a forward base, glaring at that absurd crack that tore the sky clean in half. Right now, it's dead quiet, so nerve-wracking it hurts, while Commander Lancelot whips his troops into a tight focus, keeping everyone on razor wire alert. And right on the last possible second, who bursts in sprinting, but Masru, he's out of breath, apologizing for being just a little late to the literal apocalypse. The general can't stop smiling that he actually showed up. And he even points out how the Demon King's forces still haven't moved. Like, that silence is downright strange. Turns out, based on his own calculations, the big bad had no chance of smashing through that dimensional barrier for at least another week or two. Victinia instantly turns suspicious. She demands to know if someone helped the Demon King. Like, was it you? Lancelot snaps, then goes and pokes the cosmic bear. The guy only smirks, says nothing, and gives her zero answers. Classic Lancelot. But then bam, our main man spots something. Right under the crack in the sky, there's movement. Pure chaos, endless movement, non-stop motion everywhere. With enhanced vision, they lock eyes on two monstrous magic beasts just sitting there, completely unbothered. But it's not just two down there, it's a whole wild menagerie. And this absolute unit is totally thrown, freaking out and yelling that there are way too many. Victinius clicks the clues together. Ever since the Demon King's energy started leaking into this world, those rare, deadly magic beasts have been multiplying like wildfire. These weren't random monsters at all. Someone summoned them on purpose, like chess pieces waiting to be played. And Masaru realizes the truth. This isn't an army, it's a setup. Then everything spirals. Those beasts start melting on the spot, their bodies warping and fusing into a vile black sludge. It's a chaotic, twisting nightmare of flesh and pure despair, moving like it wants to swallow the world. Victinius suddenly feels pure dread because their real job isn't to battle at all, it's to fire their coordinates into another dimension and become the living bridge. These aren't allies or loyal minions, they're just sacrifices, tossed aside for the next move. A grotesque pillar of stitched-together beasts juts into the sky, and right from the crack, a figure drops down. The armor gleams, the power hits like a goddamn tidal wave, and the whole vibe screams pure, unfiltered apocalypse. The Demon King is here, right on the scene, like a nightmare stepping into the light. He slams down onto the fleshy platform, then ignores the mortals completely, not even a single glance. The soldiers on the wall completely crack because this isn't just a monster, it's the Demon King, the king of beasts, the destroyer of civilization. Panic hits like lightning. People are yelling to run, swearing there's no chance they can win this fight. But through all this chaos, our hopeless hero stays weirdly calm, just muttering, "Thank goodness this might actually be manageable." Manageable? Everyone just gawks at him, their brains frying on the spot, so tell me, what part of the civilization-destroying monster is manageable? Lancelot gets it instantly. He cackles as it clicks. Our boy's right, the Demon King is humanoid, and after all that big talk, he picks a body they can actually throw down with. Victinia nods in agreement. Yeah, his power is downright insane, but our crew came ready for this exact moment. Just when morale was about to be swallowed by the abyss, Lancelot erupts roaring and shouts, "All right, the assault begins." He'll smash into the first charge himself, while Masaru and his crew hunker down at the base to deal with the underlings that come crawling in. With fresh hope blazing in their chests, the soldiers hoisted their swords high and screamed out a battle cry. The whole base erupts into motion, cannons lock on, and troops scramble into position. As the chaos explodes, our main guy whips around to Victinius and admits his nerves and excitement are battling it out. So, yeah, what's got everyone fired up? And after that battle, he flashes this massive cheesy grin and tells you he's heading off on a trip with a certain goddess. Then Victinius' soul nearly rips out of her body. Yeah, that's not a death flag, that's a full-on death parade. But the moment she catches herself, she blushes and admits she's a little hyped too. Then tells him to hurry up and win. You did it again, seriously, you really got it. Victinius then drops a lightning-fast lore bomb. A Demon King isn't just some random villain, it's often a former god twisted beyond recognition. drowned in negative energy until everything inside gets overwhelmed. And that's when it flips, turning into a wild, unstoppable urge to burn it all down. What kind of power would twist a god's soul so badly that they'd actually step in and meddle with another world? It even freaks her out, because she's never seen a god go rogue like this before. This isn't a war you can negotiate, this is a raging disaster, and there's zero space for diplomacy. The briefing wraps up, everyone scrambles to get ready, and on my end, I'm ready too. Our boy grins, fully fired up. Then Lancelot and he snap into a runner's stance and take off like they're charging into a battlefield. Lancelot practically shakes with excitement. So where the heck are you heading? Then Masaru snaps and calls his team in. Everyone jumps up and gets ready to roll. As they slam forward, Mika, another goddess, kicks in, flexing her divine power until massive magic circles blaze across the sky. A seal-type barrier slams down into place, and a massive cage drops over the whole battlefield. We've got to corner the Demon King so he can't just vanish with teleportation and slip out again. The cage snaps shut, and our guy roars at Lancelot, "Rip him up!" Lancelot doesn't need a pep talk. He just snaps into a feral grin and charges straight at the Demon King. The plan is simple, vicious, and total chaos. Hit him with everything she's got in a massive preemptive strike before he even has a chance to react. All right, hold up your breath, because the fight kicks off with a colossal magical blast that tears through the land like thunder. Our boy Masaru and that absolute unit, Lancelot, stand there admiring their handiwork. Lancelot practically grinning like he just won, and yeah, that first hit was a certified banger. Look, this full-on frontal assault, it's nothing but a flashy decoy, straight-up bait meant to lure them in. While those two keep the Demon King occupied, the rest of the squad swings around to smash the enemy base right from the side. And our main guy is already planning ahead, blown away by the raw power he's seeing. He's basically thinking, yo, when this is over, I'm begging this guy for magic tips. Before he even finishes his sentence, the sky starts to split open, crack by crack like shattered glass. That sneaky distraction hit way harder than they planned, and somehow it snagged the final boss's full attention. Lancelot takes the full hit as the pressure wave slams into him. Then, out of the shattered void steps the Demon King himself, like he just clawed awake from the abyss and immediately regretted it. And Lancelot, oh, he hates every second. Rage twists into a totally unhinged grin. And then he just cackles like that's exactly what he was aiming for. This dude's a full-on battle junkie. He hoists this absurdly giant sword and practically shouts, "If you're the real Demon King, then show me everything you've got." Without blinking, Lancelot surges forward and unleashes a full-on storm of steel. He comes in like a hurricane of destruction, hacking and slashing with such savage power it could level a mountain. But the Demon King just stands there, taking every hit like they're nothing. Like the blows are just a lazy summer breeze. That armor isn't even getting a single scratch. Lancelot realizes sheer speed won't save him. "All right, new plan," he grunts. "I'll rip it clean off, starting with your arm." He channels every ridiculous ounce of strength he's got into one single laser-focused strike. Lancelot's eyes snap wide then. Everything hits a dead stop. Like the impact got swallowed, he can't even process it. This thing's defense is tougher than Masaru's magic shields. And for the very first time, the Demon King finally opens its mouth. Its voice booms through the air as it growls the names of its main targets, Masaru, Wintaria. Then it rips open the air with a brutal shockwave of pure negativity, tearing the ground apart like it's paper. The creature moves like a brainless marionette, locked in on one goal and nothing else. And Lancelot's totally cool with it, huh? But when he smirks like that, man, I can finally go all out. He plants his feet and his ore absolutely detonates. A blazing pillar of holy light blasts out of him, so blinding the squad up in the fortress can barely wrap their minds around what they're seeing. And he screams that even in Lancelot's wildest training, he kept smothering his real power, then throws it out there that this is Lancelot when every limiter's gone. Even the Demon King clocked it. He declared that Lancelot's power has mutated past its original design. Lancelot hoists his blazing sword overhead, then hammers it down in a cataclysmic slash, yelling that this next strike will finally pierce the Demon King. The attack launches as a colossal blade of raw energy, slicing through everything and erasing anything in its way. Demon King was swallowed whole by a blinding flash of light. He stood there, wearing a confident smirk like he already knew what was coming. But his win doesn't last when the light finally dies. The Demon King's helmet fractures and peels back, revealing a face of pure horror. Endless writhing eyes and mouth screaming in non-stop torment. The whole squad snaps all at once, every single jaw drops to the floor in raw, helpless terror. The creature kicks off another chant and all those mouths snap out its enemies' names like a cruel spell, before the main hand shudders and melts into a horrifying, fleshy limb. Then it unleashes a reality-bending shriek that blasts shockwaves through everything. But Lancelot just shrugs it off like that attack barely mattered, totally unfazed by the foul, horrifying thing standing right in front of him. Our hero is losing his mind, screaming, "Can a god really get that twisted?" But Lancelot is already charging forward. We've got to end this fast. We're pushing in, exactly like we planned. They rush in, then the Demon King snaps back with a brutal, wide energy slash that cuts the air in half. Right as the flash hits, Teria rockets in from nowhere and snatches the attack out of the air, parrying the strike with her own blades. Lancelot sees the opening and slams the attack forward. The Demon King unleashes a colossal blast and explosion meant to slam them back hard. Back, making sure our heroes never got a second to breathe. Then it gets wild. Demon King strikes out with these bizarre, whip-like tendrils, and every single one ends in a vicious, snapping mouth. They crash into the forest, and chaos explodes even louder. While the Demon King locks eyes on them, Lancelot grins and shoots a look away from the enemy right in front of you like you're nothing but a mindless beast fool. But it was a trap. Of course the Demon King wasn't distracted, it was luring them in. Then, boom, a massive chunk of the cliff gets yeeted from off-screen, slams into the Demon King, and flings it flying. Winteria nailed a perfect shot, and from his fresh command post, Masaru confirms the hit. And holy crap, this command post is insane. The camera pans over, and there he is, operating a monstrous, ridiculously massive magic railgun. He's totally geeking out, ranting about how designing this beast smashed his brain and gave him a full-on headache. Then they kick right into a full-blown science lecture on magnetic fields and supersonic rounds. With a manic grin, he declares this is the perfect blend of science and magic, then he throws out, "Now fly, Demon King." He throws his hands down hard and roars at the top of his lungs, unleashing a full barrage. The railgun roars to life, unleashing a barrage of hypersonic rounds that slash across the battlefield in a blur. He surged forward and crashed into the Demon King, slamming him with a devastating blow. Masaru's cackling like a villain, direct hit, and it's working. Turns out, those weren't just slugs at all. They were custom-made mana grenades that detonate on contact. And the Demon King is pinned down hard like there's no way out. This is their moment. Masaru slams his voice into the air and shouts to his frontliner, "Lancelot, the execution's yours." Lancelot charges up for the final strike, barking at Masaru to get out of the blast zone before it hits. He launches another jaw-dropping slash. Right at the very last heartbeat, the Demon King's arm shatters into a massive, reinforced shield and slams it in front of the attack. Just like that, our unsuspecting hero is frozen in total disbelief because wow, that was insanely close. He can't believe the Demon King actually slipped out of that, now the chance is completely gone. The monster cackles and launches into the sky, and malice spills off it so hard it might as well be pouring straight from its body. With their forces shattering through the front lines, a chilling command hits by our master's order. We start the annihilation of Winteria. Alright, let's dive straight back into the chaos. Masaru's facing off with himself, and this version's grinning like, "Sit tight, I'm about to wreck your entire career." The fake doesn't hang around for autographs. He bolts straight for the city, and Lancelot instantly clocks that they've been totally played. Without wasting a heartbeat, Lancelot yanks our main guy, and I'm launching you with a flying slash to tag him. Masaru's mind totally fries. "Hold up, you thick-brained idiot, are you really about to throw me?" Me, Lancelot just smirks, saying that arrow earlier was all payback. No arguing now, it's time for liftoff. And just like that, this absolute unit flings our hero through the forest like a screaming, flailing javelin. Masaru sticks the landing, grumbling that he'll punch Lancelot later, but it worked. And Lancelot is trapped in the fake dead with nothing left to escape. He thinks he's got it. But in the blink of an eye, the clone whips around and blocks his strike with some totally weird weapon. The speed is straight up unreal. Our poor, hopeless hero freezes in pure confusion, staring at this guy like, "How the hell did you just pop in right in front of me?" He tries to step in, but the fake isn't here to throw down, so he smashes his hand to the ground, and a grotesque, massive barrier erupts up, locking the city gate shut. Then the barrier spasms. Boom! A shockwave blasts Masaru flying, and you can tell this guy is straight up trolling them, blocking every attempt to chase. His tiny shadow familiar is totally losing it, fawning over its master like, "You're insanely cool." The unhinged clone decides the very first thing on his checklist is to smash that ridiculous barrier to pieces. Then he flexes and vows, "I'll smash it to pieces." He winds up a kick so vicious it looks like it could knock a mountain clean off the map. Then he detonates an epic hit straight into the glittering wall. Nothing. No scratch, not a single smudge. The fake's jaw drops to the floor, and it turns out this thing is packed with Demon King level magic. Like he finally pieces it all together and realizes this isn't just some random barrier. It's basically a trial from the gods, this massive, blazing, come-at-me spear of doom, marked with a giant barrow, daring him to charge straight in. Then bam, a quick flash shows the goddess grinning like she just won everything. And the fake completely snaps, screaming that he'll smash the crab-obsessed dumb goddess just to wipe that goofy face off the map. Alright, plan B time. The clone blurts the truth. Since he's just a copy of Masaru, he can't pull a railgun out of thin air. But he's been handed a slice of the Demon King's power, and now he can tap into some seriously shady storage vortexes. He doesn't even pause, he cackles, then unleashes a whole parade of walking statues. Portals ripped open and out came a whole zoo's worth of stone rhinos and wild beasts, all roaring in like they were born to brawl. The fake darts toward the city gate, barks the order, and tells them to smash straight through head-on. This isn't a fight at all, it's a death march with nowhere to run. The stone army charges ahead in a relentless stampede, smashing everything in a tidal wave of destruction. The clone is living the dream, cackling like a maniac as his army rips straight through the outer defenses. The gate got obliterated, and it's his victory. He throws his arms wide, drinking in every drop of glory like it's fire, only to stumble into a perfectly formed phalanx shield slammed together and spears poised to strike. The fake's smug grin snaps into pure panic as a hail of spears rockets straight into his army. Up on the wall, the goddess is radiating pure confidence, declaring her unbeatable defense formation. She's hyping her troops with a roar of glory, chanting a top-tier support spell that makes them unstoppable. She basically laughs in his face, asking if he truly believes a handful of walking rocks could ever stand up to her soldiers. The clone finally clicks her chant isn't just words, it's a battlefield rally that supercharged every single soldier straight to level 50. They're holding that line like absolute legends, no backing down. And it only gets worse. Lancelot's personal guards are storming forward, all of them in the level 60s. And these aren't regular fighters, they're hero-class skirmishers gripping the front gate like it's the last stand. But the fake's panic snaps off fast, and that wild, unhinged grin comes roaring back. "If that's how you want to play," he snarls, "then I won't hold back either." The soldiers tightened their grips for the next assault, and their commander roared, "Don't fear a thing! Oh, you sweet summer child, just when you think it's over." The fake cracks his portals open again, and this time real dragons and demons pour out. The second the upgraded monster army slams into the battlefield, everything erupts, cannons blasting, hero-level knights colliding head-on, and full-blown chaos swallowing the war zone. The fake watch becomes glorious chaos. Pure joy lights up his face as he blurts out, "No holding back, goddess," like everything's about to break. With one last terrifying grin, he snaps it like a warning. The title Fakey isn't just for show. All right, the battlefield is total chaos. There's a massive stone dragon looming over everything, and Hulk and Buddy are smashing the fortress like they're trying to turn it into gravel, and yeah, it looks dangerously hopeless. Yeah, the soldiers are straight up losing it because this isn't some random goblin swarm. These are legend-born monsters, and the elf archer nails it. If that dragon so much as sneezes and spits fire, they're all getting turned into extra crispy. But Vina the goddess with zero chill shuts down their whining the second it starts, gets up there, and basically roars, "Come on, seriously. They're just big, ugly chunks of rock. Stop crying and move on." Chasing her lead, the elf commander slams his stance and rips open a huge, glowing magic circle in midair. And boom, every single soldier in the whole army just got a massive, system-wide power-up, and they're electrified, feeling like they could punch straight through the sky, even if it's not quite Lancelot-level juice. With everyone juiced up and ready to clash, the commander roars the one order that counts: intercept them. The front line barrels straight into the golems, and these freshly enchanted soldiers start cracking the stone giants apart like they're nothing but breakable pottery. Right then, the archers snap into position and line up their shots, ready to carve the dragon's scales with a fresh batch of piercings. That phalanx unit stands their ground like absolute monsters, flanked by some rhinos that look furious enough to charge through a wall. But here's the catch. This power-up gulps their energy faster than your phone at one, so they have to end it fast. They're feeling so cocky, acting like it's already over until someone yells the two words you dread most in a fight: "Watch out!" A colossal bolt of divine lightning crashes down straight toward them, but it slams into an invisible barrier and fizzles out, completely harmless. Then Vina's expression snaps into dead seriousness because she knows that thing isn't just some random moving statue, and she's right on cue. The real attacker snaps into view, this freaky deer chimera monster, and it turns out the whole thing was a fake out. This ridiculous beast is now looming over their defenses, and it's grinning like it just won the whole war. And of course it brought friends, Vanna lays it out. It's a chimera, a greatest hits mixtape of every worst monster they've ever fought, and it's smart enough not to get fooled by their lightning shield trick. Their enemy's scheme reeks of trouble, but Vina only smirks sure. Their little stunt looks smart, yet she's got countermeasures stacked up for every move. She rallies her archers and fires them up for battle. This chimera idiot just crowned itself with the easiest target in the whole world by plopping right on top of the wall. Vena hooks up with her elf commander, and they start crafting a totally unhinged mimic spell, the Bow of Heracles. With one last defiant scream, he shouted, "Take this!" They let the divine arrow loose, and it hits the target with razor-sharp precision. And that blast rips through the air so hard the chimera gets flung backward, and it even sends the archers crashing off their feet. The monster gets wiped from reality in one glorious flash of light, like it never even existed. After that insane one-shot wipe, the soldiers erupt cheering like crazy for their goddess. Meanwhile, Vena's cackling like a total maniac, straight up trolling the Demon King. "So, you made a cheap knockoff, that's the price." And yeah, I caught a glimpse of the real deal when I snuck into Zeus's vault. This goddess is nothing but pure, chaotic lightning. Her troops are eating it up. This blunt, charming, slightly unhinged goddess has morale soaring like crazy. But just as the celebration starts to peak, the ground suddenly rips into violent tremors and shatters the moment. The chimera's corpse starts twitching, and Vina finally snaps she's done with this nonsense. Didn't you hear me? I said I don't like it, she yells, furious that this worthless enemy slipped so close. Then bam, every single corpse detonates in a violent explosion. Then boom. A disgusting tidal wave of giant spiders crashes in, and they swarm the shocked soldiers in seconds. It was a Trojan horse. Every bit of that chimera was basically a meat piñata packed with pure nightmare fuel. And now the spiders are inside the base. One of the eye patch-wearing soldiers spots the creatures right away. They're not just statues, every one of them feels like it's alive, like it's about to spring into motion. Vina finally sees the trap for what it really is. This chimera was built to slam down right at the gate, smashing it open so the spider army can flood through, and they got wrecked by the biggest setup imaginable. Then boom, a projectile rockets out from the enemy lines, but it doesn't reach a soldier at all. It crashes straight into one of the spiders clinging to the wall. All those spiders suddenly fall apart, and the moment they're gone, a man steps into view and starts cackling like a maniac. It's one of the Demon King's generals, a creepy spider-human hybrid who starts bragging like, "This is going to be an easy win." Before he can even wrap up the villain's speech, a streak of motion suddenly slams into him, right on the spot. Finally, the spider general jerks out of the way at the last second, eyes bulging with pure terror because he knows if he hadn't scanned Masaru's abilities beforehand, his head would be rolling on the floor right now. Damn, his strike hit that hard and it was over before you even had time to blink. Next, a brand new swordsman steps in, eyes blazing, and the general freezes, totally thrown off. "What the hell are you?" he screeches. The swordsman steps forward and, with chilling calm, introduces himself as the Starved Guardian. Then he blurts out, "I'm starving for women," and goes on, this rant Lancelot's training was nothing but pure misery. All muscles and more muscles, like, yeah, this dude is officially a certified weirdo. And just like that, he snaps that he'll end this fight in one strike so he can head back to the tea house in peace until the Spider General realizes every single one of Masaru's friends is totally unhinged. From her high perch, Vina spots the battlefield locked in a brutal stalemate, and she can't help but grin because her secret weapon is already wreaking havoc in the rear lines. But she knows one thing. This can't be dragged out into some endless war of attrition. If they want it over for good, they've got to go straight for the Demon King himself. And she looks like she's about to make it happen right now. Speaking of that, Masaru's about to get a front row seat to the Demon King's final, terrifying form. He finally gets it. Swords and sorcery won't save him here, so one of his allies slings him the single best weapon for the job, a goddamn chainsaw. I saw it happen and then everything exploded into chaos. Alright, we're back in the action, and this battlefield is getting ripped to pieces. The Demon King has snapped into full psycho mode, whipping those totally unhinged chainsaw arms and shredding the land like it's a Thanksgiving turkey. Kusuke and the rest of the squad got thrown apart, scrambling to survive the absolute blender of an attack. Tuma the Demon King's slick second-in-command with that blonde pretty boy grin looks like he's having the time of his life, while our main guy is staring like he's one heartbeat away from popping a heart. Suddenly, the Demon King flexes and his arm twists into this massive, shadowy monster that just tears through and obliterates a huge chunk of rock. The shadow goo snaps back into shape like it never broke for a second. It reshaped itself into a huge razor-flat blade so sharp it looked like it could cut straight through reality. Without missing a beat, Tuma roars his chainsaw to life and rips into the air with a brutal horizontal slash like a spinning blade of pure chaos. But the Demon King isn't scared for a second, he barrels straight into the attack head-on. Kusuke, an absolute unit, has to slam his own saw into the action to stop the counterattack, and you can literally see the power nearly buckle his knees. The other members try to flank, but the Demon King is basically toying with them, swatting, dodging, and parrying like their attacks are nothing. He flicks out a careless backhand, and it would have turned the female warrior into paste. And just like that, Tuma Total Show-Off glides in and blocks it. He whips up his guard and parries yet another brutal swing. And another. He slammed the move aside just in time before it could have ended the fight in a single punch. Look at his face, pure disgust, like he can't stand a second of this and not a single drop of sweat. But our hopeless hero just stares at that insane display of power, and suddenly the light bulb clicks. Before he can even breathe, the Demon King drops the act and gets utterly vile. He unleashes a roiling tide of grabbing hands and shrieking mouths. Kasuke's soul rips out of his body, pure terror blasting through him. The Attack X detonated with a deafening boom that shook everything, unleashing a shockwave that flattens everything it hits like the world just got erased. The whole team gets blasted off their feet. Tumblins screeching like demons. Man, I was right there. So close, but the Demon King just stands there, no strain, no heavy breathing, and deadpans. So, you really think that was my full form cute? Tuma snaps to the ridiculous truth this monster isn't even going all out, it's just toying with its food. Then a wicked grin hits his face as he tells Kosuke, "This is it. It's underestimating us." Kusuke's like, "Wait, so this is my opening to do what?" Our hits feel like pure tickle torture until his eyes flash with that sudden look, and then boom, I've got an idea. So this genius, world-saving plan. Watch our boy whip out a tiny metal cylinder like it's the key to everything. Then he hands it to Tuma and fires back, "So what do you want me to do with this?" Tuma's face says it all. If we don't get out of here, we're getting vaporized, and you're really sitting here handing me a high-tech chapstick? But Kosaki spreads out her totally unhinged plan and leans in. Okay, I need you to unload a heavy hit on me, got it. He orders Tuma to trust him with the next move. Leave it to me, I've got a plan, and it's about to be epic. All he needs is Tuma's faith. He doesn't even see it coming. The unsuspecting lead stares at his overpowered ally, completely stone-faced, then barks, "Give me an opening to get close, I'll do whatever it takes to make it happen." Deal's done. All right, let's jump in. The game plan is crystal clear, set the stage so our guy can unleash his magic. Lancelot, the absolute unit, is on the same page, and they're not letting the Demon King power up one more second, because this has to end right here, right now. Now, with zero hesitation, Lance rockets forward like a freight train sword first. The fight starts right away. Steel shrieks against steel and sparks explode everywhere like the sky just got ripped open. But the Demon King snaps that attack aside like it's nothing, and Lancelot's expression bursts into panic. Wait, he countered my ultimate move. The Demon King won't even let him blink. He slams the ground and chaos erupts as shadowy spikes shoot up everywhere. Lancelot gets driven back hard, parrying like a lunatic just to keep himself from getting torn apart. Right as he finally catches his balance, the ground detonates. Then a huge, out-of-control land shark thing rockets up and clamps down on him like a whole meal. Yeah, he devours that guy like a party snack, no hesitation. Our main man snaps completely. He's hysterical, screaming Lancelot's name at the top of his lungs like pure panic is swallowing him alive. That shady monster just sprawls there, smug as can be, grinning like it knows it totally got away with something. And right when he thinks he's caught a break, our hero suddenly realizes he's totally boxed in, surrounded from every side. It's a whole welcoming crew of terrifying, tooth-filled nightmares waiting to greet them. His soul is getting ready to bail out of his body. The beast rockets at him, jaws gaping like they're about to swallow him whole. Then bam, Lancelot bursts out of the first monster's mouth, slashes the new attacker clean in half midair, and this poor guy that just got swallowed barely even processes it before his mind screams. Counterattack, absolute legend. He lands with a cocky smirk like nothing happened, totally unbothered even after that almost death scare. The Demon King erupts into a wicked cackle, finally rolling out his villain monologue, claiming he's mastered the mediator skill and wrapped his whole body in an absurd amount of anti-anime power. With a grin so wicked it could curdle milk, he flexes the brand new power fueling him now. He's not just a warrior anymore, his whole body has turned into a massive blade. And there it is. Two titans slam into each other again, tearing through the battlefield so fast they turn into nothing but flashes of light and chaos. They traded punches so hard the world shook pure combat chaos, an unstoppable whirlwind. Their fight is moving at pure breakneck speed, and every flash of battle screams across the empty, desolate land. Lancelot is holding his ground, but this fresh power-up isn't just stronger, it's a whole different beast. The Demon King lurks in the distance, watching his two enemies spiral into a deadly dance. Yeah, seeing that epic spectacle, our guy snaps and tells Lancelot, "I'm going all in on one massive shot. Get me the materials from my storage." Lancelot slips the world-ending blade, then just yells back, "Yeah, great, because that'll take forever." And this is the moment our hopeless hero flexes his massive brain because his storage space has been open the whole time, letting him crank out his moves on instinct. He vividly remembers the shock of turning an electric pot into a weed cutter, random as it sounds. But somehow the memory that mattered most, once he realizes magic is all about picturing what you crave, he snaps and decides to stop holding back. He keeps going, no hesitation, no pause. Then this absolute lunatic yanks a raging water cannon out of thin air like it's nothing. A full-blown high-pressure riot control weapon just materializes out of nowhere like the universe hit Spawn on violence. Lancelot is utterly stunned, yelling for water like it's a miracle. So, tell me, do you seriously think that'll work? But the Demon King won't hang around for answers. He immediately dashes off like his life depends on it. The monster twists away from that first blast, but our hero isn't finished. Not even close. He slams his instant creation power again right on the spot, fusing a portable water cannon straight onto his arm. This guy basically went full Mega Man and built the whole thing from scratch like a total DIY menace. He unleashes a roaring torrent of water, smashing straight into the Demon King and his wriggling, slimy familiars. The attack rips across the battlefield, drenching everything in its wake. But that was just the appetizer. Now the main course is way crazier. He's building something truly ridiculous, a nail gun. This isn't some run-of-the-mill hardware tool. It's built to blast special nails packed with Lancelot's power, then drive them straight into the enemy. With a roar, this will end it. He drives the weapon to its final, deadly upgrade. He rockets ahead, launching through the air like he's fearless from the first second. He steps straight into the Demon King's space and fires the nail gun point blank into his side. The armored tyrant erupts in a blood-chilling scream, racked with pure, unbearable agony. Our main man flashes a terrifying, triumphant grin like he's savoring every second of the chaos he just unleashed. The Demon King's armor starts cracking from the inside, shattering apart, then it spills out the unconscious body of a woman. Masaru yanks the helmet clean off, totally baffled. He snaps into recognition. She's the former goddess, and before he can even breathe, he realizes she's been captured. But Lancelot spots the horrifying truth and his world crashes because this isn't right at all. Suddenly, her body jerks and contorts into the most horrifying shapes imaginable. A giant mouse tore open her skin everywhere, ripping away the disguise to reveal the real monster hiding behind her like a stolen suit. The creature scrambles to escape, but our hero shuts it down. No chance, no mercy. He glares at the abomination and spits, "You're not getting away." Then he leans in and adds, "Because you're the first one." All right, buckle up, our boy is having the worst day imaginable at work because some absolutely unhinged snake creature is using him like a living slingshot, and it's laughing the whole time. But here's the insane part: Masaru's taking it too. This absolute monster gets impaled, stretched to breaking point, and still laughs like it's daring it to do more. Yeah, while our main man's up in the sky, choking out that weird, painful laugh, his crew on the ground is scrambling, fighting for every inch to keep the line from breaking. Lancelot looks like he's about to explode into a fight, so what can you do against? Yeah, that. Then boom, the sky tears open, and a wildly overcomplicated magic circle crashes into view. A heavy god complex powerhouse is stepping in. "Listen up," the divine voice booms, and the apostle has arrived. "What do you think you're doing to him?" He doesn't wait for permission. No answer, no pause, and a colossal beam of pure holy energy blasts the snake monster into oblivion. The cavalry rolls in, and then it hits you. It's goddess Victinius herself, marching in like royalty with pure fury written all over her face. She drifts down from the heavens, fresh off the biggest save of the day, pure epic in every sense. That snake thing gets vaporized at least, that's what we're told. But it melts into this grotesque puddle of nightmare fuel, and somehow it's packed with way too many smiling mouths. Victoria slammed down on the ground, her lance securing the front lines at last. Then she sprinted over without wasting a second. Lancelot and the goddess snap their focus to our hopeless hero because he's finally been dropped right in front of them. Right when panic is about to explode, this dude shows up with a huge grin, throws up a thumbs up, yells, "Okay, Victini's out," like he just wrapped up some game show. Lancelot's soul rips right out of his body in pure confusion. Then Victinius finally admits it, gods can't meddle, but even she's freaking out because she's been getting seriously worried too. Masaru shrugs it off, glances at the gaping wound in his stomach, and goes, my healing magic's got this, no big deal." And just like that, he disappears, gone without a trace. Whoops, so much for teleporting, he just crumpled back onto the ground, and that wound was still gaping wide open. He yanks at his voice to speak, but his body refuses to budge, total paralysis, pinned in place. Victinius snaps to the truth: this isn't just an injury. The wound is blasting a demonic curse straight into his soul. Right as that gut punch realization crashes down on him, Masaru's eyes blow wide because out in the distance, something is there. That grotesque sludge monster is back, and this time, it didn't show up alone. It hauled the entire extended family with it, a whole army of demon kings. Bombs. No, you heard me, I love them. Lancelot lets out a furious TESH as the Demon Kings launch their charge. The whole squad scrambles to fight, but it's pure chaos. Every move is a mess. The Demon Kings tear straight through the front line, charging headfirst for the main course. Lancelot lunges to intercept, but their power level spikes so high it feels like the universe just broke the meter. Victinius gets it instantly, then Tecmasaru snaps. She yells like she's calling the shots. She snaps up an anti-demon sacred barrier the instant things start, no ordinary wall, but the biggest, baddest shield she's got. The Demon King casually swings and whacks it, and it all starts cracking apart like cheap glass because the sheer wave of negative energy is just too overwhelming to hold together. But Victinius refuses. She clenches her teeth and swears she'll protect him no matter what. Then out of nowhere, a gigantic projectile rockets across the battlefield like a bullet from hell. Victinius's jaw drops to the floor. Wait, you're telling me that's a railgun? Yeah, somehow a full-on sci-fi railgun just got summoned onto a fantasy battlefield. So who summoned it? It's our boy Masaru. He's suddenly awake and slumping against her like he just snapped out of a nightmare. He gently pulls her back into his arms, holding her tight. She's totally stunned, blurting out, "What are you doing?" He just flashes a grin and says, "That's my line." Then he launches into a furious monologue saying, it's messed up for a goddess to die protecting a human like him. And he can't stop thinking about it. She's always been there for him. Or somehow turning this wild, otherworldly chaos into pure fun. He leans in and whispers, "Maybe I actually liked you." Then he whips out his magic tortoise or the railgun right on the spot. Before she can even catch her breath from that ultimate romantic troll, weapon fire erupts, blasting away a massive chunk of the Demon King's army. Victinia is in full-on tears, screaming at him to stop, calling him an idiot over and over. But our main man's decision is final. He straps a parachute onto her wild escape ride, and he makes sure she rockets away safe. As she gets yeeted into the sky, he whips around and stands there alone, staring down the horde. Those last Demon Kings don't hesitate for a second. They surge in like a storm, and they turn him into a full-on human pincushion. Spear after spear keeps landing again and again until the goddess can only stand there, horrified, helpless, and watching. As his life slips away, a tiny box drops from his pocket, and inside sits a ring. One promise shattered for good. All right, let's kick this off, and straight into raw, unfiltered despair. Victini's screaming Masaru's name like it's the end of the world. because it looks like he's been straight up shiskabebbed. He's pinned to a brutal cluster of spikes, looking completely lifeless, as a horde of unhinged monsters cackles behind him like they just nailed the funniest joke on Earth. On the ground, his allies are losing their minds while the knights just stare like, what in the world is that thing? And his party members can only freeze in pure horror because they instantly recognize the silhouette of their fallen leader. Even the charming prince looks totally thrown off. He points at the rampaging statues and blurts that they've all stopped dead just to unleash a roar at this thing. Everybody's convinced our main man finally pulled the trigger and bought the whole farm. Then the camera yanks back and boom, the biggest troll play in the century hits. That wasn't our boy getting impaled. It was some massive shadow swaggering over his brand new kill. Still, this absolute beast wipes out a divine servant all by himself, soaking up the glory like it's his throne yet as he's celebrating his legendary win. Then Masaru, our real hero, suddenly gets hit by a phantom pain and screams out loud. 1 second he's exploding through the battlefield, and the next boom he's standing alone in a blinding white void. And boom, he's back on Earth, dressed in those totally dorky work clothes again. His brain goes full backflip mode trying to crack what's happening, and then he whips his head around. This place looks way too familiar. Yep, right here is where he first laid eyes on Victinius. The gears finally snap into place and the moment hits our poor lead like a punch. So, yeah, I really died. And yeah, get this. He stays weirdly chill about it, then starts rattling off his accomplishments like he's updating some otherworldly resume. Yeah, Beast Folktown is exploding with life, and the craftsmen are being trained like pros. And Victinius is so strong he can take down the Demon King without me. But the second he starts explaining everything, reality slams into him like a freight train. The brave fuck-odd cracks wide open like fate just snapped. And then this guy crumples, blurts out apologies, and begs for forgiveness to everyone he left behind. But right in the middle of his sob story, he suddenly cuts himself off. He hears another person sobbing in the distance. He cranes his neck, and there she is, this mysterious woman losing her mind in front of a wall of futuristic monitors. Our boy insists he's seen her before, and she's got this weird resemblance to Victinius. These screens blast a highlight reel from hell planets burning and cities getting wiped into ash. And the countdown for humanity's population is sprinting straight to zero. So yeah, right now we're watching the literal apocalypse unfold in real time. She's completely wrecked, sobbing like her whole world just collapsed, right here for no reason. And that's all everyone ever wanted, just a real shot at happiness. Masaru finally clicks it's not Earth, and it's not that fantasy world he just escaped. This place is something totally different. Suddenly, her despair shatters and fierce determination takes over as she channels that wild, insane energy. She reaches out and declares, loud and fearless, "I'm not giving up." She locks eyes with him and reassures him, "It's fine, there's nothing to fear. Let's chase that happiness again together, this time." Right when you think hope is finally here, everything detonates 1 second it's normal. The next, the whole scene bends into a nightmare realm packed with demonic mouths, and dark energy spiraled like a storm in the shadows. Her hopeful voice snaps into raw rage as she screams, "This is your fault, curse you, why didn't you save us?" Ghostly voices rise like a wave, screaming that he abandoned them and betrayed their trust. Before our hero can even catch his breath from that psychic hit, a colossal spear of lightning tears through the space right in front of him and wipes it out. Right as the chaos blares, a new voice cuts in calm and sharp, telling everyone Masaru just grabbed a cursed memory fragment from a god. And then the camera tilts up and there he is, the very last person you'd want to meet in the afterlife, that smug, shady god who kicked off all of this, grinning like it's nothing as he casually ushers our boy back into the divine realm. There he is, sprawled on the stairs like he's the boss of the whole world. Omasaru smirks and says, "And you thought you'd be dead." Our main man can barely even move, he's staring at the void? After his soul got yanked out for the second time in 5 minutes. So what in the world is happening? Alright, buckle up. Masaru's got the divine intervention knocking because the moment he dies, he's suddenly climbing straight up a stairway to heaven. And yeah, that's a total shock. A ridiculously buff guy with a smug grin strides in and declares himself Zeus, the absolute supreme god of this divine realm. And our main man doesn't react with awe. Nope. His brain instantly flips open Zeus's whole myth folder. The serial cheater, the kingpin of power plays, the worst of the gods. Zeus shrugs off the call-out like it's nothing. Yeah, that's me. Pretty cool, right? Then he swings straight into the real point, utterly bored by the insults. He jabs a finger at Masaru and drops a bombshell, "Your reincarnated body?" Yeah, I personally set that up for you. And get this, the shady god was the very one who pushed our hero into reincarnation in the first place. Turns out this special arrangement came with one wild bonus. Lancelot got a stat sheet that straight up breaks the game. We're talking about a move called Beer of the Sword. Once you activate it, your stats get a massive boost across the board, and it's so completely, utterly broken. It feels unfair. But then Zeus drops the bomb. This custom-built body comes with a nasty side effect. A shard of the demon, King's thoughts, hooks onto our clueless main character. Then it hits Masaru like a light bulb bursting in his mind, and he realizes it. That woman from his vision wasn't just a clue, it was the Demon King's last memory. Zeus rips open the tragic truth she used to be a goddess who tried to rescue her crumbling world, and she swallowed every last drop of its life force. But no mortal mind could survive the planet's seething hatred, so she broke, twisted by a curse, and rose as the Beast King, the raw, crushing despair of billions of souls. Yeah, that's exactly what our guy had to face. Masaru swears it's just cosmic bad luck, then gets zapped by the ultimate PSYX, yet he grins and insists, nah, this was totally the plan. So there we are, our poor, hopeless hero is totally lost and staring around like he's in a nightmare. Wait, you planned this whole disaster. And Zeus, no shame at all, straight up admits it like, yeah, I did. I led her here. That's it. Boom, the dam bursts. Our boy launches up the stairs, yelling his lungs out at the god who planned the whole nightmare. He's completely unhinged, bellowing that Zeus twisted Victinius's love into something meant for the people. Zeus casually raises one finger and freezes him right in the middle of lunch. Honestly, pretty brutal, and he even says it's worth it, trolling the guy at the absolute worst moment. Out of nowhere, an invisible force hits Masaru like a wrecking ball, and he rockets backward down the stairs. A brand new goddess steps into the spotlight, and it's none other than Hera herself. She snaps into scolding her husband right away. You always tease Bull like you just sat a whoopee cushion on a throne. She swings around to Masaru and blurts out an apology, basically. Sorry, my husband is a total chaos goblin with a god complex. Masaru's boiling with fury, but Hera's sudden presence drags him to a stop. Zeus fires back that he wasn't lying, but Hera cuts him off on the spot. Then her face hardens. She snaps that every move we made was all for one thing, saving Victinius's world. She leans in and tells everyone that Victinius's world was already doomed because its own growth was ripping the place open and doom was racing toward it all the same. To make it worse, the Demon King's curse kept crawling wider and wider until it would finally swallow their whole world. I'm down to my last breath, so I turn to Zeus and beg for help. Help? She was ready to jump in herself, but Zeus shut it down, so they hatched a ridiculously dangerous scheme with the Demon King and went straight for the highest stakes. And the whole plan hinged on one crucial piece, Masaru. Hera blurts out that she rigged the whole wager with Victinius, then deliberately threw the match so it would look like Victinius picked Masaru all by herself. Then they blasted a notification to every other god, basically slapping a giant bullseye right on our hero's back. And of course, that instantly yanked the Demon King's attention. Masaru became her top target right away. But Masaru's scrambling to wrap his head around this galaxy brain scheme. Zeus drops the details: your reincarnated body was forged with god-level power, and you were made from the start to go toe-to-toe with her. And it all clicks for Masaru. His freakish physical abilities weren't luck at all, they were built in. But that truth doesn't bring him peace at all. He crumples and sobs, furious that he had that kind of power and still couldn't save a single soul, screaming that it's all his fault. Look, Zeus snaps, slicing through the pity fest. Then Masaru, desperate for any sliver of good news, blurts out whether Victinia is okay. Zeus hits him with a vision of the front base, and it's a total disaster, like the world just detonated. The whole fortress is getting swallowed whole by a churning ocean of black mud and monsters. Masaru's soul rips out of his body. He can only scream, helplessly watching everyone get obliterated right in front of him. Dead. Yeah, but hang on. In the filthy muck, Lancelot's down there cackling like a lunatic, and when the fight hits, he explodes into a roar, flexing his sword and those ridiculous muscles like they're ready to tear the world apart. He and his squad are just charging straight through the mud, smashing clone after clone. Fuda lunges in and slices one in half, while a brutal samurai type wipes out his target. Lancelot even takes a moment to needle Futa, smirking that without his training, he'd be nothing but monster chow. Food knows he's stronger, but he's still nowhere close to Lancelot's full-on chaos-fueled level. For just a split second, Lancelot's face turns grim because he can't stop thinking, if I'd gotten this power sooner, Masaru might still be alive, but he slams that thought down, no time for it. They're the rear guard, and they've got a job to finish. Meanwhile, a brand new pretty boy can't stop staring at Lancelot, eyes blazing with pure admiration. He smirks and shrugs like, don't worry, we're not in a rush. And that's a wild thing to say because the giant magic barrier guarding the retreat is literally splitting apart right in front of everyone. And they're moments away from being totally overrun. Back in the capital, the queen is burning every last ounce of power just to hold that crumbling barrier together. You can practically see the strain tearing across her face as she digs in and holds the line, but the grief crushes her. She breaks into uncontrollable sobs, her world blurring as she screams Masaru's name. Masaru crumples to the ground, completely shattered. He failed, and it all just keeps unfolding. Zeus towers over him and smirks like he knows the punchline. What do you mean? Everything is playing out exactly the way I predicted. Masaru stares up in pure disbelief. Zeus even admits he never figured the Victinias would freak out this badly. But good news, the big plan is still right on schedule. He whips his gaze back, eyes burning with raw power. Then he declares that this is the real showdown, and it starts right now. Hera strides forward and declares the gamble has reached its breaking point. Masaru's body has finally matured, and he's passed every secret, hidden qualification. Zeus snaps his hand straight at our stunned hero, bellows orders to ignite your rebirth. Alright, let's jump straight back into the mayhem this time. The Demon Lord's army just smashed the outer wall to pieces, and their top general is standing there like the frontman of a totally unhinged boy band, grinning like crazy and cackling that they actually fought hard enough to earn his grudging approval. But playtime is officially done then, with a grin that could curdle milk. This absolute unit makes it crystal clear the end is here at last. And yeah, he's not messing around, because the very next second, the magical barrier guarding the city shatters like cheap glass. Lancelot and his buddy can only gape in terror as the shield fizzles out, and a disgusting surge of slime-mouthed monsters crashes through the gap. The demon general hovers above the wreckage, staring down at the wounded soldiers. Then he flashes that fake sympathy smile and sneers, "You've suffered enough, now I'll end it for you." And when he says easy, he means a quick, horrifying death delivered by an eyeball-infested army that hunts him down piece by piece, and this guy pure, unfiltered evil. Back at the forward base, Lancelot is seething. He knows this is the kind of disaster that's about to hit. Staring at the tactical map, he meant to hold the line at the front. But then enemies started swarming from every angle, and the truth hit hard. He can't do this alone, so he's left there demanding where the gods are while everything falls apart. Then something totally ridiculous happens right over Winteria. A brand new, even bigger barrier snaps into place out of nowhere, and Lancelot slams to the floor, but he instantly realizes this is the golden opening they've been waiting for. Without even slowing it down, he barks at his subordinate, Fuda, to pull back and regroup the troops because this absolute unit is charging into the front line himself. He slams straight into the sludgy nightmare headfirst, but no matter how hard he drives, there are just too many of them. The demon commander just lets out this wicked laugh as his minions crush the human soldiers without mercy. It's an all-out massacre. One soldier sinks into the mud, choking out a final whisper to his master before everything goes dark. It's a bleak, poetic death. His body gets swallowed up piece by piece. Even the goddess of light can only stand back, helplessly watching her followers get wiped out one by one. The demon commander starts laying down this intense, philosophical rant, spitting truth like a curse. Anger, sorrow, and death are the inevitable end waiting for every living thing. He keeps rambling that once his lord devours this world, he'll shrug and move on to the next like it's just another stop. Turns out his boss has to gulp down entire worlds just to keep from losing his mind. Like that's totally normal, sane, well-adjusted villain stuff. This unhinged general straight up surfs on a wave of his own monsters, cackling like a maniac the whole time. With a psychotic grin locked on his face, he vows to wipe every last one of them out gloriously, gruesomely, no mercy. Right when he's basking in his villain speech, a massive thing slams out from the city walls. It smashes straight into the heart of his army, and the whole battlefield erupts with a bone-rattling crash. The demon commander jerks his head up, totally stunned because a glowing energy sphere is just hovering there like it owns the place. He scoffs like it's nothing, calls it a cannonball, and laughs at them, saying it's just as pointless as dousing a roaring fire with water. Oh, you sweet summer child, watch that sphere ignite and explode into a blinding glow. That demon's smug grin instantly gets wiped off his face, and raw, full-blown panic bursts through instead. Boom! The shell explodes like a war thunderstorm, blasting his mud army to pieces. Then it hits him too late. That wasn't a cannonball, it was a bioambi. The walls rumble as the commander screams, direct hit open every gun port. The command hits fiery! The demon commander can only stand there, trapped in pure, bone-chilling horror. Biblical-level shells slam out of the sky, blasting his unstoppable army into a crater-riddled wasteland. And up on the walls, the elves are panicking, cranking the cannons back into action. One whines that their tech is trash compared to Masaru's railgun, but another soldier snaps, "Shut up and keep loading the anti-demon lord explosive shells." The demon commander clenched his teeth because they'd been sitting on this ace the whole damn time. Time inside the city, the dark elves are flooding their magic into the brand new barrier, and Era Saphira is rallying the troops to hold the line. But that shady villain won't quit. He roars at the top of his lungs, screaming for every one of his units to snap into formation. That's when the real party kicks off. Every gate bursts open and reinforcements come flooding in, starting with the king's shield charging in from the east. A towering beastman warrior barrels in from the south, and he leads the charge like the whole battlefield has no choice but to follow. The elite fighters from the underground city of Cacarieja, guarding the west gate like it was their whole world. And the Winteria allied forces together, unleashed at full power. An entire international army just rolled in to smash the demon's party. The leaders just announced it. This massive get-together happened because of our boy Masaru. Queen Adelina of Winteria strides forward and takes full command of the entire coalition. She takes on that brutal burden because they barely squeezed these reinforcements in before it was too late, and there's no way they can afford to lose. She throws her hand toward the breathtaking city behind them. Towering skyscrapers and next-level infrastructure everywhere you look. She declares it with fire in her eyes, everything they own, everything they've built. All of it traces back to what Masaru taught them. And there he is, our main man, grinding his heart out, brick by brick, forging this whole new world. Fueled by his legacy, every soldier, elf, and warrior locks eyes with the enemy, Hearts ironclad with resolve they won't break, they'll battle to the very end. Across the battlefield, the demon commander beaten up, still unbroken flashes a bloody, defiant grin, then roars, "We'll fight back with everything we've got!" The ultimate showdown is about to explode into chaos. All right, buckle up this series. Hits the ground running with the battlefield leadership Adelina, the straight-up level 173 goddess, and Zarg, her battle-tested commander, both standing at level 40, and yeah, you can feel that power gap snapping in the air. Adelina is fired up, yelling at everyone to brace themselves because the next wave of demonic sludge is about to slam into them any second. The whole scene turns grim. Folks massive, dumbed-down city walls are getting smashed as endless tides of unholy goo monsters lay siege. The frontline soldiers are going all in, yelling that they'll defend the city with their lives. Honorable words because the brutal test is about to slam into them the hardest way possible. Commanders are already roaring for the wounded to haul themselves back to the city gates. This isn't a real battle anymore, it's a desperate, clawing retreat. Zarg is straining to hold the line, but the look on his face screams one thing. They're totally, absolutely screwed. And our main man, Masaru, snaps into a full-blown meltdown as he watches his friends and allies get dragged into the darkness. His brain is just yelling, "No way." He spots the city's barrier splitting at the seams as the Demon Lord's army keeps hammering forward, push, push, push. But it gets worse. The curse tightens its grip, and in an instant, even allies snap, turning on each other as hatred drives them straight into madness. Realizing he's losing control, Masaru snaps eyes, turning pitch black as he tries to weaponize the chaos, screaming, "Kurdze Yesho!" Then, no warning at all, a colossal slash of raw energy tears through the battlefield, wiping out a huge chunk of it like it was never there. Masaru snaps his gaze upward in pure confusion as a massive black tentacle gets sliced straight down the middle. A gold-flecked blur slashes through the enemy lines like a hot knife ripping through butter, leaving behind a gruesome trail of splattered monster parts with every step. Of course, it's Lancelot, an absolute monster of a fighter, drops in with a smug grin, and that ridiculous sword flashes like it's about to cut the whole world in half. Masaru freezes in shock, blurting, "Lancelot, you bastard!" While Lancelot just smirks and flexes, punching a hole straight through the enemy's encirclement all by himself. The shockwave from his strike hits like a storm so brutal it vaporizes even more of the mud army. Zarg and his crew can only freeze in shock because they were seconds away from getting nearly sliced in half by that friendly fire. Then whoops, he comes crashing through the brand new opening Futa, the samurai looking beat up but unmistakably alive. The soldiers are bursting with excitement, sprinting to help him. Jin A is already shouting that Lancelot's too terrifying to carve a path like that. That's when Alphalina, all gorgeous grace, pitches in and lifts the food up. It looks like he's accidentally grabbing more than he should. Dude gets a nosebleed on the spot then. Instead of freezing in embarrassment, he puffs out his chest and blurts that he has to protect them. Because not doing it would be rude, bro. Seriously, read the room. Zarg just stares back at this total meltdown of priorities like, seriously, what are they even screaming about right now? Adelina's face doesn't change at all. She just wonders if they're too clueless to realize they're standing on the edge of total annihilation. Zarg snaps that Delina's nothing but another musclehead too, then hits her with the question, "Are you finally ready to ditch the queen?" Because at this point, this battle is already cooked. And just like that, Delina snaps, "No way, not for her." She digs in her heels, calls out that this city was built by all of them, and swears she'll fight all the way to the end. And if she ran now, she'd flash that smirk because Masaru would be laughing at her from the afterlife, and she's not about to let that happen. Re-energized, she rallied Grally and the troops for one last brutal push. Suddenly, a colossal shockwave crashes down from above and slams right into the city's barrier. It's the Demon Lord, yet she's not fighting back. A giant sludge monster has her in its grip, swallowing her alive as she screams in pure agony, and I can't stop asking why. The Eveler of Light blasts out of the ground like a glowing eruption. Then she stumbled into view, and her desperate screams tore across the whole battlefield. From the frontline soldiers to the worried civilians, this ghostly voice booms, and everyone freezes in terror. The Demon Lord unleashes one last scream that shatters every soul listening. The cursed mud starts to spiral wildly, then squeezes together into one horrifying vortex, thick with pure despair. Our hopeless hero finally clocks what's going on and realizes the Demon Lord's own consciousness has just started to wake up. Aura, the curse expert, goes into full panic because she knows once that thing is completely unleashed, it's game over for all of them. And he formed it right on top of her. Way up in the heavens, Goddess Victinius feels it too. Then her sister Ira calls her name, and Victinius admits she's drowning in the same despair the fallen god did. And she stares into the roiling abyss, knowing Masaru's already gone and realizing everything is spiraling out of control fast. And still, nobody's fleeing, everyone's locked in and throwing down fight after fight. She can feel their shared will burning through the prayers and the sheer desire to protect the city they carved out with their own hands. A wish so pure it pierces straight through to the very heart of a god. She gets it. Masaru planted the spark of creation and joy, and now everyone is scrambling to defend everything they've grown. It's the gut punch of realizing her old world one that had quit growing and just slowly died was gone long ago. That vortex is the living proof of the failure, while the demon lord's the screaming heart at its center. Ira blurts out, "So what's going to happen?" But Victinius just sweeps in and soothes her worries. "This isn't the moment to break down," she snaps, eyes blazing because Masaru left us so much behind and now it's all bursting into bloom. Her divine power suddenly erupts, lighting up everything she's going to shield this city, and this world will be safe as long as she's standing. World shall stand between it and every threat. No fear, no hesitation. With a deafening roar, she blasts a massive beam of pure holy power straight into the vortex's core. Every single person on the ground just drops their jaws as she stands there and makes her declaration. Their faces screamed shock, then froze in pure awe. "I'm the god of Alstedia, and I am Victinius." Just as her epic moment hits its peak, a familiar, sarcastic voice slices through the air. "Well said." Her eyes flickered with it, one lone figure drifting through the sky like it weighed nothing. It's Masaru back from the brink, and his first move is pure chaos. He starts trolling the goddess herself, calling her the crab-obsessed useless goddess. Let's park that for a second. This absolute unit is up on his feet again, standing tall and defiant, as despair itself turns into a literal black hole in front of him. Our hero's back now, it's officially time to go all in. Right when the battlefield is seconds from being wiped out, a colossal pillar of light rips down from the heavens. Every single one, friends and enemies alike, freezes mid-step and stares, and the whole crew looks utterly stunned until their eyes lock on him. "No way," they whisper. "He came back." Look, there he is, floating up in the sky like he just drifted back from grabbing coffee, and yep, that's our main man, Masaru. Yeah, he just stares down at them with this calm, borderline smug smirk like he already knows how it ends. Not a single scratch marred him. And the alien demon lord's copy comes in with outrageously stacked triple nines. Goddess Victinius is unleashing pure infinity across the entire board. Lord Victinius is ugly, crying like crazy, screaming at him for taking forever. But our boy just shrugs it off with a casual smile. Sorry, I was dealing with Zeus and all kinds of stuff, but hey, the timing's perfect, right?" Meanwhile, his friends are panicking like they're having a group heart attack, screaming at him not to move while he's up there, casually vibing midair. The whole squad finally exhales in relief, trying to stay cool, sure, but those top-tier tsundere reactions totally give them away. Ira finally let out a breath of relief. He was back safe and whole, and that was all that mattered. That absolute unit flashes a confident thumbs up like, "Yeah, easy. And honestly, I've already got a plan, so just trust me." Without a single extra word, he casually hops into a dimensional portal, and just like that, he's gone. The girls are totally speechless. Did this guy just casually throw dimensional crossing around like it's nothing? Their minds are officially shattered like fully blown sky high. Meanwhile, that apostle and our boy's evil twin are playing detective, and the numbers don't match up because he literally watched Masaru get skewered. There's exactly one explanation left for this insane rebirth, and it's borderline ridiculous. Earth, when the apostle shrieks, his soul tears straight out of his body. "Masaru, you bastard, you got reborn as a god, didn't you?" Bursting out of yet another portal, our hero immediately gets the answer. Zeus, the old man, calls it Ascension. But don't get it twisted, it was all part of the master plan forged to crush the demon lord. The apostle is utterly stunned to planet from the very start, seriously. Masaru bursts out explaining that Hera, the shoddiest goddess above them all, straight up twisted his skill lottery and forced an 11-draw gotcha. Turns out, you don't just level up. You have to master all 10 skills to unlock the final condition for becoming a god, and they reforged his battered old body into the perfect vessel for godhood. Good. So the apostle's spiraling into a full-blown existential meltdown, and if that's real, then tell me, was he just another pawn in their twisted game? Masaru stares at him with pity, and then snaps, "Wait, I'm not here for you. I'm here to save the former god the apostle is serving." Then, like fate slamming the door, he witnessed her tragic end in the divine realm. And he refused to just stand there and do nothing. He leans in and fires the question. "You felt it too, right? And that's why you chose her." But the apostle just snaps like, "I give a damn about any of that," and he roars. His shadowy beast form lunged forward, snapping and lashing out at everything in reach. What I jumped up right there and stood between her and the tears. Then he explodes into a brutal storm of attacks. And Masaru just smirks, Tish. That's straight up badass, and it drives the apostle even deeper into madness. But our boy's on a whole new level now. He just starts tearing open portals like it's nothing, and hurling giant logs at the apostle like he's playing interdimensional dodgeball, while his friends stand there in stunned awe, watching the wild chaos explode in real time. The apostle smirks like he's got it all figured out, still convinced he's sitting on the numbers advantage while the demon lord's army looms. Masaru nods and vows to stall him. He'll hold the line until Victinius is finally ready. Then our main man flashes this wicked glint in his eye, and it hits you. Maybe it's time he shows you what real persuasion looks like. His face twists with pure focus and he growls, "Copy complete." The Apostle's mind snaps in half. This dude, this total maniac, straight up copied his divine energy. Our hero yanks up his stats screen, scanning every detail to confirm the upgrade. And those numbers are straight up disrespectful. His level rockets from 54 to 501, and every other stat gets a laughably huge power-up. Then he bursts into a wild, maniacal laugh right there in midair. The Apostle can't even process it. What a wild stat jump. Trump and Masaru starts trolling him like crazy, mocking him to his face, basically saying, "Go on, attack me, I dare you." The Apostle clenches his teeth and finally realizes the fake was the real threat the whole time. Then he spots the flaw, and from what he sees, it's clear you can't just steal my memories or copy my items from the divine realm after my rebirth. Masaru smirks, then yanks a giant ornate spear straight out of a portal like it's nothing. So listen up, I'm done playing it safe and I'm not holding back. They all spin around, and the second they see that spear, every single one of them goes deadly still. Because I'm about to do the exact same thing, our boy just declared it. Cut to the divine realm. Masaru's ascension finishes, and the whole sky feels like it just declared him worthy. Awesome, Zeus is firing off a pep talk, but our hero's already overflowing with confidence. Zeus leans in and tells him, "We didn't pick you by accident, there's a reason you were chosen." Masaru snaps his eyes to the spear he'd been tossed earlier, and he realizes it's the same one. It's none other than Kuranos, no doubt about it. Zeus's legendary Thunderbolt spear, his personal weapon that strikes like pure fate. When Masaru asks if he finally gets his own sacred weapon, Zeus just scoffs, calling him a fool. He leans in and demands, "Is this spear enough to crush the demon lord?" Zeus makes it crystal clear, one strike and everything turns to dust. A dangerous grin cracks across our hero's face and you can feel trouble coming. And he just grins and goes, "That's great." Back in the present, he clutches the real Kuranos, crackling with divine lightning, like it's alive. The battlefield erupts in brutal light, roaring with raw, unstoppable power. And the power hits his friends snap into it instantly, recognizing it as a god's weapon. But hold up, back into the divine realm. Zeus is staring at a monitor, his jaw dropping like, no way, because his beloved spear is on Earth. And the Apostle is just as baffled he's dead. Sure, Zeus is right there, holding the spear in his own hands. Wait, did he really? Stands beside Zeus, gripping the spear. Everyone swears is the real one. And then he starts cackling full-on, uncontrollably. Masaru figures it out instantly, right during their chat, then flips the real spear out of the way and swaps it with a perfect magical replica he whips up on the spot. And the craziest part? The copy is so flawless that Ares straight up gets impressed. Hera revels in the chaos she cooked up and mocks Zeus with taunts, then asks, "Why not give the order right now? Let's see if that spear is real." She bats her lashes like an angel, but that smug little smirk screams the truth. Zeus finally sees the trap Hera's been playing him from the very start, and she just bursts into laughter right in his face. Fuming with irritation, Ars decides to put the spear in his hands to the test, clutching it like it was his last chance. Too late on the battlefield, Masaru surges up and unleashes the true Keranos High. And he roars, "Order you!" In the divine realm, Eris tries to bark orders at the fake, but it just sits there, utterly silent. Masaru just cackles, "No way, you gotta be kidding me." And then he flips out like, "That's straight up cheating, man. Total hacks." He charges into the fray and his friends on the ground are losing it, screaming for him, cheering like their lives depend on it. Victinius roars, "No, release the light," and it bursts out, flooding everything in its glowing truth. With one final thunderous roar, our boy rips loose the weapon's full unstoppable power, pouring every last drop of divine power into it. A blinding beam of pure destruction erupts from the tip, smashing everything in its path. As he erupts in a deafening roar, he unleashes the weapon's ultimate move, Thunderbolt. All right, hold up. Because the final battle just ended, and reality itself is getting ripped to pieces, an insane flood of power detonates, and our boy gets trapped right in the blast zone. He gets blasted yeeting through the sky, and once he's falling, there's zero strength left in him to stop it. He slumps there, crushed to the bone, and just swallows his fate like it's already over. Ah, damn it, is this really the end? Then his inner monologue hits like a gut punch. He tells himself he's a fake, a monster that only lasts for a moment. In his final moments, all he can cling to is his lord, hoping her heart finally gets a sliver of peace from his sacrifice. What a legend! Meanwhile, the tentacle goddess hurls one last mind-bending blast of chaotic energy. Her whole body twists into a screaming storm of eldritch terror packed with writhing eyeballs. This attack is so massive it tears through the sky, raining down from orbit like a meteor shower straight out of hell. The whole planet gets slammed with these divine nukes, one after another, pure cosmic destruction. Hold up before we even blink. A status screen flashes, and the truth hits hard. Masaru has officially tossed aside his title as the god of creation. Then bam, every single one of his ridiculous, overpowered divine skills got erased. Like someone smacked the factory reset button on his entire existence. Then just like that, the fall halts dead, this absolute move landing soft and clean while cradling two tiny orbs of light. He finally exhales like a boulder just rolled off his chest, then grins so hard it takes over his whole face. Phew, it's over. He laughs and he looks absolutely unstoppable. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the air and yells his name. Masaru. Our hero tilts his gaze upward and his face just crumples like all the strength drains out of him. It's him everyone's here. His whole crew is sprinting straight at him, safe and sound. No hesitation, he rockets off at full speed to catch up with them. The entire squad is back together, and the reunion feels absolutely glorious. They huddle together, those heroes who just saved the world right in the spotlight, about to strike the perfect "we actually won" photo. But when the dust finally clears, Masaru whips around to stare back at the town they fought tooth and nail to save, and his jaw just drops like it can't believe what it's seeing. The whole town's gone annihilated to the bone, with destruction so brutal it leaves crater-sized wreckage everywhere. Our boy's soul snaps out of his body in pure terror. He spins out of control, cursing that useless goddess Victinius for weakening the barrier, and he's yelling about the hot springs, the Silk Road, and everything he fought to build. Dude, his friends just stand there staring at him like, huh? Because they're way more worried about him than any dumb building. They were just grinning, stunned that everyone's alive. But Masaru's still stuck in his feelings, staring at the wreckage like it's ripping his heart out. He gets all sentimental, swears the town they built from nothing is just gone, and it feels like every memory they made is gone right along with it. One of his buddies blurts that he's a total dummy, and he can only slump and sadly nod along. And right then, the queen finally steps up and drops the most legendary line you've ever heard. Now's exactly the time for DAEESNTIT. Right? Masaru's totally stunned, but there's no way she's joking. After the war's end, the little rabbit girl suddenly chirps that people don't wait around. They rebuild their towns themselves using DIE. She snatches his leg and begs him, please, we can rebuild it all from scratch. Let's do it again. The rest of the crew rushes aboard right away, and they call it a price worth paying because the town got wiped out to keep its people safe. And yeah, that's a sacrifice that actually balances out. Allies from every corner of the world surge forward, hands out, ready to help rebuild everything from the ground up. Even after all that, Masaru's gloomy face cracks open at last. The queen bursts into cheers. We just crushed the demon lord Odixod Sahara, and now it's time to celebrate in full glory. A massive, real smile bursts across our hero's face. He's back. You're right, he says, and he thrusts his hand up toward the sky. Then Demonord's conquest squad rolled in and finished the formation. The whole army erupts in victory, roaring like thunder. We DDIT, everyone gone. The cheers hit like thunder. Then just like that, the war's finally over. The queen lifts her hand in a blazing offer of alliance, promising a future they'll forge together. Masaru bursts into a grin, stretches his hand out and snatches it like the universe is finally handing him the perfect happy ending. They're right on the edge of rebuilding a brand new world side by side. Their fingers are inches apart right on the edge of touching. Kate clumped. A metal handcuff slams shut around his wrist. Everyone just stops in their tracks. Masaru whips his head around, totally lost. Huh, it's Athena, one of his own allies, and she's the one who snaps the cuffs on him. The queen is just as stunned as the rest of them. Athena strides in, declares we've got the wanted criminal, and grabs him as she drags him off. They're literally stuffing him into a cage right now. Scene flips in a heartbeat. Our hopeless hero is suddenly in a grand courtroom, chained up and totally lost, while a creepy official leans in and congratulates Athena. Then he calls our guy by his full Earth name. And boom, he announces the verdict for the accused. Narumi Masaru. The judge blasts the charge out loud so the entire courtroom can hear every word. For the grave David Nerillick's crime theft. No time to breathe. Boom, the verdict slams down like a wrecking ball, your Harabi, and they just sentenced you to 100 years of sealing. A whole century then, the crew just stands there, staring in total, unhinged disbelief as their hero gets hauled away, and yeah, what an absolutely legendary troll. Alright, so our hero just saved the world. What does he get as payment? A one-way ride straight to Divine Court, and Zeus is actually in a decent mood. Then the verdict slams down like a brick to the face, a 100-year sentence with no way out. Guards pounce on our main man the second it happens, and he's completely breaking. His spirit might as well be gone because panic explodes through him as they haul him off, and he keeps screaming, insisting this has to be some cosmic joke. But nope, this isn't a story, it's real god jail. The massive guard, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Athena, snaps at him to shut his mouth and wait in silence. She hits him with a classic, don't try anything funny warning, then straight up stares at his face like, are you seeing this? This guy's about 2 seconds away from a total meltdown. Our hopeless hero can't take it anymore. He blurts out his plea, yelling that locking him in a cell without even listening to his side is pure injustice. But his words die out in that giant hall then. Moments later, he crumples onto the cold jail cell floor, staring at his life like, did I really make all these choices? After everything, after taking down a freaking demon lord, this is what he gets. He starts muttering under his breath, scrambling for reasons because apparently he's guilty of stealing the sacred artifact Kiranos, and he swears he didn't do it for fun. He only took it in a rush as an emergency to keep from dying. And on top of that, he's vanished from Winteria, leaving everyone else in the dust with zero clue what's even happening to the town or the people inside it. Then a light bulb snaps on in his mind. He remembers something about divine realm disaster insurance, and suddenly he's thinking, Hold up, can the destroyed town and even the victims be brought back? Realizing that, his despair detonates into straight-up rage. He starts yelling at Victinius, calling her a cheap skate for refusing to upgrade him to the premium plan, and he flat-out blasts her as a stupid, useless goddess with a DI brain. And just like that, talk about the devil who strolls up outside his cell, casually sipping tea. None other than Victinius. Turns out she's getting burned too, since she meddled with the mortal world. So now it's official, both of them are cuffed and hauled in. Two besties bracing for the punishment. And yeah, it's finally over. But our boy refuses to sulk for long. He tells her that battling the Demon Lord opened his eyes to something huge. Then Victinius launches into this shockingly deep talk about human happiness, like, it all boils down to one simple routine. If you hustle hard, eat good, and sleep even better, you've basically unlocked the cheat code to living your best life. Our main guy actually buys it. Yeah, it's a popular idea, but trust me, it's not wrong. At the end of the day, it all boils down to one thing: quality of life. He explains that up until now, his DIY skills were only being used to upgrade their everyday surroundings. But now his dreams stretch even higher. He's laying out the roadmap for what comes next. This absolute unit is determined to blast his knowledge and creations past Winteria, so he can forge a better world, one where people stop brawling over technology. Victinia's basically starstruck by that noble mindset, like he's watching greatness come alive. Just as his heroic moment starts to hit, he snaps back to reality. Wait, I'm trapped here for 100 years. Victoria swore she'd come visit? And yeah, that's sweet until she flips into full troll mode. She whips out a ring and shoots him a look. So you really were planning to give me this, weren't you? Our hero's totally thrown off his brain, practically short circuits. Where in the world did she pull that from? She casually tells him she spotted a little box in his pocket before the big fight, and the second she says it, he explodes, full-on denies it, yelling, "This is a misunderstanding." He tries to play it off like it was just a simple thank you gift, but if he'd known she'd flip out like this, he'd have handed her Kirab-flavored candy instead. Ouch, yeah, that one stings. Victinius's face drops instantly, tears spill over as she chokes out the only question that can freeze any man in place. Do you hate me? He panics on the spot, and just like that, no, I never once said, I hate you. You catch her opening, she lunges in, eyes blazing with hope. She hits them with a total shock. Do you like me? And the boys' faces glitch into pure terror like the whole system just crashed. He blurts out a shaky, maybe, and that's all she needs. The two of them are gasping for breath, totally rattled by this wild confession. He straight up admits he's awful at putting his feelings into words. He used to send her worthless poems and hiking pictures, and she found it wildly rude, so rude that he even tried to hide behind the difference in their species as an excuse. Finally, he snaps into control, then drops the wildest proposal ever. Let me make a reservation. He tells her to leave the seat beside her empty until he figures out his feelings, basically demanding a goddess stop dating anyone while he's stuck in jail, and honestly, the audacity is unreal. And it actually works? She nods, then promises him, I'll give you the ring, but only if you stick to your word. Once the deal was sealed, he flashed a smile and promised he'd cherish her words forever. Right when the romantic tension is at its hottest, a brutal ahem slices through the air. It's Athena standing there the whole time with pure, deadly disapproval on her face, snaps that they're busted, and then reveals she came back with a summons. Victinius. Since her meddling dragged an interdimensional demon lord into the mess, she's walking away with only a written apology, barely a slap on the wrist. Now, every one of her wild trips into the mortal realm is officially on record. And then she turns straight to Masaru, Rick and the stolen relic, the treasure that vanished, and the chase that follows. Because Lady Hera filed that petition, he's about to slam into a retrial. Athena tells them, you're free for now, then points them straight toward Zeus. Our boy's floating on Cloud 9 finally. Things are turning for the better. But Athena, the queen of the worst timing, isn't done yet. She leans in and blurts out, also about that little jailhouse exchange earlier. With a totally straight face, she leans in and says, about your engagement, congratulations. And just like that, both of them snap, blushing hard and stammering, insisting it's nothing like that at all because the accidental witness just landed the final blow.